Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că-ai lăsat tu oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, rudu, m-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, rudu. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut. Prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai ca pe Ticărlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai ca pe Ticăprinț. de țioile încoace.
Negru-se voi, că e alba de noi.
Și umbra de voi. Stăpânesc, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de o mare baciuia. Și cu cel vrâncean.
Still up to get up to the high ground, concerned with the ice path. Mid-one's CP's over, Magpie's laid down. Nisha, he's in with the Vortex, gets the grab onto the two of them. Invisible Blade slammed down as well. They'll grab both white ones, but the black hole's there as well. Catches off the two big ones at the side. Insania's patience pays off once more.
Jump.
What? In the Hex. They're going to go straight for him. Insania's trying to move forward, but he gets caught by the fear. He's holding himself in the invis for now, bouncing up to the high ground of the Oak Seal Totem, but the Dream Core will catch him. He's trying to get the back all off and get it off, but he's dead. He's gone, safe for Sableye. Buyback will be back up in 10 seconds for Insania. Big K caught by the stun once more. The ice path clips him. Triple kill for BZM. Nisha's gone. They get team one.
GG.
Trying to charge over towards BZM, but BZM continues to roll away. Indeed, Chrysalis caught in the shards. Liquid, they found the TA.
He's got no buyback.
See what more they can find in mid-one. Ready for the trees, though. He's got the epicenter going. Comes in with the barrel straight 20 on a BK, but the BKB's back up. BKB turns towards the Wymon's AA, gets the kill on him. Saxa with the Stone Gaze, looks towards Sableye, but the save comes in with the Snowball. Saxa surrounded, left alone. Liquid get the clean-up big time.
They walked right past. They
past them. Oh my goodness, who's going to see who first? He's in with the Mail Bash on Anisha. He's able to blink away in time. BZM's kind of stuck. He'll get the Lotus off. So the Pulverize has been wasted. It's going to mean that he gets the chance to shield crash. He still dies though. They kill BZM off. Three-man meter hammer coming in there from Saxa.
Oh no, he got
Crystal has been caught. He's trapped in the shards. Dragged back by the vacuum. Crystal is a BZM out without buybacks. Saxa's surrounded.
I think that was Whitemon that just forced back to him.
But look at the combo. They get the Ice Blast. The epicenter. Is it enough to get any kills in return? It might be. It's enough to kill off Nisha. He's not. Ice Path's going to get the setup. Wheel of Wonders dropped down.
Oh, off the mark with the wheel.
Still though, nowhere to run. Macropyre's upon him. Got the juice will fall. PMA is charging at them.
He's ice pad.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can he get his ult off? The fear comes in. The chains. He'll get the split off.
A little late with the ice path, the secondary one. His brews are dying.
And they're dying pretty quickly here to the damage of Radahn. He's going to be able to get in position and slice through the last couple of them potentially as well. He's down to the last one. Lyle's in. He'll be able to exit the split in time. But Collapse, he's there. He'll try for the TPR PMA, but the Tame the Beast comes in. But the neutral gets him.
Stole it.
It gets the kill. PMA still trying to stay on top of Lyle. He'll turn his attention over towards Collapse. Got the juice, gets the jump in over towards the Chikira, but the escape pack, it's there from Room. Aposhka's fine. Turn it down with the Ice Path. The Collapse just runs down Zayat. They've got the wheel down over towards PMA, trapping and controlling the bruise, stops him from getting the split off. And with the remnants up, they can chase on for more. Lal closing the gap onto Got the Juice. He'll get the BKB off. He has the BKB and run. They're still able to stay on top of him. He'll dive through the BKB as the Slider Fist comes in. The Supernova, see if they can kill it off. Oh, this time it might be successful, Egg.
No, hero double hit.
The last hit gets it. The Egg to fall. As Niku caught by the silence.
He got a kill. He's happy. You know, he got at least one of them.
Pulling Got the Juice, still BKB on cooldown for 20 seconds. Can they get him out safely? They can't.
He's dead.
Tiny out without buyback here.
Niku.
As they can push on for more. Get the Hex onto Niku. Niku? Can he get out of this? I mean, he'll survive a little bit longer, but everyone else won't. GG's called. Team Spirit will take this game one.
This was, yeah, I don't know.
Try and get Niku in position to take something in return. They're looking at Rue, they'll get him with the Dragon Tail. NAVI Junior take out the Ricky.
Can they get another Miposhka?
This is kind of risky because Collapse is around. The wall's been dropped down. They get the Ice Path onto the both of them. Macropire laid down as well. Drag back with a vacuum.
Collapse taking a lot of damage.
But Niku is not going to get bailed out by the Escape Pact. He dies through it as Miposhka's damage overwhelms him. The EM8 is full. Lal ready to chase on for more. Gets the chains on both supports. Zayats and Riddy's locked down. Cleaned up.
He's in front. I think he got scouted by no one, and no one wants to jump in.
Avalanche, and they've got nothing to say and some trouble to pop the BKB.
Egg.
DM, though, with the Stone Gaze. They get the kill and nothing to say, and all of a sudden, Shiro never has a chance to really survive. He's dead, too. You lose your carry and your mid, and Satanic knows he can just go for broke.
The game is not over until the throne falls.
They're going to go Remnant forward, looking for nothing to say. They've got the Searing Chains. The Hex comes from GM onto the Tiny. They've got a Will-O-Wisp down for some protection. But DM looking for the Meteor Hammer. Avalanche, Burrow Strike, Ice Path. Now the Macropire upgraded with the Zags. They get the kill in a buck. They'll look towards the rest. Planet, why? They're both dead. Shiro trying to run away, but GG is called. And this should be a full team wipe before the throne explodes and Paravision do take game number one.
Like he starts to scale once he gets to his SNY, has charge more about soaking up the damage. He's got a beta BKB.
Can they get a hit on the Shiro?
And Malice is down. Nightclass with the blink. They've got the lasso. There's the Wheel of Wonder. They get the kill to Shiro. They're going to look over at Bach. Nothing to say. He's trying to run. They've got the Will-O-Wisp there, but with the BKBs pop, they'll have the extra control. And wherewithal to go and get why. Burrow Strike lands on another to say. 4 heroes dead again on the side of Tidebound.
Do or die for Tidebound. Bristleback
Is too late.
Impalement Arts. And they're going to go. They'll find themselves Planet that's falling on the back lines. Y is dead. Planet's gone, but they didn't get to cause. Bacto falls in the grave afterwards. They have the lasso. It's on another to say. We'll pop that Glimmer Cave. Shiro trying to work with the BKB, but the timing just does not last long enough. And eventually, the Burrow Strike, the epicenter, it's all there. And they're going to look for nothing to say, too. Epicenter did some work. Aegis expires, so the ball lightning. They'll call GG instead. And Paravision will lock up the 2-0 over Tidebound. This could be a problem. They've got Walrus Punch at the ready. Miro waiting for his moment, vacuum back. Pure needs to run. The calling is there. That might have saved Pure's life, but everybody's here. Ice Path, borrowed time, as well as the damage needed from Kiyotaka to get that kill, who's not afraid with this Aegis. Doesn't have a lot of mana, but he's got the rest of his team with him. Deadshot will force him back. Ice Path lands on a Nightfall. The Impalement Arts are there, slows him up for a second. Ranavetos on Amira. Kiyotaka's still
Get him in there.
Surge forward. He has an Aegis. He's not afraid. Snowball comes through. Walrus Punch on a Kataomi. He doesn't get an Ice Path off. Now they look over and save. Shards around him. Where do you go? You've pierced the veil, but they've pierced your base, and they're onto the tier 4s. jump in for the Lifestealer, but the escape act is there. That'll hold him at least over for a moment. Outside of the silence, he should be able to infest with the BKB pop on Kiyotaka, though. They go after GPK. The Wheel of Wonder is down. They've got the Gush for the extra minus armor. They'll get the kill on a GPK and look for another one on Katomi. Jakiro is dead, a second one gone. Ball lightning in, no mana left here though on a Kiyotaka. He's in too far, but the snowball saved for a second. The Ravage is out, but Pure pops the BKB. Miera falls forward, dead on the side of BetBoom Team. They'll look after Mira, but save. Even though he's pierced the veil, he looks like he's dead to rights anyway. They'll focus their attention on a Pure instead. They've got themselves a fourth. Lifestealer burning, save down. One more click needed, but the burn will be too much, and it's a full team wipe for Aurora.
Let's see. That's
Sheer looking
damage
for
from the Divine
Ags.
Rapier.
And they'll get this kill. Oof. Maybe a +1 Panto there, but Nightfall, he comes in. Arrow forced to pop that ult. Toronto Tokyo's nearby, haste on Nightfall. Start to retreat, but the ball lightning in with the spotlight. They're gonna go for this Muerta. Ice Path is down, but it doesn't matter. Nightfall's on a godlike spree. They go and they find the Ravage. Pierre's gonna be in trouble. He's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck, picked up by Nightfall. GG is called. Aurora take the 2-0 over BetBoom Team. Just like that.
A very good morning here from the wonderful Bucharest. We are live from Romania with the final 3 days of PGL Wallachia Season 4. And I hope that the games today are going to be just as exciting as a lot of the games we've already had in the past 6 days. I know we are having had a long road already, but 3 days left to crown a champion. Yesterday was nice and we saw the highlights. It's all wonderful, but we didn't eliminate a single team. It's going to be happening today. That's right. I'm joined by Lizard and Jenkins here to talk about everything that has happened and will happen today. Very good morning, Jenkins. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Shaver. I'm glad the guillotine is out today. We're about to take out some teams. The weak do not survive in this world, Lizard. It is kill or be killed out there.
Yeah, that's why I go to the gym all the time.
That's right.
That's it. Good morning, Sheaves.
Morning.
It's been fast, right? It's been quick. This tournament, I feel like the days of group stage are gone. They went by really fast, really quickly. And for these teams, I hope they savor the moment, because some of them, they need to be eliminated. Yeah, unfortunately.
It's okay. I think you can look at it from very different perspectives, because the teams that are left in today are still top 8, which for some teams is like, yes, we're top 8, and for some others, they're not going to be happy with this result. As we could take a look at the bracket and what's been happening. So yesterday we had everybody in the upper bracket and it was all good and happy and lovely. And I do want to go over that a little bit, because of course we come in with our biases and expectations of what we think will happen. And the big one that stands out yesterday is that last series that we had yesterday, Aurora versus BetBoom. Lizard. This was on paper not supposed to happen.
They primed them, like we talked about it. They were priming them. They were preparing them for this. And Aurora, they were ready to blow. And they managed to finally beat Team BB, BetBoom Team, and in very nice style. Like 2-0, quick series, like playing versus heroes that are considered the best for Aurora. But I think that also played a part, right? Like they realized, okay, these guys are going to take the PA against Nightfall. We need to prepare for it. They found the right little ingredients. But also they played much, much better. BB on the other side, I feel like maybe they underestimated Aurora. You could see that in the interview that we had with them when they won the last time. They were like, yeah, we knew that if we take this game late, we're going to win. Taking the game late and relying on a rapier, that's great.
Both games, Pure had a rapier. I think this matchup between Aurora and BetBoom is very quickly becoming my favorite matchup in all of Dota. Like, for some reason, Aurora just brings it out of BetBoom to like completely throw the game. In particular, Pure there was a cliffing that happened. He cliffed himself and gets caught out. No buyback. There's a blink into the high ground with a rapier, and it's like it's funny and it's goofy, but it is the most entertaining Dota. At least for me, as a Dota fan, I love the chaos, and for some reason, this matchup brings it out of both teams.
Yeah, because how much of an impact do you think the series that they had literally a couple days ago against each other, which, by the way, it went 3 games, shouldn't have, because...
Biggest throw
was the biggest
in like a decade of Dota.
So how much impact do you think that series had on the one we saw yesterday? Because it kind of felt like if this was a best of 5, this would have been a reverse sweep.
I think it was a tremendous impact. I'm not even kidding. And honestly, I think Game 3 of the series that we watched together was a big impact, and it wouldn't have gone to Game 3 if the fountain dive into legendary throwing, one of the greatest throws of all time, if that didn't happen. What's the quote from Lacoste? Any game is throwable if you try hard enough. I thought this was a very good quote.
Yeah, I usually say that during my pubs as well. Like whenever someone in the chat is like, "Yeah, this game is over. You won. Anything is throwable. You can lose anything." And yeah, they managed to lose the full series 0-2. Definitely huge impact in their previous series, though. That previous series brought them to this stage where Aurora was able to win against Pure and the boys.
Yeah, I do not envy whoever they're going to face in the lower bracket. I mean, we already saw that they have got Tidebound to face today, but I would imagine that they've got quite a decent road in that lower bracket, because I feel like after that loss yesterday, they're the kind of team that takes it personally and will not underestimate their opponents from here on out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you cannot underestimate anyone anymore. Like that's something that whoever was on this couch with me and my boy Jenkins, every single player would say the same thing.
Yeah.
Anyone can win this tournament. We all respect each other. Maybe you respect some teams a little bit more, some a little bit less when it comes to the overall skill level, but anyone can win it, really.
Anyone can win it. And how are they doing that? Sometimes they come up with some unorthodox heroes. For example, in the support role, as there's a couple that we'd like to highlight that we have seen pop up. Not an awful lot, but definitely something that should be on our radar, even though, Jenkins, if we look at the Enigma one, maybe because it did not work out in that particular game, but that had nothing to do with the hero.
Yeah, that was an attempt at answering TA and then like pivoting the Enigma later on in the draft. So, picking some of these heroes will give you a drafting advantage. We saw the Medusa come out, I believe, as a last pick for Tundra, as a 4 position, and it didn't look great when we saw it. When we were originally seeing the 4 position Medusa for Tundra and other teams, it was more, it's picked early in the draft, and then it's like, oh, got you. It's actually a 4 position Medusa. It wasn't really like, we're picking this as a last pick sort of cheese hero in the 4 position. So, I mean, I respect that teams are trying things. It's funny because if you look at like 4 to 5 of those heroes, they're 9-class heroes.
Yeah.
This guy has completely changed the world of Dota.
An inventor.
Yeah, he did invent a lot of things, but I feel like sometimes it's kind of difficult to just, okay, you did this, now I did this. It's kind of hard to copy the same homework, because when it comes to Paravision and the way they play, it's a completely different story, and I feel like they make these heroes work as a team. Meanwhile, anyone else that tries like TB on a support, it doesn't look nearly as well, and you end up buying some armlets just to, like it's a joke. Like I'm gonna sunder you after armleting. Like
the first time I saw this was in Herald, and then I saw 9-class do it.
Well, if you guys want to watch 9-class, you got to wait until the very end of the day. Let's take a look at the schedule. Paravision is, of course, still in, as they have made it through the upper bracket unscathed so far. They had a 2-0 against Tidebound yesterday. And they'll be playing against Aurora at the very final series of the day. The last 2 series of the day are both our upper bracket semifinals, and I do want to touch upon that a little briefly there, Jenkins, because these are our blockbusters of the day.
Yeah, those are bangers. I mean, you could argue Paravision Aurora maybe shouldn't be close because Paravision has looked amazing, and they have exceptional results lately as a team. However, Aurora has been powering up, and I think Liquid versus Spirit looks untouchable right now. But every single panel we talk about Liquid, I always say it, like, this is the sort of team that whatever team they're up against, they are equally at that skill level.
Yeah.
So I don't think, I think that series, no matter who wins, it's definitely 2-1, even if it's slightly favoring Spirit.
Yeah.
It'll be close.
Yeah, Liquid definitely rises to the challenge. At the same time, they can go down and
in group stage, because I looked, they have like a 70% playoff win rate when they make it there.
Yeah.
But it's when they get eliminated in groups that their win rate looks like shit in tournaments.
Yeah, well, they haven't been this time around, so indeed they could have a long road here, already starting in that upper bracket, having a good showing yesterday already. But enough upper bracket, because we do like the lower bracket as well, because that is when it really matters. That's when the pressure is really on. You already saw BetBoom will go up against Tidebound later today, but we're going to focus on our first series of the day. That's going to be Tundra. That's going to be NAVI Junior in a best of 3 for elimination. And you know what? If you would have asked me last week, I would have said, why are you even asking me who's the favorite? Of course Tundra is the favorite, but in case you haven't been paying attention, there's a slight asterisk to Tundra. Here they have a stand-in. And I think that that showed yesterday, Lizard.
Oh, it absolutely did. It definitely showed yesterday. The way they drafted, I feel like, was mostly to accommodate the stand-in and to make sure that he's comfortable, which is fine if you can play around these heroes. I do think that even without the stand-in, this would have been a spicier one. NAVI Junior have leveled up. And it's kind of sad for me that they do have to face against Tundra that has a stand-in, because I am sure that they would rather play against a full roster.
I would think so too, actually. You're right.
Yeah, because in their interviews as well, what they stated is, we're no longer afraid of anyone. We're moving into these games one series at a time, respecting our opponents, but not being afraid of them, not seeing us as the ultimate underdogs, which they truly aren't. Like, they've been playing some really nice Dota. The drafts are on point, the execution as well. Sure, you lose to Spirit, but that's Team Spirit.
That is Team Spirit. And of course, Tundra yesterday, they lost to Team Liquid. They were able to take one game, but not 2 of them. So Team Liquid took that one 2-1. And as we are focusing a little bit more onto NAVI Junior here, there's one thing, I mean, we talk a lot about NAVI Junior because obviously it's very exciting to have like a 16-year-old. Basically 4 out of the 5 players are under 20 years old, which is a very young team. And very rarely do we have such young teams doing as well as they are, which means we just give them a little bit of extra limelight, dissecting maybe their draft order a little bit more than usual as well, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, they're the new guys, so we gotta figure them out. I mean, they're also figuring themselves out. Like, they are, you know, you don't know how to draft against these like tier 1 caliber teams, these tier 1 caliber coaches and drafters until you're literally in these tournaments. So basically, whenever they are last picking Niku, his hero, they are winning. And keep in mind, this is a team that is in the lower bracket, so 67% win rate is pretty incredible. Whenever they are last picking their other cores, 6 out of 6 times, they have a 33% win rate. And so Niku, he's getting things like Puck, which is not, honestly, your like traditional last pick by any means, but he's getting it in games where there are virtually 0 stuns. He's playing against like Tusk Ringmaster, and he is getting Puck, and he is winning. He'll last pick a Dragon Knight into like an Ember Spirit. Of course, that hasn't worked out. But like I said, they're a lower bracket team. And also, just DK in general, we haven't seen work out. Tiny is the one hero where he is getting just like flexed to the Tiny. We saw a Timbersaw mid, which went extremely well. That was against Falcons when they knocked them out. That was the biggest upset probably of the tournament. Monkey King mid versus Ember Spirit. Like, this kid is good. You can put so much pressure on his shoulders in the game to carry the game with a cheese last pick, and he will carry as long as it's one of his specialty heroes.
Yeah, you know what's also really cool? Going through their drafts, like, they have almost the same amount of first pick and second pick, which means that they don't necessarily always have the ultimate last pick. They still pick him the Puck. They still pick him some Monkey King.
Yeah, they pick for the game, right?
Yeah, and it's their last pick, but it's not the ultimate last pick of the game, so can get counter too.
Yeah, and if we're talking about young kids in the mid lane, it feels like only a short while ago we would be talking about BZM instead.
Yeah, BZM this guy is an enigma of a player,
Actually,
honestly.
I know.
It's not on there. No, that was Insania actually. But he's tied for #1 in terms of hero diversity in this tournament. We actually couldn't fit every single hero on this list. He has played 10 different heroes in the mid lane. He dominates with Storm Spirit. That has gone extremely well. Ember as well. We've seen a lot of players owning with that. Pango has come back in this tournament with the Nullifier build. He has dominated on that. So this guy can play anything mid. Legitimately anything, whatever's required for the game, and yeah, that's that. Tundra will put pressure on his shoulders as well.
Yeah, it's very impressive to have that high diversity, considering they've played one series less in the groups compared to NAVI Junior, for example. That being said, Tundra, this entire event so far, apart from the first series they played on the first day where they got a 2-0 against Heroic, they have gone the distance in every single series that they played.
Yeah, these guys on Tundra, they like to sometimes make it spicy, you know, throw it a little bit every now and then, make things go a little bit further than they should. Like you could see it even in their last series, even when they had an advantage versus who was it? Team Liquid, right? Like even when they had the advantage versus Team Liquid in one of the games that they lost, you could see an opening for Team Liquid that was usually given to them by Tundra. It's like they overextend a little bit or they push a little bit too far. Versus NAVI Junior, I'm afraid that they are not allowed to do these kind of things, because NAVI Junior as well, I feel like this is a team that has a really good pulse on the meta and what they need to eventually take the game, even if it goes to like those 60-minute brawls.
And I think they play really well from ahead as well. This is something that I noticed watching their games even before this tournament, which they have leveled up in the tournament, is that something about this team, when they have a lead, they just feel the map. You know, they know when to bait, they know when to trade Roshan for Tormentor. They just know how to play the map. In my head, I'm creating this narrative where it's Zayat's, right? I'm creating this narrative where he's captaining the young guys, and when you're ahead, you have a 4 position who feels like he can actually do things, because when you get ahead in the early game, who is it that's ahead, really? It's the supports that are the ones like snowballing, dominating.
And usually the heroes that he's playing, by the way, when we're speaking of Zayat, are heroes that move on the map and set things up. They're not heroes like, let's say you're playing a Jakiro or an AA as a support. You cannot be the one leading at any given point, maybe early on in the laning stage, but that's it. But when you're playing a Shadow Shaman, like you're the one pulling the strings, like you're moving across the map if there's a storm on mid or a puck. Okay, I'm gonna catch this guy with shackles, I just need you to connect in the next 10 seconds.
He even does it on Caudle. Like he runs around and sets up and pulls people in. But speaking of the puck that you mentioned, it's banned first phase. They are respecting it. I mean, you watch this kid play puck and you understand why Tundra wants to first phase ban it. It looks like by far his best hero. He is borderline unkillable when he plays it.
The difference that I do see from Tundra is by banning out puck, they do not ban out the Beastmaster that they were banning out yesterday. And with the first phase for Navi, we'll see if they even want to go for it, because there's a lot of heroes.
Ooh, opening with a Darkseer.
Yeah,
have we seen Navi Junior play the Darkseer for PMA?
We have. He has done it once.
Yeah, they played it with
They
Clock.
won.
Yeah, Clock PA, a lot of good Iron Shell carriers. So, and they had a puck in that game. Definitely an abusable hero, but when it comes to the first phase openers, but we have seen teams just go for it very often now.
Yeah. Feel like we should mention that the majority of the heavily contested heroes are still in the pool, with Nature's Prophet, Ringmaster, Beastmaster, as you already mentioned, even Terrorblade, if they wanted to go for that, even though obviously against a Darkseer you probably don't.
Yeah, that's the reason that I think Darkseer is rising in stock, is because it counters like 2/3 of the overpowered heroes that are not supports. Yep. And something that we've also seen throughout the last few days is that because there are a few more supports being added to that like overpowered pool, they're no longer getting banned, maybe minus like, we see Tinker AA, of course, but Bristle is out, Puck is out, TA is out. Like, these are cores that are being first phase banned now. And so Darkseer as a counter to the cores makes a lot of sense.
83% on the Darkseer. That's
very high.
That's a lot. Like, I really didn't expect it.
I mean, you can no longer Morphling, you can no longer TA, I know it's out, but you can no longer Terrorblade. And I also feel like Terrorblade is a counter to a lot of extremely strong meta picks. So it's like, if you are countering the heroes that counter the strong meta, you pick Darkseer, and then all of a sudden, you get to pick the strong meta, and they can't counter you because you have the counter already.
These two add up to 100 almost.
I was going to say, this is an abysmal win rate for Nature's
Yeah,
Ball.
20% on this guy, 80% on the Darkseer.
Easy.
Perfect. Yeah, but Nature's Prophet as well. I feel like this hero is still extremely strong when played with tempo. We have seen what Team Spirit has done yesterday with it. The hero is in the right hands, extremely volatile, and I expect some sort of a brawler-esque position 4 to combo with it in the lane versus Darkseer. If it is even in the lane versus Darkseer, which I suppose it is.
It's been Tusk for the most part in this tournament as a combo with the Darkseer, because I think Tusk as a save has also been very strong against a lot of the meta picks. Let's say Sand King, who I know just got banned, but Sand King, you know, Burrow and Epi comes in, Tusk Snowball. Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, Tusk Snowball. Like, we're seeing this as an answer to a lot of like the instant initiation / burst that's coming out. And then on top of that, you have a really strong Darkseer kill combo. So I would expect either Tundra is going to ban it or they're going to ban something else and then take Tusk.
I have to say, the meta is evolving, and most of those heroes that you talked about as Tusk being a save against them, right? They're banned out already. Like the Sand King banned out, the AA banned out. There are some other ones for sure that might get picked. But you mentioned the Darkseer being really strong into the TB. By picking Darkseer, you're forcing their hand to ban out the TB because you could pick it. The next two heroes that come to my mind as well were PA and a Lifestealer, because this has become meta as well, right? Like PA is really strong. The teams pick Lifestealer into her. However, as there's already a Jakiro,
I think Jakiro honestly makes sense, because either you pick Tusk to block it, and then they get Jakiro Darkseer, and then you have the Ice Path to follow up a Snowball. Or you pick Jakiro, they pick Tusk Darkseer, which is a great combo, but then you have Ice Path to, you know, follow up the Snowball. And then also, you're preventing the Jakiro plus Darkseer combo. Like that.
It's like, what does Darkseer want to do? Get level 3 and own the lane. Well, guess what? Jakiro becomes extremely strong on level 3 as well, and can most likely zone you and whoever it is that you're Iron Shelling bros with. Like, he can zone both of you, so we'll see what they go for. They get the Ringmaster first.
Yeah, into Jakiro, which we've talked about.
I feel like this hero is still very playable.
Of course.
Anything, yeah.
It's just not, you know, the hard counter that it feels like against a lot of other heroes.
Whenever I do see a Jakiro, a Nature's Prophet, I feel like your spirits on the mid lane rise in value. They do get the Tusk, but I feel like Storm, Ember, these are left in the pool with Puck being banned out. We might see them on one or the other side.
Yeah, I completely agree. There is no good disable on Navi, at least not disable that a Spirit really cares about. Speaking of Spirit, we did see Team Spirit actually play into a Puck with Ringmaster, and if you're good enough with this hero, you can make it look like an instant disabler.
They did have Ringmaster plus Jakiro, and they did that good Yules into Ice Path to catch Puck, right, as well. So you can recreate the same thing versus Spirits for sure, on one side or the other. I feel like it's still a little bit easier maybe for the Jakiro than it is for the other side. But in any case, it's hard, right? Like, how many times can you perfectly execute that sort of a catch? That's another thing, right? It's easy to use that when things are fine and dandy. And
when you have a big gold lead, yeah.
When you have a big gold lead, but when someone is jumping you on the other side, good luck trying to use the Spirit and use all your spells properly to catch
I feel like the hero that we saw pop up a lot yesterday and was a deciding factor in a lot of the games yesterday was the Ember Spirit. If we think about the Ember Spirit in this game, there's the Husker that is still in the pool, Monkey King already banned out.
I think I think Tundra probably should wait to last pick their mid. And in that case, like when they see the matchup, yeah, definitely Ember looks amazing.
But do you think Navi would go for it? Because I don't believe I saw Ember in the heroes that Niku played when you showed the hero pool, or did I miss it?
They could also do the Storm pick and ban out...
Just ban out Ember?
Ban out Huskar. I feel like this matchup, it's not great for Storm, but it's playable, right? Like you...
Storm for Tundra?
For Navi. On the other side, we get the Morphling.
Into the Darkseer. That's an interesting
it's
one.
It's going to be mid though, right? Profit safely in mid Morphling, so you don't really care about the illusion.
Sure, but...
If you're going for the... And also, by picking this Morphling, you're preventing Navi for going for Ember. If Ember is even in their hero pool, that is.
Is there any flex potential in terms of Tundra's position 4, or are they indeed waiting for a support to be picked up last? I know Jakiro can be played by Saxa as well, but what are
Morphling
we...
can be played by Saxa as well, too.
Yeah?
Like, if you really want to experiment.
The last time BZM played Morphling, he did go for the agility facet, so...
Okay.
I mean, I'm curious. I would love to see a ethereal blade, like, burst Morphling mid. That would be cool.
It just made Storm even more valuable, right? Like, into the Prophet, into the Morphling, Jakiro, there's no catch. No, I meant if you just go for Morphling with spells, right? Like, I have seen it in pubs, people experiment with it quite a lot, but...
I would love to see it, because I can understand the previous strength morph when you would get the cooldown reduction, but you don't get that anymore. You are a spellcasting burst hero, which maybe with the Conda could be cool, but there's like no hero to break in the game. You know, I don't know. We'll see. It would be very cool if people go like Dagon Ethereal.
Just burst people down. They still ban out the Ember, so they are expecting then that two supports being there for Tundra already. Now, which ones are those? Is it Jakiro Morph? Is it Jakiro and Prophet?
Or at least covering their bases, you know, because you don't want to be surprised by that, as we have a Lifestealer banned out. Well, of all the heroes we mentioned, the PA is still in the pool, and they don't prioritize banning that. They go for banning out the Ursa.
If the Morphling is 1 and you're playing PA, maybe not the best, but I'm really not sure with when it comes to Tundra's draft how exactly they are laning this, which is one of the strengths of these trained supports, that usually they don't have the best win rate overall in the tournament, but they do make things hard for you to draft against.
Yeah, create an edge, that's for sure.
When it comes to the PA that you talked about, Navi did play it with the Darkseer before. The good old Iron Shell on the PA makes her more effective earlier as well. Like, you get that Battle Fury, you can already start joining a couple of fights, or at least getting some cleanup kills. So
another core ban in the Gyrocopter.
And it's crazy because one is mid, one is safe lane.
Ooh, carry Doom. That's a got the juice Doom, no?
Yeah.
These drafts are wild. I'm trying to piece things together, and then by the time I do in my head, they've picked another hero that I have to re-piece things together, because
Doom into Centaur as well.
There was a world in which Darkseer was played as a carry as well, because he has the attack speed.
Yeah.
I think it's Doom though, right?
I think it's Doom. I'm just saying there's options.
Yeah, they played Doom. I'm not sure if we saw it in the tournament being played as a 1. I think once, but the hero is definitely a very capable position 1. So, in my opinion, I do think it's the Doom 1. On the other side, though, let's see. BZM will be playing the Morph like we expected on the mid lane. Not an easy game for a Morph when you're playing into a Doom, but you have Stampede. I feel like that kind of solves everything for you.
It's a really good Stampede game, actually. I mean, the only real hard lockdown is Storm Spirit jumping. You can Stampede away from Tusk, you can stampede away from Ringmaster abilities. They're all ground targeted. Doom as well. Darkseer, just run away from the wall, disengage.
I just see one issue. Like, you're playing this Centaur into a Doom, plus what's it gonna be? Ringmaster, I guess? Maybe. It's like a lot of damage. And if your Centaur is struggling, like every 2 minutes he's popping that stampede to run away from a gank, like he might not have it when it's needed.
Okay, so you feel like that might be the weak lane of Tundra?
It could be.
Okay.
It could be.
But the other lanes are strong for Tundra. Or what are we thinking there?
Do you think they try to run Doom into Natures, eat the Treant, like aggro lane the Doom, safe lane Darkseer? Like, there's a lot of options still with the game.
That's an option as well, yeah. I feel like you still safe lane it. We'll see. Like, Darkseer and Tusk, I don't think you want to separate that lane as well. Like, you play the Darkseer Tusk, you play on your level 3. But we have seen what Jakiro can do. I believe it was Whitemon actually doing quite a lot of damage versus those two.
Yeah, I believe we highlighted him yesterday for his Jakiro performance as well. Do we have a favorite? Because we've mentioned some good and bad points for both teams.
I'm not gonna say I have a favorite. I'm just gonna say this is a cool ass draft from both sides. Like this is just sweet Dota.
Sweet Dota. That's what we like to see. As we're gonna hear some words from a coach.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I'm here with Moon Meander from Team Tundra. Pretty interesting draft. I mean, firstly with NAVI Junior, they take up the Doom and the Darkseer. Why do you think they did that, and were you expecting it?
I mean, I feel like they took the Doom to counter the Morph, and Darkseer just, solid blind pick, I guess. So yeah, that's why they did it.
All right, how do you feel the draft went? Are you confident with what you've got?
I feel like their draft is very strong, for sure. I feel like maybe they have slight edge, maybe more than a slight edge, but today I'm just chilling. I feel like I just want to listen to my teammates, and they felt like this was strong, so I just go with the flow.
Go with the flow. Very nice morphling pun there, and yeah, you're trusting in them. So whose last pick was, whose calls it? Was that just player call?
Yeah, all player calls.
All player calls, so you didn't do anything?
No, I didn't do anything.
All right, chilling. Nice, easy morning for Moon Meander. Thank you very much, sir. Good luck in game number 1, and we'll send it over to our casters, Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Oh, there we go. He didn't do anything. He was just chilling. He let the players have this one here for game 1. We'll see if that works out for Moon and the boys here on Tundra coming into this series against NAVI Junior.
Coming out to start, Crystallis gets a deny on the bounty rune. His Treant was able to sneak onto the other side, so they get a 2-for-1 exchange. And that's it, because the other one was denied. Saksa, he's going to be creep pulling. We already see he's got the Windlace with the Night Stalker. He's going to be playing the double melee lane versus the Doom and the Ringmaster, so they'll be able to have answers for that. And Whitemon has changed. He's a changed man. He's watched the ways of Miposhka. They've played Twin Terror 5 games in a row on the Jakiro. He's now going for the Icebreaker.
Yeah.
Which I don't know.
You never were converted to the Twin Terror lifestyle,
really
right?
Wasn't.
You still stuck with the Icebreaker.
Yep, it just feels... It does 200 damage when it breaks, too. I don't know. I feel like the damage is there. But anyway, whatever. I don't want to just talk about that. But important to say, because Miposhka never went for the Twin Terror, and I feel like he's been playing the best Jakiro so far. So, let's see how these lanes end up going down. Bottom lane, same thing for Navi. It's going to be creep pulling, so Whitemon will be trading with Zayats plus Treant, hitting them pretty effectively.
Yeah, Whitemon's giving them quite a hit there.
With the Twin Tower, it would have been very useful there, of course. And these, but yeah, it's about the game. It's not only about the lane in some situations, as we've talked about. And BZM playing his signature Morphling in the lane versus the Storm Spirit. He likes to play this hero a lot. And he has counterpicked it versus Storm in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice lane, right? You shouldn't die as the Morph. You're going to be able to farm. You're going to be able to get those 1 charges. So if there is ever any threat, likely you are going to have that burst heal to save yourself. You should be able to farm pretty easily here in this mid.
Yep, absolutely. You have a good base damage advantage. You have a great animation. So you get a couple extra, denies, and you can play around it. BZM, I like to see this Morph mid because it's just different from usual Morphs, where Morph is just a passive hero. When Morph's mid, he's playing around the Morph, being active, looking to make some plays. So definitely something fun to keep tabs for. Hyped up to watch this match, though. NAVI Junior, a lot of teams and a lot of just fans overall have just been watching them, hoping for some success for them. Yes, they did have some struggles, of course, versus their literally their big brothers, kind of in a way, got dominated. So let's see how they do going versus Tundra with their own approach, right? Their own kind of style of drafting. They don't have a traditional carry. Got the Juice likes to play his Doom carry.
Yeah. No, yeah, we'll see. Because I mean, do you still like the carry, doing the idea behind it?
Mixed.
Okay.
I will say mixed. Mid lane, Niku. Oh. that up? I think one of the first hits before we actually.
In my opinion, before we went over to either way, it was very close.
It was so close, but wow, Niku's got to be careful to not get bullied too hard. Yeah, these lanes for Tundra are very strong across the board that they have set up. Having the Nature's Prophet plus the Jakiro versus this double melee is always going to be strong until level 3 comes. I mean, even when 3 comes out on PMA, this feels like a lane that it's very difficult to take advantage of versus...
They just get bullied by this Jakiro.
Yeah, you just get bullied by Jakiro, and then a tree just comes in and, you know, zones you even more. It's definitely going to be a slower start, as we've seen, for a lot of these Darkseers. But Zayats, he'll get the double stacks going. Does he actually connect with both? He does. Nicely done from Zayat. So throws the shards north, gets the secondary one. So he'll have those stacks with the Darkseer. And since we see lane pulling coming out, Saksa is looking to contest even behind the tower versus Got the Juice. So gonna force that lane to push out. He actually used Scorched Earth, so it's gonna kill this triple range creep that would have potentially denied almost a whole wave. So that little move that Saksa did is gonna perhaps get that lane equilibrium in a good spot for mid one.
Bottom.
Level 2 still.
Trying with the setup here on a Whitemon, but Whitemon's got the dual breath.
Is it enough?
Snowball's going to come in, closes the gap on towards Whitemon. See if they can finish off the Jakiro. They can. PMA with the remainder of that surge as well will be able to keep his distance from Crystallis. So they get the first blood, and they won't lose anything themselves there, NAVI Junior.
Committing for the kill. Had a lot of stick charges on PMA. Able to still use the double ion shell to get that kill. No trade kill coming out.
Saksa.
They might go again bottom right away. PMA's very low.
He's got surge.
It's gonna be close. The damage that ticks. Oh, 20 HP, he'll survive.
Same time though, other side of the map. Riddies will be able to chase down mid one. We've got the juices. Saksa on his way back from swinging over towards the mid to get the water room. Wasn't quite in the area to help out.
Must have got clipped by the secondary Impalement Art. He actually put the second point in Impalement Art. We see a lot of other players actually take the second point and tame the beast because of how high the top end damage at level 2 is. But does want to, I guess, have the secondary one for the chase since Sox is just pulling waves. So it makes sense. Scouting out the camps and blocking. We see Whitemon already addressing versus that Darkseer Tusk.
That's Saksa.
This is his job. Drag waves, try to catch couriers.
Oh, yeah,
and he'll get one.
He'll get on top of it, yeah. He's trying to mess with Saksa here, got the juice.
We'll get some good damage on it.
With the Impalement Arts connecting, that'll be a kill, yeah, so nicely done there. It kind of works well between the two of them, right? You get him, slam him down with the sword, and that little bit of a setup gets the Impalement Arts connections very easy.
Versus these tankier heroes, right? The percent damage absolutely comes into play versus the Centaur and even Night Stalker early. High HP pool. Does make the difference to get that kill there.
No, very good early kills here from NAVI Junior.
Yep, and fun things to point out too, always have to highlight this when you're playing the Ringmaster versus the Night Stalker. The souvenirs, usable while you're silenced. So there's a lot of plays that you can actually do. You can fart on the Night Stalker, you know, the whoopee cushion to get out of the cloud.
What's up?
You save yourself. As top, you got the creep, the slow from it is a lot here from Juice.
Oh! And under the tower, they'll be able to dive in and get him.
This ghost creep, the frost attack. Absolutely massive and an instant TP.
They're playing this really nice. I mean, you know, we know this is something that Got the Juice loves to do, this safe lane Doom. Did TP back to base there, though. I thought he was going to TP over to tier 1, so potentially a bit of a slip up there, because could have gotten away.
He hit 6.
Tier 1, and indeed is enough to get him back under the tier 2, just far enough that this rotation that did, of course, include Crystallis swinging over, does not warrant them a kill.
The final creep that was literally dying right past the tier 1, it actually gives him that 6, so he's able to break that sprout.
Might get the tower, though, here, by the looks of it.
Probably.
Fortification's going to come in.
He has TP, but he's still got to regen a bit, because you have time to make it back. Do they have anyone else that wants to rotate also? I mean, the tower's dead.
That's an early tower.
Dude, what is going on with these creeps getting the last hits on the towers every time we watch?
Yeah, these pro players, they keep missing these tower CSs.
Saksa, he's got the fear. He's got backup.
Oh, good shards.
The snowball return.
And Saksa will die. So, you know, NAVI Junior, they got what they came for. They forced a lot of reactions. Sure, they lose something in return, but ends up just being a support for a support.
Good aggressive plays either way. They're looking to make these independent moves.
Got the juice.
A bit far forward.
He was not ready for Whitemon to be there. waiting up on the high ground. Can he get himself out of this? Ice Path catches him. There's no escape.
That was way too aggressive.
Yeah, I guess just with all the action that just went down around the tier 1 bottom, in his head he's like, well, there's no one else here.
I think maybe he
Whitemon
was like, oh, Centaur's showing there. I can go steal the Shrine of Wisdom or something. I'm not sure. That was a very bold attempt there from Juice. He's hurt his early game a lot now with that.
Yeah, that's a rough death.
That's a really
because that honestly on top of the TPing back to base rather than the tier 1 tower, that's hurt him a lot in a lane that, I don't know, a minute or so ago was looking pretty good. They were getting kills.
Niku looking to rotate. Should be able to finish off mid one. It's going to cost all of his mana, but they've got it. Looking to salvage things with these lanes, but these lanes are definitely an issue already. We see across the board the 3 cores farming very well on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, BZM, of course, just having a completely free game from the mid.
Untouched.
Was not slowed down at all. Very nice matchup for him.
Oh, Whitemon. Is he actually just
That's a lot of
walk
money.
in and steal them? Oh, my goodness. Kill him for that. Can they?
That's the thing. BZM is around.
He's got backup. Yeah, they'll be able to commit now. But they're scared too. BZM's too scary.
And the shards don't trap Whitemon.
3 heroes in the area, and they couldn't actually contest versus the Shakira walking up.
Bottom. Looking for PMA.
Surge is about to end, but he's TPing forward. Cancels the TP. Not going to go for that kill.
On top lane.
Hit one.
They're doing everything they can to just try and continue to give Got the Juice these kills up top by just ganking mid one constantly.
Hey, they're bullying mid one, but the other 2 cores are not really feeling too much contest. As we see, the Morph and the Nature's Prophet, they're not really being touched too much. Maybe just wanting to try to enable Got the Juice, like you said. Just try to get him that extra gold since he did, you know, get that touch back before, but interesting. Now, it's just 2 supports that need to make a lot of moves happen in this early game on the side of NAVI Junior. And they do have good aggression between the 2 of them. They have a lot of damage that these 2 can't provide, especially if they're Ion Shelled. See if they can close the gap on Crystals. They want to get one of these big core kills now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Here we go. Shards. A little short again there. Get the wheel down. And we'll block off Sax's retreat. PMA trying to lead forward. They'll get the Doom down onto Crystallis. So Crystallis, he's gone. Now PMA dives in for more. Gets in on top of Sax under the tower. Now they can surround Whitemon, find themselves the 3rd kill, and not lose anything themselves.
Very nice play. Recognizing the Nature's Prophet is absolutely killable. They have ways to close the gap with the Darkseer and the Tusk. Can't finish off the tower entirely, so they're going to back off to their lanes before that. Juice setting up for top. BZM is here with the haste rune. Juice might have to be careful how he shows. He shows himself.
We're in. And indeed with the TP over, there's more than enough damage to kill him off when he's alone.
Surprised that he tries to actually drag the creep aggro there at this point. In 10 minutes, this is usually when that tower just ends up getting full pressured, so it does give up his life. Saksa on the other side will do the same thing.
This bottom half of the map continues to get NAVI Junior kills.
3 to 11. Racking themselves up kills, but Tundra keeping that down.
That's the thing, right? The farm's good for Tundra. And this is a game, right, where, you know, there's a Doom on the other side, and at the moment he is just sort of continuing to be in a very unexciting area in terms of farm.
And honestly, Niku, he is struggling a bit this game so far, Owen. Being in that matchup versus the Morph, we're seeing a 1,600 gold separation between the 2 of them there. And there is definitely answers for Storm this game. Playing versus Night Stalker, it's always going to be annoying in the mid game. If he gets on top of you even once, they usually will have ways to close that gap as well. Just standard items built, not seeing any deviation at all on the side of Tundra, as expected. They're playing with the Morphling mid, so he just goes his standard items, and P goes his standard items. NAVI Junior looking to strike again onto mid. Wow, they really want to kill mid one a lot.
I'll drop the wheel as well, make sure that it's an easy kill.
Taking a lot of damage back, though, the Blade Mill. Do they have any shovels? They do. So Riddy's got a shovel to at least replenish Niku's HP.
Saxa. Checking out what's going on here. They have obviously got these ancient stacks going, Na'Vi.
It's nighttime also, and Saxa's about to hit 6. So they're starting to get this scouting. Once he hits 6-2, he can just fly up and get even more scout. BZM finds a DD. They might look to steal these ancients. NAVI Junior might have to rotate the squad. They don't want to lose this. It's quad ancients.
It's a little risky for BZM to go for, unless he's got...
He's got backup. He's going in.
I guess with the 4 of them in the area, and obviously a potential Chrysalis TP,
Yeah,
Tundra can hold this spot pretty nicely.
Maybe Zayats just makes the call since it's 4 heroes and he just soaks the experience. Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. He's trying to look for maybe like a potential snipe play on BZM, let's say. But BZM staying too healthy at the moment.
He's going to get them all BZM.
Centaur ult as well, bottom. They're already on top of PMA.
They'll try and run away, but the Sprout will trap him.
Clean move from Tundra in that last minute or two. The farm actually did go up from NAVI Junior in the meantime because they have the Midas on the Doom, and he gets the Devour off, so he does get a good chunk of gold down in the meantime. Same thing with Niku farming, but losing their Ancient stack. Painful, as BZM is off to an amazing start here. Level 11 already done for him.
And how are they going to kill this Morphling?
Niku, nice path. They've got the secondary break, but they've got the save. So killing the Morphling, it's the Doom, pretty much. At this early point in the games. Not a whole lot of other ways to bring BZM.
But I guess got the juice obviously with his build. He's not going to have a Blink Dagger anytime soon, right? As this carry Doom wants to get the Radiance into the Manta. We are seeing, by the looks of it, maybe the Shadow Blade or something will come after that then will be his tool to initiate. It's going to be a slow game from him.
It absolutely will. And it's definitely not going to be the easiest target at all. Like in those team fights, it's still going to be like the pump up of the arms. He'll have to play around.
Because at that point, when he's got Radiance, Manta, Shadow Blade, or whatever he wishes to go, there's probably going to be Manta, Lincolns, and things to throw out as well onto the Morph.
Mid one again, taking the gank. Blade Mail returns a decent amount to Niku again. And Riddies will claim another. Sometimes, I swear, these Ringmasters get every last.
They get the last hits.
6-0 and 4. This is actually not a bad scenario for Ring to get last hits, I would say. Sometimes I'm a little critical on supports taking it. But if he gets Atos, it's, pretty damn good this game. Versus that Morph until before he's got the Manta.
Yeah, just against the Stampede, right, in general.
It's going to be pretty good. Of course, would have liked to maybe give 1 or 2 more of those to Juice, but that's okay. It happens. Juice, as we said, Doom is available. Zayats. Trying for Saksa. This is not the easiest play here. There's backup coming in as well for Tundra. Zayats.
The TPs are coming in for NAVI Junior.
They bailed this Tusk out.
They'll get the Sprouted, and they're not going to be able to do anything in return in NAVI Junior.
They're looking to fight. They're bringing 4 heroes, though.
It's risky. I don't know if they want to chase.
Yeah, there's a Stampede at the ready. It is daytime, but there is Dark Ascension at the ready, too. Tormentor, they're set up for it top. Since there's a Night Stalker, it is that opposite position for it. They're just going to smoke and fight.
They know that they can get kills pretty easy here, Tundra, with the numbers.
Saksa?
This could be tough for NAVI Junior. He's in, gets the silence, they've got the Stampede and moving in a position. The escape pack will come out to try and bail out the Storm Spirit. They'll drop down the Wheel of Wonder. Can Niku get out of there? He can. The wheel controls Saxer and mid one. NAVI Junior able to hold their own in the fight.
And Niku lives.
See if they can even chase down for more. Got the juice. Closing the gap onto Whitemont. Niku, easily enough mana to close in and ensure that NAVI Junior get a third. Tundra, I think they were pretty... They felt very confident looking for that fight. Doesn't go as expected. Saxa even getting in with the silence, there was still the chance for them to get the escape act off and just give that chance to keep Niku alive.
I think it was both things, right? It's the escape act, but it's also PMA had the pipe right before the fight. So look how much damage actually blocks out. Niku is going to die if that pipe doesn't come out here. So pipe plus escape act, he blocks an insane amount of that damage.
Yeah. Now, Riddy's just, he smashed that team fight, got the escape act off, and then got out, got the wheel in onto the 2 of them. I believe it also connecting with the Tame the Beast as well on both of them. So he just completely handled that frontline effort of Tundra to just go for the team fight.
These Ringmasters, Owen, swear, some of these games, they just get so much done in the early game. And is that his Atos pretty much done, I believe?
After that fight, I would imagine so, right?
Or did he deviate?
Oh, no, he brought someone else, right?
It looks like he picked up something else. We've seen a bunch of blinks picked up, but he decided to go Glimmer this game.
Okay.
Playing versus the Night Stalker, that is annoying. Then the NS has to carry Dust in most situations as well to be able to find the backline. And Riddy is with all these kills, too. Have to just keep talking about it. He has 6 souvenirs that he can play around as well. And now they get the, as we saw pointed out also, the Shard for Zayats being gifted from that Tormentor. Actually pretty decent when you're playing versus Stampede.
Absolutely.
Keeping people stuck inside of it can be relevant.
That makes them have to run that extra distance to
Yeah.
get all the way around the walls of it.
Really like that aggressive move there. Even though they're playing into the potential NS ult, we just saw, yeah, with the pipe, that 5-man, NAVI Junior feeling their strength.
Yeah, and again, that was Tundra that were absolutely the ones signing up that fight.
100%.
And I said I can't really blame them because it did look like it was going to be a solid chance for them to go for it.
Yeah.
Na'Vi just outplayed them.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, they need to solve this ringmaster problem at least.
Yeah, I think for Saxa, that ringmaster's just shot up on the list of priorities for him in these team fights.
Oh,
yeah. Next time, that's all Saxa's going to be thinking about, just getting on top of him, making sure that Riddies can't play the fight.
Mid tower, NAVI Junior able to get this pressure while they're also farming with Got the Juice. His Radiance is coming soon. Keep forward jump, Niku. Looking for Saxa. Should happen. 13 Galvanize. Continues to rack it up. Another jump too. Whitemon shows himself.
Yeah, Niku could close in. Should be another one here. I mean, TP's coming in from mid one. I don't know if he wants to finish the TP. Okay, he does. They've got the pipe, though. Vacuum down on the two of them. The wheel laid down. Midbon will pop the Stampede, but he's sucked into the Wheel of Wonder. He's dead. And Niku, he's got enough mana to get away. They will lose Riddies, but the rest of NAVI Junior get out. BZM.
He's continuing still chasing.
No, he's not going to be able to go up there.
15 Galvanize. Just Niku committing for these kills. We'll be able to get a couple setups there. Does get the mana replenished too. He's got insane mana regen, so is able to get that back even though he gets caught there for a second. Crystallis gets a big kill though. A huge amount of gold handed to him once he gets Riddies. They're going for Roche. No Stampede available. Dark Ascension is at the ready for Tundra, but a lot was used. NAVI Junior confident to just go for this play.
And they're going to get away with it.
They are. It's pretty unexpected, honestly. Pretty clever move. With the tag team, be able to do this at a pretty sustained level. And not at a bad pace either. And they've got the best Aegis carrier. They've got the Storm. Niku going for Whitemon.
This guy's making so many plays on this Storm.
He's killing it, Owen.
Yeah, you know, the lane was not easy. He wasn't able to. Well, he wasn't able to offensively sort of shut down BZM, the enemy mid. And obviously in farm, there's still quite the gap between what he and BZM are able to get out of this game. But in terms of making the plays, getting kills on the board, yeah, Niku, he's stepping it up and he's in the right place, the right time.
Absolutely. But in typical Tundra fashion, I do want to say, I've seen a lot of games of this where it's like 6 to 20.
Sure, and it doesn't matter for
gold
them.
lead, right?
Sure.
They are very good about farming around the map, so yeah, NAVI Junior absolutely still want to apply this pressure versus this team because they just are very good about playing the map still. But yeah, Niku, loving what we're seeing right now from him. No pipe still for mid one too. As he said, they put so much attention onto this center.
Yeah, they bullied him big time.
It's making a big difference. Like, he's got blade mail, and his timings are also totally shot on the centaur too. The pipe is going to be very late compared to what we've seen from a lot of these centaurs, actually. Literally 1 in 8. This must be the highest deaths on an offlaner that we've seen at a 20 mana mark at this event, I think.
Nah, I don't know. We've had some rough offlaners.
It's a lot of deaths, though.
Is this? I guess true most of the time. I guess because he's on a centaur, right? He can't really just like do the Sand King thing where he just goes stacking and clearing stacks, right?
Yeah.
So he has to play out on the map a bit more.
Like, the off lane is 2 and 14.
Sure.
Quite a bit of.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, quite a bit of kills that they've been able to set off to them from NAVI Junior. Pressuring mid. Slow poking, slow sieging this tower. There's no glyph for a minute. Niku's bringing this down. And he's got the backup of his Tusk. He's got the double saves behind him. Feels confident to keep hitting it for now.
This is pretty big, yeah.
I mean,
just
2 tier 2s that they're
I feel like this is the kind of the definition of, as you said, what Tundra like to do. They're like, we don't care. You can take these tier 2s. It doesn't affect our game plan of just farming it up, splitting across the map. We will win eventually. You know, that's definitely the Tundra mindset. And understandably, it works out for them a lot of the time.
It does. We'll see if it does work out for them right now. It's 4K lead. NAVI Junior getting good. I mean, getting 2 tier 2s like that is pretty good control. They didn't finish off the mid one, but essentially it is pretty much dead. And we're just saying, yeah, Crystallis, this is the old stuff. Well, not really old, but Nature's Prophet tech. He's cutting creep waves with the Treant, throwing the ulti out, keeping cutting waves. And that's just going to be Tundra's game plan for a while. Cut waves.
Whitemon.
He's caught.
Not going to get out with that CP.
Will die. I like that they're hunting, right? You know that they know the way Tundra plays too. Like, everyone I think has started to realize when they've seen Tundra so many times at these tournaments that you can start to just play aggressive, play super aggressive on NAVI Junior. Try to bully when they are just looking to play completely split up around the map. BZM finds himself an illusion, the dream room for cutting creep waves. And perhaps the timing for Tundra will be wait for the pipe on mid one, since we did see a ton of magic damage coming out from the side of NAVI Junior. Then perhaps they'll look for the head-on fight with the pipe plus the BKB that comes out from Crystallis. But NAVI Junior hitting these timings just faster. BKB done for the Storm. And they're the ones looking for the fight.
There we go, indeed.
Takes the Alpha Wolf on Got the Juice now too.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh,
that was the
whole BKB.
Yep.
Yeah, that is actually huge.
Sax throwing out a dirty tip as well there. As
They
well.
get the-
Where's your BKB scrub?
They're reading the movement.
He got him good.
Crystallis, they get the scan right on top of him. They know how Tundra's playing. They want to hunt him.
Ooh, nice sprout. But doesn't matter. Giants able to close the gap with a blink.
Nice kill. Radies gets the last hit again on the kill. Saxa continues to try to be pesky. He's got the silence.
I mean, Niku, he wants some revenge. You know, Saxa took his courier, took his BKB.
Zayats is like, I got you, buddy.
There we go. They'll get some revenge.
18 galvanize.
And he'll tip him back. Of course, has to come out there.
But he did lose his BKB for the next minute and 40 seconds.
He did.
It's when his Aegis is ticking out too, so they could find a window in those 60 seconds to maybe kill Niku when he doesn't have that BKB. Yet to die though on the Storm, so definitely not the easiest for them to set up onto him. And BZM,
oh, this would be a big catch.
He's under a ward.
They've got the Vortex set up. And he get his way out of this. It's the waveform. Stampede as well. The shards won't grab him.
He didn't throw the Doom out. He was confident that they could kill him without it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. In my head, I'm like, it must have been on cooldown. It was not on cooldown.
He was busy high-fiving and being like, yeah, we're going to kill you without it. But
wait, really? There was a high five thrown in there, but not a Doom?
Got the Juice, put the high five.
Oh, that's a mutant report. He high-fived him and he didn't Doom it. My Doom, my carry.
You could see he was trying to save it.
Sure.
Right? Like the positioning that they caught him.
But this is it's BZM Morph. You gotta kill this man. You throw all the spells at this Morphling. He hasn't died yet.
I can just get into the head of the concept of what it was, right? We have 4 heroes on high ground. It's a Morphling walking into us. He's dead for sure, right?
That's a bit rough.
That's a big deal.
I mean, I feel like that was the first time they've even seen the Morph this game because of how good BZM's been with where he's farming. You find him, and it's like, you know, it's like finding the shiny Pokemon. You got to throw all your Master Balls. You don't mess around with that.
Totally agree. As Saxa, I mean, this is going to be his job. Hunt the couriers, get the Blink, play in this pesky area, and just give information. Blink is done, so now he has that tool to prevent Riddies from getting the saves, right? And he's carrying that dust as well, so can potentially cripple Riddies if they do want to commit for a fight at some point soon. But we'll see, as Tundra still being patient.
Let's have a look.
It's daytime, but they do have Dark Ascension, so they could look for a sneaky play. Saxa's going to smoke. Niku, as we said, his BKB's coming out on the courier. Oh, and he does have a shield rune.
Yep.
So has some extra protection from that. And his BKB is coming soon.
I mean, it's just, is this going to win Tundra the game, as it has done many times before? Or is this going to win NAVI Junior the game? You know, are they far enough ahead?
The later
it doesn't, you know,
goes, the scarier and scarier it gets for NAVI.
Like, sure, at the moment you're kind of vibing with well, Tundra, they're getting to do what they're best at, and it does work out.
The onus starts to be on you,
yep,
on NAVI Junior to close the game out at some point. Otherwise, they will just continue to do this forever with a Morphin and Nature's Prophet, which scale very hard. So they are hunting. You can see they want to hunt. They want to try to kill. They feel their advantage at the moment. They have a ward on BZM.
Okay.
Here's the jump. He gets the waveform off.
See if they can still catch him. Look at the vacuum. Back into the wall. Won't be able to go for anything else, though. Just Tundra, they are back around the Morph completely. So NAVI Junior, they know that they can't really commit for the kill.
They were trying to take advantage, too, of that daytime, but yeah, Saxa pops the Dark Ascension. They get hesitant to be able to commit over this play. And it was an Arcane Rune Dark Ascension, if I'm not mistaken, from Saxa, too. So that's going to be coming back up quite soon as well. 60 seconds until that'll be there. They tried to apply that pressure, though, but immediately, when they don't find it, you see the gold lead starts, from 5K to 3K. Tundra doing what they do. Aghanims finished up for Whitemon.
Oh.
He usually buys a defensive item in between, so this tells me a lot.
He's
right?
chilling.
He's chilling. Like,
He's
he
like,
feels like, okay, I can scale. Because usually you do see him get something like a force or anything in between. 6 to 23. BKB now forgot the juice.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, they're looking at Niku.
If they can get an initial stun, he can definitely get popped. He sees them though. He'll be okay for now. Ice Path does clip him, but they don't have a follow-up.
He's got the haste rune as well. They're trying to come in from the side. Maybe NAVI Junior can get someone here. They'll get the setup on a mid one. Mid one should be left behind here.
Bit tanky, but they'll bring him down. Galvanized stack, 22. So for Chrysalis, I mean, he's just racking up the items, waiting for that Revenant Brooch. Perhaps I think he has it done if he wants to. So extra big damage from him now. And daytime still for another minute and 15 seconds, but level 2 Dark Ascension is online for Saxa as well. Ways away from that Nullifier, of course. Playing versus the Ringmaster and the Darkseer, of course. But overall with Night Stalker, this is one of those heroes I think you don't need it as much because you just get on top of the Ringmaster and you prevent him from getting the save. They still have this ward on the side here. BZM. There's a jam on Niku.
Oh.
He's just fighting him.
Niku, you gotta be careful. He's gonna pop the BKB.
BZM. He's alone.
See if they can get him this time.
No way.
Stampede's gonna be there.
No way. Is he getting out of this?
It's getting him away. Niku's got a little bit more mana. And we get the Vortex into the Impalement Arts. They get the Vacuum Drop back. This time they get him. Absolutely. I love it. They're
coming in.
You don't mess around. See if Niku. Escape pack. Not going to save him. Niku goes down. He's got the juice. He's got the BKB, but he's taking so much damage here for Chrysalis. He's dead.
Oh, and it took them so long to kill BZM that the whole squad is here.
Yep, and they're cleaning up in return. They get the Ice Buff on the walls. Riddy. Saxon moves in. See if they can do anything here between the two of them, Riddies and PMA. PMA's trying to get out through the twin gate. He will.
They're going to chase him.
Oh,
going
indeed.
through.
Chrysalis is TPing over, ready to try and block him off.
Trying to predict the movement. They see him now.
They do. Saxa closing in as the surge comes to an end. Falls forward here.
He's got it away.
He's going to live.
He lives, but they lose. So much, Owen. They lose their gem. It takes them so much to kill BZM. They even have to throw the Doom at the literal last second as he's taking to the death.
I mean, I don't blame him. As I said, after what happened, Top, you do throw that Doom down onto the Morphling. You don't want to mess around.
The Tundra, they come in for the cleanup, the fight that they've been waiting for some time. Chrysalis gets a big kill. And now Roche next on the menu. I believe Aghanims is done for mid one. Niku had to use entire mana pool to chase out BZM to get the kill, and then puts himself 100 HP or so just gets clipped by a spell and dies. Can respawn though.
Can they contest this? They could give them a fight.
Roche half HP mid one, very low.
Yeah, he's kind of trapped by the shards. Zayats has got the control on him. Vacuum as well here onto the three of them. They'll drop down the wall. Macropire laid down those Zayats. He won't be saved by the escape act. Ends up dying. And PMA is burning as well. This Macropire is destroying them. Niku, he's got a BKB and run away. He's running very low mana once again. Na'Vi had to back up. The Tundra, they're chasing on. Saxa in on top of Niku. Niku's out of mana. They'll hold back Saxa momentarily with the Atos. Glimmering Niku as well, trying to get him out of here. But BZM closes in. But do they want to dive the high ground? That's the question. Riddies are going to get taken out outside of the base.
This Macropire, holy crap, Whitemon.
They just could not fight into that at all.
He zoned 4,000 damage. He zoned everybody throughout it. And Chrysalis able to start just dishing out the damage. He's just standing his ground and hitting. Insane damage we see coming in from Whitemon. I believe he just got the Whispers of the Dread right before this fight too, so extra spell damage, of course, coming into play. As Tundra.
Yeah, we'll see it again.
Claim the gold lead for the first time.
You know, it was a tempting start for Na'Vi, right? They catch mid one. Very, very low at the beginning of it all. But he does get to press his buttons. You know, Blade Mail Pipe gets off in the team fight. And at this point, just the angle, disgusting here with the Macropile. Like, what do? You just can't keep this fight going.
Oh, and These Stampedes are doing so much work, too. Like, even though mid one, as we talked about, he got focused so much in this game, he's 1 in 10, just the Stampede alone has bailed how many situations?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? He dies there, but he gets everything off.
Exactly.
He gets everything off.
Niku, BKB still on cooldown. Saksa, he's stalking him at the moment. There's always going to be that +1. They've got Crystal, sorry, TPing forward. Niku. Oh, oopsie.
Wow.
Little deep anyway. Unsure if they would have continued chasing. As mid one doesn't even need to go for Blink this game. This is one of those games where they don't need to be super active to look for the plays with around him. They just look for that 1 or 2 fight that's very decisive for them to take over with the Morphin NP. And now Aegis on BZM.
Yeah, it'll go for the Blink next.
Yeah, for sure.
Go for the Swift Blink next.
I mean...
What? No, I mean, no.
Whatever.
That's what he's got queued up.
Blink is fine because then he can just, always save a position, right? Then he's playing around the workhorse as well to protect his cores. But in this type of game, it feels like it was actually nice for him to have just delayed it. As towers will start to fall. Crystallis, they're going to start knocking on the front door. And they push fast. They have the banner as well.
So what they do, can NAVI Junior find a jump?
Mid to buy an AC, so he's all in on Got the Juice.
Niku. It's going to try and tease around with BZM. The vacuum onto the two of them, not bad, but now the Macropire is laid down. Crystallis, he will die as he gets doomed. Mid1 was not able to step up and save him in time with the car. NAVI Junior, at the moment, they're able to kite out, stay out of the Macropire. They can play around the edge of the fight, look to bring Mid1 down low, but Mid1's in with a Stampede, just gets on top of Niku and finishes him off with the Hoofstomp setup.
Riddies wasn't in time with the escape act.
Couldn't save him that time. And BZM still happy to stick around. Awesome snowball on snowball action there. Escape act will come in. The fear on towards him. They kill him the once. There's the Aegis gone, and they're actually going to be able to kill Whitemon as well. See if they can set up to kill off BZM a second time. He's got the BKB. He's turning aggressively towards Niku, and now go for the waveform TP. But they got the punch ready to stop it. They can continue to chase BZM down as the BKB comes to an end. Detection. Well, they kind of didn't have it, but they'll get him anyway as he reveals himself.
I was checking. Did they actually have detection?
They might. I don't think they did, right?
He had used the dust earlier, but I think it actually.
Yeah, the dust had been earlier, and it was on cooldown.
I think he may have.
I think he could have actually walked away. They didn't have a sentry or dust. But anyway, you can never expect that. You can never expect that. So BZM tries to fight back. Indeed, they keep the game going. Did cost them the 1 buyback on Niku, but absolutely worth it. You stop an Aegis push. They only got your tier 3, and your racks are still alive.
Now we see that, now he definitely needs to blink on the Centaur. He's queuing differently, though. He's actually going BKB, because if he had blink there, maybe he can actually workhorse save Crystallis, but looks like he's more worried about just getting controlled, perhaps, because he's getting vacuumed and is getting controlled a bit, but yeah, we'll see what mid1 wants to go for, because Crystallis does get brought down pretty quickly when they full commit onto him there, but yeah, like you said, does cost a buyback, a big one too, Niku's.
Yeah, no, good hold. Very good hold and a good start. At this time round, the Macropire, the position was great, but NAVI Junior, they were able to kind of, they didn't feel forced to fight in the center of it, unlike around the Roshan.
Okay, so now I see it from there. I guess because the wheel was zoning him, that's why he wants the BKB to just BKB.
Sure, to get past the wheel.
Past it. Okay. Yeah. Blink is similar though, but whatever.
Now back in action. Sights is gone, and NAVI Junior, can they punish this? Crystallis has the BKB.
Niku
got the Stampede as well, trying to get Saxer out there to safety, and they will. They'll save Saxer, got the juice, walks up, gets the Doom, drop down onto Crystallis. Mid1 trying to take him out of there. He's keeping Crystallis safe for now. They've got the juice on top of Mid1. Mid1, will he survive? The Imperial Arts connects. Mid1 will die,
Niku,
but he saves Crystallis. Saxer's able to get back on top of Niku. Riddies with the TP out will make it. Mid1, I mean, we're seeing this a lot of times, honestly. Mid1 dies, but he keeps getting the job done.
Yep.
He absolutely gets the job done. That time round, as we saw, just bailing out Crystallis during the time that he's been doomed. Now, Mid1, he's given his life for the boys.
No, he absolutely is. And Saksa has gotten this nullifier now at this point, so sticking on targets. He actually does damage, too. So you saw he was wailing on Niku during the whole time of this fight. Ends up finishing him off. And now 70 seconds, no storm.
That's a long time.
50 on Doom, and these heroes push fast.
Yep.
That's potentially 2 sets or more.
Let's see how much Tundra can get. Mid-rank scum over to finish up the bottom.
And they push so fast. I mean, Morphling Nature's probably two of the fastest pushers currently in the meta. Still time. They know
they could swing top as well. And they will.
Yep, could potentially just close out the entirety of NAVI Junior's base with this. BZM.
Get the vacuum. Try with the jump. They get the connection on. It wasn't. They got control of the Wheel of Wonder. BZM just dies. And now Crystallis is BKB's on cooldown for 2 seconds. He hasn't got BKB ready to press.
Oh my god, NAVI Junior with 3 heroes. Killing the 2 main cores.
They weren't ready for that.
That was
BZM and Crystallis. I mean, that's your mid and your carry dead.
Didn't get the BKB off on BZM, and Crystal still had his on cooldown.
It was still on cooldown, literally for seconds.
Oh, wow.
As he died, it came back up.
Oh, that was so cool. A great move to hang on to the game here.
They just felt too comfortable, I guess. They obviously got away with 2 sets of racks, so still obviously a lot of progress for Tundra. But losing those 2 very high-stake lives there, the Morph and the Nature's Prophet for a failed attempt on the 3rd set of racks, that's quite the opportunity for NAVI Junior to punch back.
No, absolutely. How long on Roche? I mean, it's, if they got lucky, actually, not really, but they could potentially look for Tormentor, maybe if they want to get something out of the map out of it here, but looks like first it's just going to be shove the waves out as far as possible for the next possible fight.
Yeah, they're very close to this super powerful combo, right, when they have the Niku Aghanims. The Aghanims Vortex with the wheel, if you don't have BKB ready or such, that's going to wreck you.
My eyes are mostly actually going to be on PMA, because we didn't get to talk about him that much this game, but he's actually 7, 2, and 18 on the Darkseer, and now is where his wall is at the biggest relevance. When he's playing versus these two very strong damage-dealing cores, I'm going to be watching just the wall every time now, because they might just kill each themselves on that wall. He's queuing up the Ags next to. And he has BKB, so he should always, I mean, he has anyway, but he should always get a good positioning for his Blink Vacuum plus wall combo.
Yep. Yeah, the team fight is pretty deadly from NAVI Junior. You know, as for Tundra, you're kind of looking at Whitemon's Macropire. That's the main aspect of it. Outside of that, though, it's pretty single target focused.
Yeah.
And Tundra's lineup.
Riddy's with this ninja gear. He's just been chilling. Has to make sure that he stays in smoked or hidden in the back lines in most of these fights to be able to protect himself versus Saksa. There's that Ags. Let's see if they can land the Wombo combo on NAVI Junior.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Because the Wombo combo's pretty real from them.
Smoke from Tundra.
Now, BKBs are back up, of course, for the 3 cores on Tundra.
It's about to be nighttime as well, so Saksa's going to be able to scout without his ult. He did get the alert also on his neutral, so he got the alert Ogre Seal Totem on the Night Stalker for vision.
PMA, so they want to go on him. They're going to try. They're going for the Darkseer. It's a tanky one. They're able to turn here. They'll use the Stampede to reset for now on Tundra.
That was PMA's BKB.
Looking for Riddies with the Nullifier.
Saksa literally sees everything with this alert. It's absurd how much vision it gives. Like, look at the mini-map, how much vision he actually has. It's literally the whole screen that it provides flying vision. So they'll poke the BKB, but because they use Stampede, Tundra hesitant to push too much further forward. Dark Ascension about to wear off as well. It is nighttime, but they want that flying vision to be able to get that back line on the side of Tundra, but they're going to smoke anyway. Smoke on smoke, both teams looking for the fights.
Yeah, NAVI Junior is not afraid.
Lanes are starting to shove in, so Tundra, they do have, because of these 2 Raxes, they're getting information out of it. Niku will show. Stop that wave for a moment. Double scans coming out. Right on.
Do they want to jump this Tundra? Maybe try and poke out a BKB.
Nullifier poked.
See what they can get out of Got the Juice. He's keeping his cool at the moment. He's incredibly tanky, of course, with this Butterfly and Satanic.
He has no boots. He's full committed.
Here we go, Saksa.
Diets.
He's going to try and find the Tusk. Got the Juice, he's just running in at them, but he's caught with the Sprout. The escape pack comes into play. Look at the vacuum out onto the 3 of them. The BKB's out now as well. They'll use the Stampede to back off for now. Zayats attempts to push forward with the punch and the shard. They pick apart Saksa. Saksa will come back in with the buyback. Zayats, he also has the buyback available if he wants to. He's holding on to it for now, so at the moment just the support for support.
Can he get out? He's in a dangerous spot. Buyback.
Yeah, they'll come back in for this as NAVI Junior. They want to try and see if they can get a catch to the side. They've found BZM in with the punch-up. Snowball to follow-up. There's the Doom. They've got the lockdown. They've got the kill. BZM's gone. Vacuum here onto the three of them. They're going to push forward NAVI Junior. He'll move forward, close in. They've got the damage coming out for Crystalus. Got the juice.
Satanic.
Got his ground. He's healing up. Got the juice. Caught by the ice pump, but he survives. They couldn't kill the Doom.
The Satanic comes into play.
They could not kill him, and now they turn to Saxa. He'll try and bounce away here with a seal totem, but Niku's got mana to spare as he dives in, gets the catch, gets the kill.
Oh, wow, what a
the
fight.
fight's Navi's.
Beautiful individual plays coming in there. But most, I mean, the fact that Got the Juice can stand his ground versus Crystalus, he pops that Satanic and just hits him, able to actually survive. I think
he got pretty low.
I think the Strongman tonic, I also maybe even saving him for a second there, because I know Riddies threw it out onto him. All the little things coming into play there for NAVI Junior.
A huge fight for them.
BZM buys back, does see an amp damage.
He was maybe questioning if he could sneak the Roshan, but well, it wasn't going to be the case. Yeah, we'll be able to see, of course, on this your screens how low Got the Juice did get in the middle of that.
I want to see exactly how low, because it literally is like all these little things, right? The auras, of course, helping him, but then the Satanic plus...
Because obviously at this point, he's stunned. He's low. Crystalus is like, you know, we can absolutely go to try and finish him off. Gets down here by the low 200s. 180.
180,
again.
290. I mean, every little
They
thing
get him close, but they couldn't finish him off. They couldn't finish him off, and that just gave obviously the rest of NAVI Junior the chance to fight back, whilst Tundra was so heavily focused on trying to kill this carry Doom.
Oh, and this the five-man team fight's still proving to be very strong from NAVI Junior if they've got everyone alive, and yeah, they did. Now he's got Doom applies mute as well.
Yep, wants to get the nullifier next.
I don't think...
Don't know why he's going to swap out for that.
I mean, you can just disassemble, right?
Oh, that's true. Oh, you think, yeah, at this point you just play without the Radiance.
Yeah, you can just disassemble. If you'd like to.
Yeah, that's probably most likely.
He didn't use the Pyrrhic Cloak in the last fight, though. That's one thing I was going to critique, but, you know, small little things. Either way, they win the fight, and now
they do.
The good gold lead. Of course, there's still lane pressure that's coming in from Tundra, but now they have an Aegis on the Storm again, and he has Refresher Shard, so...
And BZM doesn't have buyback. You kill this morph, he's going to be out for good.
And Saxa either. He did use his buyback to rejoin that fight, too. This game is delivering. That top hold, honestly, is what's making the difference here. The fact that the three of them were able to hold versus Crystalus and BZM earlier is what has allowed the game to get to this point now for NAVI Junior. Level 25 soon to be hit for Niku. Tundra. They have this ward.
Oh, they've got the Ice Bomb Macropyre onto the boat for them. They weren't ready for that there. As Zayats is caught by surprise. Got the juice. Will get the Doom off. What's the BKB? He's trying to heal up, but he's kited here with the Sprout controlling him.
Niku.
See if he can get out himself. Saxa trying to chase. Niku should be able to TP out here with the BKB. Riddies will not be as lucky.
The ward.
They weren't ready for that whatsoever.
I mean, wards win games at late game, and they get caught under vision there, get caught by a double Ice Path. They lose Zayats. 80 seconds, no Tusk. Back the other way where Tundra's going to get a lot of momentum. Crystalus has hit level 25. The Treant is online. Same thing for the Morph, has hit 25 as well, so extra strength. Yeah, Whitemon getting the perfect angle there. And I mean, the distance that he can cast from, too. The magnifying monocle, the lens, the reach that he had there with that Ice Path, maybe just catching them off guard as well.
Yeah, and with that blink on top of it now, he's going to find you. These Ice Paths, these Macropyres, you got to be prepared for them.
And now NAVI Junior, they're not going to have that 5-man that we saw them succeed with. They have to stagger it with the way the respawns are going to be coming in.
That was a rough loss to die like that under there.
And also, we're perhaps seeing some concerns for the Doom. He can't just get sprouted with this build and just be stuck completely.
That's true. He's not going to weigh out himself, right? Not on his own.
No. I was checking. No seal totem or anything. BZM. He'll have to back himself away. Niku still has Aegis plus this Refresher Shard.
Of the Vortex. PMA, 3-man vacuum wall setup. And look towards Whitemon first. They're going to be able to kill him off very quickly. That's Whitemon gone. Crystalus popped the BKB and will go for the TP out. Haven't got anything to stop that.
No Tusk for 4 seconds. No way to cancel through BKB.
They pushed them back, NAVI Junior.
They did use Glyph.
They did.
So that next time, that won't be available if Tundra looks to set up. And Tundra can actually just look to TP. Remember, they do have level 25 Nature's Prophet, so trees are going to be coming in. So they have to keep tabs of this top racks on the side of NAVI Junior. These trees could potentially just snipe it.
Oh, interested as well. So it sells the Radiance and is going to go for the Swift Blink instead of a Nullifier here on the Doom.
So once access into the fight, he can't walk in. Okay.
And I guess probably what
fire for anyway.
Do you think he's going to be looking for Chrysalis most of the time, just blink dooming the Nature's Prophet?
One of the two, right? Either it's the Morphling or the NP.
You don't have to worry about being sprouted if you doom the Sprouter.
It's true. They have to doom one of the two of them, but then they also have to make sure they know exactly where mid one is.
Yeah.
He always just gets that save off, so.
Bloodthorn now on BZM. It's going to have crazy damage.
Now you can definitely just focus fire, got the juice through that butterfly.
Because if you get sprouted and caught as this doom,
you're dead.
And the Nature's Prophet and Morph are able to focus you, he's going to die very, very quickly.
Yeah. Of course, nowadays, Bloodthorn, it's only for you, that True Strike.
Yeah, sure.
Crystallis has MKB, so yeah, he can go right through it anyway. So. And Crystallis, I think he's buying out.
Okay.
He has buyback. And
yeah, he's got enough,
so he's got the full Aghanims consume, plus has the buyback available. Just enough, actually, I believe. 300 surplus. Navi Junior's pinging that ward that they died to before. They're like, okay, we're aware that this is there. Kill it. I'm looking to do some sneaky positioning here. But they saw them, so. They saw the trail, right, from the Darkseer, even if you're smoked. So the lane pressure is coming in. They have to back up. They have to address the Treant.
Yeah, no need to do anything whilst the Aegis is still there. Time's out very shortly.
Tundra smoking out themselves. Mid one, soon to have a blink if he wants to get down. I love it. You're just going to get last item blink dagger on the Centaur this game since he's just versus so much big team fight. BZM haste.
Radiant are scanning.
Tense upcoming moments. Dagon now. Riddies does have it for the tree. How many greater healing lotuses? Always try to keep track of this. Looks like it is Tundra who has had most map control, so they are claiming all of those. Saksa, 25, has been hit. Usually takes Hunter tonight, but the Dark Ascension one has its merits when you're playing versus the saving of Riddies. See which one he wants this time. Usually I see them all take the Hunter tonight because it's so much, but like I said, there's merit for the other. As he does take the Hunter tonight. As his damage is nothing to laugh at this point in the game. When you have a Nullifier as these 4-position Night Stalkers, and you have this, you have plus 175 damage from it too, so. Navi Junior walking right into mid one.
And they're straight away. In with the Doom. They want a quick kill, no chance of a Stampede out, and they'll get it. So they can go for more. Niku goes for BZM, and the Ice Fire comes out as well as the Macropire. Niku's in trouble, he's dead! He's got buyback, he's going to use it straight away here to try and return to the action and see if they can continue to try and find more against Tundra. They make the punch up on towards Saxa. Saxa, he's away though. He's going to be able to play at the edge of the fight. Niku. And he can even look to get back in there with the help of BZM as BZM waveforms aggressively forward. Will bounce back out with the Ogre Seal Totem.
The punch.
Look at the punch on the Chrysalis. He's going to get picked up by mid one.
Two big buybacks coming in, both mid one and Niku using all of his mana.
They have to get back.
He tried to do the long zip play and catch the Morphling before he gets BKB off with the mid zip, but BZM was able to get it off. He read the play. Top range Rex did die. Yep. Final one.
They were taking a bit of a beating.
Another smoke. Tundra has so many smokes. They still have another one after this too.
Niku dies again.
These pesky Treants are always going to have some moment where they sneak during a fight and get something. And Niku, did he use both? I think he used both Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. He used the first BKB and he passed the Refresher Shard to the Doom.
Okay.
So there's potential for double Dooms in 40 seconds that can come out.
Tundra.
Remember, mid one did use the buyback, so there's a chance that they just Doom him again and then go for a secondary Doom on one of the other cores to prevent the save. 51 minutes in. 30 seconds until Dark Ascension. 20 seconds till Doom on Navi Junior.
Do they have a smoke up themselves, Navi Junior?
I was checking. I didn't think that I saw one.
No one's picked any up at the moment.
Tundra still does have at least one left that I saw. So tough for them to get outside at the moment on the side of Navi Junior without that smoke. There's still no way I can check the shop for it, right? I was trying. I don't think they have one available, though. Trent coming in. They'll address it. As the blink is now done for mid one. Soon to be 25 for him as well. Not a big one by any means, but the blink, definitely a big one. And this also huge. Buys a bottle. BZM will put that in there for the next upcoming fight. Or for the Roche, potentially. Because they can look to do that if they want to with the pressure that's coming in from all 3 lanes.
NAVI, can they get over to this Roche?
Without a smoke, it's so dangerous because you don't know where all the vision is. I think it's too risky for them to do. Roche will go down. Crystallis has liberty to buy a full Moon Shard. And they're going to give... Oh, you keep it on Whitemon. Come on. He deserves it. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if he's just able to lay down these 2 macropyres, it's just going to create kind of like an entire screen that Na'Vi can't fight in.
Honestly, it's done some of the most damage in some of these team fights just when he throws down the single one, so... And, let's be real, the quad ice path in a way that you have, right? Because you have the ice path into the breaker, into the ice path into the breaker, so you can lock down a target for... How long, actually, exactly? Quite a long time. Quite a long time. Like 5+ seconds or so, just on the Jakiro. Saksa also with a fresh BKB for the next fight, so he can actually BKB in full commit, perhaps to kill one of these fragile supports in the backlines. Riddies has to be very careful with that positioning. He did also get Ogre Seal Totem, as we saw, so has some ways to protect himself, but... NAVI Junior needs to get like a full combo off, it feels like, to have a chance in the fights versus Tundra now.
Yeah, they've been trying their best to fight. Normally, we do see what kind of PMA get like a 3-man with the vacuum.
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty damn good from him, honestly. He's delivered on most of the fights. They're giving him the refresher shard, by the way, so they moved it away from the Doom, and they're prioritizing now PMA, maybe recognizing, okay, these wall and vacuum plays are what we need. How long on buybacks? Probably looks like they are saving for them. 3 minutes on the Storm and the Centaur. Tundra does have liberty to go through with this with an Aegis and Cheese, though, to look for a fight if they want to. But right now, just controlling map. Keeping NAVI Junior stuck inside the base. Another pretty big rune, actually. Shield rune down bottom. So BZM can do the morph tech, so you morph all the way to strength, right, grab it, and you get that insane barrier. So he's got a 2600 barrier with having 50 armor. Pretty crazy. Of course, Doom dispels it, but if they don't get that off, he can just actually wail on targets and trade versus anyone.
NAVI.
They just got a smoke available, I think. They just got one of those.
Let's risk it smoking into this Aegis.
Looking to just catch someone off guard here, but yeah, it's into this Aegis for 2 more minutes. And Tundra is on the high ground.
They do know, as you say, that if they find mid one, this buyback will still be on cooldown. So won't be able to respawn and pop a stampede.
This wrap around, the ward's down.
They're going to get the jump on Whitemon. Straight in, they go, they get the drag back as well. They've been able to kill Whitemon off immediately. They turn towards mid one. They've got the Sentinel kill. He's gone. BZM dragged up to the cliff. Will jump back down with the waveform. They'll look towards BZM.
Whitemon's
the Ice
back.
Path and Macropyre will hold Got the Juice back for now. But Tundra, they're having to bail out of this.
The base, Megas are done. Tier 4s also getting pressured.
And NAVI now starting to back up towards the base. The snowball comes in, but BZM's got the BKB ready. Gets punched up for now by Zayat, but they turn indeed with the angle. It catches onto the 3 of them. Got the Juice is gone. Zayat's to fall. The buybacks have to come out. Got the Juice comes back in immediately with his. PMA and Zayat do have the option as well.
Niku.
Tundra, they're going to pressure on. Jump forward here for BZM. Got the Juice tries to turn towards him. They get the Vortex control for Niku on towards BZM. BZM is into the snowball. He's very low here. Still has the Aegis, of course, for a minute. They'll pop it out of it. He's going to be back for round 2. Can NAVI Junior set up for round 2? They surround him. Instant control him with the stun. The Vortex, the lockdown, is it enough? It is. The punch is there. They've killed BZM off.
He's got buyback, but they do bring him down through that Aegis. It's heavy buybacks.
3 buybacks.
But they will be able to hold on to the game here. But tier 4 drops. Megas are claimed.
They're holding on.
They are holding on.
It's costing them more and more each and every time, but they're keeping the game going, Navi.
They get a beautiful setup there to instantly kill mid one and Whitemon, but Whitemon buys back and actually lands an unreal Ice Path.
Yeah,
he does the highest damage in the fight as this Jakiro. He did 8,300 damage. The next highest was PK from Morphling.
And because the start of this, not a bad shot right from Navi Junior,
start.
getting this wrap around and immediately isolating mid one, destroying him. So, and as I said, knowing that he's not going to get the chance to buy back. But at this point, it becomes a bit tricky. As I said, Whitemon getting this angle, they have to try and do something about this Jakiro.
Yeah, he is too much of a nuisance, and also Crystallis, I think he identified, oh god, just TP to the racks, we're going to claim that one, and then I can rejoin the fight after BKBs and spells were used. But this right here, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, secondary Ice Path to follow at Whitemon.
But as you said, obviously the buyback enables him to make that play. So next time round, if they can get Whitemon, he's not going to have the luxury of being able to come back in and get his spells off if he gets jumped at the start of the fight again.
Absolutely. And PMA now, he buys out a Hex, so they have an instant control as well to potentially catch the Morphling off guard too. 40 seconds, BZM. Navi Junior trying to force as much as they can during it.
Look at the mid-racks. They
also have a Hex on Niku, so double Hex is picked up for them. So
they might jump Tundra whilst they've only got the 4 of them. Tundra's got to be a bit careful how they step up.
Saksa waiting in the wings.
Depends how scared Navi Junior are. Are they confident enough to make a jump into the base?
If you see Whitemon, maybe. But if you don't see Whitemon, I think it's too scary because this Ice Path has been devastating. They're pinging though, as if they do want to jump.
They want to stick around, but Saxa's going to get the jump. Get the vacuum wall down onto the 2 of them, but the VKBs come out from Crystallis and Saxa. They move forward, they're on, they've got the juice. Escape pack comes in, but the Macro Pyre and Ice Path are laid down, got the juice, gets out of the Ice Path for the Macro Pyre. He's on top of Saxa with the help of Nika, they'll bring Saxa down.
BZM's alive.
Got the juice, has to run now. There's BKB about to come to an end. Whitemon in on top of him, but he tries to stand his ground, no chance to run. Got the juice, falls.
The base also getting pressured.
He's out for 2 minutes. No buyback, of course. Still on cooldown after the previous defense. They're going to have to try and hold 4 versus 5, Navi.
Oh, they took a risk jumping in, going for a pressure play. They did get the racks at the least bottom, but then looking for the kills afterwards. Whitemon blinks backwards, gets a 3-4-man Ice Path with that Macro Pyre. Again, the highest damage. 9,000 damage done by him.
Yeah, he's going to have some crazy damage numbers on the scoreboard after this one.
I think he might be one of the highest damages in the game, actually. I think he's, up there. Yeah, it's number 2. Actually, craziness from Whitemon. And he's got level 25 now, too, so the percentage damage goes up massively here. 60 seconds.
It's a long time.
Still no doom.
Without their carry, can Navi do it? They're going to get a Hex on the BZM, but the card comes in. Mid one, able to bail him out of there. The Nature's Wrath comes through. The second one as well with a Fresher to root them a second time. Ice Path to pull up, and Niku, he needs help. Can he get out of the Ice Path? He can't. The Adaptive Strike comes in. He's dead. He does have buyback. Vacuum onto the 3 of them. The wall drop down as well. They're moving with the Vortex. The follow-up's there for Niku. They're able to kill off both Mid one and Saxa. Mid one in with a buyback, but Saxa's buyback still on cooldown. A Hex on towards him. The Atos as well, but BZM's able to get off it with the Manta. Now he's looking to end the game. BZM's just looking to end the game.
The throne.
He's hitting the throne. He wants to get out of this one, BZM, and he's going to be able to do so. GG is going to be called. Game 1. 60 minutes in, will finally go the way of Tundra.
Hype game. Honestly, some really cool execution. The team fights in particular from Navi Junior. Tundra being able to keep their cool throughout this game, though, it felt. They had this great scaling potential from their draft. And I mean, goodness gracious, Whitemon, what a performance from him.
Yeah. Insane damage. Well, the numbers ended up, yes, well, 61k hero damage in comparison to the carry, for example, Crystallis, 66k, so right behind his carry. In terms of damage output, Navi Junior, they don't get the win here, but a very impressive hold and attempt from them to try and fight back against Tundra in this game 1. Can't wait to see where this series goes. Game 1, Tundra will close up the first one.
Thank you very much. Here to sing more praises of Whitemon and his Jakiro is myself on the panel. I think that should be banned. Jakiro in the hands of Whitemon Lizard, that's disgusting in the best way possible.
Yeah, you could really see what Tundra were waiting for. They had a very, very late game scaling lineup. They just needed their carry Jakiro to come online. Once he did, they had no chance on the side of Navi. And when was he online? Well, he was online the moment he got the Aghanims. I feel like he just did. Most of the time in teamfights, he is the one doing most damage. He's only second because there are these off times when carries are duking it out or hitting the base, and he can't really do that as much. But this was one crazy game. Like, you could see that both of these teams, they know what's on the line. Their tournament lives are there. This is the elimination match, and this is the kind of an elimination match that you want to watch every time.
Yeah, this game had literally everything. You had split pushing from Nature's Prophet. You had absolute griefing from the offlane of Tundra into, you know, eventually mid one salvages his performance with these insane cart saves in the late game to the point where Got the Juice felt like he had to doom him because he's going to get the save off Crystallis, split pushing the base. You had Soxa, who was catching people out, giving vision for his team, for his carriage Kiro, Whitemon. Like, he was doing so much damage in the fights. He did 61,000 hero damage in this game. But not only that, he was starting a lot of the fights with 2-man ice paths. He was putting wards down and carrying the game himself by saying, okay, well, one hero's dead, but fuck it, I'm the carry. I'm the carry, I'm the initiator, I'm the support, I'm everything. I'm Whitemon, I'm a god.
Yeah, what's so impressive as well about Whitemon is he's not playing a game where his team starts off with the lead. Usually if your support does this much, that's because your team did well early on and then you can shine. This was a game in which his team was actually feeding, and he still goes for Aghanim's first item and does so much with it. It's, yeah, very commendable.
I just see this scoreline of first of all, Whitemon has more net worth than Mid One and Saxa, but I also see the 2-16-17 by Mid One. Can we talk a little bit about that? I will say, I mean, we're gonna look at Whitemon again because obviously he's the MVP,
absolute legend, anime main character right here.
Really, like without a doubt that he is the MVP of this game. But I feel like, how did it get to the point where he was the MVP? Because the start of the game for Tundra, or maybe I should say for Mid-One, was a really rough one.
Yeah, it's a story of a different support, right? On the other side, we have Ridis, who's starting the game with 6-0, absolutely dominating on the top lane with Doom. That was to be expected, though, I have to say. Like, you have these two strong strength heroes, Centaur and Night Stalker, running into two different percentage-based skills, Impalement Arts level 2 and Infernal Blade, right? So they're just running them down 24/7. I feel like at one point they had 15 deaths combined just in the laning stage and just the Centaur and the Night Stalker. So yeah, Ridis together with the Doom, they had a really good time. I have to say one thing though, they were 10-15 kills ahead. Net worth in the game was even. It's because of BZM.
Yeah.
Even when playing against the Doom, BZM Morphling was top net worth when Doom had 3 kills and BZM had 0. Was he missing last hits on Doom, or was BZM getting every single one? I'm not sure.
I think what we're seeing here is kind of what was happening, where Navi, they were bringing a lot of heroes to these rotations. And to be fair, I mean, a lot of them looked extremely good. Here's a dive on the bottom tier 1 tower. Eventually they were able to, pressure from these kills. And Tundra, they think that on this fight that they can turn things around because they have the high ground vision from Night Stalker. But you can see the net worth disadvantage here and the net worth advantage and the XP advantage of Ridis. Like, the amount of damage that he did in that fight with Ringmaster, because he has a shit ton of levels, because he kept killing Night Stalker and Centaur in the early game. A normal support against a normal offlaner, a normal 4 in a normal game cannot turn around a fight like that. That is legitimately a good go from Tundra, but because of the net worth disadvantage, it wasn't a good go.
Yeah, we had, for the majority of the fights at the start anyway, it was Navi that came out ahead. It wasn't until like halfway through the game where it looked like Tundra was coming online and Tundra was able to win some fights, and I think, Lizard, this is one of those.
Yeah, this is one of those, and it's off of the fact that they were chasing this Morphling forever. Like, they do kill him in the end, but because of Doom using this Doom, they can't fight afterwards. And he had to use it. You know why? Because a minute ago, before this fight, he didn't use it. He used high five. He didn't Doom the Morphling, and the Morphling escaped. Like, that's a kick. Like, if you don't Doom him there, you're playing with your team life, Like, you definitely have to do it. So unfortunate for them. He bought so much time that Tundra were able to turn it, and I feel like this is kind of where the game starts to turn in Tundra's favor.
Yeah, I feel like we only barely scratched the surface of the game we just watched. But, of course, we have a second game to the series coming your way as well. So before that one, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I played in a lot of small teams with friends from home. Occasionally I played with Micken and Insania. Occasionally I played against them. I think one of the first teams I played in, I think it was like half of my old home teammates and a couple of other random dudes. But then the more like established team was Alliance with the boys.
Of course.
And I suppose before that there was a team called like Evil Corporation, which was like a home team. But it was just a bunch of random like stacks with friends that were all rotating around. Predecessing Alliance.
Nice.
Predecessing Alliance and Evil Corporation was like the Topsum team. That was the one before that.
My first team is a academy team. It was called SPG, Speed Gaming. Yeah, and actually, like my team now my teammate Y is also from there. We meet there at the very first, and also Blink.
Yeah. So the three of you have been going for a really long time.
Yeah.
And how did they find out about you?
They post like open qualifier on internet. Like everybody interested, you can join, and there are I think a couple hundred of people in a group chat, and they organize some play every day, and you upload the replays, and they will review, and after a few days they will choose 10 people to the site, and they play some game, like doing some training for 1 month. Then they pick 5 for team.
I don't remember the first team. Maybe it's Team Ascendance with some group of people that I know like from Pro Dota. And maybe it's Team Ascendance. It was like JK Faust, Nonsense, and two others I really don't remember.
What year was that, would you say?
I think 2013, but it was like some like really small tournaments, like $100.
My first team was like a local one, NCGC back then, and in my hometown. I think my first professional was Execration.
My first team was called Bottom.
And who was on that team?
It was Snaking, Tides of Time, Way Too Sexy, and Fogged.
Before that, there were clans. I made my own clan, but played some fun games. Yeah, I called my clan. It was TTDA, the True Dota All Stars, because on the Dota page it said TDA. It was the American clan. There was the original people working on Dota, including Ice Rock. But anyway, when competitive Dota started, I'm gonna call it competitive Dota. There was like no prize money and stuff, of course. I think my first games it was 2006. I played with German guys, really lovely people. Our clan was called World Eaters. I still have contact with some of them. So we're world eaters, and we actually won. Back then, there was the biggest tournament was called Dota League.
Okay.
And we actually won that. So that was like the first great memory I have here.
My first ever team, was basically I played in a Dota 1 team. I'll say my Dota 2 team and Dota 1. Dota 1, I got decent enough on the ladder, or in in-house leagues back then, where there was 2 main players in North America called Fear. He's Castanel, and Demon. And they both thought I was good. They invited me to play a World Cup basically of Dota. It's each country represents a team, has a team basically. And then I was part of the US Team USA. So we were literally called Team USA. It was called MYM Prime Nations, and we got to play with Ukraine. Back then it was Ukraine, Russia, all these different regions, China. And then we actually ended up winning the tournament. No one thought we would win because but yeah, Fear and Demon kind of led the team. I was just a core player back then. I had no and then they kind of taught me a lot. And we actually ended up beating the favorites in the finals, which was Ukraine. You can find it on YouTube somewhere, MYM Prime Nations USA versus Ukraine. My first ever pro match.
Damn, first pro event and you just won the whole thing.
Yeah, that was when I was actually good. Relatively.
Back when NA Dota was still good. That was quite some time ago. Let's focus our attention on the upcoming game. We're in the middle of a series here, actually. You're joining PGL Wallachia Season 4. And our first series of the day is an elimination series between Tundra and NAVI Junior. Tundra took game number 1, but to be honest, it was very close. It was very exciting. There was a lot of lessons to learn, I think, for both teams after a game like that, because I want to start, Jenkins, by just reiterating a little bit what Moon said at the end of that draft. He's like, you know what, I just let the teams, I just let the players decide what to play for this game. Do you think he regrets it?
I don't think he regrets it. I think they probably do.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he probably is this is the best case scenario for him, where there were a lot of things that looked like shit, but they won. They're up a game in the series. They can go into game 2, and Moon Meander can now begin coaching again. What's going to look really bad for him is if he
coaches
drafts and they lose.
Yes,
that'll be quite devastating for him.
Yeah, I feel one of the lanes obviously did not work at all. However, the other 2 did. Your mid lane did all right, very nicely. BZM was top of network, and Whitemon was absolutely demolishing the safe lane. So yeah, if they fix that off lane, I feel like everything kind of falls into place. I have to say one extra thing is they had extreme scaling. They had this Morphling and Prophet. Eventually, their game looks kind of simple to execute with. Your Prophet can split push, can fight. Morphling as well, just ultra scaling hero no matter what part of the game it is. So yeah, in general I feel like they did set themselves up for late game, which is something, considering how scrappy these games are, that they might have to repeat.
Yeah, do we think that if the Nature's Prophet was a different hero in this game, because a lot of the racks they lost were because of the Nature's Prophet, do you think that the game would have been entirely different? Even though they don't ban that out, they actually remove from the pool the Morphling that BZM got his hands on. Is that the only change we have? I believe it is in the draft, and that also means that Tiny makes it through.
Imagine picking Darkseer and banning Morphling, banning agility Morphling. That's some intense levels of respect.
And letting the Jakiro go through instead. I feel like if I was to pinpoint a problem, it would probably be this Jakiro. The problem is as well, when you're banning versus someone as Whitemon, right? You only have so many bans to work with. And let's say I want to break your idea and the style you're drafting. If I ban out the Jakiro, am I breaking that? I'm not, because they don't need the Jakiro. They can pick the Ringmaster. They have 3 heroes or 4 for Whitemon that will still contribute, perhaps not as much damage, but they will contribute in a big way in these team fights. So yeah, I get it. Morphling ban, make your life a little bit easier.
Sure. It's a pick your poison type of scenario, right? You're gonna have to deal with one or the other, and if they feel like they can deal with the Jakiro, then that's I'd love to see it, basically.
Is there anything that they can pick, by the way, Jenkins in the lane that does well against him? Or better?
Against Jakiro, I mean, maybe you try to kill him with like a clockwork.
Yep.
Okay.
They did play it. They played clock.
Please tell me, because I have no idea why we haven't seen it at all, but historically, Rubik is a good hero.
Oh, no, the thing
What's
is,
wrong with it right
the
now?
moment Lizard started talking, in my head, I was like, Rubik, don't say Rubik, don't say
why
Rubik.
not? Why not? What's wrong with it?
Look. So I was covering 2 or 3 tournaments.
Yeah.
Where Weaver just got introduced with Hive Mind, right? Like when that was the patch, and the Icebreaker Jakiro. These were 2 top heroes, and Rubik still sucked.
But why not? Why? What's wrong with him?
First, the laning stage is bad. Second, you mostly don't even steal Ice Path. I feel like in these team fights, it isn't that easy for a Rubik to actually get it anymore.
Get Jewel Breath, which is not bad.
I feel like you're putting yourself in a trap. Like your laning is abysmal. Even if you're like this hardcore Rubik player, it doesn't work. Like your laning is bad, and later on you're playing on the assumption that you will steal Ice Path, which isn't happening as often anymore. Plus, all the items that you're buying on Rubik are basically to set you up for that situation where you might steal the Ice Path. Like you need the Eterlands, you need a Blink. Maybe some players go for Mac and stuff.
Well. Yeah, you're right. You're right. As in, it's good.
I was dumbfounded as well, by the way. I was calling for that Rubik for days, and
to be honest,
it just doesn't work.
I don't think the problem is Jakiro. I think the problem is Whitemon. I think no matter what he's on, he does exceptional in this tournament, at the very least. Even on Ancient Apparition, we've seen him make crazy plays. So it's really hard to just ban out a guy who's having a really flawless tournament. Why is he having a great tournament? Who knows? Maybe he's eating vegetables now. It's really hard to say. But for whatever reason, he's just performed on every single thing, and I think it's hard to ban that out.
He does like to snack a lot. Like
he's a snacker?
During DPC, we'd had player cams all the time, and they were playing from home.
He was eating chips, though, wasn't he?
Always something. He's always snacking, and he's always very cheerful. I feel like that's a bonus that you get with him. Like, you need at least one of those players in their team, and I feel like they have 2. They have Whitemon and Chrysalis.
The microphone, or what?
Nah, just being cheerful. The eating thing, I feel like most players can handle. But they go for the Phoenix into the Jakiro again. The double hit against the egg is nice.
We've seen that be quite effective, yeah. Especially because sometimes people build attack range on the Phoenix or on the Jakiro, the other dragon, especially Saksa. We could see Whitemon, Tusk, Saksa, Jakiro. This is still possible, but they do go for the clockwork.
3 out of 3 heroes that they've drafted before in the same draft. I believe they closed that draft up with the Puck and the PA, or something like that. PA definitely. So we'll see what they go for this time.
Puck still banned.
Yep. Yeah, no, they're not going to go for Puck, but like the base foundation of the draft is something that they are extremely comfortable with on NAVI.
Yeah, I will say that I was very happy with the Storm that Niku played in previous game. I think even though they lost it, they had some great moments.
He was popping off.
Yeah.
He had a ton of galvanized stacks. Yeah. I think it's good. I mean, there's not projected stuns on the side of Tundra, but then again, I feel like every time I say that into Whitemon Jakiro, it just looks like this is an instant disable because he's setting wards and doing it from long range and from trees. By the way, I do think Darkseer plus Clockwork, the Cogs vacuum combo is a very underrated, like, sick combo. If you can trap all of these heroes in Cogs, it's devastating.
And I have to say as well that it's, like you said, with Clock, I feel like they have kill potential into the Jakiro in the lane. Even though you double hit the Cogs so you can get out of them easily with Jakiro, still, you cannot sit in front of the tier 1 tower while the Bloodseeker is just farming.
Speaking of Bloodseeker, do we feel like in terms of how it looks right now for Tundra already, do they have similar scaling potential compared to previous game? Because that, of course, was an issue for NAVI Junior in the game number 1 of the series.
They have decent scaling. Why is this Bloodseeker a brilliant pick? Is because they go in second stage with Bloodseeker plus Beastmaster, and on the other side they went for the 3 same exact heroes plus PA before. So you're protecting the Beastmaster from the PA, by picking the Bloodseeker, because you cannot, you just can't play PA into Bloodseeker. I feel like it's a losing matchup 8 out of 10 times. So instead they get Terrorbladed, which is also a solid pick for Navi.
They can also run the Beastmaster mid.
That's true.
Something about the last game, I mean, my gut says that they're going to last pick mid one his hero and give him a really good game so he can kind of get his mojo back, you know?
Yeah, after game number 1.
Because I feel like after that BZM performance, it's kind of like he's going to do fine regardless. Crystals, he's going to do fine regardless. You know, just get mid one, something that's good for the game.
I fed recently. We talked about that on the Hoodwink. And mid one was playing Beastmaster, so maybe I'm thinking he practiced the Beastmaster in pubs to play it. That's the only reason why I think maybe it's offlane. But BZM definitely plays a mean beast as well.
Tundra does have absolute last pick, so the flex is really nice here that they can, depending on the picks.
Let's see what they ban out here. They banned out the Sand King, which is also very flexible, right, between mid and off.
I still like the idea of any spirit. There is no good lockdown on the side of Navi right now. Like, what are you going to do? Cogs back, you know?
There are no spirits, though. Ember banned out, Storm banned out.
And there are some other spirit type heroes.
Yeah.
Queen of Pain comes to mind. I mean, Void Spirit's garbage. But Sand King would have been good. Pangolier is a...
Or do you have a Bloodseeker, though?
Yeah, the Tundra can get it.
Oh,
for Tundra,
for Tundra, yeah.
For Tundra.
Tundra can go for Pango.
Yeah, my bad. I'm skipping the pick. I'm thinking of a last pick. I mean, for Navi, I think they do need a hero that is doing Disable.
We need a mid for both, right?
Yeah. So Navi wants to pick a mid that is not easy to counter, that has Disable. That's Dragon Knight.
Oh, they're banning out offlaners also. So, yeah, that Beastmaster still very flex.
What about some good old Lash? Is that playable here? I feel like this hero was...
That's a Dragon Knight.
It's a very easy pick, right?
They needed it.
Yeah, but it's also very hero that has not been successful, not for NAVI Junior and not in the tournament as a whole.
I feel like most teams just resort to picking DK when they don't have last pick. They need a mid and they need a right-click stun. All of that you get from the DK. He's a good Iron Shell carrier as well. I think this is really good for them overall. Monkey King banned out. There's like Huskar left in the pool maybe that you do. Or you just put Beast mid and you last pick the offlane, right? Like you called for. I feel like Beast mid is all right now.
Beast against DK, I think they'll both probably farm, but...
It's just like the Aghanims build seems pretty solid to me for the Beast.
It does. Like, I think the timing that you hit with a free farming Beastmaster versus a free farming DK, you'd prefer to have the Beast on your team, free farming. And then this gives mid one a comfortable last pick.
Like what?
There's just aren't many.
Brew is out. You can't Abaddon either. They're against Darkseer plus Terrorblade. I like the idea of Tide.
Tide is good.
Tide sounds good.
Tide Underlord. I feel like Tide better.
Honestly, yeah, a hero that can go jungle if the lane gets rough, which is why, you know, Sand King is an excellent ban from Navi. But I love the idea of Underlord actually against Terrorblade. You know, tear through him.
Yeah, nice little bit of malice
good
versus
call.
Darkseer. Yeah, it's a good pick. So Beast mid, offlane Underlord. It can get punished, of course, and you are very slow. So if I am mid one, I don't think I'd be as worried about the lane as that last game, but it's still not... It's not as hard of a lane, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and
until clock starts rotating.
And even if it is, just to be clear, this is a new age, new meta Underlord. He is going to go the collapse build, which is Demon's Reach, where you get cleave and you go jungle. This is kind of like a, I want to say scuffed version of Sand King, where you can just go jungle big stacks. But when Collapse plays it, it seems legitimately good. He's very high on net worth from farming a bunch of stacks. He pushes lanes, gets big items for his team. You know, I really like it. Honestly, I think Underlord is underrated.
So do we
underrated Lord.
Do we
I
feel
could
like
see it in his
Navi
eyes. He wanted
Junior
to say that.
do we feel like Navi Junior has a shot here to force out the third game? Because the way you guys been talking is on the Lord, great pick. We have got the Jakiro in the hands of Whitemon again. Another great one there. We got Chrysalis on a signature, Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I think they can take this one. They had a similar draft versus Team Spirit, but what went wrong in that draft is their teamfight execution and the way they were setting things up on the map. They were always the ones getting gone on. I feel like in this game, they really need to set the fight correctly. They have a BKB piercing ability. Like you have this hook shot to prevent, I don't know, the Beast or the Bloodseeker from hitting the egg. You can follow that up with Vacuum Wall. It's nice. I like what they've got. I hope we get game 3. Like, it's an exciting series.
Yeah, there's another person that hopes for a game number 3. It's the coach of Navi, the Heartless King, who is standing by with Nomad.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, so first question is, what did you say to the team after this first game?
Перше питання, що ти сказав команді після першої гри?
Досвід – це те, що ми отримуємо замість бажаного результату. Переводь.
Okay, so basically we said that experience, that's the thing you gain, you receive instead of the result you wanted sometimes.
Experience is valuable as well, to be fair. So coming into this fresh game, you did let through the Jakiro again, which had a really good performance in the last game. Do you think you've got a better idea on how to deal with it this time?
Ми знову їм дозволили взяти Джакіру. Чи є в нас на цей раз якась ідея, як проти нього грати?
Я гадаю, що Тундра – це досить сильна команда. Вони мають дуже багато героїв у своєму пулі, тому приходиться грати проти Джакіро, проти ще якихось героїв. Ми маємо 7 банів.
Okay, so Tundra is quite a powerful and experienced team, and they have a lot of heroes in their pool, so having only 7 bans means that we anyway will have to play of some of their heroes which they're comfortable with. So we can just play and try to adapt.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Heartless King. Hopefully we see a comeback here and get to a third game. Let's find out with our casters, ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, ready to get in the action here of game 2 between Tundra and NAVI Junior. Yeah, we had a pretty crazy game 1.
We did.
What do you sort of see coming out this one?
Bottom.
Oh.
Zayats has to be careful.
Uh-oh. Should be fine.
She's all right. The fun things, I mean, a lot of things that are very normal that I think you can look at 8 heroes kind of across the board and be like, wow, 8 heroes. I think we've seen these almost every game. Then you see the Bloodseeker and the Clockwork. These are the kind of outliers in comparison to what we've seen for most people. And let's see how they do. You know, Chrysalis, of course, he loves to play this Bloodseeker. Clock, I'm not really a big fan of this hero right now, Owen. He just feels, yes, he's got a BKB piercing disable of the hookshot, but I've just seen this hero fall flat on its face too much. And nowadays, I'm still seeing people pick it versus Jakiro, but Jakiro can cast Dual Breath inside of Battery Assault, and the matchup has changed a lot. You double hit the cogs, you kill them. There's a lot of ways for Jakiro to play in the versus this matchup in the past when he couldn't. So, see how Zayats is gonna be able to do. Because I feel like Zayats overall for this team is very important when he's playing these niche heroes.
He does like kind of the not necessarily the non-support supports, but just the supports that other people aren't playing right now.
He's getting dove.
They got him.
They do.
First blood.
Deep. Yeah, very deep dive trying to catch the pull that he was doing. They'll be able to do so with the level 2 on Got the Juice in the meta.
And this mid lane matchup, BZM on his Beast. Up against Niku getting that DK.
They both farm, but I've seen these Beastmasters kill heroes. Like the Storm.
Niku's getting bullied here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've seen them kill heroes at times, even though they're free farming. They apply more pressure in comparison. So Niku does have to be a little careful how low he drops.
Can he dive for this? He's going to have the root. Axe is coming in. Niku, he's going to be fine, but only just.
Another Axe. He's got 8 sticks, so he should be fine. Riddies does with the water rune.
He does. He's able to dive forward and steal it from BZM.
And now BZM might just be dead.
Ooh, they've got him.
He is.
Nice plays there from Riddy, swinging over to the mid and punishing BZM for that early aggressive move on towards Niku.
BZM really pushing the limit a little too far there, thinking that he can get that dive play, but Niku able to stand his ground with a great TP from Riddies. Riddies, this is one of his most popular heroes, as we've seen. Phoenix is something he really likes to play. And we're seeing Chrysalis. Heroes are getting dropped low very early, so already we're seeing him have a great time in the laning phase versus this Darkseer. Whitemon does get found on the side here. The Ion Shell plus the clock, more than enough to kill him. So this Bloodseeker pick, they'd seen the Phoenix and the Darkseer in particular, the first two, when they picked it up. He does like to play it versus Phoenix a lot of times because Phoenix spells cost mana, or cost health, so you're able to always get Thirst X in laning phase. And versus Darkseer, you can sustain. Chrysalis. Pick on the cogs.
Yes, it's a good setup. See if it's going to be enough to get him. Not quite. Whitemon's able to hold the two of them back. And PMA now taking a lot of damage. Will be fine once again. Both teams keeping each other low here on the bottom.
Heroes constantly being left low. Chrysalis will heal. They've got extra tangos set up, but they can commit for him again before he gets the, all that extra healing. They could look for it. BZM continuing to bully a little here. Well, we did see that kill, of course, come out. And yeah, Shiver had mentioned it toward the end there too. Do have to bring it up, even though it was versus Spirit, but NAVI Junior is 0-3 on this DK. Niku has had some difficult games on it. Bottom being dove mid, also Niku being dove at the glyph in the meanwhile.
And they'll be able to kill off Whitemon. Indeed, back over in the mid. This time around, BZM with the helping hands of Saxo will get away with the dive and killing off Niku.
Does Chrysalis play his way out of this?
Yeah, he's kind of stuck in an awkward spot.
He's speedy still, 400 move speed. Heroes are starting to heal up, so it is starting to reduce.
And how can he safely get back, though?
He has TP available if he wants to go on a sneaky
spot. But he's got a clock hot on his trail.
Get the scan. Does he guess?
Oh, he's out. Zayats will not find him.
Chrysalis is still at the tower here, but he's got backup. Okay. And he's got extra tangos to sustain. The CS in the lane is looking amazing for the side of Tundra. This Underlord is now putting a 1v1 versus a Terrorblade. So he's able to get these extra last hits because of the rotations that are coming out all over the place from Riddies. Zayats trying for this dive here, but there's TPs coming in. Saksa.
Stealing the shards. Ice Bath into the shard block. He'll turn, get the vacuum off, hold them back in the cogs here from Zayats.
But now Zayats also.
Yeah, with the numbers they've got here, Tundra, they'll be able to clean up the both of them. Dive forward from Riddies. He's trying to see if he can find anything.
He might die for that.
Yeah, the damage is not going to be enough to kill off either of them.
And Chrysalis is going to be speedy off of it.
He won't be able to chase him. So Riddies will be fine, but not quite able to get in and kill anyone off. Saxo will just deny himself to the neutrals to reset.
And I would say all in all, mid one is the happiest out of all of this. He's literally going to be put in a position where he's 1v1 versus a Terrorblade, so he's going to free farm up here and they can't push him out of the lane. All these diving plays, all these rotations. We see Riddies trying to be super active, but he is getting the kills, but it's helping mid one have a really good start to the game, and it's a good Underlord game. Power Rune will spawn top. BZM racing toward it. Looks like he will just be able to
he's
grab
going to get it.
He'll lose his courier. But the Roar is out. I mean, Riddies.
He's just dead, right?
Dead.
All right. Easy one there for BZM.
BZM has Illusion and a lot of summons to play inside these cogs. Do they have the damage?
Got the juices swinging over. So BZM looking pretty dead unless this Ice Path bails him out.
It's going to bail him out.
It's actually going to bail him out.
And Zayats.
He turns, gets the axes back in. Zayats falls, and now got the juices in pro. He's in a whole world of hurt.
Oh boy, Owen.
That's a rough move. Punished very heavily.
Whitemon Jakiro, ladies and gentlemen, comes in and barrels BZM out. BZM's trying to give him a high five, and Whitemon doesn't give it back to him. Excuse me. But what a play from BZM individually. The Roar immediately on Riddies, runs away, pops his summons inside of the cogs, and he's able to stand his ground and fight because of the backup of his team.
Yeah, that whole play hurts.
Yep.
NAVI Junior, big time.
Last time we saw NAVI Junior after lanes, they got off to a pretty good start, so they were able to set that pace. Right now, this one looking to be quite behind in the laning phase at the moment versus a Beastmaster, who we've seen this hero completely take over games if he starts to get away with it early on. That's BZM. Did lose his courier, but it's going to be respawning in a second. But he has a clear 1,000 gold lead over the DK now.
Tundra. They're going to find Riddies. He's already used the dive to try and get away. Saxo was able to chase him down.
Ice Path catches Zayats as well in the back. His whole surge is wasted.
Yeah, and the two of them just, they can't kill anyone up here on Tundra. Tundra's perfectly fine.
He does fine mid one. He's got the Ion Shell.
I mean, is it enough? Mid one's pretty beefy. And it's not going to happen. Yeah, mid one does not care whatsoever.
Got the juice. Did not want to walk up and pop the meta attempt there. 1,500 HP. I mean, mid one has just built full beefiness, right? Treads, Bracer, Soul Ring. No Vanguard needed for him when he can go down this route. Might still go it eventually, but anyway, because Underlord just likes to go for these auras anyway. First DK form used, unable to even touch the tower. Hastru now playing for BZM as Tundra, looking to play around the mid lane as well. Christos is completely left alone since he's laning versus nobody, and for PMA, he has to just play catch-up mode as this Darkseer, so he's farming the stacks as we see these Darkseers do, but Sox is in the area. He's gonna be able to soak some of that XP and maybe even threaten a kill.
Oh, off the mark with the shards, but the
Still
snowball.
trying. The Thirst is giving him vision.
He's gonna have to drop the wall here, PMA, to try and slow Saxa down. Saxa might still have him.
Oh, the axes!
It got him. BZM with the snipe.
Zayat's trying to trap BZM, but with the haste, unable to. And Saxa is gonna suicide. Second time this game, he's died to those neutrals to reset positioning. 8-4. This time Tundra having a phenomenal start and entry to the game. Roar is at the ready. BZM wants more.
He just goes straight up and roars Niku.
They've got the Fiend's Gate.
Ice Path to set up. Everyone comes in with a Firestorm. Niku will pop the Dragon form. He's trying to fight back here, but he's going to go down. Can they at least bring down Mid-One with them? PMA heading in. Mid-One surviving. He's still alive, Mid-One. They can't kill him.
Oh my goodness. Can they get the last touch on him? 40 HP.
He's fine. He's out of there.
He's actually going to survive. They bring 5 heroes there. Oh, and NAVI Junior, 5 brought, and they only get the 1 kill. And BZM being incredibly aggressive this game, but massively paying off for his team when he's got the Fiend's Gate to come in. Yeah, little things, of course, for Mid-One coming into play. Cloak, all these small items that he picked up, of course, allows him to stand his ground. I can't believe he survives. But it does make a big difference when he's playing into some of these under-leveled heroes, right? Level 4 on the Clockwork. Had concerns for it. Zayat's definitely having a lot of struggles here. His damage is very limited in this game at the moment versus these heroes. And Tundra now, they've got the stacks as well. 3K lead off these first 10 minutes.
Just going to get great timing on the Agnums here, BZM.
2 components already finished. NAVI Junior looking to bring together things with Niku, because these supports need some levels. Riddies is almost 6, but Zayat, he desperately needs to get some type of kill to get him enabled more. But Tundra's ready for it. Instant D-ward. Riddies has to be careful. Still no 6. Could just get gone on. How long for Fiend's Gate? 15 seconds. So for NAVI Junior, always have to remember, if you're going to bring numbers, you have to add that +1 that Tundra can bring in as well. So difficult for them to go for this pressure play in the triangle. Whitemon and Saxa looking to force some pressure on mid tower. It's pretty much dead to the next Liquid Fire. Can they get the deny? Let's see if Riddies is able to. No. This one, the creep gets the last hit in between the Liquid Fire takes too. Man, these creeps are killing it on tower last hits. BZM, whole time farming this also, of course, with an Arcane Rune. So he's actually still pretty much... He's got great mana to be able to go for the fight as well. And they're going to smoke off of that. Level 7 on Whitemon, level 10 on this beast. Water Rune dug up, back up to full mana, full HP. They have this deep ward, so they're watching the Darkseer farm. They have information. Niku is deep. Niku's in trouble.
And one ready to come over as well to make sure.
They don't even need him.
They didn't. They had him on their own, the two of them, BZM and Whitemon.
Yeah, let's just look at Whitemon's damage after that roar really quickly. Oh, yeah. Good old Jakiro. He's just going to join mid one. He's like, okay, thank you for the portal.
Yep, they'll go back up to the top lane. Oh, what did NAVI Junior do? How do they make any sort of move?
They've killed this DK now 3 times, and I feel like their lineup is around, like, rallying around the DK. That's why they last picked it, and this DK is having the worst time ever. So very difficult to see how they recover this early game. Gonna bring the numbers, catch Crystal's off guard, but he also has Sox in the area.
He does. Can they kill him? They get the vacuum wall down. Chrysalis, he's going to keep on running.
Oh, they brought 5 for him.
They'll get him. Takes a lot, but they get the job done.
I mean, honestly, when you're behind like this, 5-manning is usually one of the better things that you can do to catch a team off guard. So looks like they should be able to get 2 kills off of it. Nicely done. And with TB, can easily turn it into a tower as well here. You're sacking things on the other side of the map when you 5-man like this, but when you're at this deficit, it's probably something you have to do to catch your supports in particular back up in the game. But Tundra's okay with this. They lose 2 heroes, but they're getting a lot out of the map. I believe the pipe is done for mid 1 already. One of the earlier pipes I think we do see. 13 minutes on
Yeah, that's going to be pretty rough fighting into for NAVI Junior's lineup. Finding the chance to get kills when mid 1 turns up and pops that.
Yeah, I mean, the Phoenix, the Clockwork, and the Darkseer are answered now.
Yeah.
Yes, your DK and your TB have good damage, but these require time for items to rack in. And Ags is done for the Beast as well. Tundra is at a absurd pace this game. Shrine of Wisdom, 10 seconds or so as well. Looks like Tundra want to fight around there. They'll find Riddies. Quick and easy pick. And potentially can even look for the Shrine of Wisdom too. I mean, Soxa's already in the area here. Zayats is spotted. Farewell, my friend.
Anytime they're not together as 5, they just don't stand a chance against what Tundra come running at them with.
Not at all. I mean, rallied around BZM, who's having an insane game. 6-2 and 5. The difference between him and Niku is astounding now at this point. And these the 2 supports at Tundra just play easier around it too. I don't want to keep harping on Clock, but definitely seeing the struggles of this guy walking in versus these heroes. It's just hard for you to utilize Battery Assault anymore in the game. They've got the blink on Niku, trying to get a kill. It's versus the tankiest here on the map.
Look at the jump. Oh. Everything being thrown down on him, and it is necessary. It's absolutely necessary.
Surprised. And he did drop the Fiend's Gate, so maybe that's why they dropped literally everything onto him. But a lot expended, and he's not dead for that long. So 30 seconds, he's going to be able to come back up. Can they finish the tower off before he's back? Looks like they should. Lift is popped though, 12 seconds. No one from Tundra setting up for it at the moment, but looks like they're going through the portal. Or actually, maybe they just do Tormentor. Kobold got pushed through the portal. They'll just kill that Kobold and then go for the Stormy.
Whitemon's going to fall pretty low here.
Got a Lotus. Slivers of HP.
Roshan.
They're doing the trade. They're trying to get away with the trade here. It gets scanned. Does Tundra make their...
It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get over there, so they should get this one, Navi.
Yep, they will get the sneak up. Nice play. I've seen this one a few times in this tournament. Sometimes the team isn't able to kill it fast enough, but with all 5 instantly in there, a good call from NAVI Junior. They do have 2 underwhelming Aegis carriers, though, Owen. It is 2 transformation heroes having that Aegis, but at the least they do get it. Whitemon looks like he just wants to stop the push, just drops that Macro Pyre down in the mid lane. Pipe is finished for PMA, so again, they're 5 men. It is strong when they are clustered up. Whitemon.
They're going for him.
It's a bit deep, though.
It is. Backup's coming in here for Tundra. Saxa gets the shards down on towards Zayats. Chris coming in from the side with BZM. They go straight for the Darkseer. Get the lockdown on a PMA. Caught in the pit. He'll get his items off, but PMA will not survive.
Chrysalis dies.
They're trying to take out mid 1 as well, and with the damage from Got the Juice, they'll manage to succeed. So Got the Juice picking up a double.
Massive vacuum coming out from him. Hits 4 heroes.
They might get more. They've got the Dragon Tail on a BZM as well as the Supernova. They're going to kill off the Beastmaster on top of it as well.
Huge kills. Grouped up as 5. That's how they got to play versus this Tundra lineup. Especially if they get the Darkseer to get his spells off, which he did.
He got everything off pretty much before he went down there.
If he dies, if he dies right before it, this fight is a complete disaster for the side of NAVI Junior. But they get that wall vacuum and it hits. It's only a level 2 vacuum, and I want to say it was 4 heroes, right? 3 or 4 heroes either way. Pretty beautiful one there from PMA.
We'll see again. I see, this dive, Tundra obviously tempted to turn up for this. They're like, we can fight this, throwing everything down onto PMA, but it gets to turn. Deep, 4-man vacuum ends up being, and he's able to put the pipe as well to keep the team safe before he goes down. That gives them that sort of ability, just Got the Juice. He could just step up with the Metamorphosis, get the damage done, clean up the double.
That was beautiful. Niku honestly also giving him credit. The instant blink stun, right to protect his Darkseer to allow him to get that.
And another one.
Find another. Saxa, they're hemorrhaging big kills.
They are. God, the Juice is getting a lot out of the game right now. You can see net worth. He's shooting up there at the top.
Love to see it. And they're building items, too, to enable him. We see Riddies. He goes for Solar Crest, so not looking to play individually. He's looking to boost up his core. Zayats.
Oh, that's a nice hook shot. BZM, can he get his way out of this? He's got the Roar.
He's got Fiend's Gate, too.
A little bit of a movement speed boost. Backup is coming in. Got the Juices in a bit of a dangerous spot here. He's going to try and go back for the Fiend's Gate. Try and make his way back to the safety of his teammates. They're attempting to heal him up with the Sunray. But the damage is too much. He goes down the ones. Riddies will get the dive off just in time. Is there anything else to save? Got the Juice. There's Backup. Got the Juice. He's fine. He's going to be fine by the looks of it. Whitemon's trying to get the Ice Path and Dual Breath onto him. It's not enough to threaten him. Got the Juice, should be able to back up here with the safety of the rest of NAVI Junior around his side.
It's 5 NAVI Juniors rotating. Chrysalis did not move. So Chrysalis was ensuring that he can keep that farm going while that whole fight kicks off. So Tundra come out with a big win on that one. Taking out that Aegis while also not moving Chrysalis. I was watching to see if he was TPing and he was probably telling his team, I don't need to. You know, they're not diving forward for an extra kill. PMA. So Tundra wants to make the play onto him here. They do have the control with these 3 heroes. Beastmaster has the blink, but the shard's off the mark. Recovered the game a lot on the side of NAVI Junior. Still at a pretty big deficit, but some good moves when things were starting to snowball.
Absolutely.
Pretty hard there from the side of Tundra. Tundra, though, more timings are starting to be hit. Smoke coming out. They've got the blink roar for BZM, and I believe, yeah, with the pipe and Suna Crimson Guard, their fights are leveling up as well. No mech just yet on the Darkseer, but he's close to having a mech and a pipe at least to counteract in those fights. Whitemon changed the build also, just wanted to point out. Went for Boots of Bearing this game because there's limited control on Navi. Zayats.
And Whitemon is going to find the setup. They'll jump the Roar.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm shocked they threw the Roar there because they had the secondary Ice Path to stun him, but gets the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Whitemon. Looks like they're going for him.
Just got the setup.
He's got Boots of Bearing.
With the dive ball from Riddies, though. They can get the kill. Navi Junior push back Tundra from their side of the map once again.
Who wants to look for more? He's got the BKB, so they're looking to play around this timing on this side. DK form is ending pretty soon.
Still got the Juices, getting just so much.
He is.
Keeping ahead this game.
Chrysalis is going to have BKB soon, though, and that's going to enable him to be able to join these fights a little bit easier, but there is still a lot of physical damage, as we see, when they beat on him with the DK and the TB. If they isolate him...
They're going to head his way up top.
Oh, that would have been perfect time for them to catch him right before the BKB, but Chrysalis, aware. Blink now for Soxa is finished, so... Navi Junior's fight, so it is complicated, right? They only have that one stun on the DK to work with. Of course, the clock can too, but this blink on Soxa can prevent a lot of the aggression from coming out with that save. Yeah, Niku's made a hell of a recovery as well.
Yeah, he had a rough time at the beginning of this one, but he's got the tools he needs to have the impact in these fights.
If him and the TB literally can just be put in the back lines and just having that distance to be able to hit the Bloodseeker when he's running in, that's the key to success for Navi Junior's draft. They just have to create that like impenetrable wall from getting to the two of them there. There's Tundra. Multiple timings about to be hit. Chrysalis' BKB is done. BZM has his BKB, and they've got Crimson Pipe. On top of the Blink, of course, with Soxa. So let's see if they look for a head-on engagement themselves. How close is Zayats to his Aghanims? He's getting closer. Riddies is in an aggressive position here. We'll be able to clear out that wave. Missed the one creep. Is able to stop that pressure coming in toward the mid wave though, but Tundra grouping up.
Yeah, I mean, they really want to fight with Chrysalis.
Yeah, it does feel like it. With these BKB timings that they've gotten now, the two of them plus the Aura on mid one, he can join the fray with the Fiend's Gate. Niku.
Okay, further backups coming in for Nico around this tier 2 if they want to try and fight NAVI Junior, but they've been hit by the scans, so Tundra maybe eyeing up potential to dive.
Soxa's just checking it out. DK form is expiring. They do have that backline ward, so I think they just saw the DK form expire, and they're looking to make the move on Niku. Let's get the blink away.
Oh.
They're following him, though. Soxa, eyes on him with the blink.
Pretty far away from the rest of his team.
They've got to... They know exactly where he is.
They get the setup. Niku will get the BKB off. He's going to go for the BKB TP.
They've got the damage.
Too much damage.
Uh-oh. Now when he respawns, no BKB. Tundra. Not having to expend too much. They still have the roar for the next go.
Navi, do they want to try something without their Dragon Knight then?
They're considering it, but they don't have that hard stun.
Ice Path.
Ice Path, Riddies.
It's going to catch him. Try and keep him alive at PMA. Not able to offer up enough to save Riddies, and now PMA is caught by the Rupture.
Oh, and he is taken out.
There's nowhere to run, surely. He's going to try and dodge out the Blood Bright. Crystallis, he's in there, finishes him off. Hook shot coming from Zayats. He's able to get the catch on a Saxa. It's only just the two of them here on NAVI Junior, though. Just Zayats and Got the Juice. Zayats will die for his efforts there, as of course Got the Juice does not want to get involved.
Zayats tried to get the angle on Crystallis. It actually hits Soxa because he didn't see him. If he hits Crystallis there's a chance maybe that he gets that kill there, but not the case. And now things have broken for NAVI Junior. Their 5-man team fight, their ball that they were kind of relying on to keep themselves in a good spot this game. Now the wall is down. They're starting to lose, and Hemorrhage Heroes across the board here versus Tundra's picks.
Coming in with the respawns now.
Meta was used, though. Wall was used. This looks awkward if they want to try to run into Tundra here. They'll have to back up and wait for those cooldowns to come back up in order to look to mount a fight versus Tundra. But the lead, it's growing fast, Owen. 9,000 lead now. And they can look to continue pressure. Bizia setting up for top. He's going Lincoln's versus the limited control versus the single stun and the Sunder in particular, the two spells that he can reflect.
They can look to finish this tier 2 top if they want Tundra.
Yeah, no glyph available. They definitely look to surround this area. They did find the D-ward, as we saw earlier. NAVI Junior was able to at least take the one that got them dove. Look in exchange, so Tormentor for tier 2. Good shard. One of the better ones you can get. He's got the max sun rarity too, so it could be pretty relevant if they don't find him in the back, because he's got level 2 egg too. Definitely something to keep tabs of. SNY now finished up. So you see, Got the Juice is still the highest farm tier. It's just these other two cores are really falling off a cliff, especially PMA this game. Last game he was owning on this Darkseer. This time he's just not been able to find these similar connections.
Much harder for him.
Yeah, it's just he's been answered a lot more this game, right? Playing versus the Bloodseeker. Last game was a pretty good Darkseer game, playing versus the Morphin NP as the game progressed, but this one, different types of carries that he's playing versus. Tundra look like they're waiting for that Roche, and it is a fast one.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now we're getting away with some pressure down bottom, NAVI Junior.
They scouted it, so I believe the rocket did see, right, at the end of it? So they did see for a second, but it dies insanely fast. It's actually already been brought down.
I can get straight back on with the pressure. I mean, with the Aegis, they can definitely look at trying to go for the high ground pretty soon here, Tundra, with the advantage they have. If they get any sort of setup and jump between the supports, Whitemon and Saxa.
Absolutely. Yeah, they could definitely look for any of these fights. Zayats' Aghanims is finished, so was able to find this pick up finally on the Clockwork. Still really struggling in this game, but we'll be able to get that finished up. Got the Juice. Lincoln's also has been picked up now, so he's got the protection versus the Roar and the Rupture in particular, but there's a few other spells, of course, he has to deal with. Still looking to play on the south side. Whitemon is scouting him, though. This ward, it's been placed. Got the Juice.
Can he get the angle? Got the Juice already backing off, but they're going to try and cut him off with the Fiend's Gate.
Can they get the connection?
He's out just in time.
Good awareness from him. That was scary moments.
Na'Vi, is it going to be enough having their TB in this position? Can he carry this?
On his own, it looks very, very difficult. They do have good team fight rallied around him, though. It's going to take some crazy execution to protect this egg, allow that full sunray with an amp damage. This could be a potential attempt for a sneaky play. If they can get a good fight, play around that Aegis. This has got the juice having the damage. They're gonna smoke with that. Yeah, this is if they can find a good sequence of fight with this amp damage, he's gonna kill targets so fast. Let's see who they run into. This is the Aegis, and he's got a BKB. He does. He pops.
Gets it off immediately, turns his attention over towards Niku, but Niku himself pops the BKB. He looks to stand his ground, so Chrysalis has to back off. Hookshot forward from Zayat. Gets the catch onto Whitemon, gets him trapped in the cogs, and Whitemon's able to get forced out of there. So if they can chase anything in, NAVI Junior dive forward into the Supernova. Somray out over towards Whitemon. They burn through the Dragon, and now they burn through the Underlord. NAVI Junior get the kills.
This amp damage is doing an insane amount of work. Chrysalis, will they find him as well in the tree line? So close, PMA. Nice try. Nice fight. It was very fast reaction from Chrysalis to get the BKB off, but immediately I think he noticed. He's like, wait a minute, I'm getting hit so hard, I need to back away. As NAVI Junior commits forward for the fight. Really good play from them. Quite a bit used. They did pop Egg, they popped Meta, they popped DK form, so all was expended. So Tundra, when they respawn, could just look for that fight back against them.
Can they get anything off the back of that fight, Na'Vi?
Doesn't look like anything but just getting those kills. BZM now, Lincoln's is finished.
Dire are scanning.
A lot of ninja gears this game, as we see people just really looking for the positioning, as we saw on Tundra in particular. I think they have, what, 3 ninja gears that I see this game? Really looking to have that, yeah, protect the 2 backliners with ninja gears, and then the frontliner who's hunting has the ninja gear, so you got a bit lucky on BZM. They're getting time to back up, though. Replenish these cooldowns. So Meta back up in 40 seconds. DK forms at the ready. Egg in 30.
Now Chrysalis and Sax are walking straight in.
They have 80 seconds on this Aegis they want to kill.
Zayat is able to hookshot out this. Chrysalis, can he still find any further catch? The setup's going to be there from mid-one. Coming in with the pit.
Niku.
Zayat, he'll be found. But Niku indeed gets the space to TP out.
Didn't have the punch available. Sox had used it at the start, and no BZM in the area. So they just lose a clock for that. Got the juice. He's been spotted. Whitemon keeping tabs of him. But Whitemon will be seen himself. And now got the juice. Potentially looking for...
Oh, he's got to be careful on the TV. There's a lot around here for Tundra.
Shards. Won't catch him.
And Na'Vi, just wait out those last 30 seconds on the Aegis before they go looking to find to Tundra.
Pretty interesting that Niku did go for that nullifier this game, right? Of course, gets rid of the Crimson block that gets popped in some of these scenarios, and I guess the Yules and the potential defensive items that the supports would be building, but pretty early built it. Usually we've been seeing this nullifier only picked mostly versus the Escape Act in a lot of scenarios, but yeah, accelerated the build of having it. It gives him damage, of course, right? But
it does, and yeah, I guess mainly wants to kind of keep these people locked down in the cogs, right?
Yeah.
Zayat gets them trapped in that.
I think it's also it's a Lincoln's breaker too, right? Yep. So then he has that, so I can definitely understand why he wants to have this. It's one of the most valuable items you can pick up always is Zayat's versus Saksa. Fiend's Gate coming in.
He's got the hook shot, but won't be able to get out of this one, Zayat. Same time though, an evil Whitemon got the juice. Able to find the Jakiro here with the help of Niku.
Bottom. BZM is here on Got the Juice.
Oh, he's going back, got the juice.
Yeah, he's getting out of there. He was like, oh god, BZM's here. He'll dip out. Crystallis was also in the area, so good call from Got the Juice to leave. Crystallis almost having his next big item. Butterfly soon on the horizon. I was thinking he might consider something like that Revenant Brooch because he's playing versus the TB, but could see it on either side. It's just very valuable versus both these Agi cores. Mid one starting to build toward that Atos Gleipnir of the 5th item that we've seen from these Underlords too, which make fights very difficult to maneuver around inside of these pits, and these firestorms are huge. Scotty finished up got the juice. Tanky. Definitely a very tanky Terrorblade at this point. 4,000 HP on him.
Yeah, he's still smashing these timings.
He is keeping the game together for the team. He's 6-1 and 6 on this TB so far. Saksa on the hunt again, at least getting some vision down with this ninja gear to set up for these Fiend's Gate plays. But 10 seconds till it's up.
BZM ready to join him.
Good awareness from NAVI Junior. I think it's Zayats who was pointing that out, but they have that ward on the Twin Gate, and he was actually just telling them, hey, somebody's smoked going through this Twin Gate, so just be aware of the positioning. So he was pinging that out instantly. Crystallis, that butterfly, it's pretty much done now. Yeah, finished up for this next fight. So that much stronger versus the Terrorblade. Oh, Owen. Amp damage top.
And they're going to have their hands on that one, Tundra. Ready with the smoke.
Yep, they passed the bottle over to Crystallis for the fight, too. Got the Juice needs to live a very long time in the fights. He needs to survive the entirety of the fight for them to have this. Needs to be in that full back line. He cannot get caught at the start of things.
Oh, NAVI Junior going to expect this. PMA is going to be the first to get found. They're in with the Roar, the Punch, the Bloodbright as well. Not a chance for the Darkseer now, turning over towards Zayas, catching him in the shards. He'll look to hook shot out of there.
He yanks him
He's
out of the Yules.
He's actually going to make it away.
He got the hook shot as the Yules was casted, so he gets to pull him out of it. That was actually pretty cool.
So just the one of them going down.
He didn't pop the amp damage though, Owen. Crystallis did hang on to it, so still has it for the next catch. And Roar, it's a pretty low cooldown. 30 seconds until he can look for another one. Got the Juice, a really sneaky play though. Immediately sends the illusions down bottom, so he's applying some pressure onto this lane here that Tundra might have to react to.
And he's just not getting found.
He's not.
He's constantly finding these solid spots to be in.
Whitemon.
Oh God, the Juice could just try and turn and kill him.
Just get the force away. Is it enough? Whitemon, the Crimson block.
He's going to be fine. And Got the Juice doesn't want to mess around with him anymore. Knows that there's likely reactions from Tundra.
Immediately you say what? As a 5 position though, you go, meta was just used, guys. So for this next upcoming fight, they can look to play around that meta.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge, as you said. No meta, and the fact that they still have the amplified damage rune on Crystallis. It's a good time for Tundra to bring the team fight.
I mean, it's astonishing that Whitemon can actually survive there without a Ghost Scepter, right? Like usually in those situations, you're just dead to that TV, but ends up just surviving. So no meta now. It's going to be down. It's about a quarter duration. And Roche is up too.
I mean, can you look to try and contest it without meta? You just have to let it go to Tundra.
Yeah, I think without meta, Got the Juice can't do what he does. But let's see how they look to contest it. I think it's crazy if they do try to do it. But NAVI Junior has done some impressive stuff throughout this series anyway.
Into the pit they go, Tundra. Maybe we'll see Zayats go for a steal. They have got ways they can kind of throw themselves into the pit.
They're smoking for the contest without meta. All right, let's see what they can do.
Oh!
Saksa. They're finishing off that Roche.
Niku tries to jump across, but indeed the Roche has already been taken. They turn with the Roar and Roger onto Niku. Niku in trouble. The stun comes out. Crystallis brings in the damage. And he finishes him off and gets the full heal.
He's also caught. Does get to dive away somehow, but the bird chases him.
The bird indeed, it got him. Tried for the dive TP, but the bird of BZM ends up rooting him after the dive. They tried to go for it, but it was risky.
It's such a big risk at the way that you're... Like, they've been playing pretty careful the whole time, and I think that's such a risk to do without meta. You kind of just deliver Niku.
And it was already awkward, because nice little play there from Mid1. Set up the area by doing this Fiend's Gate, where he puts it on the stairs and in the mid. So it's like, you know, he's not going anywhere.
There's
but just to get the double pits, it just creates this whole area where, sure, Niku could still get in there with the blink, but the rest of the team couldn't follow because Mid1 just blocked them off completely with the Aghanims Fiend Gate setup.
And I'm sure Got the Juice is saying, like, I don't want to go in this fight anyway, guys. Like, I don't have meta. We'll be coming back up in 5 seconds, but again, losing Niku. And now playing versus Aegis. This refresher shard, so the double roars are there. And he does have a Force Staff, as we saw built up from BZM earlier, so has ways to break the links and get the roars off. Got the Juice, going for the pressure, Mid1. He's got backup coming in.
Midbom will die. Can they got the juice? The punch.
In the base too, BZM fighting with Crystallis.
I mean, got the juice is going to get kicked back up to the high ground. He's kind of chilling though still. In a bit of an awkward spot, got the juice. They're going to continue to try and play around with him with the punch and the ice path.
Hey, the supports are toying with him. In the base, Crystallis versus Niku.
Oh, that's going to be the Aegis gone. Coming in with a buyback now, Zayt's. He wants to try and set up for them to be able to take Crystallis down a second time. Got the Dragon Tail. Meanwhile, got the juice, ends up killing off Whitemon.
Might be able to get Saxa.
I mean, Saxa's got to be careful. The supports tried to tease around with them. They ended up losing one of their lives. And of course, as you said, at the same time, top, Crystallis loses the Aegis, and he might just lose his life after that as well. They're in with the hook shot.
He's kind of speedy, though.
Oh my goodness,
oh my
they're
God.
charging down the river.
The Wandering Whirl plus that move speed pops the Thirst of Force too, because these heroes are low, and he just zooms out of there.
So they got the range racks top right. They lose the Aegis.
Almost get the melee racks. It was actually at like 100 HP. I think some TPs got canceled because the way they all started off, I think some people were TPing, and then I think Zayt's maybe hook shot. I was looking at both different sides.
There's a lot of fights happening on both sides of the map there. Got the juice, of course, ends up coming out on top. Those supports mess with him, but as we saw at the end, he did manage to get one of the kills.
Honestly, that was a pretty nice move, all things considered, right? Playing into this Aegis push with a refresher shard. They do an exchange where Got the Juice gets things out of it. He's still 8-1 and 6 on this TB, and now he has MKB.
He's going to have it online,
so has a way to focus fire versus this Bloodseeker too.
Yeah, great TB play so far.
Yeah, he's killing it. Truly is.
And not an easy game.
No.
Not an easy game for him to do it, but he's doing it so far. He got the juice.
Tundra. I believe these are Ninja Gears, not smokes, so double Ninja Gear on the support again to set up. A nullifier on Crystallis. I think he's getting annoyed because of the surge, these force stabs, these little saves that we've seen come out from the side of NAVI Junior also. They have a deep ward. NAVI Junior did get this sneaky deep ward on the high ground.
Oh, they get the jump on a Saxa. They're going to go for the toss first. Caught him in the cogs. He'll buy some safety here with a snowball. It's going to take it pretty deep over towards Zayats. Use the supernova trying to split the fight up. Tundra, can they turn and take the egg down? They can't! Riddies gets it off successfully. The vacuum down to the three of them. Crystallis, he moves in over towards Niku, but he hasn't got enough damage to kill the dragon off on his own. Saxon now closes in, but Niku's safely back up to the high ground. They're focusing the Terrorblade. Can they kill him off? He'll get the man, take the Thunder off. He'll survive. Kills off mid-one, turns to BZM. Got the juice, lives.
Beyond godlike for him now. Niku does die.
Whitemon trying for the TP out. Got the juice, find him. Yes, he can. A triple kill to clean the fight up. Has got the juice. He's living up to the role of a carry here.
Absolutely, Owen. I mean, little fraction of HP, and he gets the Sunder off onto mid one.
And we're seeing that Crystallis, even with all the farm he has as this Bloodseeker,
fight him head on.
I don't know if it's the hero or the items, it's just yet that the damage, it's not enough, right? You see him get in there, but he's having to kind of pull back. He can't full commit to the Bloodseeker against these heroes.
The last attack on the egg, literally one attack left on it, it detonates and it causes disaster.
Yeah, we'll see that.
Tundra at the end.
Because at this point, Tundra, they've got everything ready to go. Crystallis, he wants to get in there. They turn their attention over towards the egg, but as you say, one hit.
Ends up popping.
And here, Crystallis, full health. Niku's pretty low, but already with the range of the BKB, Crystallis is like, well, I can't stand toe-to-toe with the Dragon Knight. This is getting too scary. Gets back in towards the end, but even then, Niku, he survives on this low HP for so long. And meanwhile, got the juice is just absolutely destroying Mid-1 and Tundra and BZM. They couldn't kill him. They got so close, could not stop him getting the Sunder off.
It's a picture-perfect fight for NAVI Junior, right? Pretty much nobody dies except for Niku at the very tail end of everything there. Getting themselves the first melee racks of the game. Pit coming in, looking like they do want to fight outside NAVI Junior. They're escaping, but they do get caught on Riddies.
He's got egg in 5 seconds.
Doesn't want to use it.
He might if he gets the chance. No.
He's saving it.
He'll
die. Buyback just in case, too. Doesn't want to use it if they do have like a big fight kickoff. Got the juice. Showing that he can stand his ground. Now has another item finished up, too. The Satanic has been purchased up. He is getting to 6. He's getting up, full slot territory. Even at an 11k deficit, we're seeing that he's got a chance. Absolutely versus this lineup.
Yeah, he's doing so much.
He is. And they're buffing him up, right? We see these Lotuses, these Solars, everything being thrown onto him. They don't have those buff ups on the side of Tundra to amplify Crystallis. Level 25 has been hit, so 2 Rupture charges are at the ready. This game truly is beautiful to watch, though. It's all eyes on Got the Juice, how much he can do, how hard he can actually stand and carry. Can they chain lockdown him on Tundra is the question before that Sunder comes out. BZM may be making the call that he wants to farm and finish up his refresher so they can have that super long control versus him. But it's going to give time for NAVI Junior. Get these next few big items finished up by Niku. Looked like he did want the Ags. Now he's pivoting, maybe wanting to get a Linken's as well for his Terrorblade. If they can just multi-stack him onto Got the Juice, perhaps he can just carry on his own. See if he does commit for that item or not. Crystallis has shown his next item. I mean, he's out of slots as well, too. We're seeing both these cores hitting crazy levels of farm. So the Aghanims was what he was considering, but he's still debating between two different choices on Crystallis if he wants Swift Blink or that Ags. Ags definitely has its merits to man fight, right? That's kind of like this concept around it, having that pure damage plus that extra lifesteal that it provides for you. 25, long meta duration also, level 27 on Got the Juice. They're moving forward for a potential siege, but Tundra's setting up behind them.
And if they can get in with the jump, some sort of dive for from Riddies, if he gets off with another supernova like that, they can look to try and bring this team fight to the high ground.
Yeah, they have to protect it though. It does seem important. Saksa.
It's a big wraparound.
The Fiend Gate is right on top of them.
They get the jump. They're going to find Zayat.
The egg.
Zayat's going to get the glimmer off. I mean, mid one. He's going to look to try and help take off the egg, and this time they'll take it down easily. Aurora come down onto Niku. Can they bring this fight back together, NAVI Junior? As Niku's falling low, Got the Juice getting focused. The vacuum from PMA comes out for the two of them. Got the Juice is kind of left on his own now. Can he do anything here against the four of them left alive here, beaten down upon him? They have the ice path control. Got the Juice, can he get the Sunder off? He can. But on his own now, he cannot carry this fight.
That was the dream fight for Tundra.
They separate them completely. Yeah. They deal with the egg. They split them apart. NAVI Junior just can't get the setup for Got the Juice to pop off this time.
Nobody else gets anything off, really. Yeah. Right? They went for all the other targets. They're like, okay, I think we're recognizing how to do these fights. The TB is doing a ton of work, but if we can just control him and kill the rest, that's how we can thrive, and that's exactly what happens.
Absolutely. I think they just weren't ready for Tundra to come at them for this angle.
I mean, this Fiend's Gate, honestly. Mid one just plops it right on top of them, and the deep, the buff that you get, of course, too, the damage reduction. Got the Juice can't hit the target that comes through the Fiend's Gate at the start there, so they just finish off that egg.
Yeah, and just can't get in position or close enough to the rest of the team to be able to stand his ground this fight. Got the Juice. Tundra able to tackle NAVI Junior perfectly as they pick them apart one by one in this team fight.
And now a 23k lead. Niku spent his gold on the Aghanims right before that fight too. 45 seconds on the Terror.
This is going to be a heavy push. What do they do about this NAVI Junior? They've got the buyback available on Got the Juice, or they will have to wait the 35 seconds. And in that time, a lot of damage is going to be done.
Might just have to wait for the DK, but
they get the raw on Zayat. Zayat, he's out. No buyback for him for 50. As Tundra hold NAVI Junior back towards the fountain, get the space required to keep this push coming in.
Got the Juice is just waiting for the DK. He doesn't want to try a fight without having the full squad, but they will have to, at least without the clockwork, but they do want to have that core DK in. Damage is done. Looks like it's about to be mega creeps.
Saksa
looking for a kick.
He's going to get the kickback on the Riddies. Riddies able to dive away. Lotus as well to reflect the snowball. Turn towards him. Can they control Saksa? He gets the punch up on a Riddies. Riddies, he'll get the egg off. They'll look towards the supernova. Can they kill it off in time? They can't. They've got to back off away from the egg here as the egg goes off successfully. Got the Juice. Caught by the stun. Crystallis moves it. Got the Juice. Chain stunned. Not a chance once again to fight back as he's out. They'll kill them up towards the fountain. PMA will survive. The stun and nullifier thrown down on a Crystallis. The buybacks coming in from both Riddies and Got the Juice. Jump forward for Niku. Burns down Saksa. Now they turn to Crystallis. Hook shot forward. They close in. Control the Bloodseeker. They get the kills. Does cost them the 2 buybacks. And indeed, the damage to the base has been done.
Is it queue up Rapier time? I think it is. Yep, Got the Juice immediately does do so. They need it. They need to just push these lanes down, run down the mid lane.
Sure.
Maybe
they
sell
can
an
get the
item and
Roche.
pick it up. Roche is up. They can buy back on Tundra to contest for it, though.
I don't know if would they. I don't know. I think they're chilling, Tundra.
Probably chilling.
I think they're like, you know what? Let them get the Roche, whatever.
They're still obviously, what, 31k, 30k ahead. They have the mega creeps.
Absolutely.
They probably don't need to go for too crazy of a play themselves, Tundra. NAVI Junior, though, of course, on their side, they have to go all out.
Whitemon is walking over, and he does have his Aghanims, so can look to put a lot of pressure on this Roche pit.
Even this could be a bit risky. If he shows himself, Sights is able to find him with a hook shot.
And this macro part is going to do a lot of damage on. It's going to annoy the hell out of him. They've got
the heals. Yeah, he's got Satanic as well. So they'll be able to stay in the pit. BZM stepping over.
They're thinking about the jump.
Look at the kill. Oh, he's in! He gets the stats!
No
Wait,
way!
He gets the kill and the pickup! I mean, they'll quickly take the Aegis off.
Oh my god, Whitemon.
He might die twice for this.
So?
You've stopped them getting the Aegis.
You stopped the Aegis. Yeah. Absolutely. They used buybacks. That was insane.
Getting the kill and the snatch. He gets both.
And what else? Did he get some?
Did he get the other pickups?
Was that an old banner or a new banner? I don't remember if that was an old or new banner.
That might have been a new one, because otherwise where's the banner on NAVI Junior?
I think he got both. Yeah, I think he got banner and Aegis and last hit.
Oh, well, there we go.
Whitemon delivered like a beast in the last game with his Ags, Macro Pyres, and now he just steals away.
We'll see it again. Indeed, yeah, the Macro Pyre ticks.
Oh, the Ice Path catches them, the stuns, so able to just blink it. Oh my god.
And indeed, grabs Aegis banner in the backpack of the map. So, there you go. You can't ask for more from Jakiro. He popped off first game, popping off here in this game too.
30k lead. Pressure on all lanes. Got the juice. Still very likely that he does have to go down the Rapier route.
What's he selling for it?
I'm debating. They're both so the Manta and the Hurricane Pike are so good.
Yeah, you
That's
need the dispels and the save yourselves.
And the illusions just do so much damage because of the way that your Dark Unity works.
It's a tough call.
It's a tough
call for Got the Juice.
Either way, Tundra, they're camping that area as well too.
Well, Navi.
Zayats.
He's going to go for it, Zayats. Gets the jump. The pit's going to throw him down in return from mid one. Sax able to bounce away with the Ogre Seal Totem.
They're going to be stuck in these pits for some time, and Niku got to continue to get pit inside of it. Lane pressure's coming in from the Megas.
He's got to make his decision soon, Got the Juice. He has to sell something and get this Rapier before it's too late. What's he going to sell? He's not.
It's got to be one of those two, but I just don't know. Maybe it is Hurricane. I don't know. Whatever. We'll see.
I think you're right. Hurricane Pie is probably the one that's got to go.
It's just because Manta gives you a lot of bonus damage with Unity, but Manta also works so well with Rapier, right? So maybe he does sell the Manta because I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. He needs it either way for that high ground hold. As Tundra smoked up, looking to go for the final go.
I mean, as I said, he's not bought it yet. He might not have it before the end of the game.
Uh-oh, PMA. He shows himself.
Saxy gets the jump. They get the kickback as well with the Rupture combo. PMA's gone. Does have buyback available. He'll come in with it.
BZM gets the roar off.
The roar onto Niku. They're backing off, respecting the buyback here from PMA. The hook shot not going to latch from Zayats.
That's DK form. That's meta. Meta's going to be wearing off pretty soon, Owen.
I mean, it's still... He's got to make that purchase. Okay, he's making it now. He's making it now. Needs 100 gold.
He sold nothing.
So he's just sold nothing. He's going to try and juggle the items around his backpack. Just needs a little bit more. He's got to get a few more creeps so he can get this delivery done. And it's in a dangerous spot. He's got to be careful with that courier. Hope he keeps it disassembled before he delivers it back. He did not, so it's risky.
It's going through the creep wave.
It's risky.
They see it.
Oh, that's risky.
Saksa won't be able to hunt for it, though. It gets along the tree line.
All right, the delivery's going to be made.
Okay.
So looks like at the moment he's got the refresher shot. Obviously, he's got to try and get in there as well. He's going to slot the Lincoln Sphere out.
Okay. Definitely chances where he just gets roared and dies 100-0, but he's going for the all-in. Right, he's going for the big, risky players. Okay, they're resetting themselves, getting themselves prepped for this defense.
I mean, it's getting up to another kind of 60-minute game. Crazy series so far. I mean, obviously, game one, NAVI Junior, both of these games, they're giving it their all.
They sure are.
To try and hold out here against Tundra. Game one, they couldn't do it. Game two is looking tougher at this point with the Mega Creeps up against them, but Rapier Terrorblade's online.
And they did pass away that refresher start to Darkseer. So chaos, right? They're looking for chaos in fights. So double wall, double vacuum, just try to control these heroes so Got the Juice can stand and attack for the entirety of the fight. He needs to have full freedom on this TB.
They've got to do everything they can to make sure Got the Juice gets the chance to hit.
Let's see if he can do it. Could just get full lockdown, as we've said.
I mean, a Rupture and a kickback, as we've seen that combo.
Banner is down. Mid one.
The ice bomb for the Macro Pyron, got the juice, they get the kickback. Got the juice, they get the vacuum, wall down onto the three of them, got the juice, he's been rooted, they've got to help him out, he's getting roared, is there any save? There's not, got the juice is dead. Rapier hits the ground, Ice Path from Whitemon catches on Riddy, snowball forward, they've got the control to kill off the Phoenix, the second roar down on Aniku, it's over, GG's called. Tundra will close up this series 2-0 despite NAVI Junior's best efforts.
They made them work for it though, Owen. I got the juice, played his heart out. 11-4-8. He was at one point, I think, 11-1-7 or something in this game. That bottom fight in particular, though, Tundra dismantled them.
Yeah,
they split it up.
That was
they
beautiful.
Killed this TB, isolated him, and then from there, yeah, they saw the way to take these fights with these multiple roars and controls. A fun series, to say the least.
Absolutely, yeah. The Tundra coming out on top. Just able to make those last few calls to close the game up. And yeah, once again, you know, Whitemon ending the game with only a few thousand damage below that of his carry. A nice 49k this time round from the Jakiro.
And ends with the Rapier.
Indeed. That's true. That's true. Ends with a Rapier in his venture. Very apt for Whitemon. Game over here, unfortunately for NAVI Junior. Tundra, they'll be moving on 2-0 for them today.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fog. I feel like this is bittersweet goodbye because this was a great game, a great series, very entertaining. But yeah, NAVI Junior will take their leave here. A lot to break down from this game number 2, and it would be so easy to continue talking about Whitemon and his Jakiro and the Rapier, but let's not go there. Let's go elsewhere, Lizard. Let's go to the start of the game where actually for the first time in this series anyway, Tundra was able to set a high pace from the laning stage onwards.
Yeah, I feel like they were setting the pace because Navi got punished. Like Navi were actually the ones trying to set the pace that was a little bit too fast for them. They got punished around that. Bottom tier 1 tower, because of all of these moves that they were making, Underlord was completely left unchecked, free farmed, got too much farm out of the laning stage, and then was actually able to connect to all of these moves early on. Had a very nice pipe timing as well versus all of these heroes that early enough, of course, they're mostly magic damage.
Yeah, I think giving the last pick to mid one and giving him a good game clearly worked out for Tundra in this case. He looked extremely comfortable on Underlord. His itemization was perfect. The Gleipnir plus 3 pits in the late game, that looked so obnoxious to play into.
Yeah,
and
combine that with the Macropyre.
Combine it with Whitemon, Macropyre, Rapier, Jakiro stealing Aegises. You know what, but Navi, they still put up an incredible fight. I think that this team made a lot of fans in this tournament. This is one of the most exciting teams that we've seen in Dota for a long time. I think sometimes you have these new teams that they come in and they just get shit stomped and you don't see them again. They don't make top 8 like Navi did, and they don't take... Like, Tundra was sweating in this game. And this series was not easy for Tundra. It's a 2-0, but this was a close one.
Absolutely. Game number 1 and game number 2. These guys are just a new coming up Eastern European team. We heard Silent talk about them as well. He regards them as someone that might be very like what they used to be when they just started out, right? Like, you have one experienced captain, one Yoda, one Splinter, and then around him these young little Padawans that are just starting up. And yeah, we have to shout out, of course, BZM and the boys on the other side of because Tundra, it's not easy for them. They are also playing with a stand-in, and they are making it work. So I'm not sure what the situation will be there when it comes to how long mid-one will be playing for them, but so far, we have to say that there has definitely been an improvement on that offlane.
Yeah, and he was also a survivor. Let's keep it real there. Let's take a look at the upcoming clip because BZM had a rough time at some point. And yes, he's the MVP, but not in this clip, Jenkins. Not in this clip.
I think in this clip he actually does survive.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But why?
Because of Whitemon.
Yeah.
Because Whitemon was there. But you know what? I do think the juking from BZM was necessary. There were so many times where he was hitting these long-range axes, and to be in a position like that where you're baiting and also have the synergy that your whole team is arriving is very important, because on the flip side, NAVI Junior had also, like, their carry showed up to that fight. And he got devastated. And when you're carry, when you show up with 5 heroes mid, and then your carry dies.
I really think that was the biggest issue in this game for Navi. They tried to be overly aggressive early on, and they were constantly punished through the game for that aggression.
Yeah, and then we have a moment where it actually did work out for them. They were able to have the fight go their way, Lizard.
Yeah, like Jenkins was talking about all of these circles. We see them right here. But there is this shiny ball of light, your sun from Phoenix, that beats all of these circles, right? Because you're not afraid to play into them. Like, okay, you have Pit of Malice, but on the other side you have Vacuum Wall and Egg with Sunray, so you can actually stand and fight. And Terrorblade is probably one of the best heroes, as seen here, that just wants to stand like a tower and hit people.
Yeah.
If you bring him low enough, as long as there are no BKBs, he can thunder through. And that's something that surprised me. Like, they didn't really itemize in any early BKBs, so he had an option to pick and choose from who do I thunder? Do I thunder you? Do I thunder you?
No Lotus either until very late in the game.
So they couldn't really take him down.
They could not. We also have a comparison of the two carries. I did feel like Got the Juice had a lot of pressure on his shoulders this game.
Oh man, look, he was trying. He was top of net worth. Look at this net worth, 11, 1, and 6, beyond godlike. You know, Crystals, that's a crazy inventory too, don't get me wrong. His net worth was great, but Got the Juice, he was split pushing. He was doing what he could. And, you know, eventually the other players will come into the picture. There are other heroes in the game, of course. Yep. And Tundra also realized that basically the way that they need to fight around Got the Juice is to ignore him. You know, go for the egg. It's not on that high ground position like it was before. Kite him with the Underlord, with the Gleipnir, with the Pits. Yep. Go for the Darkseer, you know, go for these other heroes that are important.
These kind of separated fights cannot happen for Navi. Like, if the fights are separated, they just cannot win them. Because the TB is controlled, he's either roared or kicked. And the egg is extremely important. Like, that early shard with the Sunray, unfortunately in that fight it did not work for Navi.
Yeah, and that, of course, was the nail in the coffin, allowing Tundra to push their base on the side of NAVI Junior and eventually take the win. And to celebrate that, it is Nomad who's standing by with Saxa for an interview.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I'm here with a very tall influence on the game. It is Saxa. So, firstly, how was that series to play, and what are your thoughts on NAVI Junior?
I mean, the series was kind of fun. Like, the games were long and very chaotic. We made some comebacks in like the first game, and yeah, the games were good. And NAVI Junior, I mean, they're definitely like the most promising team right now. They're like already pretty good team. Like, they've made it to the playoffs here. They beat some good teams, and they can keep growing from there.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing more of them, but looking forward even more to seeing more of you guys playing in this tournament. So talk to me a little bit about the communications of that game, because Whitemon, he's often coming across as quite a calm player outside of the game. Is he calm even when he's making these huge plays like the Aegis steal?
Usually, yeah, he's calm. He's like, I can press this, I can do this in the fight, so don't think he gets too hectic. Sometimes maybe it's like a loud crowd and the games are tense, then sure, but otherwise it's like, yeah, just Whitemon things.
Just Whitemon things. Yeah, he was really popping off that game. Yeah, I mean, just generally, it's like is that the mood in the team then? Everybody's kind of locked in and taking it chill?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have no pressure on us this tournament. We're playing at the stand-in, so every game we're just trying to make the best of it, go as far as we can in this tournament, and yeah, just play some good Dota.
Awesome stuff. We certainly have been so far, and you especially as well. I love watching you play because you're always pulling out something new. You've got like the Slark, the Night Stalker, even Medusa game. Do you like playing new heroes, and like, do you feel like you really need to be practicing a hero a lot before you pull it out, or can you just be like, conceptually, I understand it, so I'll give it a whirl?
I mean, I like playing new heroes. I kind of get bored fast, especially when I've been playing this game for like so long. And for the regarding practice, not really. Sometimes if I see a hero and it just makes sense, I don't really need to play it. I can just, even if I haven't played it before, I can just pull it out and yeah, make the best of it.
Absolutely, we have been so far, and that's also terrifying to draft into as well if there's a guy who's just willing to pick anything. So yeah, I'm sure that's a big part of your success. Looking forward to see you continue in this lower bracket. Thank you, Saxa, so much, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. I am sure that we're going to be very entertained by what's coming next for Tundra, because I feel like Lizard, they have delivered entertaining games, standing or not.
Yeah, standing or not, like they are defeating all their opponents. If Dota doesn't work out for Saxa, of course, NBA League is waiting for him. Well, that is a possibility or an option maybe as well.
Yeah, I think so too. And for Nomad, perhaps something in Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory would be good for him.
That's mean, guys.
But I think for
Jens Heitis jokes, and on that note,
okay, fair enough.
we are going to our next series. We have got BetBoom and Tidebound waiting in the lower bracket.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The lower bracket slaughter must continue. One more best of 3 series in that lower bracket. It's Tidebound and BetBoom. And yes, that means one of these two teams will have a very poetic end to Wallachia Season 4, as they will have ended the tournament in the same way they started it, or rather with the same opponent, because we do have a little bit of a rematch here with Tidebound and BetBoom and Lizard and Jenkins here as well. Jenkins, going into this series, I feel like I'm obligated to say that it is a little bit of a David versus Goliath matchup, with BetBoom considered to be surely the stronger team here.
Yeah, that is definitely, we do have to lay those cards on the table. I think in a lot of their series as well, BetBoom have had a tendency, let's just say it, Pure has been doing a little bit of throwing here or there. Perhaps one of the most thrown games of the of Dota history versus Aurora, powering them up. So maybe that's more of a story about Aurora than about BetBoom, because I feel like BetBoom versus Aurora game 1 in their series was actually quite close. So yeah, Tidebound, definitely they're up against a BetBoom which looks strong. Looks like they're throwing a little bit, but they're probably angry after that last series, I would have to guess.
I would think so as well. I don't think anybody ever wants to face an angry BetBoom, as we see here. The win rate of the teams, I think the biggest difference here is there's mostly 2-0s, one outlier there with a 3-game series. Lizard, how do you feel about how the teams have been doing so far?
Yeah, so far I feel like both teams aren't super happy with how they've been performing. Maybe Tidebound a little bit more okay with their performance so far, but like Jenkins was talking about it, I do believe that BetBoom, they're not satisfied with their run so far. I feel like Pure's captainship is being drawn into him going crazy with the boys, especially versus the Aurora, because they just got baited into so many absolutely insane plays, like with the rapiers and whatnot. When it comes to Tidebound, though, these are the performances of Team Tidebound versus Eastern European teams. So far, they did manage to take down BetBoom. They lost both to Paravision and to Team Spirit. And historically, these players, like, they've had some struggles versus Eastern European teams. If you remember TI 2020 here in Romania as well, it wasn't that great for
don't remind them. That was a
it was
brutal.
It was a hard time for them. But then again, they do have 3 members of Old Wings Gaming as well, and they are the only Chinese team left in the playoffs. So I feel like they are the darlings of the region. And there's some pressure on them, sure, but they have so many fans and so much support at the same time because of that.
Yeah, they really do. They have, as mentioned, already faced each other. What can we learn from their opening series if we dissect this?
Yeah, there's a little bit of peculiar interest of mine on the offlaners that have been played, right? Like your Magnus and Brewmasters. Like the Brewmaster on Tidebound, I feel like this is a team that can actually make the hero work, even versus something like a Huskar. Meanwhile, on the other side, they do fall back in a little bit of, let's just protect Shiro and make his game as good as possible, so we're gonna get something like a Magnus and more power-ups, and then Shiro does not really carry them. So I feel like this team works the best when they actually share the load between the three cores when it comes to late game potential and who's the actual win condition.
Yeah, I agree. At the start of the tournament, we saw some nothing to say being sacked for Bach getting last pick that was also a terrible lane. And it was so strange, but it was working. They were winning the series. The series looked really hard and like they had to fight like tooth and nail to win it, but they did it. So if their drafting has improved at this point against BetBoom, I don't know, maybe this is going to be closer than how we're making it seem.
Yeah, I hope it will be, but like you guys mentioned, BetBoom to me are... Look, they didn't look great yesterday, but because of them not looking great yesterday, I feel like that they will calm themselves down and either come into the series completely refreshed or completely tilted. And they look refreshed on cameras, at least.
Well, you can say the same thing for both teams, right? Because both teams got an 0-2 yesterday. And we'll say Tidebound got an 0-2 from Paravision, which I think is easier to wrap your head around if you're Tidebound.
I think so.
It's a little less tilting, if you will.
So the difference for me, at least, is, right, like Perry, they were expected to win. Meanwhile, BetBoom were not expected to lose, right?
Yeah, that's true. Although I will say one thing is I do feel like there is a narrative about BetBoom that they're like a tilting team, which is definitely true within a series. You can kind of see it. Maybe within a game you can see it. But I feel like they're actually very good at mentally resetting between games at the very least. There's like multiple tournaments since they got Miro. Like this is not the same roster with Toronto, Tokyo that existed before. Since they got Miro, they have done terribly in group stage and then do amazing in playoffs, or do terribly in a series and then do extremely well in the next one. So yeah, they are definitely still the tilting team. You know, these are Eastern European boys. They got pure. They got some main character syndrome going on sometimes, but between games, like in between series, they can 100% reset.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for me anyway for Tidebound in this series is if you pull on your experience from facing BetBoom on the first day. BetBoom has openly said they treat the first couple of days of a tournament as a little bit of extra practice, extra scrimmage, if you will. Yeah. Whereas Tidebound, I don't think they have the same philosophy. So they come in swinging, and they swing at a team that, you know, is maybe not taking it as 100% serious as they are, or rather, you know, they might be a little bit trying out some things that are unorthodox.
Yeah, BetBoom expects the playoffs.
Yeah.
Tidebound doesn't necessarily. They're just trying hard in every game to get there.
Yeah, so you can't really rely too much on that experience from day one.
Yeah, you definitely cannot. But when I look at Tidebound and when I look at the way they drafted in day one and the way they drafted yesterday, it's literally the same thing. They truly did not change way too much. You're still having the same combos, Coral Bristle, Coral Tiny. Okay, there's no gyro any longer, that's true, but some small adjustments. Foundation, however, is the same, but that doesn't have to mean it's a bad thing. I feel like every team needs a good foundation.
Yeah, that's one thing that we talked about a lot actually coming into this tournament about Tidebound, was that coming from Rally to this tournament, the way that they drafted was entirely different. And it looked like they just decided that, okay, we think group fighting is really good. Like, we are going to play around a bunch of group fighters, not really care too much about the lanes. And I agree, their drafts currently look like that, but with these small adjustments to make up for the holes in the plot. So we'll see if that identity is strong enough to beat BetBoom, but I like that they have an identity.
True.
Yep. They had a really hard opponent yesterday, and that's also maybe a storyline, right? Like, you're playing versus someone that's so good that even if you pull out your best stuff, it doesn't work. I'm not sure how that affects you morale-wise. Some teams, it's pretty bad and damning for you because you don't try the same thing next series. Instead, you just try searching and scrapping for new tech. But of course, these guys, Omega experienced. I doubt that's going to be the case for Tidebound.
Now let's see what we got coming our way. What is still left in the pool that we normally don't see in the pool? I think the Bristleback is the only one that stands out.
Yeah, I would say you definitely bristle here. It's unless there's some like prepared opening that BetBoom has got that's not just normal meta that they're specifically drafting against Tidebound. But I don't know, you're really baited to take the Bristle. It's really good against Ringmaster. All of Bristle's damage is physical and ground targeted, so the box doesn't do anything.
The only good thing for Ringmaster there is the fact that you have Impalement Arts, right? So you get a lot of damage versus tanky heroes.
Sure.
Which is nice, and in the lane the slow is really good. But yeah, overall, I think Bristle surprisingly left in the pool. There's Sand King as well, by the way. Another hero that should be hot and contested between
or Jakiro. We've seen the stock of Jakiro rise in general, and then also against Ringmaster, as we've talked about, all of the ground targeted disables and damage is amazing versus the save.
I mean, all these conversations that are being had as well on the side of BetBoom, they took almost a minute to decide that all those options will be left on the table and they'll go for the Monkey King instead.
Yeah, I feel like Monkey King is almost every game ban at this point.
We've seen a lot of first phase Monkey bans for sure.
And if he's not banned in the first phase, he's banned later on because you want something like an Ember, right? Which is all now open for BetBoom. And Monkey King has always been this kind of a hero that throws a problem at you. Like you pick the Monkey King and then suddenly the draft window and all these options, they're not as great. They shrink.
Yeah, there's a reason he's in the top 5 of most banned heroes. That's quite crazy.
Yeah.
57 bans.
If people don't want to play against it, it makes it too annoying to draft, especially because Pure and GBK can both play it. So you have to potentially, especially if like a carry another carry gets picked, but they can be flexed. You have to pick a mid that doesn't get countered by a Monkey King and an offlaner that doesn't get countered by a Monkey King. This is a pain. Centaur is a big one that we've seen for teams against Monkey because you just cut the wave, and from what I've heard, the matchup isn't as bad as it used to be because you can now move while stomping, so you can actually catch him with the stomp while he's hitting you trying to build those Jingus.
I just remember that you weren't used to move while stomping. That was... And the hero was still played, by the way, not as much, of course. And there we go. I mean,
making it to the second phase.
They get both. They get the Monkey and the Bristle for themselves. Why not? It wasn't banned out by Tidebound. They respected the Whitemon Jakiro performance a bit too highly. So BetBoom aren't going to get to play it as well. I like their 2 openers. They are opening with 2 cores, though. And now for Tidebound, it is a bit of a flex, of course, on BetBoom, but you see the 2 cores and you can draft accordingly.
My gut says there are definitely heroes in Dota that are pretty good at punishing both of these. Like a counter which exists to both. Like Phoenix comes to mind.
It's
Y plays it, Planet plays it.
It's a really good pick. I feel like Phoenix is, considering that they played a lot, a no-brainer. When it comes to cores, not really sure. Like versus Bristle, you want a lot of armor usually. So your Morphlings and Terrorblades come to mind, right? Like the highest armor heroes in the game.
Interesting. Okay, this functions somewhat of a block pick as well, the SD, because if BetBoom got Shadow Demon, they would have a hero to stack for Bristle, they would have a hero to take the illusions of Terrorblade, and they would have a hero to purge the Ringmaster box. So they use this as somewhat of a block pick, and SD has also traditionally been good against Monkey. You can purge him, and when he gets Jingu, it goes away. You can purge the Bristle. Eventually, it does become a break if you can get to the right timing.
Just purging him is nice, right? Him being unable to run around the map, run around the fight is always good. But Silencer, Wind Ranger, 2 pretty nice picks.
But?
I feel like there's no but.
Okay.
Silencer great into all three of these heroes, Global Silence against Sunder, against Shadow Demon, against
The
Ringmaster.
triple save, yeah,
like
it's a great block.
You just don't have any saves, and then on top of that, this the Wind Ranger is a beautiful position for, can be played as a core as well, but I feel like in this particular tournament, she was a bit underrated. I feel like kill shot, it could be one of those things that was a little bit too broken the first couple of days when it was played, and then everyone got used to it. Gale Force, however, is still very decent.
Yeah. You do have to consider the Demonic Cleanse is quite good against Silencer. If you can use that on a hero that's initiating a fight, and then the Global Silence comes out, or you use it on the Ringmaster as you're initiating a fight, and then
continuously purging, right?
it continuously purges, so it'll purge the silence, and then it'll purge the reverberating silence as well. But it's not exactly an easy thing to pull off, but it's a play option, which is nice.
Players have pulled off the Oracle Purge into Global as well.
Yeah,
So I'm
because
sure,
you just Q and then hold it, right?
yeah, I'm sure the Shadow Demon one is also very doable.
1 in 5, as in 1 to 5. 6 games played, only 1 win. That's
On Mars?
sad, on Mars.
I don't think SD's stats are that good either. if I had to
SD is
guess.
like 20% win rate as well, so very similar.
Oh, yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, 1 and 4. Oh, no.
And they might be laning together. We'll see.
Oh, no.
Exciting.
One thing that I need to say from Tidebound is there is just no damage in this arena besides the Terrorblade.
Yeah, that's true.
These two supports, sure, Ringmaster with Wheel of Wonder is nice, but that's kinda it. Like, you need a lot of damage coming from Nothing to Say. I don't want to see some Kunkka or anything like
Yeah.
that.
They also need a hero that they can pick into like virtually anything, and you don't know if it's Monkey King mid, so you're dissuaded from going like Pangolier mid, for example.
Tiny as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's not banned. Would be decent. but-
Primal Beast would be a decent damage dealer. Also, like you don't really want to go for it because you're against the Monkey King. Yeah, maybe for the game, the Primal would be good.
I didn't want to see them go for Kunkka BetBoom as well. Doesn't want to see the
they're
Kunkka.
saving them from themselves.
I love my read because I thought it was really bad. Meanwhile, BetBoom actually banning it out, thinking it's a really good pick. I guess if you don't have the damage, you have to play these sustain fights, and maybe that's where the Kunkka pick comes into play. And they have played it before, and it looked all right at times, not every game.
How much flex potential do we feel like there's left on the side of BetBoom, or is it just going to be Bristle off, Monkey safe?
Quite a lot, I would say. I think Bristle is between
one and 3.
The 3 core roles, and Monkey is mid and carry for sure.
I have to say, I feel like Bristle might just be... I'm not sure, like this offlane into TB isn't the greatest matchup for him, but seeing that there's a spear to turn him and an eventual break from Shadow Demon, it might not be the most amazing Bristle game anymore, right?
To go to one of the higher core
one,
positions. Yeah, I think definitely the green Bristle facet looks good here.
Yep.
And you can still play around stacks. You're gonna do fine in lane. He'll farm. TB will farm as well. But they have absolute last pick. You may as well give one of the other core players a freebie, you know?
Yeah, on one side Storm banned out, on the other Ember. I feel like this is maybe a Puck ban as well, depending on what they want mid. We'll see. But
yeah,
for BetBoom, if you're just looking at their draft, something like a Puck looks all right.
It does.
Anything that sets up an area with the Monkey King, keeps them in the Wukong's command, it wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, that was a Navi Junior strat against these non-lockdown supports.
But seeing it's GPK, we might also just see something like a Dragonite, which was also Navi Junior's style. But GPK, I feel like he is a very different DK player. Like, he plays it in a different way. He's way greedier, and he makes it work. Another option is maybe a Huskar. You always mention it.
you gotta be careful about GPK Huskar. I feel like for Tidebound, maybe the Ember ban and Lifestealer ban, perhaps they want Sand King mid. Or they go for the Tiny. Well, this you can definitely monkey that, and then pick a better carry.
What type of carry would be better?
In a 1v1 versus Terrorblade, I mean, Morphling. However, they are playing into SD. You do enjoy getting the Morphling illusions.
Mm-hmm.
But still a decent call, I would say. Another one that they played on the other side is a Gyro.
Yeah, I was gonna say Gyro. If you want to play really fast,
yeah,
I think that's good as well. A lot of decent options for them.
Or you just Huskar the mid.
You can Huskar mid, yeah. If you want to really double down. I feel like you already win mid with Monkey King though, so maybe. Do you think it's disrespectful if they Huskar mid, like knowing that they could already monkey and dominate mid?
Ooh.
Okay, same idea.
Okay, is this disrespectful?
None of these picks are disrespectful. I feel like it's just we haven't really seen OD first pick of the tournament. It has been picked before in pubs as well. It's kind of popular. It's an interesting pick because you now have a save of your own as well on the other side, and a massive amount of damage.
I do think BetBoom, if the game goes late, they devastate the late game.
Yep.
Like OD can, I mean, this hero can like almost one-shot Terrorblade between the pure and the magic damage. However, I feel like Tidebound's draft is quite a lot easier to run away with the game early. It's a lot more normal. They have good team fight, good disable. You know, tiny mid. It's a normal hero. He's going to rotate. I don't think OD can really counter the rotations too well. So they could really set a pace in this game here.
Yeah, the way I'm seeing it from BetBoom, they are playing pure position 2 from the safe lane. That's the way I'm reading it. And I want to see just what the itemization will be on the monkey, because I feel like he needs to create a space for the OD, not the other way around.
You feel like this game is going to be high tempo? BetBoom is our highest tempo team here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Highest tempo team, highest team with fountain dives as well,
Yeah,
with
sure.
rapiers.
It's not always plays out the way they want to.
Yeah,
Monkey
it's
King
always
is
fun for us though.
It's a good rapier hero. That is a problem. And he can get into the fountain with his tree jumps pretty easily.
Yep.
This time, GPK, if he gets, shard and things, he can save people from fountain.
That's true. You have to consider the save.
Yeah, and it's, I don't know, like the Monkey King is a sort of a hero that can actually set the tempo even from the safe lane.
Okay, let's see if BetBoom can do that in game number 1 or if Tidebound will take game 1. Here's OD Pixel and Fogged.
Yes, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the action here. Ready to begin in game 1 of Tidebound versus BetBoom.
Hell yeah.
Fogg, what are you making this one? We're going to see the OD, first pick of the tournament.
I'm shocked it's the first pick. It's rampant in pubs. Okay. So in the high-level pubs, people are playing this one a lot. And most everyone's taking the Obsidian Decimator. Very strong at bullying in lanes. I think that's, for the most part, what BetBoom has tried to do with this draft is about bullying and getting ahead of at least in 2 of these lanes. Of course, that off lane, the Bristleback versus the Terrorblade, we've seen TB as a fantastic solution in game and lane versus him. So let's see if BetBoom's approach works, because they also want to be using this global versus the Ringmaster. It seems like one of the better solutions besides having like a Night Stalker or something to stalk this Ringmaster to prevent the saves. Yeah, let's see. This definitely looks like an interesting one. We also definitely have to say Mars has been struggling a lot in this tournament, so let's see if Bach's going to be the one to make it work together.
I mean, how does the Mars look at a game like this?
It always just looks kind of eh. It never is like, damn, this is a great Mars game, but it looks okay.
As we can see, 6 picks so far and only won the 1 game.
Yeah, it's
as hero this tournament.
It's had okay performance, but yeah, it's definitely one of the harder ones. Tree. Monkey King inside that tree form. They won't be able to get on top of him, looking to get that early first blood to get Bach off to a hot start.
And I think that the thing to note as well with that stat is it's the people picking the Mars. They're these Grandmaster players.
All of them.
It's not like the people that offlaners that don't have it as one of their main heroes. It's offlaners that have Mars as one of their main heroes. And they've just not been able to make it work.
It's been like Saberlight, XXS. I don't know if I saw Bach play, but yeah, pretty much everybody is trying to make it work, and it's just having a lot of difficulties. We've seen different approaches between Bloodsport. We've seen the other one picked up a couple times as well too, and yeah, just definitely struggling. Can cut trees this game, can turn around the Bristle, so definitely have to talk about these at least 2 specific interactions versus the Bristleback, the spear turning him around, and yeah, the ulti, if he catches Pure in a weird scenario where he can cut the tree with it, can be pretty good.
And so this mid lane matchup, how annoying does this get for the Tiny? against the OD.
Nowhere near like a Huskar, right?
Sure.
At level 3, it's when it starts to become pesky, but you can actually secure denies early on until that point. Oh, it's Tiny. I think it's playable. It's definitely playable as the Tiny.
Top heavy trade there, but of course Barker's the core taking the harder hit.
Tommy taking quite a beating there too, trying to trade with that Ringmaster, but as we've seen so much, these Impalement Arts, it seems to be one of the best trading abilities in the game at the moment. Bottom lane, so we haven't, I think this is kind of like the probably more boring one in a way. Wind Ranger can increase some fun stuff in it with some potential snipes with the kill shots, but overall, feels like a pretty solid lane for Shiro to just free farm into the stick charges. Since Bristle's just going to always provide you with that. We've seen a lot of different approaches. I actually do want to mention this because we do see him take Reflection level 1. When I've seen Satanic play in this lane, I know Fear highlighted it, he goes Conjure Image and spams and just out CS's because he has infinite mana with the stick charges. So always want to point out the different approaches from different players when they're playing in this similar lanes.
We're going to try with the meta here to go for save.
Stuck.
He goes straight for the TP. Immediately ready for that play, knows there's one way out of it.
That was heads up. Almost gets brought down even through it, but
no, he was very ready for that.
Yeah.
With that instant TP.
Still level 1, now hits the 2, so he'll be able to skill the Windrunner if he wants to be safe.
Mid CS continues to be very even, but as you say, at this level 3 point, it starts to be where GPK can definitely mess a little bit more with the CS attempts. Nothing to say with these Astrals.
Yeah, it starts to be a bit more annoying, but yeah, Tiny definitely can get a good amount out of it here. Bottom Shiro actually being the one that struggles. Same thing with Bach in the laning phase, at least here. Since he's playing more for like Reflection, he's missing a fair bit of CS on him. So he's at 9-1. Miro having just that little bit more, and he has an extra wave coming in for him too. Pure's Courier does get sniped, and Bach just literally walked up and attacked it. So,
all right,
there from Pure.
And what do you sort of think overall of Tidebound's response to obviously giving BetBoom the chance to take these very popular heroes as the first two, right? Getting this Monkey King and Bristleback start to the draft. You know, they must have done that because they have a plan. Do you sort of see the plan against those very, very meta heroes getting through first two?
They got their 2 meta heroes at the same time.
Sure, they just take that trade.
First pick, and then Terrorblade has been seen as a kind of answer to Bristle in some ways. So I think they just they took the trade. And we'll see if that trade ends up actually working for them or not. This lane is just absolutely free top though, right? Free matchup for Monkey King versus the Mars, and it starts to threaten kill threat onto the Mars constantly when you hit level 3 too. And he's got Silencer, one of the better 5 positions behind him. Katomi will get the stack off as well, it looks like, so this lane gonna get even harder for Bach, it feels.
Yeah. I guess that's one of the downsides of Mars, right, as an offlane in this meta. You can't really back up and catch up clear. It's not easy compared to some of the other popular ones.
Getting aggressive onto him here, no meta available. Who will start to stack up, but he's all right. That's exactly why we're not really seeing the Mars. You have no recovery outlet. If things go bad in the lane, it goes, uh-oh. I have to force fights, and if I lose those fights, uh-oh, right? Even more uh-oh, so we'll see how he does after this laning phase. Not being the greatest for him. And this is when they killed Pure's Courier too, so we do have to factor in that the full treads are about to be delivered for Pure for this laning phase up top. He's already dominating it without the items. Once he's got that picked up, could definitely see kill threat onto Bach or Planet. And there's that pull, so Katomi will be able to deny away this entire wave from Planet and Bach. Mid lane. You're seeing him, he's handling it.
Yeah, he's doing well, nothing to say. Yeah.
It used to be so much worse, just it's different days of the OD nowadays. Shiro, again.
With the shackle.
They actually do get top beforehand, and Shiro will go down.
Kills on both lanes here from BetBoom.
BetBoom playing these lanes beautifully. Bottom lane is the one that Tidebound had designed for them to do good in, and right now Shiro actually not having a very good time down there versus this Bristle and Wind Ranger. Which is a bit surprising to see. Because yeah, I've seen Satanic, when Paravision plays it, they just play it very different. They play it to farm and just hit those creeps rather than ever get aggressive and look for a kill.
GPK getting a bit low in the mid, but Katomi will be here to offer some backup.
They've got both supports here, so could even look to set up a kill perhaps.
Got the level 6 on GPK, ready to slam down the Eclipse.
It's a little low though.
Miro is on his own, but again.
One more poison.
This time round, the TP out will not save Miro, as indeed the 5 stacks build up.
Well played there from Y. He got in front of him as well too, so when he pops it, it's that full big burst damage.
Yeah, we'll see at the same time, obviously, as we're watching the action down bottom. What went up top? Nice little snipe there from Bach.
I actually
Got him that kill in that lane.
Right on the tip of that spear, too. Speaking of Bach, blood grenade, last word, does get the spear out.
Should be fine. Still going to take a lot of damage, of course, there. Coming out from Katomi, but will indeed live. Still, though, continued space for Pure as he's able to push back Bach in Planet. Maybe see if he can set something up. It's kind of difficult, though. Bach's just not in a situation to step up and fight this.
No, it's too dangerous. Monkey King is a deceptive
Maybe
hero.
now. Yeah, he's seeing if he can get an angle with the spear, but yeah, Pure's just not letting it happen.
He's got raindrop. If you don't burst him, he's gonna get the stick off and just killing both of you. As the Shrine, Katomi is setting up for it. Bach half HP.
I mean, Katomi can't quite mess with Bach with the backup of Planet being there for Bach.
Yeah, they're hesitant around it. Nothing to say, has TP available, so playing versus the Tiny who can rotate very early on. Definitely want to be careful of that. So nothing to say. I mean, adapting with his build a little bit too here. I mean, we see the... Actually, never mind. I thought I saw him cue something else. I was like, that's interesting. Never mind. Bach. Pure. Not quite level 6 yet. Katomi's actually taken a fair bit of experience up here. So sometimes we do see these 5 positions sack XP to give their safe laner that 6 a little early. Not the case. Katomi's level 5, so he's been really just sticking in the lane with Pure. Now 6 is out for the Monkey King.
Now mid. Planet's here just in case anything gets too aggressive from BetBoom. Top lane. Bach on his own won't survive against these two. Easily run down by Pure and Katomi.
Not a hero that likes to die versus Silencer either. This is one of the more limited mana heroes.
UPK. He's going to try and step up here around the power in spawn.
He's got Stick Fairy Fire.
Holding back with the disruption, getting a good amount of stacks built up, and they'll pop him again. Why? Doing a lot of damage here with the poison early game.
Well played. Good rotation from the 2 supports there. But Bach dying again, and yeah, losing that in -1 for the Mars. Katomi will be able to find that regen. Pure at the top of the mark. Shiro, secondary here, still, since even though he died in the laning phase, is having that good time now. Pure. Hiding in the trees, saving the skill point if he wants to look to make an aggressive move. He has shown the build he's going for. Maelstrom plus Mage Slayer in this game is going to be the choices for him. Shiro is here.
Yeah, here's that wraparound. They have the arena to start things. Into the spear. Shiro bringing in the damage. Pure trying down with the Boundless Strike, but won't catch onto Shiro. Shiro can beat him down with the Metamorphosis.
Really like this move from Shiro. Right around that ulti, they can even perhaps look to take out this tower here too. They bring the squad. We've got 4 heroes over here. Why? We'll be able to claim the Lotus bottom too. Love this play. Get Bach back into things. Enable Shiro to pressure tower. Rotation's coming in. Save. He's looking for the catch.
GPK, he is able to burst Planet there with the ult.
Nothing to say.
Can he get Katomi? He can't. Shackles momentarily holds him back. Cannot catch the silencer.
-1. Another hero that does not like to lose int, let's be honest. So Tiny and Mars are 2 of the ones that are quite devastating. That's why you see these actually the only heroes that build Soul Ring nowadays.
Yeah.
Really feels like. I guess Dawnbreaker too, but...
They do manage to make that play, get that kill against Pure, but then they do hemorrhage, what, 2 kills, 2 deaths after it, and they don't manage to quite finish the tower as well. So BetBoom are able to continue to hold on to that tier 1 top.
BetBoom having a better time by a good amount here in this laning phase now. Shiro's having a good time, but yeah, that Tiny, that Mars, the lanes that we expected to be quite difficult, they're now turning into that. And the supports we see, Planet about to hit level 5. 2 supports on the side of BetBoom are already 6. I mean, save isn't that important, but he's a fraction from having it. So Global is at the ready. So he's going to have to factor that in versus the Escape Act. Also, just versus Mars Arena in general, right? When you see Mars Arena,
you just press global.
And then you can't get the spear, or you can't get follow-up, too. So definitely going to have to keep tapping that, too, for Bach. This is not an easy game for these Mars. Never seems to be. Miro also has got an early item build. Okay, he can actually go Soul Ring, too. It's good item, too. He'll go Blade Mail afterwards. The new build that we've seen on this Bristle every time with the goo. It's not Rocket. This tower. Can they look to mount the defense? It doesn't feel like it.
GP can't catch Army.
They get the... Nah, they can't close the gap. That's a juicy stack, though.
Could bring Miro over.
Definitely can. Nothing to say wants to clear it out. He's going to throw his combo on top of it. Save. I mean, these things are going to heal a lot. He will get the entire thing, though. So the water bubbles won't make the difference. He's able to finish that off. His Blink Dagger is going to be slow, though, this game. For the side of nothing to say.
Miro on this bottom lane is definitely getting to the point where bringing someone down here to push the Bristle out, who do you send down here?
You don't have to. I mean, at this point now, Miro's done laning. He's like, I've done my damage in the lane. I've got juicy stacks now that he can go back to. I think 2 4x stacks that he can.
He's going to stack him again? He can definitely get a stack on the Ancient.
He can stack the Ancient, yeah. He's
get another stack on that.
So yeah, he's going to have all that ready. And even on the right side, too. I mean, insane stacks that we've been seeing Save try to set up. Even more being built up for this Bristleback to get that fast timing on the Blade Mill.
And it's just, yes, it's so hard for the Mars in comparison to get any sort of fast item timing right.
Yep.
You have to just hope that you get left this kind of constant stream of lane creeps coming into you,
and you
to try and get that Blink Dagger timing.
So if are they going to go double blinks, though? Because that is a little concerning, right? And I know it's like the dream for these two heroes to have them.
It is pretty all in.
It's pretty all in, and if you don't get the kills immediately versus something like Global with double blinks,
it's definitely
scary.
a risky way to try and tackle it.
Yeah.
Against, as you say, just sort of the counter initiation between not Global, but also like the one Astral coming in.
I mean, it's just, I don't know if there's any other way you can deviate, right? Because you're playing, it's just the way that these two heroes function. They just have to have the Blink Daggers. Mars sometimes can deviate.
But that's the thing, right? I feel like on Mars, maybe could you not have gotten away with skipping the Blink and relying on the Tiny to be the initiation?
Perhaps.
And maybe it does, you know? We'll see. See if Bark changes his mind as he builds up the gold top.
Yep. They do have those stacks being formed as well to enable him. BetBoom keeping it consistent. The lead is growing up to 3K. His top tower still alive, even after that Terror Blade rotation from earlier. Pure wants to keep it up.
He's going to try for Pure.
Oh.
That's not going to happen, and neither's a TP. There's a Boundless, very easily able to stop that.
That was never going to work. And this tower now in deny range, too. Just look to set that one up.
I guess he made them press Global.
He did. So they could look for the aggressive move after that. But again, losing int, -1. And they don't deny the tower. They'll be able to claim the mid one off of the move. Nothing to say. 200 gold to the Blink Dagger. Looks like Y wants to at least get maybe some information, check out how these Ancients are going, because they absolutely expect Miro to farming them, but Miro's about to finish. Is he going to finish it in time?
Yeah, next Quill Sprays will get it. Oh, unless the Avalanche gets a few. The Avalanche does indeed steal a few. But the toss as well, they'll get actually quite a few of them.
And it respawned on the Z-axis toss from the Tiny. I think they got like 4 or 5 there.
Yeah, he did. I think at least 5 of the last hits.
That's his Blink pretty much finished, and he's looking to even clean up the Ancients afterwards. In the meanwhile, too, Shiro is starting to beat on this tower, so getting some space. Rotation coming in. Miro. Won't be able to push Shiro off from claiming that tower. GPK and amp damage is picked up, but it's just a farm. Nice little play. I mean, it doesn't get them a kill, but it does take away some stack, and that's the Blink for nothing to say, so they can actually look to make aggressive moves now. Not the greatest follow-up with the Blink, unless he gets the toss back. If he gets the toss back, it's good, but yeah, they don't have these like good nukers in particular on their heroes. Bach.
He's got Arena in a few seconds.
Pure is standing on top of him. He's trying to sneak the tower.
Ooh.
He'll get it.
And there we go.
Does Pure look for the move? The walking tree.
And Bach plays way out of this. Whoop.
Trying to dodge the spear.
Trying to find the spear. Oh, Arena. Oh, does get the connection.
Bottom, they'll find Planet.
But yeah, Bach's not getting out of this. Or maybe actually with the help of Y he is. But he's bought time for Y to come in. Maybe they can actually set something in return. They put the disruption onto him.
Global.
The Global will come out. Pure, he's able to go for the TP away. Oh, that's the Global wears off. Not quite soon enough to allow them to get the spear connection. So Pure, he's out.
A clever play, too. He forces reactions while his team finds and sets up a kill bottom, and it's into a Tormentor as well, too, so they get a way better exchange out of everything there. Dancing on Bach, spinning around him in circles to prevent the spear initially.
Just yeah, even with that backup, you know, coming in for Tidebound, they couldn't do it.
Nope.
Couldn't do it. Global will stop that.
Global feels very good versus Mars. Miro.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's he got coming out? He's got the shard coming, I believe, right? Yeah, purchases it right away. So yeah, much stronger now also on him. He can look to get very aggressive on this Bristleback. And he finds Planet right away.
The Avalanche trying to hold them back, but the Gale Force is bringing them back over towards Miro.
Gonna say, has the illusion.
And they're going to continue to dive on forwards here. GPK ready to bring in that additional damage, has the setup. They've killed off Planet, and after the Astral comes to an end, they'll be able to snipe down. Nothing to say with the power shot.
Beautiful play there from Save, pulling them back with the Gale Force. They cannot move. The two of them just getting completely stuck. This timing from the Bristleback too, with the shard getting picked up right away, it's a nightmare for Ringmaster. It's one of the best heroes to play versus him since all that damage goes through. No way to save. 5K lead now for the side of BetBoom. They're getting the ball rolling.
And they're stepping up for the defense image.
No global up, no ODO.
But it's going to get the arena on a Miro. Astral
Save.
will be at the ready if necessary.
Can he see him? Gets the Force Staff off.
Miro's out.
And that's meta used as well.
Shira's trying to chase on forward. I mean, there's a few of them trying to run them down. Can they get any further catch?
Bach trying to get the blink up, but gets stopped by
They'll find Katomi. He's stuck around, try to get a curse out. They come in with the combo. Shira brings in the damage. So they'll find something here, Tidebound.
Expensive, though. Essentially two big ultimates used. The meta plus that Mars Arena not catching them a big core kill at all. And can't turn it into anything. I thought they would maybe try to do like some, I don't know, threaten another tower, but looks like they're just going to smoke.
They really want to try and find Pure. Slow down this Monkey King.
They have to. Starting to get pretty out of control. He's about to have BKB too, so it'd be a pretty dream pick-off if they get him right before it. He does spend the gold. Do they find him in this area?
He seems kind of ready for this.
He does. He seems pretty aware. Or, just kidding.
He's away.
He actually gets himself out of it.
It's going to be too far for them to keep hunting for him. It's a longer TP.
Oh my goodness, that almost gets him killed. TP's to the tier 2, joins his team, has his BKB.
I mean, that's the thing, right? That was the time they needed to find him pre-BKB.
Now Global's back up. Now they're playing into that BKB. So again, for Bach, game continues to be very difficult for this Mars to get these catches. And we haven't even seen the OD get the saves up. Of course, the Bloodsport was coming into play that I don't believe we could see.
Yeah, I don't think they have vision in.
But yeah, they'll have tools to be able to do so. As Planet, he's found very alone.
Well, at the least, the rest of Tidebound might get the chance to just get out of it.
Planet is having one of the rougher games I think I've seen from him, period, in this tournament. And a Ringmaster in general, too. I think most of these rings have had a very solid early game. As you see Pure again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Didn't quite get the angle with the vision with that first poison. The second one would have. But even then, the TP coming to an end in time. They'll move into the Roche.
They kill it so fast with these OD. And then with the Bristleback, it's already dead before Tidebound can react. GPK now having the protection of an Aegis. And BetBoom, they're playing this one pretty clean. You know, we have to always add in the BetBoom factor, where they have had some sloppy performances in this tournament, but this time around, so far,
and Shira's getting
methodical.
Getting low on his Terrorblade, right?
Yes.
And we saw last series, got the juice. He nearly did it solo on a Terrorblade. How does this game look in terms of potential for a solo TB carrying?
Pretty hard versus the OD. Feels like one of the better answers as the game does progress, so I would say it's a bit harder in comparison than Got the Juice had set up for him.
They're looking for Pure again, top.
He's got BKB, though.
And there is Global.
Very difficult.
Got the BKB. Opting to stick around for now. Yeah, we'll go for the TP out with the remainder of the BKB timing.
He wanted to clear the way if he got 4 creeps. Pops the stick, has the mana.
Yeah. And, you know, they don't sort of jump the gun with the Global Silence. Nope. They know they don't need it, that the BKB would be enough to get him out.
Shiro's level 15, though, as you said. He is keeping up a very good pace. The levels...
He's having a good game.
I like seeing these New Age Terrorblades, where we used to talk about these illusion heroes, they sometimes fall behind in levels. New Age TB, he farms with those illusions, as always, so is able to keep up a good level advantage. He's 1.5 level over the next core, if I saw that correctly. Yeah.
And they're heading towards him. He's stepping up in the mid.
He just has to be careful because it's a game where it's like he's teetering and tottering in a position where he obviously wants to delay the BKB as much as possible, but playing versus OD at some point, he's going to need it because otherwise that OD is just going to be able to kill him in seconds. But He'll want to wait as long as possible for it. Speaking of OD, GPK. TPing to set up top. Miro, next item, I believe it is finished. Is that the pipe? It is done. Smoke coming up from Tidebound. They see the OD top, so it looks like they want to swing and catch if BetBoom is separated. BKB is about to come back up for Pure, and Miro does have that pipe.
Dire are scanning.
They're reading the move.
They're going to see nothing to say. Oh,
he blinks into it.
That's a bit of an awkward blink. He's going to be able to back out of the Wukong's command. Or maybe not. The Gale Force kind of keeping him in it at the edge. He'll finally get his way out of it. That was the global done.
BetBoom read the move completely there. That was a really weird start. They're like, we got to stop the Tiny from blink, and he blinks into the Boundless Strike. Nobody dies, though. Tidebound, they did pop meta, but they still have Arena.
Yeah, looks like Shiro doesn't want to try and look for the fight, though, after that.
Global was used. They still have BKB on Pure, and they have the coverage of this Aegis. Bach, they're looking for a target.
They don't have Shiro with them. He's going to TP over now.
GPK is in.
He's pretty deep, and Shiro has now turned up with the TP.
The backup is coming. Save is alive.
He's able to just win run away from this. Bach will jump forward. They've got the God's Rebuke and the toss. They're able to kill him off through the win run.
Haste Rune getting nothing to say out of this dangerous positioning, too. It took them forever to kill Save.
Just getting that one kill. Tidebound. BetBoom get both supports. They'll be able to look towards the tier 1 top.
GPK feeling comfortable, standing in the midst of everybody. Just gets the Astral into the big nuke off onto them. 2 supports die. Pure. BKB and Mjolnir is done, so big damage now finished up onto him.
He'll soon be very ready to get in on top of Shiro and threaten the Terrorblade and his illusions in the midst of the team fight.
He does have Hurricane Pike, so has a way to at least distance himself on Shiro now. GPK soon to have the BKB finished for himself, so that's going to give him a lot of protection versus the Tiny and the Mars. Nothing to say. Does have his own BKB finished up. So at least we'll be able to survive and get out of the win run and perhaps the Wukongs. But it's pretty all in from him. This Tiny and this Mars, they ain't scaling. It's all on Shiro to get that scale. So he's got to go for those big items. You see Butterfly queued up next. Playing versus OD. Always feels nice to get that Butterfly if you can get to that point. BetBoom continuing to have that nice 5K cushion that they haven't let go of at all during this game.
Yeah, so much of what's keeping Tidebound not any further behind. It is the TB.
Yep.
It's not easy. Not easy to sort of solo carry this down the line for Shiro.
No, definitely not. The fact that he hasn't died, though, right, or not died besides that laning phase, is huge. Once he does die then that leave probably will surge forward massively, but if he's able to play it super clean, still some chances for him. Difficult, but definitely there. Solo crest for Katomi is done. Save has his Atos. He can go back for the blink next too. How are the supports looking on the side of Tidebound as they've been struggling a lot, not picking up too much on Planet. Just a Pavis. Speaking of Planet, Katomi's threatening him. Just walking at him by himself. A nice little dodge there from Planet. Does end up using the souvenir. Pure. Set up for a play in this area. They've got a lot of heroes on
this is a bit of a dangerous spot for BetBoom.
They got the whole squad.
I mean, Miro is coming around it. Katomi and GPK. Okay, they've got the numbers now. BetBoom's turned up with the 5 of them.
Everything at the ready on both sides.
Miro's sort of baiting. Do they want to go on the Bristle is the question.
They've got Global, so it's just not easy for them to do it.
They're going to try it. They get him with the toss back. They'll use the wheel as well, trying to lock him down. Now the Global comes into play. Pure's ready to jump forward. Bach will pop the BKB. He's trying to finish up this Bristle. Shiro going to say stepping up towards save. The Wukong's command is down. Shiro's dead. Doesn't get the chance to sunder. As he's gone, I think all the BKBs were kind of going off for BetBoom, so no way for him to stand his ground on the Terrorblade.
They smashed the fight.
They really do. You can feel the hesitation from Tidebound. They were asking themselves, do they really want to try and go on this Bristle? The answer should have been no, Fogged.
And they find Shiro, and that's where the game completely blows open. I mean, Miro is just baiting. It's literally the biggest bait play ever, and they fall for it. The Global comes out and decimated afterwards. Shiro gets nothing off.
Yeah, they need much more information before they try for this sort of jump.
It's not even really that close. He doesn't even get the pipe off before the go. And yeah, the BKBs, GPK just pops it, runs right at Shiro, and Shiro just has no target. He doesn't have an ally to even.
No, there was literally
everybody's
there was
BKB'd.
nothing to sunder.
Yeah, so he's in a very sad positioning, as that was kind of an all-in fight from the side of Tidebound with their double blink BKB mid and off laner, and they just get completely smashed in it. As we said, BetBoom today, very clean and methodical.
It's looking clean.
This is where they tend to start diving toward that fountain.
There is still a fountain between them and the victory.
Definitely have to factor that in, but they buy
the final boss.
So there's definitely some clear communication coming up. Pure getting down here from Y. Right, Pure. Got the leap away, and he's got the backup to survive. Yeah, that's the fight that Tidebound itemized for, and yeah, they got completely smashed. And as we said, the double blink BKB is being picked up. Usually indicates a pretty all-in play. That BetBoom lose nothing over. Who got the shard, by the way? I actually was not paying attention. It was GPK, right?
Well, the second one.
Yeah, I think GPK actually did get it. So he's got the Astral Imprisonment that allows his allies to move too, which is pretty nice.
Yep.
Here again, Bach.
He's gonna have to BKB, but
TP out.
He's gonna drop the arena. He's not gonna live. A tough one, rough one, tough one.
How many of these Marses are gonna struggle in the tournament?
I don't know. It's something about this hero.
This hero just is not working.
You know, I'm starting to be a little bit sold by the Brewmasters. We did see, Mid-One have a good game yesterday, but the Mars, I'm still pretty far away from being sold on the Mars hero.
Yeah, Planet gets caught well. Hey, it's not just the Mars, of course. We are seeing all of Tidebound have difficulties, but yeah, definitely Bach having one of the harder games in terms of everybody.
It just feels so hard to play your game if you don't crush the top lane.
Yep. You got
dominate from the beginning. You fall behind. You feel so helpless as a Mars in this meta, it feels.
It really does. And there's so many situations where it's like, even if you get your arena, you miss your spear, and it's like, oh no, so really hard to see the recovery. I mean, Shiro, as you said, still farming well, but now after that fight, we see that clear separation. It went from a 5K, 6K lead all the way up to 13. Big flurried items coming in for BetBoom. Miro now with a full BKB also for the fight. Couldn't bring him down before. Good luck doing it this next time. Bach shows himself. Save is waiting. If someone steps up too far, go for the Atos plus the Gale Force.
They just got all the answers, BetBoom.
They really do.
For anything that Tidebound try to play.
He can just literally stand and attack this tower. Kills it, just tanks all of it as well. And they play, they're just playing it clean. They're not splitting up too much, not getting picked off across the map either. 6 to 18. And Roche will respawn. Save, he'll start it. Very difficult for Tidebound to contest in this area, and it dies insanely fast versus OD. Yeah, this OD pick honestly was perfect, it felt like, for them as well. First one that we got to see in this tournament, as you said, runs rampant in the pubs at the moment, but GPK having a fantastic game on it.
Yeah, why do you think so many teams have sort of strayed away from trying it?
It's high risk, high reward. That's, yeah. Oh, it's kind of always been the case for OD, it feels like. But some of the situations calls for it. And this one, definitely seeing the reason why he wanted it. Having that little extra save, we didn't see that too much, but overall just the damage that he can provide. Bottom, nothing to say.
He's gonna have to BKB TP.
No BKB for the hold if they want to pressure off that.
Miro ready to bring in the mid lane. Get that final tier 2 tower taken away from Tidebound.
How close to Butterfly and Shiro? Still not quite there. How close to Ags on Y? He almost has it. Okay. So they'll soon have a break.
Bach is going to have to BKB and TP.
Can he make it out? It's going to be close. Can't. Too much damage from Pure.
Dead for 50. Does have the option of buyback, but if he's buying back, he's not going to have that BKB to be able to step up an arena with.
And they don't have nothing to say as BKB either. Y is about to have his Aghanim, so they do have a way to break the Bristleback, toss him in, and they have to 100-0 him with that, but still not the easiest by any means.
And then maybe you're killing one of the cores.
Banner is down. No BKB for Tiny. Mars, 20 seconds. Butterfly's finished for Shiro, but he has no protection. He could just get 100-0'd.
Look at him jump in. They just move in, drop the sanities. Planet has kind of two-shot hit by GPK.
And Shiro also.
They've got to try and scramble back to the fountain. Shiro, look to turn. He's going to get disrupted. Uh-oh. I think he wanted to try and find a Sunder off there, but the BKBs are up. Now there's nothing to Sunder. He's gone. No buyback on him. Be careful with the fountain, though, BetBoom.
They want it. They're tempted.
The fountain, the final boss, is ready to strike, and it strikes hard. Miro's gone. Watch out, BetBoom. The fountain's online. Yep. Careful now.
Pure is keeping it cool.
He is. Well, that's one of them gone.
That's gone. He
throw the tip out.
He's like, you take the fountain, not me.
Careful with that fountain.
I mean, it was going to be one of the two of them that got tossed there. It was either Pure or Miro, so you'll take that all day. Save saying, phew. But they're laughing a little bit there, you know, BetBoom.
Well, they were laughing a little bit the other day. You know, it's careful.
Hey, they didn't lose like anything there. So that one is an okay dive, and then you could tell why they wanted to dive, right? BKB cooldown, Tiny, Mars.
Did they get the buyback?
They know that they can just fully commit and dive forward there to get a huge win. But if Pure got tossed under the fountain, that would have been pretty hilarious. And look at him, he still has this grin on. I like how all of them do smile and everything, but Save never. Save is like, my stupid core players, why can't you guys just do this properly?
Still a couple of minutes here with the Aegis. Amplified damage rune as well.
They're still in a very, extremely comfortable position. As now a full refresher for GPK as well. He's got the level 20 as well too, so double ulti could just evaporate all three cores. They're gonna smoke off it. It's got to be the plays that are on tossback and spearbacks. It's the only way Tidebound has a chance to isolate targets and allow Shiro to do his thing. But as we've seen, BetBoom, they can just dive and commit forward if someone does get thrown out of position. Age is still for 60 seconds. Amp damage. Pure.
How crazy do they want to go with this jump?
Smoke breaks. They know someone's right on the outside. Boundless, a lot of damage.
Oh!
There's one.
Get the toss back, but the Global's there. Pure's able to jump back out with the Boundless Strike. They'll look straight over on the walls, nothing to say. Put the BKB and get out with the Avalanche holding back the Monkey King.
Maybe that's also why they like this Monkey King.
So now we know GPK, he's ready to go in. There's the Sanities, the double coming in, gets the triple straight up.
GG.
They'll GG out in respect to that one, as game one will go to BetBoom.
Dropping the hammer. That's why he wants the refresher. Had a feeling it might one-shot them, and yeah, it actually did. Took out Shiro completely there. Woo.
Tough one. Tough one for Tidebound. BetBoom, no messing around. Only one person dying to a fountain. That's a pretty good scoreboard for BetBoom.
Yep.
That's not a bad one at all.
They'll take
from them on that front. Yeah, looked great. They kept it tight, and Tidebound, they just couldn't get it all together. We'll see what Tidebound come into game two with, but I would imagine we'll see some change-ups with some of these heroes, some of these core heroes. Just it didn't feel great, Fogged.
Agreed.
Didn't feel great. But BetBoom, clean and easy. They take game one.
Yeah, they do take game one. Poor Tidebound. They did not really stand a chance. And to be honest, let's just cover this at the get-go. Lizard, did they ever stand a chance based on the drafts?
Yeah, based on the drafts, they had not a lot of success with these heroes in the past. Most teams, when you look at one team, when you just add up all the win rates of all the heroes, you get 57. Now you get 67, and now you get maybe even closer to 70% win rate. Talking about BetBoom, of course. Yep. And on the other side, on Team Tidebound, if you just take the win rates of these heroes, add them all up together, what's the number, Shiver?
37 average win rate for all the heroes on the side of Tidebound. That's not good, Lizard.
That's not good. Like, especially, yeah, when it comes to drafting, you usually want to get some of these heroes that are kind of broken, kind of up there, you know, that have these 70-ish% win rates with 50 games. But it didn't work for Tidebound. Of course, teams, they tend to value comfort more than anything else. But surely they can find a better way to utilize this.
Yeah, they were just... I mean, I can understand the bait. You're like, okay, well, people aren't picking these in the right scenarios. These heroes counter the stuff that BetBoom is trying to play. But other than the OD, the stuff that BetBoom is trying to play, it's just the meta overpowered heroes. And the OD as a last pick, that's always going to look good in a game. Extremely well played by BetBoom. They had a single fountain death that game. I think if you counted the FPG, the fountain deaths per game, probably BetBoom has the highest record there.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
So they scored at least one in this game, but that's actually probably better than their average.
Yeah, another thing that this game brings to them, though, is another tool at their disposal that every single team now has to look at and be like, okay, these guys, if we do pick the TB, they have the last pick OD solution as well. So we have to be very careful about picking TB.
That's true.
And TB, for me, in the last couple of days, feels like this hero that everyone goes for when they don't know what else to pick. All the good carries have been banned out and you're playing into some Bristle or Beast. Okay, this guy has high armor. He's not going to get crushed in the lane. Let's just play TB, right? Now, BetBoom, what they're saying to all of us is, if you pick that TB, we're going to punish that as well. So you can't even let us pick this Bristleback or Beastmaster on the opener. It's becoming harder and harder to draft against them.
Yeah, I felt like BetBoom was on point in this game one. We are going to look at a clip at around minute 15, Jenkins, where it actually does seem like Pure is the one caught out.
Yeah, it seems that way at the start, and he is playing around it pretty nicely, trying to dodge the spear. So Bach says, okay, well, I get it. You're going to have to make me ult. Drops his ult in return, uses his wand charges. So really kind of playing this like methodically and carefully. Bach, of course, he's also doing that. He was just baiting and setting up for his SD and his Tiny to show up there. But then with the global silence, he's able to get out. And guess what they were doing for the rest of BetBoom? They were taking Tormentor. And here's the first fight with the shard that they got from the Tormentor, the Windrunner.
It's like a minute after, right?
It's literally a minute after. And of course, this shard pushes Tidebound completely out of position. The chase that's happening right now, the only reason that they're still chasing is because of the Windrunner shard. And they dive and they kill 2 heroes. They kill a core. I don't think this is happening without a Windrunner shard.
No, this is. I mean, it was very well played. Obviously, he gets out alive, so even the distraction didn't really play up the way that they aimed for that either. And then later on, we had another fight, Lizard, and this was a little bit of a longer fight. Was there a little bit more chance here for Tidebound?
Not at all, because they chose the wrong target. They go on this Bristleback, who's he might not be top of the net worth. He's second on the net worth on the side of BetBoom. He has that blade mail and he's just able to stand and turn the fight on them with the global silence. Probably the worst target that they could have chosen. And this was their power spike, by the way. They got the blinks, they got the BKBs. Unfortunately, they found the right target, or I should say BetBoom presented the right target out there. Okay, if they're gonna initiate on anyone, initiate on our Bristle because we're ready to fight. And for me, Bristle, together with the Monkey in this game, they were truly the playmakers, like 2 of them. Meanwhile, GPK from the mid lane, which isn't that rare for BetBoom, is the true carry.
Yeah, he was the damage dealer. I mean, honestly, the double hammer drop at the end of the game into immediate GG call from Shiro is one of the most comedic timing endings to a game that I've seen. But yeah, Miro, I like with the green facet on Bristle, this is absolutely how you want to play. It is an ideal fight if you're the one getting gone on first. That's why he has a blade mail. That's why he has the pipe.
Yeah, I did feel like Tidebound was lacking definitely a large amount of tools this first game in order to deal with what BetBoom was bringing to the table, and Bristleback as well. So I really hope they are going to have a better shot in game number 2 and draft themselves something that they can work a little bit better with. But to see if that's going to happen, let's have a quick break. We'll be back with game 2.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I did it my third year of college. My parents were not happy. They were like, what the hell am I doing? So they saw me going to TI2 or DreamHack that year, and like I kind of hid it all for them because like they wanted to be a good little like good kid and like become a doctor. I was like doing pre-med. And my third year, I'm like, I already played Dota 1, Dota 2 came out, I started spamming it. And then I got like decent, and then I got invited to TI2 with the team. Yeah, so they were like not happy. They were like, what is this? Stop wasting your time. So yeah.
Yeah, and did you win them over eventually?
Yeah, I think eventually. I mean, it took a long time. Like I kept saying I'm gonna quit next year, but then in my heart I'm like, this is more fun than real life.
My parents, they pretty support me from the beginning. So there's no like drama there. They just very happy I can make it and I can play some events.
My grandma was really harsh on me about like studying, and he was like really, she was like not letting me play Dota at all. She was like, if you want to play, you need to go to a university with a really great grade, so you have it like for free, because we cannot afford the studying for you. And I needed to study as well, so I did both. But in the end, after I've been in New York, I just say like, I want like $20K, sorry, I'm out. And she's like, yeah, fine, do what you do.
At first, they don't have much idea like how the event goes, and when they saw me in the stream, I get like they kind of get shocked for a bit, like oh yeah, these are video games I played for. So it's quite big. So yeah.
When did your family understand that what you could go on to achieve and what you could do in Dota?
At the moment, like when I got team back then in my hometown, then I got contract and I earn money like a little bit, and that's the time like they see how dedicated I am in Dota. So yeah, I think around 2017 from what I remember, and they just fully supported me.
I mean, before they were both supportive and a little against it, and then once you started traveling and I suppose like making money and having more success than just playing pub games, they became only supportive, I would say. And they were really happy for me. My brother and my mom came to my first LAN in Heroes of Newerth in Thailand, or the first like international LAN, when I was 16, I think I was. So that was really fun. And you know, people were quite surprised or like amazed that you could make a living out of it. And a lot of, you know, my parents' friends would joke and be like, haha, maybe I should start playing, you know. And I'm like, yeah, you know, sure.
Yeah.
Try your luck.
Give it a try, yeah.
Yeah. So people were very like happy, I would say, to support me in that sense. But I was also quite young. I think it might be different if you're in university and you're like contemplating jumping out to start a Dota career versus when you're 16, 17 and you're just playing games anyway.
My family, like, they wanted to make sure I had a backup plan because I was in university, and they're like, they didn't really believe it could be a job because it wasn't really back then. So the plan was always like, as long as I'm going to school, and eventually it's like, oh, as long as you can go back to school, and eventually it was like, oh, okay. You can, like, I had like a good year on Cloud9 or Dignitas or something. I was like, okay, I want to try full time for a year, and then it was a good year, and I just went full time completely.
Excellent. I supported you from there.
Yeah.
I mean, in the start, since there wasn't any real money to get, it all started with Dota 2, so my parents were fully against it, obviously. They didn't understand it, the whole concept, first generation esports. But by the time I played with NAVI in TI3, everything changed. There was a full acceptance, everything was legitimized at that point. So from that point, it became like a cool thing and a legitimate thing. Before that, it was a ridiculous thing, obviously. So
Fair enough. Yeah.
like some dude playing video games, or like nobody understood. Back then, esports was like it was not understood. Like it was not mainstream, not even anything. It was just super small thing overall.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how it went.
So happy that all of those parents came round at the end. And here we are today, seeing them still playing or coaching in some cases here, as well as we are in the lower bracket now with PGL Wallachia Season 4. Top 8 is about to get a little smaller. As well, actually, yes, we're now at top 7. We are having Tidebound and BetBoom. We're about to head into game number 2, and game number 1 was pretty rough for Tidebound. We're hoping that they can draft themselves a little bit of a better lineup this time around to force themselves into that game number 3. Lizard, Jenkins, you guys had supportive parents? Have supportive parents?
Me, absolutely not.
Oh.
I mean, overall, yes, of course now, but I share the same story, like those guys going into the scene and trying to, like, at some point I had to move to play for teams, and it was hard to convince.
I think from everybody from that era, there was confusion.
Yeah.
And then you get your first paycheck, and then they're like, "Oh, it's a job. All right. Well, I want my son to have a job."
It's pretty crazy how
Guess it wasn't a waste of time. Those games.
You start supporting a little bit, maybe a little bit more, and then they're like, "Okay, you can go play your games. It's all right." But when it comes to really good supports, last game, Silencer was popping off. By the way, I feel like he was one of the biggest issues for Team Tidebound. Every time they would try to make a move, try to get a pick off with that tiny. Like, what kind of initiation is it if you jump in, toss someone, and then everyone is silenced?
Yeah, BetBoom was really playing around it well. You know, like even the first play that we saw where they protected Pure on his TP out, and then they take the Tormentor. This is so game changing, and you can only do bait plays like that if you have a silencer, and then also your cores are ready to play around the global silence, almost like it's their own ability. I don't think BetBoom will first phase pick it. Maybe Jakiro looks better against TA, but I agree that they just, as a team, they looked so clean last game.
We have seen a lot of Darkseer into TA yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I could see that too.
And it worked out, so maybe it's something for BetBoom to recreate. Instead, this guy, by the way, has been banned out in the first phase for the last couple of series, I would say.
Yeah. We definitely saw a first phase ban previous game, but because we have the Monkey and the Bristle both being first phase banned, the Frosty Man made it through. Win rate's not looking too hot, though, let me tell you that.
I don't think it's particularly sick against TA for any reason, but I'm guessing what BB did is they left in both the TA and the AA because they thought that they were a good enough team that if they get either, they have some plan that will beat Tidebound. I mean, you pick AA, and all of a sudden, every single like jump and catch hero in the game gets a lot better because you can full to zero pretty much anybody. Like, there's always kill threat if you have an AA on your side.
You get kill potential. The bonus magic is always nice. Magic damage, that is. And that's why the Sand King ban, right? Like, it's one of the best combos, I would say, with an Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, I will say I'm really happy to see Tidebound basically insta-banning the Sand King and the Darkseer. They've not used any of their bonus time yet. That normally shouts to me that they've already in their heads, thought of all the possibilities and worked through the motions and are very comfortable with what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, I think I'd be pretty happy with the TA against AA. You jump Ancient Apparition, and he will melt. You Ice Blast TA, she can blink out of it. I think you're pretty happy, and you're just thinking, okay, what's coming next for BB? Because the AA is not the we've answered TA hero.
Yep.
And I think Tiny is a good option with AA. Sand King's probably the best. Darkseer counters.
The last time they lost with a TA, it was an Underlord on the offlane on the other side.
Oh, they block pick it.
They block pick the Tiny. They take.
Oh no, sorry. This is we're looking at the. We got confused by the animation again. Okay, they do take the Tiny.
Oh.
They do. They do ban out the Keeper of the Light. There's still the Jakiro obviously in the pool, which I think Tidebound would be happy with to pick up right now, right?
Absolutely. I like the Jakiro TA lane. It's pretty solid. There was something like a Tusk as well if you want to have that frontliner. But Jakiro, I mean, if this hero is available, just pick it. I really think it's as simple as that.
And they combine it with the Wind Ranger we saw in action on the side of BetBoom previous game.
Yeah, but it's not only like a block pick. Tidebound has been drafting Wind Ranger as well. They're very comfortable on the hero as well. So, yeah, nice little lane into the instant apparition. Never too bad. You've got movement speed to get away from cold feet.
Yeah, we're really running low on supports here. So many of them are banned or picked. The one remaining for BB that's high tier will be Muerta. And I think that's pretty decent against TA. I mean, you can't kill Muerta because she goes ghost form. You can't do physical damage to her.
The Brewmaster, though.
Now, speaking of low win rate heroes, 26%, I guess, is not as bad as it was a couple days ago, but I do think that it's not.
Is anyone winning anything in this tournament? Because every time I see a hero pop up,
this is a good point.
25%.
Yeah.
Are our percentages broken? What's happening?
Maybe the losing teams were just right about heroes, but they were bad.
But they were losing.
Yeah, they were losing with them.
That's true. No, we have a couple of very high win rate heroes as well as.
That's a. I'm not sure what the win rate is, but the pick rate is really low.
It is. I don't know if I've seen 100% win rate. There you go. Got him.
They took it just to make a point.
One of those was Whisper, and it was off-lane bat. The other was 9 class. He did play 4 bat.
Ooh.
This is a great Ember pick because you are dealing with virtually almost all magical damage from the side of BetBoom right now. So Mage Slayer will be very effective.
I think it also moves Tiny into a 1.
So you can do the physical damage.
Yeah, so you can do the physical damage, and so you dodge that lane, right? Like, not really the best lane for a Tiny. They do have some catch, though, on the other side, right? Like, usually Ember is picked into teams that have a low amount of catch, that cannot kill him. But with the Bet and AA, I feel like, and the Tiny, of course, even through a Mage Slayer, if you get that initiation on him, you should be able to bring the Ember down.
Okay, Shiver, Lizard, I would like to engage in the conversation we've done about 15 times so far, which is, what will the last pick be to lane counter Ember Spirit?
The only one that's still left in the pool is Earthshaker that you guys mention all the time.
There's also Slardar, which GBK has played, which I think would do nice with Tiny.
Before Dragon Knight.
No, come on, don't give me a DK. We just saw OD in the previous series. Is that enough for Tidebound to be afraid of it and ban it out?
We see sometimes people still try Storm Spirit and then just accept that they don't win the lane.
Yeah, I don't think the stonks of OD are as high this game, but maybe an option.
I will say, either way, I am very happy already with the draft for Tidebound. This looks so normal and nice.
And so quick.
Yeah.
Like, they're taking absolutely no time. Last game, reserve time was burned through very early on, but... yeah, okay.
Yeah,
now
they've not used any of their reserve time. They still have their full amount.
Now they're going to go for it.
Tidebound has accepted that they're just going to pick the S-tier heroes.
Yeah.
And then BetBoom is the team that has some of the lower win rate guys. Lower pick rate as well.
Yeah, well, they don't have the ultimate last pick, right? So they have to pick kinda sort of blindly here.
Yeah.
They're off lane. They don't know if it's Tiny or something else.
Yeah,
I would assume it's Tiny, though.
The one unfortunate thing for Tidebound is often teams in this position, you don't know where their carry and their mid are going yet. Whereas like Ember is just mid. That means TA is just carry. So this is a Bach last pick for sure.
There's quite a few offliners still in the pool. I mean, obviously Centaur comes to mind. But what is a safe offlane option for Bach to go for?
Centaur sounds great. Disengage from Brutal. That's been a age-old counter. Let's see.
Well, that's the best one.
I think that's the best one.
I just really hope they don't go for Mars.
I agree.
Please.
They have played something like a Magnus as well, but personally not the biggest fan.
The Wraith King skeletons, if they picked Wraith King, they kind of died a Brew / Tiny Tree.
You know, what else is there? Like a Pango or Primal Beast?
Do you consider Underlord good in this game? Because I feel like it's not good against Brew, but it's pretty good against Bat. Jumping into a pit is hard.
It's decent.
Tiny doesn't like playing into pit and percentage damage either. And it's a pipe builder as well. Pipe plus Mage Slayer, that's usually what people like to do when they pick Ember. But Centaur also can just build a pipe, so maybe you don't need to go for Underlord. Yeah, I'm leaning Underlord and Centaur for sure.
They banned out the Life Stealer, so I feel like with the Underlord and Centaur, these kind of picks are now protected by that ban.
Yeah.
Now they're just deciding, maybe overthinking what BetBoom will last pick, and what solves that eventual pick even better.
Well, they did not use a single second of their 2 minutes 10 seconds bonus time at the start,
Good
but
call,
they used
Shiver.
a large
Used all of
portion
it,
at the
yeah.
end. Yeah.
I think exactly what you were saying, Lizard, was happening. They were just thinking, like, is there something that can be so cheesy that it will last pick destroy the draft that we have to block? And they just thought, no, probably not.
Yeah, like a Meepo.
Okay, all right, hear me out on this one. Shadow Fiend. It beats Ember mid, and you have the toss into Requiem and the lasso into Requiem combo. If GPK is feeling bold,
but if it doesn't work out, Stampede on top of you, Wind Ranger on top of
Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayers.
How about a Wraith King? That's
not what I expected.
unusual. That will be a carry Wraith King. What's the logic there?
I mean, so carry Wraith King right now is strong because of his little Skelly army farming the Ancients. It kind of sometimes goes on luck as well, because you need to get the good Ancients. If you get the Acolytes or the Thunderhide, they just wipe them. You can still farm it, but they get wiped. If you get the Shamans, Dragons, or the Golems, you're good. It accelerates your farm quite a lot. You get a lot of damage instances into the TA as well. Skellies together with Radiance.
Wraith Fire Blast even as well.
And you're going for AC afterwards. You have a supernatural combo in the lane. Ancient Apparition plus Wraith King, like the Herald lane, right? Like it's the easiest
It's
combo.
a lot of damage.
Yep. So, I don't know. I like it. You can actually match up against Centaur as well, heal up quite a lot. The crit hurts even someone like a Centaur in the lane, so.
But the big question, of course, is, can Tidebound tie the score? Avoid elimination?
I think so. They have all extremely meta, overpowered heroes. I think Bach, with his last pick Centaur, you can kill the Wraith King skeletons. Windrunner also isn't going to die in lane to AA and Wraith King. The skeletons, they hit you. Ancient Apparition, he harasses you by hitting you. Wraith King, he hits you. He has a crit. Windrunner presses Windrun. She doesn't take any damage.
And Centaur returns that damage with his passive. So, yeah, overall, I have to agree that we might see a tie. Team Tidebound.
We might see a tie here with Tidebound and BetBoom. Let's find out if it's going to happen as we're heading over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steven. Yeah, well, Fog, do you sort of agree you kind of like what Tidebound's doing this time?
I mean, they got five super meta heroes, right? So they have an infinitely better approach into this game than the last one. It does feel in BetBoom. They've deviated a little. They go for this Wraith King. They have the combo of the Wraith King AA, a very, very strong lane that can punish something like a Centaur at times. But let's see how the execution comes, because, yeah, it just looks like a very strong lineup from Tidebound.
Oh, and they might just get themselves first blood here, Tidebound. They will. Now, was there nothing to say getting the last hit, so indeed will be first blood for him in the mid.
Yeah, Pierre's just like smiling anyway. It's just to see that he does have that smile on, but yep, off to a hot start. Yeah, their heroes look good. Oh, and it's hard to say that they don't look good, right? You have Jakiro, very good 5 position. Wind Ranger, incredibly good 4 position. Centaur, great setup for all of them. Ember, Mage Slayer Buyer versus what they saw of a lineup that was all magic damage at the time. And then the TA to follow things up. So they have the Mage Slayer pipe carriers that we've seen it do very well in a lot of these games. BetBoom. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with a little bit more of their style.
The battle begins.
Oh, won't quite be able to finally kill themselves, BetBoom. They did try with the smoke to see if they could catch Shiro, but Shiro did play it very carefully coming into the lane.
Let's see what the approach is in the bottom lane, because I would imagine they really wanted to counter the TA is what I see, right? They picked Batrider, Brewmaster, tons of instances of damage across the board on all of these heroes to be able to try to pressure Shiro. Probably also why they want the Wraith King too, right? Like they were mentioning on the panel. More and more instances with the stun, the radiance, etc. if he wants to go down that route. And let's see how these things end up going down after that first blood, for nothing to say.
Because how is that lane down there? They will be able to put pressure on the TA early?
On paper, yeah. I mean, they have repositioning. Jakiro tends to secure a lot of these lanes, but there's definitely possibilities if Shiro does make a misstep versus Batrider. That's where he thrives, at just being able to pressure those misplays. He does though the same thing that we saw the other day from, I think it was Yatoro. Yeah, he goes for the Void Blades, so we'll be able to have that to apply to all the brews in the instances. They have the Ember to thrive off of it too, so. And there's definitely some stuff there. Shiro, immediately they're getting aggressive on
They do. They get the knockback here. They should be able to run him down to at least a lot of damage. And is there any chance of getting away? There's not. They get the kill.
I mean, these two, they love to play this type of pressure lanes. And Save, you have to always mention, Save and 9 class just the best, like amazing at Batrider, especially in the laning phase of pressuring. Saksa as well is one of those, but his usually comes a little later. The overall lane pressure from these two, it applies.
And in terms of the hero, you know, as we saw in the stats, only been picked 2 times to win the 2 times. What is it about this patch that's not leading us to see more Batrider picked?
Other 4s just being too OP, probably, right? Just other supports trying, just dwarfing him in a way, but I actually think this hero is underrated still.
Yeah.
Hard BKB piercing lockdown, right? Great way to stack and to farm stacks. The hero does have all the benefits of what would be a good 4 position when you think about it like that, right? So, definitely happy to see it being getting picked up more. And yeah, Shiro, he's struggling. He can't walk up versus the CS too much here versus these two.
That's scary. Man, it's very, very scary. They can threaten him.
They're going instantly again.
He might be in trouble. I mean, the stack's building up. I don't know if White can do enough to keep him off, and they can't. Yeah, Shiro's going to be going down. It's...
One more touch.
Oh,
he
okay, never mind.
And now Miro.
Can White finish him off? He can't. Miro's going to be fine. Okay, they don't get him. The refraction comes up. He will live. How they're doing on the regen in the lane. They do have a couple of tangos left, but...
that was
close.
Nice play from Shiro. The meld actually dodges.
Sure, yeah.
Had to creep from the meld for a second. So I think that last actual attack would have potentially...
he looked dead for sure.
Yep. Good play.
Shiro able to live.
Able to bully them. But yeah, you can see BetBoom, they're looking to pressure these 2 lanes in particular very hard. The Batrider plus Brew Pick, and then that Centaur plus the Wraith King plus AA lane versus the Centaur. The stun plus Cold Feet, it is threatening.
Oh, see the battle here for the Lotus.
Why? He gets it.
Shiro.
Again. Trading.
So if he can get Shiro this time round, he's got refraction.
Able to distance himself again.
Oh, and indeed, he'll live. They get the kill against Mirage. Save wants to dive in for this. He'll get it.
But he'll die. They are not letting the TA farm, though, Owen. He has 8 last hits. Maybe giving up a double kill to Y, but they will be able to get that last touch. Innocent's not able to get in range to throw the Lotus onto the TA when he was getting chased. True bullying, though. Both these off lane and safe lane are struggling on the side of Tidebound at the start here. Mid lane, though, definitely seeing nothing to say. Since he got that first blood, we're seeing how good he's doing in the matchup. 500 lead over GPK at the moment. Again, aggression. I mean, this bottom lane, I don't think we can look away.
It's just the battle lane.
I actually don't think we can look away. Gets the ice path off.
Doesn't matter, though. Already dead.
Immediately, the stacks are up on Shiro. He has 3 save, wants to go for him. He's got boots and wind lace.
He keeps the stacks going.
Shiro can't last hit. He can't get any creeps.
Flame breaks up in a second. So they get the knockback.
They got him.
They can't bring anyone down in to save him.
Nice save is just decimating him. These two they're crippling the game, Owen. This is a bottom net with TA, bottom net with Centaur off of this laning start here, and Brew is thriving now. He's at top of the course.
Is this a game as well?
We can see Double Radiant.
I was going to say, you're kind of fine with Double Radiance because both of these heroes really want to buy it right, the Wraith King and the Brute.
I'm actually okay with Pure going strictly physical damage also because he's playing versus the potential of the Mage Slayer plus Pipe thing that'll come out eventually. So could see him maybe deviate towards some like Armlet Deso kind of thing. Potential, but I also could just see the Double Radiance come out. Can absolutely see this argument for it. Does Shiro just, I don't know, how do you get back down here?
Can you still play the lane?
I don't know. It feels like they just dive him relentlessly every time he shows. He smokes to come back to it.
Okay.
They at least have Ice Path online now from Y to prevent some of the dive plays. But, man, 10 CS at 5 minutes on a Templar Assassin safe lane. I don't think we've seen as slow of a start.
Why?
Any TAs. Why again? We'll be okay.
Save. Start stacking up onto Shiro here. We'll be able to pull the wave back.
And every time there's like a third stack, Shiro has to be very careful how he steps up versus this Batrider at this point. Clearly have the way to kill him quite easily. Okay. Can we look elsewhere now? It's 6 minutes in, we've been staring at the bottom lane. Top, Box, gonna get gone on. Level 2 cold feet. The skeletons go after the creeps though. So Bach will be able to just walk away. Haystrun, nothing to say, is able to claim this one. He's having a really good time, so still continuing to thrive on this Ember Spirit. Looks like he's gonna accelerate too. With this haste, making the move toward top. It's a pretty easy kill that he can set up here.
Now Pure's pretty far up.
Yeah, the Flame Guard at level 3 is online too.
I'll go. Should give the chance for Pure to back away though.
Katomi will tank that gank. Nothing to say. Return back to the mid lane. Phase boots are finished. But GPK also fun. So he's having a very good time in this mid matchup versus the Ember Spirit, as he's only slightly behind. After that first blood, of course. Triple Bracer on Miro. Just really wanting to dominate the lane is what that says, right? The Brewmaster, you don't see this too often get picked up. All three of them here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much full-time jungle for Shiro.
Shiro's out, yeah, he's done with the lane. Wants to pick up that Treads, that Blightstone to start accelerating things, but Y might just get dove again too as soon as they recognize this.
Yeah, getting very close to the 6 on Miro. Once that splits there, they'll be under the tower each time.
Yeah, this is, it looks like on paper also, just looking at it, it's a first pick TA, and it really feels like 5 heroes that are quite good versus the TA. The AA maybe less so, but yeah, all other ones are phenomenal, and they've shut down Shiro so hard in the start.
They want to try and find Pure top before he hits the level 6. Just scouting out what sort of backup is in the trees around him.
Heads up TP from Y, he'll be able to survive the dive.
They're going to go straight in for him. They got the shackle into the power shot, they'll find him.
Bach, there's TPs coming in, GPK's here.
Yep, and they'll be able to make sure the Bach pays for that, so they'll get the trade, BetBoom.
Nothing to say, get another one. Looks like he should.
Remnants at the ready, can dive in, get the chains connection onto Kataomi.
Nice play. And nothing to say, feels like he's going to have to do so much work. He's going to have to be the heavy lifter this game, just making so many moves around the map as his... Yeah, the side lanes have... Actually, top lane's not that bad, but yeah, the bottom lane in particular, Shiro's going to have the slowest Templar Assassin entry in this tournament. Into quite a bit of counters as well. Bottom, Miro has the Talisman of Evasion. Trying to look to push this tower down now since he's got a free lane. And they're giving Pure the mid lane, at least for now, to get the 6. And yeah, he's at least going armlet for now. I definitely think there's a possibility Pure just doesn't, he just goes for the right click build.
On top, nothing to say. He's going to continue to rack up the kills. Not a safe spot on the map for BetBoom to be with the Ember Spirit around.
Definitely not for Katomi. They're still going to make the move top, though. GPK is here. They're on Bach.
It's got the setup, GPK. Oh, we're not quite able to get the toss back. Just the damage from the toss alone should be enough, though. Need Pure gets the wrap around. The Stampede will break him away a little bit. The Flame Break will knock him back, though. Save. Finds the angle. They run down the Centaur.
Not able to finish off that tower there. Anytime nothing to say is not there, they can't fight. They have to just bail out. This Ember Spirit showing to be the end-all, be-all at the moment for Tidebound. Level 6 is hit, of course, for the Wraith King too, so Pure does have the potential to survive if any move now happens up top onto him. And GPK continues to be very close behind nothing to say as well.
Now watching around the mid.
Not 6 yet on Katomi. He probably wants to try to find his level 6 somehow. Maybe give him the mid lane experience. It's going to be the option on the side of BetBoom. Even soaking some of that stack XP.
Yeah, save. Well, look to get a few stacks going here.
Yeah, slow down. They've already applied a ton of pressure in the game, so now they can slow down, get those level 6s that they don't have. Y does have his 6, so you know, all things said, that bottom lane, Noshiro's died a ton. Jakiro has thrived in terms of those levels.
Diving in again, nothing to say.
Omi.
So he gets punished here, Kataomi. It's going to get found.
6. Honestly, like nothing to say. He's doing a great job.
He's getting away with so much.
Yeah.
Getting to consistently dive top, now diving mid. Nobody's shutting him down.
Miro is turning up for the defense. They can look for Y, but nothing to say is free to move in this fight. He's going to throw the split.
Can he actually finish off the kill?
He can get the support.
Yeah, I'll be able to drag back Y here with the Void Bruling. Rocks out.
Might be able to get Planet too. Planet has this big wand charge. Let's see if it ends up saving him.
Still got the win run. Should be all right. A little too far for Miro to chase on. Same time, top lane.
Thought GPK might look to close the gap, but not the case. Bach has Stampede.
See if he gets forced out of him. Might just be able to walk away at the moment.
He really doesn't want to use it, but they're trying to force it out of him. Another stun in a second from Pure. He might actually just die anyway from it now.
Tree's coming in. No, they don't want to chase any further with the TP's coming in.
GPK was trying to get range for toss, but couldn't quite get there. He'll survive. Stampede is forced. And there's that armlet done for Pure. Waiting to see what he queues up next. Said definitely a possibility that he just goes hard right click, but he queues up the Radiance, so they're going to go double Radiance route. Miro looking to have a very good time on his, almost finished up. And Shiro, slowly but surely, recovering.
He's just climbing his way back into the game.
Yep. It's Templar Assassin, so fastest jungler in the game, essentially. So we'll be able to get that big catch-up if they don't start finding him. Dragonlance and Treads are done. How's GPK's Blink Dagger looking? He continues to get this stack going here. He's actually about to have it finished after this, dragging the neutral camp to the mid wave and farming the two of them there. Nice little clever move from GPK. Mage Slayer, I believe that is finished, for nothing to say. He finds himself a regen rune too to continue looking for the dive plane. Katomi is still not level 6-0, and so can absolutely look to commit onto this AA again.
He's gone away with it a few times.
Yep. He's so close to having it on the AA. Looking for Pure.
I don't know they're here, BetBoom.
Katomi's trying to sap the XP, but doesn't want to step near this Ember Spirit. Tower's getting forced. Blade Mail's done for Bach. Looks like that they'll have this attempted power shot to snipe Pure. Doesn't quite connect. BetBoom about to have those blinks. We said Tiny. GPK's got it done. Save getting closer and closer toward hits too, so can look to make those aggressive moves and maybe hunt the TA. As you said though, Shiro now moving toward the triangle area. He's starting to be able to farm Ancients. Has pretty much completely recovered in this game now.
Yeah, they're making good progress here now, Tidebound.
Absolutely.
Taking these early tier 1 towers here in the mid and the top.
And look at that, I mean, farming the quad stacked hard camp too essentially has the same net worth as the Brewmaster now.
GPK did blink in aggressively there, trying for Planet.
Does he have any backup? He's got Stampede.
They get the Shackle Shot connection. Ice Blast will connect and finish off Planet. GPK is going to go down for that one.
Nothing to say, might chase for more too.
Chains on to Save.
Save has a stick. Oh, Save!
I mean, nothing to say, we'll find him.
And Miro can't go for the back line either. The Ice Path zones him away. Ain't nothing to say, he's running the show.
Yeah, he is. He's having a beautiful game so far from the mid.
Ice Blast does finally come online, connects onto the Wind Ranger on the side. But they do get the bigger cleanup again on the side of Tidebound. All in the meanwhile, the TA is farming. Nothing to say. Another power rune for him too. He's got the Arcane rune. He's thriving. Soon TA to surpass the Wraith King also. With the pace game. As we said, Tidebound, with these meta heroes, the approach is much better than last time so far. Smoked up again, looking for more moves. Just playing around, nothing to say with this power rune.
Yeah, he just wants to keep going.
Yeah, why not?
Does not want to sit back one moment.
He knows he's essentially unkillable at this point. Unless they literally commit every single one of the stuns on him, he might even survive that. Miro trying to maybe look for a different kill here. This one's not an easy target.
So if they can get into the triangle.
Go for this back line.
He's going to jump straight in, nothing to say. Tries to scout out Save, but the chains don't latch on to the Batrider. GPK turns back in with the Avalanche toss, attempted to burst Planet. The Ice Blast coming in. He's going to finish off the job.
Connects onto him perfectly, and now nothing to say. Can they chase forward? He's playing it safe, gets away. If Save has the blink there, they could actually look to set up onto him. So now, with blink on Save and on GPK, they can look to actually lock down this Ember. He has to be a little careful of how much he pushes the limit now.
Yeah, absolutely. A lasso, an avalanche toss, and an ice blast will still kill him.
GPK, I mean, Y is going for this play on him here. Gets connected, nothing to say is here.
Got the Stampede. GPK will try and toss him away, but he's surrounded. Another kill.
Monster kill. Why? He just literally walks up and gets the spell connection. I mean, GPK kind of delivering himself. He did the dangerous, farming in the river spot when he doesn't have vision of that high ground. Gets caught.
I guess, space for the side lane cores. Pure's pretty much got the gold for the relic.
He does.
Miro's got the full Radiance, so the Radiance timings from both are still going to be very solid here from BetBoom.
Bach has Blink done, but BetBoom's making that... Bach blinks into the wave. Oh, he is super dead.
Yeah, there's the jump. Rave Fire Blast into the Ice Blast.
They do get the power shot, so at least they do force the ult out. Does have to put that point in it at the end.
So thinking him a second time. Nothing to say. Amplified damage rune at the ready. Won't catch on with the Sleight of Fist.
They were absolutely going to be able to try to screw that setup if they do connect it. Save. Regenning up, considering for another jump here. They have
Pure's out of there. He's TP'd out bottom.
Looks like he'll probably just maybe cut the wave on the back.
Oh, it's a long TP for Kataomi. And one he won't get to finish.
Nice catch. They're actually patiently waiting on the twin gate in case they do make the move over through it. Planet. Will he be the sacrifice? He cancels it.
Gonna go for the Tormentor, the three of them. It's a little risky, I feel. Gonna get pretty low on the HP on this Tormentor attempt. Save. He'll die. They get the job done.
There you go. He gets blessed.
Cost them the one life.
Yeah, he goes, I die, I get the shard for myself.
And they're coming through, of course, now, seeing if they can pick up anyone off the back of this. Splits at the ready, though, for Miro. Might have to just run with this. He looks like he's going to try and see if he can pick up Planet.
He can get a kill and then escape, perhaps. Planet.
Yeah, not quite. Yeah, well, maybe the Ice Blast. It's coming in. Good read from Planet.
Now Miro, they're running him down.
Split comes to an end. He gets surrounded. They'll get the brew kill.
Nice moves. They Tidebound continue to get all these beautiful kills, and they get Pure. Wait, what? In the meantime. Wait, what?
I guess Shira just found him low.
I didn't see it.
Backing up with the armlet.
I was looking elsewhere.
Yep.
Huge kills.
It's pretty much the Desolator done. I mean, Shira, he's top 2 net worth right now.
Remember when he was level 3?
Yeah, there you go.
No longer is the case. Templar Assassin, the recovery's made. Deso is online. Pretty much finished after that Blink Dragonlance. It's like he didn't even have a bad lane now. Okay,
yeah, we'll see him.
He caught him in the back.
Yeah, just to the side, bullying him on the way out.
Oh, he gets him with the trap play, too. Sick stuff coming out from Shiro. Level 15 Templar Assassin now, and a level 11 Wraith King.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of XP difference.
TA. There's a reason that is literally the first pick of this tournament.
He's just been able to get all the farmers. As you can see with the last hit, they're good stacks for him, Shiro.
And honestly, nothing to say has been unbelievable in this game. Now he's got the S and Y, so he's
safe.
Status resents top, bottom.
Lasso set up.
They've got it.
Oh, Shiro. He's going to pick up some kills in return. He'll be able to take out Kataomi. He's going to look towards GPK, goes straight for the TP out.
Keeps getting trade kills, though. Nothing to say. S and Y done, shield rune. Now he can bypass pretty much anything. No threat of a kill onto him again. Still has been tough for them to kill him anyway, obviously. 0 deaths.
Yeah, nothing to say. Continue to just smash these item timings with the Mage Slayer earlier, now with the S and Y.
Look at this. He's reading the exact play of where GPK is.
He's found him. Shiro coming in ready to bring the damage. It's a little too deep now, though. They'll back away. GPK able to slide back to safe distance.
Save. They're looking to hunt for him here. Planet. Not quite going to be able to. Save's got the TP out. Won't be able to connect with that shackle shot. Radiance, it's done for Pure, so now can accelerate. As we said, it does take some time for this Wraith King to get online to be able to farm at that stable point of a TA, even if the TA had the jungle at level 3. 15 to 11 Tidebound. And look to accelerate things too. They can go for Roche at pretty much any point with this TA with this Deso. It's going to start shifting to bottom. BetBoom are positioned around that area.
They can take it. I mean, can they take it themselves pretty easily for BetBoom, or do you want to take a fight first at this
Take
stage?
a fight first, otherwise you're just going to get poked by the Ember, right? They want to try to catch this Ember. But nothing to say with the backup at this shield rune. It's feeling pretty safe. Do they just settle for Bach again?
They're going to try.
Looks like they do.
In with the jump. Look to burst him through with the old 1-2 once again. And with the Stampede, maybe they could try and get the rest of the team in position to find someone in return. They're looking for Kataomi.
They want
nothing to say is able to get the jump to save. With the chains, they'll punish both supports.
Nothing to say beyond godlike. Gossamer Cape almost saving Katomi for a few seconds there, but not quite versus Shiro. Level 17, by far the highest level in the game.
Yeah, he's popping off after he indeed was dealt a very rough hand in the laning stage.
Absolutely insane. As we said, the meta picks for Tidebound, they're looking strong this game, keeping this at a comfortable 1K lead at the moment versus BetBoom. Save is farming a lot, though. Do have to highlight that, at least from the Batminer. He did get the shard gifted from that Tormentor, so it's a little inflated, but got to see some fun stuff from the Bat the other day from 9 class. He went for the right-click build. He went for the Witch Blade and all that, too, so there's definitely some cool stuff coming in. BetBoom looking to play around this split timer at the moment here. They have their reincarnation as well. And man, they're just really bullying Bach.
They're going for him every
They're
time.
going for him again.
They've hit the scan. We'll see if they want to go into this area. It's a little bit deep and they don't have great information with the vision. They might catch him coming to the wave though. He shows.
They will.
Straight in they go. TPs are going to come in.
Just dies too fast.
Yeah, this time round it's going to be a little more difficult for Tidebound to actually get anything in return, so.
Miero is lingering in the area too. Bruce Split is quite threatening still in a full team fight 5v5. They do want to look to go for that on Tidebound. And there's actually the one thing too is like overall, the pickoffs have been very good, right? Nothing to say has been able to find them, but we haven't really had a big team fight overall. That's where the Brew really does thrive. So we'll have to see what happens when a full team fight actually kicks off.
We're in the mid.
Little picks is Pure.
I'm going to catch him. And I guess the thing is as well with the timings, when BetBoom do go for that team fight, Shiro, sensible lad, he's got that BKB.
Yeah.
He's ready with the BKB for when these team fights come in.
He does need it. Planet. Getting gone on.
I mean,
Pure is deep.
And we'll get the Who Stomp onto Pure. And Pure will be able to bring Planet down, but that's Pure's first life gone. Split comes into play, Bach trying to get in position here with the Stampede. GPK finds them with the Avalanche. Ice Blast onto Bach. They'll kill Bach off. They put the lasso on Shiro, but Shiro had the BKB off. He's fine to fight back. They didn't have any damage after that to pressure the TA, so Shiro could jump forward aggressively over to GPK.
Oh my God,
and now with the chains connecting on towards Kataomi, they'll clean up this fight, no problem here on Tidebound. They did have to use the one buyback on Planet, but absolutely worth it. Shackle comes into play. I mean, it's just that interruption alone at the end, making the buyback from Planet 100% worth, as Mira also does fall.
I mean, Shiro, like you said, the sensible lad goes for the BKB. He just stands his ground versus the split.
They can't kill him.
He literally just killed the split, essentially, inside the fight. Pure, maybe feeling like he was stronger than he actually was.
It was pretty deep, very aggressive from BetBoom.
Yep.
And they can't really do that against Tidebound. Tidebound, they've got just as much farm. They've got a TA in an amazing position.
Honestly, it's all Shiro, just godly plays, really. Gets the BKB off before that lasso hits, even though, of course, comes through and pierces. Just watch the damage he's able to do. I was just watching Shiro literally just auto-attacking the entire fight, hitting whatever target he wants to.
Yep.
Some nice side blade plays coming in again, too, but you see that meld applies to multiple heroes, and their lineup uses it really nicely.
Yeah, they just didn't have anything to hurt him whilst he was lassoed.
And nothing to say, too. He doesn't really take too much damage either, as we see the Mage Slayer coming into play.
Now, these fights are looking super tough for BetBoom.
Yep, even with the Primal, that was the first big team fight, and with that Primal Split, did not be it was not victorious for them.
Back in action. They got the silence on the turn. The GPK will be able to jump out in time. They're going to use the Stampede to try and chase on.
Nothing to say with the fresh Aghanims is looking to punish more. He's on Katomi.
Yeah, he's going to get the jumps. Yeah, you just can't run from this Ember Spirit.
He's out of control.
Aghanims, yeah, as you say, again, it's the fastest that we're seeing this tournament.
He's going for more.
And he's going to get the jump on a GPK.
Oh, nothing to say, Stylen.
We'll get tossed back here. Miro pushing in towards Bach. Bach's just going to go for the TP out. They can't stop it.
Nothing to say, still sticking around, applying Mage Slayer. Miro.
Getting pretty low. Miro might have to split. The silence comes into play. Miro will still get the split off. They get the toss back onto the both of them. Planet will die.
The split's in trouble. Shiro's here.
Yeah, he's ready to bring the damage. So Miro's got to be careful how he deals with the TA. Shiro's able to blink out as the further TPs come in from BetBoom. Save turns up. Tidebound will start to back off.
Shiro?
He's got BKB and Aegis. So we'll see how much they can try and mess with him.
Jumping the back line.
Split comes to an end. They get the lasso off. Can they get him the once? They can. That's the Aegis gone. The side, GPK caught by the Hoostumper Bark. By some time here with the self-fuel, Shiro jumps in, looking towards Miro, get the silence onto him. Miro brought down as Shiro finds a beautiful angle.
Here comes nothing to say. Still has remnants.
Pure's got to run. He's got reincarnation at the ready.
He tried to tumble over.
Nothing to say. He's already sort of ready to jump the back lines with the remnant placed under the tier 2. They have to come in with the buyback from Shiro. Okay, they need to kill Shiro. The Ice Blast connects. Shiro will fall.
They finally punished his TA. Nothing to say.
He's got enough remnants, just enough. That was the last one to jump safely away from the tier 2. So had to come in with the buyback from GPK, but it does get them that huge kill.
They finally bring him down. A bait play really coming in from Pure, allowing him to get that buyback and get the positioning to get the Ice Blast. 60 seconds, no TA. Bruce Split's gonna come back up as soon as the TA does respawn, so BetBoom putting up a nice fight.
He's gonna go for the Orchid Pure. By the looks of it, was eyeing up his options, momentarily brought the Manta and then sold it, but decided that he does want that additional sort of chance of locking down someone with a silence.
Still thinking about it.
Is he selling again? He's selling again? Okay, so from Manta to Orchid to AC, probably going to settle with the AC now, picking up those bits.
I think the
Do you
AC,
like that out of the three of them?
Because the Orchid can get countered just from like 1 or 2.
And they actually have to get the setup, but the Sleight of Fist is there. They couldn't lock him down long enough, and nothing to say. He's just ready to turn and kill them. GPK's dead. Dead for 80 seconds pretty much off the back of that buyback earlier.
And now Miro, also gone.
I mean, they felt that they could go for it with the lasso, but they didn't have nearly enough lockdown to threaten nothing to say at all.
Bach has the Stampede in the pipe to protect him too. And Katomi.
Quite the misplay from BetBoom to go for that one.
After keeping the game at like 1K-ish or so, they just go for this over-aggressive play. Instantly punished. And Bach, 3-man stun coming into.
Yeah, they're going to regret that one, BetBoom.
From restabilizing to losing control of the game again.
And we'll see again that go that they try and make.
I mean, look at this stomp, right?
Yeah, stops the avalanche coming in from GPK to sort of follow up the lasso. I mean, honestly, even if that comes in, nothing to say. He's pretty tanky. You know, the Mage Slayer, SMY Ags, point booster, it's a lot of stats, a lot of HP.
He's literally
bursting him is pretty tough.
He's literally having a perfect game. Speaking of nothing to say again, getting jumped, Pure. They're trying for him, but he's got the defensive remnant.
It's just so hard to lock him down long enough.
Yep. The SNY coming into play. Gossamer Cape also, it's like the two heroes they're playing versus, right? You're playing versus Wraith King, so Gossamer Cape is great on your team, and then you're playing with TA, so it's great versus you, as we see it coming in there as well. 20 has been hit, Pure. His farm is still good. It's still very solid. It's just the difference between the mids now at this point is tremendous. GPK, bottom of the course, and nothing to say is just, yeah, literally out of control on this Ember Spirit. 15, 0, and 10. These Embers, man. This tournament.
Yeah, it seems like they're always popping off.
Yeah, truly.
Katsuomi shot down by Planet. And he's just ready to go for more, nothing to say. With these Axe Remnants zooming across the map. Bucks on top of Miro.
He's got split.
Is he going to get the chance to? The Ice Path comes in. He will be able to split. But look how quickly they die.
They might even just kill this one too.
I think they will, Park. Closes in. He finishes off himself with a double edge.
TA just destroys. That is the third game I've seen this TA versus Brewmaster thing, and oh my god, how fast she kills him. That's a split used, and he still dies. 9K lead now. Tidebound.
Yeah, they're cruising at the moment.
They truly are. And MKB's queued up for Shiro next if he wants to go down that route versus this little evasion and Radiance. Yeah, for BetBoom now. Quite a bit of time that they can't look for the fight. 90 seconds. If they want to look for pickoff, they can with Batrider plus AA plus one of the two cores, but proved to be too hard to go for nothing to say. It's actually getting them killed. Probably just having to go for the other targets.
I don't know how they kill him. Avalanche, Lasso, and an Ice Blast, it's just not going to cut it.
I was checking to see if anybody's queuing up like a Hex, right? Because that's usually...
It does. They need that additional bit of lockdown for sure.
But Miro, he went for the, scaling. So he's going for Manta, and then... Okay, he has Abyssal queued eventually, but
that's one of the potential answers, but still, it feels even with that, you're going to struggle.
It's melee that you have to use it, right? And it's also extremely expensive to be able to get down toward that later route. Smokes up. Tidebound, nothing to say, has found Katomi yet again. 12 deaths on this AA.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's eating him up every single time.
How many times has he... I think he's killed him probably like 9 times.
It's got to be the majority of them.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's playing honestly perfect. Could not ask for anything better from an Ember Spirit this game.
So close to having the Octarine as well. Again, just crazy timings from him today.
Yeah, breaking all the records on it. And he's got the backup of this pipe as well from Bach. Now the Lotus Orb too, so getting further in forms of protection for these cores. It's the high ground. Looks like they're gonna at least poke to maybe force a reaction. They're playing versus Tiny and Batrider, so probably gonna wait to push until they have that Aegis every time. Just gotta watch out for those toss lasso plays.
I mean, that's the thing. Maybe BetBoom will be able to use their greatest enemy,
the Fountain.
The Fountain, against Tidebound this game with the tosses and lassos.
It's definitely possible, but difficult, especially because one's an Ember, so he can just disappear out of that Fountain instantly, right? So, and they have the Lotus, so I do like that Bach went down this route this game. Pretty standard itemization, but Lotus is one of those deviations that you can pick up versus something like that. Smokes up, BetBoom.
They'll try and burst Bach. Still very much able to do that.
They got him, and they want more now. They need the 2 supports.
They need more. They'll get wide with the lasso. A good jump from BetBoom.
Big kills.
Anything more?
They're trying for him. He's going for the TB.
They're going to get him.
That's 3 kills they should have.
A good flow there from BetBoom coming down the mid. Triple kill for Pure. See what they can do if they want to do... can they take any buildings with this? What's the plan? Roshan looks to be a bit of a longer respawn, so they're not going to get the chance to go for that off the back of this.
Their lanes need to be addressed, so they're just going to go back up and get the lanes. It's good kills. I mean, it stops that 3,000 gold that they're able to attain. And Pure got all 3 last hits, so now he is going to go down Bloodthorn to have that lockdown. Probably pretty necessary as the game progresses toward later stages. I do like that he went the AC first, quite a lot.
This reward transcends expectation.
Can't really push that mid tier 2. As we see them, the voice line's nothing to say. Caught the wave. He pulled it with the illusion, so mid won't get pressured off of that move. But swinging that gold lead from, what, 9, 10K down to a 3K.
Yeah, it's
good off of those kills.
Solid move there down the mid. Still very much, the Shiro kill or the nothing to say kill being what they're dreaming of the most at BetBoom. That's the ones they want big time.
Especially the nothing to say one. It's a juicy one.
Dude,
16-0.
That's going to be, what, 2K gold or plus? Yeah. A lot of money if you kill this Ember right now.
And they have ways to do so with the full lockdown if they can actually get on top of him. But now Tidebound grouped up. They don't want to get picked off 1v1, 1 again.
Oh!
They're looking for the fight.
The chains onto GPK. Does have Ghost Jewels and Force to play with, but he's getting caught in the stuns. He'll finally get the Ghost Step drop, but he's taken so much damage. He's dead.
Pure. Also gone.
Killed him off the ones. So they can go for a second time round here. Nothing to say, swings back over. Has the chains upon him. Ice Path as well to follow up from Y, but BKB's up from Pure. They'll get the jump to save. The shackle shot's there from Planet, locking down the Batrider. Save tries to blast them back with a flame break, but he cannot run.
Great fight again, Tidebound. As soon as they group up as 5, they decimate the fight, back up to that lead. GPK gets nothing off.
Yeah, they get Pure at the end of it all, and the buyback from Katomi, it's not going to do anything at all. Ends up just dying a second time off the back of the team fight. And Miro, the only one left standing here in the Fountain as he's able to back off.
They smash it, though. As soon as they group up, they're like, okay, let's show you what the game state actually is when we're as 5, not getting 1-by-1 pickoff.
I mean, what do you do now? You got to let the mid set go down. I imagine you don't want to use the buyback on Pure. You got to let this go, right?
You definitely let this go, but you're gonna have to contest this next rush. But yeah, just wait 50 seconds, I imagine, on him. Especially because you don't have Katomi for 40 seconds, so you don't have kill threat.
And we'll see how heavily they are able to get to push.
They catch the side waves, so I like that as well from Tidebound. They take the bottom wave. You see Bach goes top, takes the top wave as they also pressure mid.
They'll get the mid set.
They can look to back up and go for that rush afterwards. Level 25 has been hit, nothing to say, continues to be untouched this game. 25 also on the Templar Assassin for Shiro. A hell of a recovery. Roche starting to swing toward top, it'll grab Bach, throw him out of there. Also grab Planet.
Oh, careful, there's a lot of damage.
Who next? One more time, come on. Oh. Next big item for Pure, you said, needs that Orchid, but we see these 5v5s are just too hard. Even with Bruce Split, it just dies.
They're going to try for the fight here with the smoke up, but the smoke's coming out as well from Tidebound. They know that BetBoom's going to try for these risky sort of plays, and they're prepared.
They have to on BetBoom. They have everything at the ready. Let's see how they can approach the fight. The Bruling, he has it 20, so they're a bit tankier.
Okay. He's going to send in the illusion first. See if he gets any sort of reaction from this play.
Tidebound's got the positioning advantage, though. They've got the high ground right now. The words are placed.
They find the AA first. It's going to be an easy kill to start things. They'll see Pure. They're in with the chains. Pure needs help, though. Have the avalanche coming out towards Bach, but Pure's going to die very, very quickly the first time round.
Katomi also, nothing to say, instantly on top of him.
And they're able to kite out the Ice Blast. The BKB comes out from Pure. Katomi dies to nothing to say. Pure's going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it out of there.
The GPK.
He'll get left behind.
I have nothing to say. I have nothing else to say. He's playing it so well. The second the AA shows, instant Remnant appears on top of Katomi, and Katomi just has to throw an Ice Blast randomly because he's like, I'm gonna die in a second, guys. Like, I need to just toss my spell out. Yeah, 20-0-15, untouched in this game, and now that Roche, there's for the picking.
As the items continue to fly out, we're very close to having the Aghanims Jakiro online for Y.
Ag Centaur now too. Yeah, these team fights is proving to be impossible for BetBoom. Have to somehow try to get these, like, it feels like pickoffs, but it's just not going to be there anymore with the way Tidebound's showing. Just stick together. Don't let BetBoom get for any of these one-by-one sequence kills.
There it is, Shiro. As the Aegis.
Nothing to say, doesn't need it.
No, he's not. He's not dying anytime soon.
What's next? What can he go for next? What's the next fun thing? He can eat his Ags. And
yeah, eat the Ags.
If he wants.
If he wants to keep holding the gem.
Yeah, he can pass off the gem also and replace. Lincoln's is the safest, I would say.
Yeah, if you want to go aggressive, right, you look at like your nullifiers or your hexes.
Yeah, if he wants to go aggressive, he can. If he wants to be defensive because he doesn't want to die and end the game with 0 deaths, sure. As the push comes in, TA with this Aegis to the high ground. Let's see if BetBoom can get them in the fountain.
It's got to be the plan. It's not going to be easy. Save. Does he want to try and jump someone? Tier 3's gone.
Tower's dying fast.
Got to do something soon if they want to keep these racks alive. Or at least attempt to keep the racks alive. This A's in. We'll get the slight chains on it, but Pure and save. Get the drag back on to Miro. Miro's going to get caught by the silence. He's got to get the split off. Get it off just in time. Pure just getting held in position here on the high ground by these constant slight change from nothing to say. Miro will push out here with the Brewlings, but
they can't.
They can just kite it out.
Even with the Brew Split, he just kills the Raxus through it, and he might even just commit for these Brew Splits too.
And Bach. Miro with a stomp. Shiro in with the damage. Miro's got to back off with the rest of them. We'll get them out of there. GPK jumps in, has to force back up to the high ground, but nothing to say, he's ready to chase him. Remember the Remnant at the chains, backs off.
Nice Shiro with an instant Hurricane Pike onto GPK.
Save.
Toss.
Now, one hit away from dying, has to still be careful, of course, and nothing to say sees him. He'll go straight for him with the Remnant.
And they have no split for the fight. Even if they toss back, they don't have the damage now.
It does just feel like they don't have much at all.
Shiro looking to close off that final set of racks.
Smoke coming in from BetBoom. Still having to deal with this Aegis TA.
Miro's playing with the Ags.
Goes in.
Trying to tornado people.
They're going to try and make the jump over towards Bach. They come in with the Avalanche and the Ice Blast. Can they kill the Centaur? They can. Bach's gone, but Save's going to tick out. Pure, the reincarnation. Give him that second chance here in the fight, but nothing to say at the same time. Push it back, GPK and Katomi. They'll get him up in the sky. Miro, get the ult off once more. Oh no, wait, actually, he's got to run. He's going to get back to the fountain. Avalanche out. They caught nothing to say. Can they kill him? He's so low. He'll
He's
get the
still
slight
alive.
fist to the Remnant. He's away. They can't even finish him there. Pure's going to be going down. He'll turn with the stun to Shiro, but the BKB's out. Miro's out. No buyback on him. Pure will come in with the buyback. Avalanche onto Shiro as his BKB comes to an end.
They can't kill, nothing to say.
And they GPK.
Still can't.
Pure tries to jump in, but the ice path's just laid down perfectly for him by Y. Power shot comes in. Planet with the triple. This game's over. We're going to a game 3.
You better tip nothing to say. He just hard carried the shit out of this game, let's be honest. This TA was jungling from level 3 onward, and nothing to say, honestly, took over the game. Almost single-handedly on this Ember Spirit. That was one of the most impressive ones I've seen. 41 of the 46 kills are about nothing to say.
Yeah. And, you know, as you said, we've seen some impressive Ember Spirits. So it's like, you know, we know what you could do on this here. He's just done even more than what we've seen the other Embers do. It's
that was crazy.
That next level there, from nothing to say. BetBoom very shaken up after that one. We'll see if they can come back in game 3, because at the moment it's 1-1 now. Can't wait to see what happens next. Tidebound and BetBoom 1-1.
Thank you very much, Eddie Pixel and Fogged. I love to see this shift in Tidebound from game 1 to game number 2. It was a very, very different game for them, Lizard.
Yeah, absolutely. Very different game from one particular player. I have to say once again, that's the Ember on the mid lane. Nothing to say. Like our dear casters were saying, hard carried. He got a hero that's completely in the meta finally. Sometimes they sack him. Most of the time they sack him for some heroes that don't really have or can have as much impact. However, Ember is not one of those. Keep in mind, top lane, Centaur was straight up feeding. Bot lane, minute 4, they're diving the TA under her own tier 2 tower, by the way. Like the Brew and the Baton, the saved Bat Riders. So overall, the side lanes went horribly, but Ember managed to clutch it all out and bring the game back.
Yeah, it really brings you back to the era where Nothing to Say was on LGD and they were like the most dominant team in the world, because this is the sort of player that he looked like. The guy that would go 20-0, play his Grandmaster hero and completely decimate. It's great to see because, you know, we questioned it at the start of the tournament.
We did.
Why is Tidebound sacking Nothing to Say to pick Bach, a hero that wasn't even good? And finally, they have a completely and utterly meta draft, and they look like a top tier team. Like this was clinical. Like it wasn't even close. Nothing to Say completely ran away with the game. He was smurfing.
Yeah, it also showcases exactly what the strength of Ember is, or strengths are. The fact that he can just jump these backlines and eliminate them. Specifically, if you get the Aghanims early on, these supports, not only supports, the cores as well, they were just getting picked off one by one.
I have a quick question based on that, though. We say Tidebound had very meta heroes. Obviously, every single hero we've seen do well with other teams as well. How much of this was Tidebound having meta heroes versus BetBoom not having two great heroes?
Can I just say that this is more about BetBoom really not having a clean game as well? It wasn't only one meta. Oh my god, 20-0-21. I didn't even check the score. I knew it was
41 KDA. That is unreal. That must be a record for the tournament. That might be a record for the entire tournament up until grand final.
I think so too, yeah. But the game got completely stolen away from BetBoom on the Tormentor, right? Like the Tormentor minute, I can't remember exactly, around minute 15, I guess, was horrible for them. They went for the Tormy. They managed to not only lose one hero on the Tormentor, they lost Pure afterwards, and the Brewmaster used Split plus died after, so it was pretty damn abysmal.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes that can just happen. And I do want to go back to the itemization from Nothing to Say. Aghanim Scepter in a game where you're already dominating feels oppressive. Like, he was everywhere. He was in every fight. He was starting every pickoff.
Yeah, and speaking of itemization, there are two heroes that we'd like to show the itemization of around the 8-minute mark with the Brewmaster and the Templar Assassin Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the game started. Look at Brew's net worth. Look at TA's net worth. Shiro had 2,700 TA, lane-winning hero, but BetBoom was actually just playing the off lane extremely well. Mira even went for 3 bracers. He was playing entirely for the early game. But, you know, eventually, through the work of Nothing to Say, the Beast, Shiro was able to come back into the game and have a decent net worth. He just farmed. He just hit creeps for 15 minutes.
Yeah, if they went for 4 bracers, they maybe could have won.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the issue. Yeah.
5 bracers, insta win as well.
Game
But
over.
3 bracers just not good enough. And this is the Tormentor clip, by the way, that I was mentioning. It's already, that bet already died to the Tormentor. Brew, because he was so low, has to pop his ulti to try and maybe salvage things, to kill off Planet. Planet dodges this ice blast, just amazingly moves out of position, and then they finish off the Brew. Meanwhile, TA is killing off Wraith King. You can see it on the off screen. By the way, all of this was allowed because of another thing. BetBoom did not respect the TA traps, so they moved into the Tormentor without setting any sentries.
They stood right on a trap for like 5 seconds, and then the trap also is what killed Pure.
Yep.
He hit the trap to kill him with the side blades, and he armlet toggled off.
I mean, those are very painful lessons to learn. Lessons that BetBoom apparently needed to learn in this game number 2. There was another lesson they had to learn in game 2, is that taking team fights when you're that far behind might not be the best idea. As we have a highlight from one that happened here in this mid lane.
Yeah, I just had to highlight my boy Bach, Bubby Bach, as they call him, with the 3-man stomp. He knew that the only play that BetBoom had at this point was, we gotta kill this Ember. This Ember is like 14-0, godlike. We finally are in a position where we can go for a gank. So they dangle him right in front. But Bach was there. The 3-man stomp, that sealed the deal. Like, there was no coming back from that.
Nah, absolutely. Like, that was... They had one more fight in them where they were kind of picking them off one after another. But at that point, it's already kind of done. And I have to say, like, it's not only about Bach there, it's about the team effort, setting up that and knowing that Ember might get going on, so protecting the Ember with the stun. They had BetBoom's number through the game. Even if you think about it, all these smokes, it was actually Tidebound that are always finding these right movements and always wrapping behind. Meanwhile, BetBoom are just sitting there, like sitting ducks, right? Waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, was this heavily draft related, or was this also just sloppy gameplay?
I'd say it's a bit of both, because sometimes if you're out-drafting the enemy, it's also easier to play the game.
That's true.
And then you look like a mastermind. But in fact, you just have more items, you're smoking on time. Yep.
I think Tidebound looked like the mastermind on this one. We had a fantastic game from them. Let's see if they can recreate it and keep their tournament lives alive, or if BetBoom will do that one instead. We're heading to a break, but after that, it's game number 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
My first game was played really early. I think I might have played Razor or Queen of Pain or Shadowfiend. I think Razor in mid. And yeah, I think I abandoned after like 8 minutes because I felt like I was lagging and I couldn't see us and I didn't like it and
didn't want to play.
It was all terrible and I didn't enjoy it. But it was cool still. I mean, it's always fun to try like a new game.
I remember I picked Puck like for try. just open game like on my single, and I just watch all the heroes and pick a pack, and I walk mid and I quit game. Yeah, I remember.
You quit? Why did you quit?
I quit and I go like play with others. Like,
Okay, gave other heroes a shot. Yeah, started a little bit too difficult.
I think it was more for push. I mean, like there was like 4 heroes on the screen. It was like Morph, Lina, and some others, and I really like how Morph looking was. It's like it was insane. So it either like Morph or patches because like Navi didn't.
I played like Pugna in my first game. I had no idea. I thought like, what the hell's going on? And yeah, that was like my first game of Dota 1.
I guess Drill, because I think that's the most basic one in Hero Dota back then, like Dota 1. Like you have 2 passive, just kill and just first arrow and the silence.
My first game, they told me to pick Vengeful Spirit. I said buy boots and tangles and say solo bottom, and you go Radiant solo bottom, solo safe lane, Vengeful Spirit. It's good.
Did it work?
I don't know. Probably not. My first game, that was not good.
I played Lina. I remember it clearly. So back then there was like the taverns, and before that my brother already played a couple games, and I saw Lina looked really cool. So yeah, I spam clicked the Lina icon, and that was my first hero.
Excellent. How did that game go? Do you remember?
Not really, no.
That's fine.
But I mean, I remember some things, to be honest. So back then, the neutral creeps, the satyr ones, they actually mana burned you when you walk past them.
Oh.
So when you right-click this, like a noob, I just right-click the tower on the safe lane, Lina carry, of course.
Absolutely.
And creeps, they would just mana burn you. So you started the lane with like half your mana. I remember, maybe it was my first game, maybe it was like a couple of games down.
Yeah,
Don't exactly know.
That sounds miserable.
But that's like a trauma I still have. Yeah.
You're watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are in the middle of our last lower bracket elimination series of the day. After this, it's upper bracket time. But it's game number 3 here between Tidebound and BetBoom, and BetBoom kind of was in a very rough spot in that game number 2, so they're going to have to work hard to force out the victory here and keep their tournament lives alive. But I think also Tidebound, with the victory they just had, I think something must have clicked, Jenkins, after a game like that.
Something definitely clicked. I think between game 1 and game 2, where they all of a sudden started drafting good heroes that, hey, they also all happen to really like to play. I remember asking Bach like what his favorite heroes are back in the old Fart Studio days, when of course he was on Fart Studios, Lizard, in case you didn't know that.
Of course. You guys are like really good friends.
Yeah,
right?
and he said Centaur is actually one of his favorite heroes. This is one of his most played guys. He can be on this every single game, and he's happy to play it. Why is he not playing Centaur every game? It's overpowered.
Why nothing to say, not playing Ember?
Nothing to say, Ember Spirit. Like, this is probably... Is there a more famous hero for him? Maybe Tinker, I guess, because it's like a cheese pick. But Tinker's also good. You know, so it's great to see this. I think BetBoom is going to have to make sure that they're not giving those Siggies away, but also the Siggies, which are very strong in the meta, because there's not that many of them.
Yeah, so the only difference between Ember and Tinker, it's a major difference, right? If your TA and Centaur, or I should say in general, side laners, are feeding as much and not having a good game, a mid lane Tinker will not recover the game. He's just more of the same. He needs time. Meanwhile, Ember, he's just able to constantly move with only levels. He doesn't even need items, so he's able to bring you back in it.
He'll take full control of the game.
Yeah.
And nothing to say clearly is the type of player he's okay with this right now.
And I feel like both teams can learn something out of that second game of the series. For BetBoom, don't give nothing to say Ember. And for nothing to say and the boys of Team Tidebound, if you are picking the TA, be careful, because Save will play that Batrider, and he single-handedly, Brew of course helped out a lot, but without the Batrider, that lane just doesn't work.
And I think without the Ember Spirit, the Batrider probably looks a lot better going into the late game, because of course Mage Slayer, Bat's doing all magic damage, but also I remember there was a while where people were playing Ember Spirit into Batrider mid, where you would max Light and Chains because you can kite him, and Ember is incredibly hard to lasso in the game. we saw it. We saw him try a few times, and Ember would just be 1 minute he's remnanting, the next minute he's sleight of fisting, the next minute he's chains you, interrupt your cast point. So it's very difficult to play Bat into Ember, and so I think if Tidebound doesn't get Ember, the Batrider looks a lot better.
And if you do manage to lasso him, as was showcased in that last game, there's probably a strong counterattack waiting.
And he probably has a Sanj and Yasha, so it's not lasting as long.
Yeah. Both games so far, by the way, the first 2 games both had Tidebound on the Radiant side, and that will be no different this time. However, big difference is that the pick order got changed. For the first time in the series, Tidebound will have overall last pick, with BetBoom having overall first pick. We'll see what kind of changes that will bring, considering it was the adjustments in the draft that Tidebound made after game 1 that allowed them to have the lineup that they did in the end, of course. In terms of bans at the moment, though, this is still a lot of the usual suspects, with the TA removed, Bristleback once again removed, and we'll see where the teams are going from here.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, one of the heroes that did go through in the last game that usually gets banned out is the AA, right? In the first phase, usually banned out by most teams.
Yeah, but the AA win rate was already bad before that game. Will be worse now after that game. So is that still such a high value hero?
I honestly think not.
Especially not with Jakiro.
Yeah, I think part of it is there are other supports that are rising in value, and also think of the offlaners that we've seen also rising in value. Centaur, Underlord. What do these heroes love to build? What's the first item these heroes build in a game, other than maybe Blade Mail? It's a pipe, right? This is the first big item that they build. And AA does not like playing into pipe. It's all magic damage, and you protect from the shatter with the pipe shield.
I feel like
Darkseer as well, pipe builder.
I feel like another problem that AA is facing is when he came into the meta, your mid laners were very static, like Dragonites and such. Right now, the mid laners are mostly spirits.
It's spirits.
And AA hates playing into these heroes because they was a perfect they just kill you. Perfect example last game, Kataomi, he just can't be anywhere near those fights. And I was wondering if the Monkey King will be banned out, and it will be first phase banned. So we will not be seeing a monkey.
We will not. The one that is still in the pool that we should be aware about is, of course, the Ringmaster.
Tinker.
And the Beastmaster.
Isn't the pool.
And the Tinker.
As well. So
Tinker. Never mind. But Ringmaster, Beastmaster still in, and it will be Ringmaster for BetBoom.
What's really cool is, well, Tidebound, they are going to get Jakiro because of that. They didn't ban out the
if
Tinker.
They pick it. They would have to pick it now.
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe the best pick for them. There are some other things, of course, that they can go for, but Jakiro first phase in this position. There's Sand King, there's Tiny as well if you want to open it up like that, but there's also Beastmaster that I didn't really see wasn't banned. It is into a Ringmaster though. That already kind of makes me less inclined to like the Beastmaster pick. If you follow that up with something like an Abaddon.
There must be some idea here, because I feel like every single time we see a Ringmaster picked, Beast gets picked into it.
The boar can block the dagger.
Yeah, but it dies.
But it dies.
Good.
Maybe the idea is that the new Beastmaster build is, of course, Ags, Blink, BKB, but an eventual nullifier. The hero does enjoy building a nullifier. It gives him tankiness, it gives him damage. You usually protect from Beastmaster by like Force Staffing, Glimmer Caping, things which can all be nullified. Maybe that's part of the idea. He does a bunch of ground targeted damage. I just feel like there's something we don't understand about this, because we're seeing this every single time.
Yeah, the way I see it and the way I feel it when I'm playing Beast into Ring, it's just another problem. It's a problem thrown at you in the lane. It's a problem post-laning stage. It's also a problem if you are playing into the Ringmaster, the Impalement Arts kill off your boars instantly. Down the road, the Escape Act really isn't pleasant to play into. And there are better items than a Nullifier, right? Like, I wonder if the Nullifier is like this must that you get, and then you realize, oh my god, this item is actually so good.
Sure, I mean, you know I'm with you. Like, every single time it comes out, I say, like, the Ringmaster protecting against the Roar, this really sucks for Beast, and it does. Maybe the idea is also that Beast is just so good of a tempo hero that
it doesn't
you're
matter.
like, yeah, we do get countered, we don't give a shit. It's for the game. Like,
I really think that's the case as well. Yep.
Beast Gyro, also speaking of tempo, like, you get countered by Ringmaster, sure. double down on the tempo, pick a carry which can be very aggressive early, although BetBoom goes with what they consider to be a counter to the Gyrocopter, which is Doom. Gyro likes to, I mean, the reason that Gyro is a strong hero is because you stun him, he gets Satanic, he gets Side Gunner, and he heals anyway. With Doom, you can't do that. And Beastmaster, this is also a healing type hero with high HP. You can chew through him with the Doom, but they pick the CM.
So they want the Doom to be on the offlane with Ringmaster. Most likely, it could be pure Doom as well. I don't know. But basically, we are seeing that Ringmaster is most likely a 4, and Crystal Maiden is on the safe lane. So this Beast, wherever he goes, which is, unless he goes mid, of course, is going to be met by one of these supports that mess up his summons.
That Crystal Maiden win that we saw there, by the way, 100% win rate, Katomi, most devastating game of the entire tournament, including all the group stages.
Was it the 16?
This was the 16-minute. Yeah. Not only the most devastating game of this tournament, the most devastating game of any Wallachia ever. And Katomi was the prime reason that game was so devastating. He was like godlike on Crystal Maiden. So I love that they're picking this and that they're comfortable picking an off-meta hero for a specialist.
A TB.
Yeah, a TB when you already have a Beastmaster and a Gyrocopter and you don't have a single support jet is definitely something.
It's a flex between TB and I think it's a 4 TB because of the Doom, right?
Doom counter, yeah.
Doom counter with a Sunder. If you want to go deeper, maybe there's a world in which this Doom is the core, but I doubt it. And this Bane, I feel like, is maybe a preparation for the pick that BetBoom had into the Gyro the last time they played, and that was the Lifestealer. I'm not sure if it's as great, though. There's a Beast as well on the other side. And
I will say my guttural instincts, of course, has best friends with Bach, it says that he loves playing Terrorblade. I remember when it was falling off and no other team was picking it, they were picking it for Bach, and he would go for Orchid on offlane TB when everybody else was going Pipe, and he basically brought it back into the meta. So part of me just thinks that he considers himself quite the specialist with this hero.
So you would imagine that at the moment, actually, you think Terrorblade would be offlane.
It could be.
And
Yeah, carry Gyro.
Pick support.
Beast mid.
I think so. Beast mid, carry Gyro.
He played in the recent Fissure Universe, I believe, tournament. They had a TB offlane as well, and he was just absolutely dominating. If the game is right for TB, maybe he buys that one pipe, but then eventually he just turns into a absolute carry. He wins the game. So
did you guys see the stats now? Pure is 0 and 3 on the PA. Pretty sad.
That's against Aurora. I feel like all 3 games.
Probably. You're not wrong.
Yeah, he also played PA against the team that is probably the most comfortable on PA at the moment, so they know the hero. Exactly, they can counter it.
Do you guys agree that BetBoom has a pretty greedy, like late game type lineup? At least their 2 cores really want like a couple of items before they come online, whereas Tidebound, they've got some crazy tempo with these 3 cores that they have.
Their lanes are decent though. The PA CM lane into the TB.
Yeah, that's true. They have really good lanes.
I feel like maybe because of that, it's all right. A redeeming quality. What do you think about the Doom and Ringmaster into Gyro though? Should be solid, right?
I think that should be solid. Yeah, there's kill threat there, even on the Bane, and when the game goes late, even mid game, a Doom plus Ringmaster darts, full to 0, no matter what items Gyro has, he's dead.
Well, one thing that I am seeing is that BetBoom are kind of disagreeing with our Beastmaster mid call. With the Puck ban at least, right? But maybe they'll ban Puck and they'll ban some support now. It's also possible.
Yeah, they might just be covering the bases based on what they are planning on picking in the finals phase. As it will be overall last pick for Tidebound, so they'll be able to see the full picture from BetBoom.
When it comes to cheese, by the way, Huskar still left in the pool. They did lose with it on the side of BetBoom. They played it, I believe it was the group stage game. They played versus Tidebound and they lost with the Huskar, so it was also last pick.
It will be a Tiny coming out last after they banned out Slardar.
Okay, now are there any heroes for Nothing to Say that he can cheese a Tiny with? Does he need to cheese a Tiny?
How do you cheese a Tiny? And how would Beastmaster do against a Tiny if that's...
In the age-old days, it was like Necrophos, Timbersaw. You can't do these heroes into Doom.
If they want to play the Beast mid, he'll be completely fine into the Tiny. And this is, I feel like, whenever Tiny is in the meta on mid, Pango and Ember are the most casual and most common responses. So they got the Pango, swashbuckle into Tiny, low armor, a lot of control down the path. You don't lose the lane.
Ooh, it's a support gyrocopter.
Yeah.
Shiro will be playing the Terrorblade.
I was thinking maybe it will be 4 Terrorblade and the other way around, but okay. I think this is maybe a little bit more stock standard.
Is it?
Back in the day, it was more stock standard. If you look at TB and Gyro, you think, okay, Gyro is a more natural support, but right now it's definitely TB.
Yeah, so how do we feel about this? And how will it do on lane? I mean, what is it laning with? It's a Beastmaster Gyrocopter lane versus Crystal Maiden PA, which Crystal Maiden PA is an incredibly strong lane.
Yeah, you just cannot skill summons in that lane against CM and Phantom Assassin.
You don't want to, or you do want to.
And I feel like there's a lot of kiting potential as well. Into the PA, you're mostly going for Axe. You're not going for Dominator. Maybe they will, but the Axe build is usually easier because you don't rely on your right clicks as much. But with the Gyro, you want to keep on top of your targets. Meanwhile, they have Stifling Dagger, they have Blink, they have all the roots and slows from Crystal Maiden. I feel like it won't be that easy.
Yeah, I wonder what ODPixel and Fogd are thinking about that. Hey, Fogd, you see you frowning over there. Gyrocopter support, it's been a while.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to do some weird type of flexing kind of style without fully revealing things, but now the TB is in a position where he absolutely can't just get full targeted and doomed. I guess they have the sleep to maybe break things and try to go for some type of counteracting plays, but definitely a bit of a different approach, right? Not like last time where Tidebound had like 4 or 5 of the best heroes of the patch. They have a couple good ones, but there's some answers BetBoom's gotten.
They do. I'm a little concerned, though. Obviously, we saw the win rate right from Pure on his PA. He just hasn't been winning right. That's 3 losses this tournament. So it's a little bit spooky, right, coming into this potential elimination game and going with a carry that he's just not managed to seal a win on yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm torn.
Any final words from my panelists here? Still frowning, Jenkins.
I'm thinking. I agree with Fogg. Like the flexes kind of caught me off guard. I really do believe in the laning of BetBoom. I'm just going to go back to Lizard's original point. I feel like their lanes are very strong. CMPA is going to give a very, very good start to Pure. I think he can pop off in this game.
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen. We're ready to go into game number 3.
Thank you very much, Shiv. Yeah, let's find out how this one goes down. The deciding game 3 here between Tidebound and BetBoom. Fogg, what do you make of it?
Processing more. I do like this, what they're talking about, the CMPA, right? They saw Beastmaster, they know he's off lane, so they're completely looking to shut him down. And they have done that to Bach quite a few times. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen with, and honestly, I do have to just mention it, I'm curious with the Gyro, what he's actually going to accomplish. We've had some unorthodox 4 positions get picked up, and sometimes they fall flat on their face, so see what Planet's going to be able to do this game on this hero, too. Because it's a lineup that running into, Gyro run in and chase heroes, right? So it's a lineup sometimes that running into them also can feel pretty scary. They have a lot of ways to just, like, burst you as you kind of charge in with some of these more aggressive supports. The call down, definitely you can see some effectiveness versus, like, the escape axe. It's that big AoE, but the other abilities, I'm wondering how useful it's actually going to end up being.
Oh, BetBoom, they did want to try and find something here with a smoke. Level 1, but not going to get anything.
And yeah, I guess, like you said, the one thing that is going to just stick in the back of my mind now, too, is just Pure's PA. Because there's been some reckless games from him. Just insanely reckless diving fountains, crazy stuff like this. So definitely have to factor that in always. He's set up for success, though. The lane that he's been given, he's a CMPA. It's really, really strong. You're playing into an unorthodox 4 that I don't know what he's going to be able to do in the lane overall. And you have a save behind you, right? So that's the other thing that I do like that they have for Pure is even if he does go super insane mode, which he tends to, they got the Ringmaster. Speaking of the Ringmaster, though, I think nothing to say. He popped off so hard that last game, and it's definitely another one of those heroes that absolutely can pop off and be that counter for Ringmaster.
Let's see what he can do on the Pango. His eyes on him and GPK. Yeah, just such a massive difference in net worth created between those two mids in that game too. See if GPK can keep up this time.
And that he wants to play the Tiny again. That says a lot, you know?
Because it was a rough game.
Sometimes you have a bit of a rough game and you're like, I don't want to play that here, even if it's like the perfect dream Tiny situation. But GPK sees it's still a good game for it. He'll be able to lane versus nothing to say. And I'm gonna be watching top. I just want to see how this lane in particular goes with the Beast and the Gyrocopter. Since, as we said, Beast, there's a ton of answers for him for his summons with the PA plus the Crystal Maiden. So let's see what he wants to do with them. Maybe just stacks with them, right? You just pop the board, send it out of there, just get your own stacks going, and you just play with axes and play with the harass of the flak cannon. So it looks like that is the approach. Immediately going onto planet.
Yeah, they're gonna make the jump straight for him. He's got the stick charges.
Got another nuke.
They're gonna chase him down, get the kill. They could mess with Bach as well,
They kill the Hawk.
potentially.
They kill the Hawk as well. Yeah, Bach.
Yeah, they could try and chase him out, but he's got the stick charges. At least push that out of him.
Yeah, I really do have worries for this Gyro 4. I really don't know what Planet's going to accomplish with it. Besides just being like a walking missile at some points. And in the laning phase, we're already seeing they can absolutely just commit for the kills here. They have more than enough damage in the barrier. The CM, I'm actually surprised how much this hero disappeared, but it's again, same thing that we mentioned last time, just other heroes being too good. This Glacial Guard actually seems quite good in a lot of games.
It can be the difference makers in some of these trades.
Yeah, because then you have like double. You have a save from the ring mass, and then you have this barrier that can be applied that catches people off guard, truly. They do have a lot of magic damage top, though, once Planet gets some points into his barrage, so we'll have at least a way to go through that physical barrier. Yeah, Pure definitely set up for success.
And did you also feel that this was a good game to bring out the Bane for why?
When I was looking at what they had at that point, there was pretty much like no ways to actually stop Fiend's Grip unless they literally throw like a Wheel of Wonder. So that plus the escape deck. I mean, why does like this hero? I think this hero is underrated, so I'm cool with seeing it picked up. Now they have multiple BKB piercing lockdowns, so it can definitely be very strong. Katomi survives the last hit, Tango regen, keeps him up.
It's going to be hard to pressure the PA though, as long as they can keep the regen out for Pure.
Hard to pressure the PA, and hard for Miro to get really bullied down here. Even though it's a Bane lane, it's a TB, so it's a little more passive in terms of how much they can actually look to slow down the Doom. So Miro should have a very good start down here as well. Across the board, as we said, BetBoom. They did look to set themselves up to have these 3 lanes this game.
Cat's eye, mate. They have the Frostbite onto Planet. Pure's in with the jump. They get the kill again.
He's going to die a lot up here.
It's difficult, right? They sort of see him in any sort of... anywhere close to them, they just go on him. And there's nothing really the bot can do to help.
No. I've seen this Gyro attempted a lot of times in this 4. It does. This is the way the lane tends to go. Unless somehow you isolate the 5 position, but yeah, not easy. Katomi does eat an axe there. So does Pure. Again, looking for the aggression onto Bach. Just a barrage poke. Nothing to say. He's having a very good time in that mid lane. As we've seen this 50-50 matchup. This time he's keeping it consistent. A couple extra denies on GPK. How are the stacks looking? I was checking to see where these boars went, but it doesn't look like he was able to get any of them started just yet on Bach. Planet looks like he's trying to back away to potentially look for one, but he can't actually do it either. So that's another problem about the 4 position Gyro. Like some of these 4s just can't get the double stacks going, which you really want to have if you're offlaner at times if you can farm it. So these stacks are going to be limited from the side of Tidebound in this early game to catch him back up. He's yet to die though. He has 27 last hits at the moment, so things considered not too bad for Bach.
Bottom lane white. He's got the brains up, and he's got Shiro by his side with the Metamorphosis ready to start trading back at them.
Sleepwalk? Not enough.
Not going to get him out of theirs. He goes down, and Shiro at this point, not quite enough damage really to threaten a kill and return. Miro and save are perfectly fine.
If anything, Shiro has to be careful how far he steps forward there versus these 2. It's a ton of burst damage between the level 2 Tame the Beasts. Should be fine. Now
Top.
They're going on him. Low resources. Not going to fully commit.
They can now.
They jump forward. They need to find the vision for the dagger. He's juking around the tree line. Pure knows it, though.
He's gonna get him.
And get him with the nuke. And they might just get Planet as well. They've got the Frostbite back up. They're going to get both of these kills, Fog. This lane is...
It's a disaster.
It's going rough. At least over in the mid, they get the chance to move in with the Rolling Thunder, take down GPK.
It's a free farm PA, though. I had worries for this gyro, and so far, not seeing it do pretty much anything. 0 and 3 on Planet. Every time he walks up, he actually just gives kills. And now Katomi, he's level 5 already at this point of the game. So level 3 Frostbite online. And as we said, there's no stacks made for the recovery for Bach. Good rotation to mid, though. Do get that kill set up. I mean, nothing to say. He carried it last game, so definitely one that you want to be able to play around.
And GPK, he's TP'd up here. Bach's playing pretty safe, though.
He seems to know. GPK's looking for the shrine, though.
That's true, actually. They could try and fight them here around the 7-minute wisdom.
They're going to have to call for friends. And nothing to say does not have the role available, but they might need him to join anyway. Don't think they want to just give this one up for free.
It looks like they're going to have to.
Uh-oh. They're looking for the contest to steal the opposing one, but they can't. Yeah, they just got to give it up. GPK, heads up move. And they're going to scout the triangle as well, too. Save, sends his Ringmaster illusion. Looks, there's no stacks. So they're probably going to communicate that immediately. Like, guys, we shut down the beast and he has no recovery outlet. If we look to pressure this area, how's he going to actually fully recover? It's going to be dependent on the other cores to reestablish his game. Because now the supports are going to be very underleveled after they lose this Shrine of Wisdom and after the, the 4 position is only level 3 and 0-3. Pure, waiting for another setup up here too. Bach.
He's being a little cautious with the fact that nothing to say could be waiting behind.
We don't know where the Pango is at the moment here. Power Rune, 10 seconds, GPK, and save. Positioned around it. High burst damage and control. Nothing to say. Get locked down. They don't have the Avalanche at the moment, though. So now it's Katomi who's been caught.
Yep, they could just go straight for the CM here with the backup of Planet.
Planet takes I would give that to nothing to say every time right now. With this Pango game, how much he was able to do last time when he snowballed. But Planet will claim that last hit. GPK will get a haste rune. One of the strongest active runes for the Tiny in this early game. Whip comes out, save.
I mean, GPK's ready to move forward with that haste. Comes in with a burst combo onto Wise, not enough to finish him.
Can they chain stun him? It's hard versus haste rune even, so not even going to try for it, nothing to say. He's also quite tanky at this point, 1500 HP. Probably can't go for that kill there. Bach will get some time to recover, but as we said, it's not stacks. Not yet, at least. Now it looks like they are going to start to form some of these stacks. Planet as well as the Boar are there. So they'll get Vision, he'll get the Flak to get that stack as well too, so he can start to get some extra gold going his way. Bottom.
They're going for him. Mira moves in, drops down the Tomb. There won't be any saving this Terrorblade.
Shiro gets slowed down, while Pure is not getting slowed down. Having full free time as this PA.
Now, have they got good ways to deal with the PA down the line?
They have BKB piercing disables.
Yeah.
Right? So they have Bane Grip, they have the Roar. They do have ways to control and lock him down. But there's saves as well too, right, for BetBoom is why. Looking to set up for Miro, but he is very tanky down here. If they want to make a play, they need the Pango. Nothing to say, is rotating over.
Nah, Mira's just too tanky.
Yeah, 1700 HP. He's like, even if I commit with roll, we don't have the damage. Wheel, online now, save. Does have that at the ready. As we said, the support's on BetBoom higher level because of those shrines. Still not 6 on the Bane, only level 4 on Planet. Power Rune will be secured, so nothing to say, does get a good one. He's close to the Diffusal. Of course, also got the Orb of Destruction Dream, as they always do. Yeah, it's going to be a slow recovery for Bach. He is starting to get these stacks up, though. So we'll see. If he's able to sit back and get those stacks farmed without BetBoom contesting, he'll be able to fully catch up.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? BetBoom may indeed try and make a move over there again soon, see what's going on.
They might look to invade with the Tiny and the Ringmaster, because they can clear some of those camps out and take a fight around the Wheel of Wonder. The Tidebound slowing things down, starting to get these levels. There's 2 supports in particular. Planet, as soon as he has 6, he can actually start to do stuff on this gyrocopter. The call down is, yeah, pretty huge for him. And he's doing this, okay, he's doing like the pub, I call it, the pub standard gyro build. I don't know how you deviate usually anyway. He's gonna go Urn into Vessel, into Shard, so I mean, yeah. This is kind of like the standard build of the 4-position gyro in those games. BetBoom. Looks like they're gonna go through the portal.
Yeah, they
maybe look through Shiro.
See if they can shut down this Terrorblade a little bit.
Yeah. Innocence. It looks like he's probably just gonna be the sacrifice. They're still gonna look to play deep though. Do they have an Obs Ward to place? They do. Save has one. Shiro will be able to back away.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant
Pure, about 1,000 gold from Battle Fury. Having a good separation between him and Shiro at the moment. 700 difference, and that's before the Battle Fury, so he'll be able to accelerate that farm. And nobody last hits the tower.
Why do they not want to last hit
Wait,
it?
do they just not like to anymore? I don't know, whatever, dude. I think every game we've seen this.
It just feels good. Who cares about them? It feels nice to get the last hit on the tower.
Whatever. Maybe they think like someone's gonna jump them. Power Rune, they're positioned around this one. Nothing to say, still has the Arcane. He's got the Diffusal.
All right, look at the toss. Frostbite as well on towards him, but the backups here for Shiro with the meta. Looks to Katsuomi, it's going to be a dead Crystal Maiden, nothing to say. The Rolling Thunder, maybe seeing if they can get the control on a save. It's Lion Planet, the closing, get the missile heading over towards the Ringmaster. Cooldown as well, save, he's gone.
Nothing to say, the grip, they get level 6.
Nothing to say, he's ready to turn back over with a shield crash, help bring Mirror down low. Great force there from Tidebound, brings the carry, gets the double for Shiro, and looks to take the tier 1 in the mid as well.
Couldn't ask for a better moment to get that Fiend Grip on. Miro just TPs and gets hard lockdown and killed off because of that there is. GPK does toss them onto the Crystal Maiden. Maybe Katomi saying, hey, I have Freezing Field, I can go for it. Oh god, never mind, I'm just a Crystal Maiden. Dies in a heartbeat. As Bach now should have time to back up and recover the game, get these stacks finished up. Tidebound. They've recovered that early laning phase completely.
Yeah, Shiro keeping up with the PA.
Evened up and nothing to say. Again, having a fantastic game, just like last time. 1-0 and 4, part of all 5 kills. Diffusal timing is solid. And a good Diffusal game versus the Tiny and the Doom in particular. Getting rid of those mana pools early on can be pretty annoying. GPK, still about 800 to his blink too. Yeah, that was huge for them. Completely recovered in this game, and Bach gets to just sit back, finish up those Ancients. Yeah, we'll have 2 components plus now finished up for it. 0 points on the save and save right now, so does not have a point in the Escape Act versus the Bane Fiend script. So a bit surprising to see that he's gone all-out aggression. See if that comes into the play before he hits level 8. Obviously at 8 he'll have Escape Act, but if another grip comes out and he doesn't have that, that'll be pretty costly for the team. Another Power Rune, nothing to say, just really trying to control all of them, and he's gotten the majority.
Yeah, but are they going to try and make a move towards this PA anytime soon? What do you think their game plan is regarding Pure getting the space he is?
I absolutely think they can kill him at any time. They have tons of magic damage and control between these 3. Katomi, he'll tank it. He'll die in an instant, but they might continue chasing forward with this amp damage.
It's hard to catch him though. Pure's going to know, of course, and just not put himself in any sort of risky position.
Hey, they'll kill him if they find, they'll kill him so fast.
See how deep they search.
Now that things are slowing down, Planet able to get these levels. His damage is high on the support gyro. Once things have slowed down like this, he almost has the Vessel done too. Pretty crazy how big of a recovery they were able to make, especially the top 2, right? The Bach as well as Planet in particular. There's a very tough lane counter. Tormentor. BetBoom gonna look to set up for this. They do have 4 heroes in the area.
All right, let's certainly give it a shot.
Looks like it. Waiting at that portal though. Again. Why? Is he just doing the fake out or is he gonna scout? He's doing the fake out. Maybe they tell Bach to set a boar through if they want to do some scouting.
Yeah, they're bringing Pure down here as well. So they'll have the 5 of them ready to go for the Tormentor if they want to.
Can they go for the Roche trade? That's the question now. They're actually TPing over with the Bane to go for the setup. I thought maybe because they have Shiro, right, with the TV plus Pango, they might just come in for a Roshan trade, but not going to be the case. As BetBoom get away with that Tormentor. Save. Does get the shard. at one of the better ones this game, playing versus the Terrorblade. Spotlight is fantastic to clear out those illusions. And now has hit level 8, so he's got the point of this game backed.
I didn't really get anything major in return there, Tidebound.
No, I thought they were just going to commit for Roche, honestly, because we've seen this trade just so many times, but just a bit hesitant to go for it there. Maybe because Bach was low resources and maybe making the call. He's like, I'm very close to Ags, and then when he has Ags on Beast, then they can force the Roche, but and BetBoom will get away with that Tormentor for free. And now GPK with the blink, they can look to be a bit more active. They don't find that mid ward though. A little sneaky. The sentry placed just out of position there. So they do look to smoke around it. Tidebound could be aware of it.
Now Bach sort of holding back after he gets that information.
And his Axe is done. Low resources, so might back up before another fight does kick off. Planet. He's not expended for that vessel just yet. Looks like he does want to have the shard for the next fight also, for the barrage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Game slowing down a lot. 6-7. Both teams just content with sitting back and farming.
Who'd you prefer in the long run then?
They both scale pretty hard.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Beastmaster has been thriving, and honestly, Pure has been insane on the PA, so maybe I favor Tidebound a little bit on that one, but 50-50, honestly. This one is very, very close at the moment. Miero's about to have BKB, so they can look to accelerate things on the side of BetBoom here with these timings. PA, he's going to go down SNY. Katomi.
Oh, he's actually going to get the chance to live a little longer. Planet will swing around and put an end to that, though.
GPK will be able to sneak himself out. And that's the Roche probably unlocked for them. Just even one pick off, they can go for it. So Aghanim's Beast, they have the Pango, they have the TB. They can look to bring this down very quickly. Yeah, Pure going SNY route. Does eventually, I mean, does probably want that BKB as the next choice, but can absolutely understand the status resistance versus 2 BKB piercing lockdowns. They group up here for the smoke. The Roche is already gone, though.
Yeah, it's going to be too late to stop it.
And they've got their ults ready. Limited resources set on Bach. He's a little limited on the mana. They have their ults at the ready to fight. All of BetBoom joining together. He actually goes S and Y on Miero, so looking to be more of a right clicker rather than just a BKB. The roll being pumped. Nothing to say. Has the blink dagger. The saves are not going to be easy for this Ringmaster. Like, this, nothing to say. We saw what he was able to do last game versus Katomi on that AA. It's going to be a similar kind of concept of just breaking the back line on this Pango. And even if the escape back goes off, he'll be able to kill through it, of course, since all that damage does pierce.
Not quite able to find a way to make the jump around mid. Pure is stepping up.
He's queuing up the BKB. Looking for a potential catch top. They want somebody to show. Tidebound's being careful. They know where Pure is.
Yeah, he's going to not hang around that mid area anymore. It started to get far too risky.
It's cool that Miero pivoted, though. He had the BKB all queued up and all that, but things have been so passive for so long that he's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going SNY, getting the crit creep. I'm going to get my scaling going also on that Doom.
Dire's bottom tower is
Now both teams, of course, playing as careful as possible here. You lose this, you're out.
These are the tensest moments, it feels like, of the game. 20 minutes. It's about to be daytime. Tidebound bringing together this fight around the Aegis. Missile is on Pure, too, so they have information of where he is and of a couple of these other BetBoom heroes since he jumps away. Looking for the angle.
Shira.
Pure gets caught at the start.
Got good control on him as well with the Fiend script. The
It's
escape
safe.
back will come out. GPK's able to jump in with the Avalanche. Get the toss back. Pure, though, he's caught by the homing missile. Katomi's ult gets interrupted here by the Nightmare as they're now able to push forward with the meta damage, chase down another kill as Katomi falls.
Tidebound just one step ahead. Super ready for that fight. Even if the save comes out, they were, perfectly in position there for the catch and control. Pure will distance himself. They don't have BKBs yet, so I feel like for the side of BetBoom, they can't actually take that fight very easily at all. just versus the role that comes into play there, the call down too. As Mira, you know, we mentioned he slowed things down, goes for the S and Y, now goes for Blink. Eventually, they're going to have to pivot into these. I think the next 2 items has to be BKB if BetBoom wants to be able to fight versus this lineup.
Yeah, it seems pretty impossible now.
Yeah. So as soon as the roll comes in, a call down, it's just chaos has started. So.
Yeah, but the majority of your health's gone at this stage of the game to those combos.
Exactly. Now, though, ults are on cooldown, so they're looking to strike the fact that the roar and that roll is on cooldown, but it's only a small window, 20 seconds until it comes back up for nothing to say. They have the Blink Doom, though, and I think they actually saw Shiro up here. Shiro does seem to know where the TB is. They'll run right into him. They've got the Doom. A perfect pickoff.
Going the way of Pure as well.
Yeah, gets that last touch. That ward, I mean, this sneaky ward that they have in the lane, right there, catches Shiro walking through.
And the swing down the river, I mean, GPK is trying to keep his hands on towards Planet. Kato is able to set up with the Frostbite, steps up with the Avalanche. It's another one for BetBoom.
Might find another one. Why? Also spotted. Does he have the damage? He does.
Just like that, BetBoom picking up those 3 kills against the lineup that, you know, they had the Aegis right, and they had the previous team fight. They get picked apart though.
Yeah, they were split up and got caught while those cooldowns were still refreshing as BetBoom makes a super heads-up move up to a 3K lead now with this PA. And we mentioned those BKBs being so important. They pretty much have them done now. Miro can sell and buy if you'd like to, right? He can sell the SNY and buy the BKB if you'd like to for the next big fight win. Pure has his done, and he's hit level 18 now too. So that Aegis not going to be fully utilized. They did get some kills out of it, but...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In between things, yeah, Miro can buy the Midas, use it, sell. Consider what option he wants to go for next after he sells that Blink for the time being. But BKB is done for Pure. Now it's hard to bring him down. They have Fiend Script, they have Roar. They're going to try for it.
Can they find the opportunity to get their hands on him, though, without any interruption from BetBoom? It's not going to be easy.
They got to know where the back line is. Doom on cooldown for 30 seconds, so again, that's why Tidebound's looking to strike. But BetBoom in position, they're looking to fight themselves too.
Can they really just start on Pure into the tier 2? It feels like a big risk trying to take a fight this close to the tower.
If you don't know where the Ringmaster is, it's absolutely a big risk. They do get the sneaky ward on the right side here. It's not giving them the information behind the tower, and Doom is starting to come back up. BetBoom starting to inch forward for that battle. Level 19 on Pure versus the level 15 TB. Now there's that big separation between the two of them. Nothing to say. Still having a flawless game, but it feels like if the one moment that he dies, this game's going to look very difficult for them. Planet split pushing with the call down. BetBoom hunting.
Yeah, they might just settle for him. They're trying to see if there's anyone maybe behind him as well.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the bigger grab.
Shiro is still down here. It's gonna
see the illusions. Will they read where he is? Pure.
Are they going to be able to sweep over and find him? They do!
Found him.
GPK knows exactly where he's going to be hiding. Find Shiro.
The biggest pickoff that they can find.
Very, very top stuff there from GPK. I mean, the persistence from BetBoom, right? They knew they had to search this area on the off chance that the TB was still around, and he was.
Last 5 minutes from BetBoom have pretty much been perfect. The reads around the game after that fight in the Ancient, around the Triangle, where they lost a couple things, striking right back versus those cooldowns and versus just information. Nothing to say. Amp damage is up on him, but they are spotting him. And these wards are doing work. The top ward catching Shiro. This one seeing nothing to say too. Getting in a comfortable spot now with this PA's net worth.
Oh, they're going to TP over to the top to try and get Bark as well.
Oh, they're going to get him here? Oh, he's totally surrounded.
He is very dead.
They still have, again, another ward that catches another hero. That's 3 wards in a row that have caught core heroes. Hot stuff from BetBoom.
And the Roar, honestly, just kind of working out for BetBoom. I think if he didn't Roar, he's probably going to get doomed. And now in that situation, the Doom kind of gets saved. Yeah. Like, well, you know what? I don't need to Doom now.
Very, very true.
They'll be able to still make a further play from this BetBoom.
Yeah, so even more map pressure. And I'd love to see how efficient Miro is being. He's just I'm not going to keep track of it a billion times, but Midas sell, blink sell, refresh, switch items up, etc. Constantly being able to do that to maximize. And is that the Satanic done?
Very close to it.
Close to
right?
it. Okay, it's just a Reaver. It's just a Reaver for now, but getting closer and closer toward that level of being able to stand his ground. Even more so. His damage is crazy. Also with this Alpha Wolf Aurora, good to get the Tormentor. GPK gets it for free. That's very thankful for him to be able to continue scaling. That's why. God, what a dangerous position for this Bane.
And then it gets found out there by Mira.
The Courier will see him. It's a long TP. Oh, poor Y. He was in a dangerous spot.
It's fallen apart pretty rapidly this game for Tidebound.
It has.
You rewind, 5 minutes? They were looking to be in a pretty great spot, but these pickoffs after pickoffs that BetBoom are getting away with are really setting Tidebound back.
Yeah, pretty much just right after that whole triangle play, right? They gave up a couple kills, Aegis got reclaimed, but BetBoom was able to just find so many of these huge core kills. Finding it both on the Beastmaster and on Shiro back-to-back. As you said, nothing to say, yet to die. He's about to have his Aghanims done, but the others are, they were hemorrhaged some pretty big kills there. All right, there's that Aghs done. See how much he can get done with it. It's a 7K lead now for BetBoom.
Grouping up, they've got some smokes to play with here, BetBoom.
That's what they do. And they've got one to play with. BKB finished up for Bach, Blink, and they have double BKBs. Actually, I think triple BKBs on the course finished, right? Yeah, triple BKBs on the side of BetBoom now to play versus the Pango role in particular. Smoke on smoke. A tough fight for Tidebound to execute. See if they can get the angle, if they can protect Shiro long enough for him to deal out this damage. I feel like we've had so many games with these Terrorblades being like alone, right? Where he's just like the only one at that level of being able to have that extra that he can contribute in the fights. Smoke. Full Satanic for Pure, and he gets the tough Nemesis Curse at the same time. Nothing.
They're gonna see nothing to say.
Quick blink. Still see Bach forward. They see nothing to say.
They're gonna turn towards him. He's able to roll up.
That's a roll used. They have to bail out instantly on the side of Tidebound.
Yeah, there's no fight to be had now here for them.
No, they need like the perfect fight, it feels like, to be able to try to kill Pure now at this point. So as soon as that roll gets used, they have to immediately bail out. And Roche, it's up. Pure. They'll just be able to clear this out for free. Smart moves from BetBoom. Even though they don't get the kill, we'll be able to enable them to get this Roche on.
How do you kill him now? He's looking pretty untouchable. BKB, Satanic, Aegis.
Sure, you've got ways to control him.
Yeah,
maybe,
for the once.
Damage. At this point now, I mean, Shiro, he's going down the butterfly route too, so he's not even going to go the MKB, so the damage is definitely going to be limited for you to touch Pure now at this point, even if you throw everything.
Looks like it's only going to get tougher here for Tidebound.
It really does feel that way.
BetBoom getting all the timings now that they want.
Pure, he can start just leading the charge even. He's just walking forward.
Yeah, just to get them to throw spells on him.
Yep. You can see he does not feel any fear now at this point. Could be his biggest enemy. As we said, the Falcons still exist. Now they're in a comfy spot. He can start getting this push going. He's got the CM behind him, and they are... Looks like they were hunting in the meantime on the side lane. I mean, this says a lot that he does this, right? You have a PA hitting the tower with just one hero behind. They're going to go for him.
So they can do it the once? They can. And can they do it the second time? I mean, the rest of the team is pretty far from Pure. Still able to jump over.
They don't get the grip on him.
Rolling Thunder will connect once more, but now the time's been bought for the rest of BetBoom to swing over and be there for him.
They'll take away the Aegis at the least, so it's a play. It does cost them 2 ultis. Planet trying to drag this wave. Catapult is there, though. They'll pop the glyph for it.
can't quite get things together to go for him a second time.
His team started to connect over. Tier 2 to fall. They can look to pressure bottom as well. No roar, no roar or roll available.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Shiro, butterfly, soon to be done. But like we said, it's going to give him a little more protection, but there's a lot of ways that goes through it. The mixed damage that BetBoom has in their draft.
Now they can just look to back up, go for the top.
They can play it safe here now. Drag the mid wave as well.
Pure
about to have that next big item.
Yeah, super close to having that Basher online. Level 22, it's just...
It's so scary.
It's going to need some diving to come into play.
Yep, and it's definitely still possible.
For Tidebound.
Definitely still possible as we've seen through this tournament, but... No, this one, they're being much more careful. After reestablishing that game, after reestablishing this game, waiting for their triple BKB's timing that they have now to be able to take any of these fights. If Shiro can somehow sit back and get the MKB, then perhaps. But it's a ways away. They're gonna... I mean, is this Ninja Gears or is this smoke? They're smoking and looking for potential sneaky play. They have to see the back line somehow, though. GPK, they're making the move on him. Save is there.
See if they can finish him off. The escape pack comes in. GPK will put the BKB. The roar's there. They still want this tiny dead.
Shiro's doomed.
They'll get the kill. GPK's gone.
Shiro
now, the grip's there. Onto Pure. Pure. He'll get the BKB in the Satanic off. He's ready to start. Healing up.
Shiro. Can he get away? Doom wears off, but he can't target anything.
Pure's BKB's about to come to an end.
Shiro's isolated.
The saving Katsuomi here to help Pure.
It's okay.
And was it a little close? Pure got very close to dying there.
Yeah, they got him down to, what, 10% HP or less, almost bringing him down there. But Shiro got doomed. They fully isolated him. If they had even that little extra +1 or 2 hits on him, they would have probably been able to bring him down. But yeah, Miro finds the prime target. Doesn't allow the Sunder either to be very effective.
Back on with the push. Take away that final tier 2 tower away from Tidebound.
And he goes Nullifier instead of the Basher. Okay, so wanting to get rid of the Glimmers and these defensive items that we've seen picked up by the supports.
They did come close that last fight. Just
close. The close just ain't enough.
Yeah, they have to kill Pure.
Yeah, these cooldowns are going to start coming back up. And Pure will start to just delete targets now with the Nullifier too. They won't be protected. Nothing to stay still yet to die. So still very impressive to see that from him. He's about to have Nullifier also. So that next time, they could look to... They couldn't 100-0 target to prevent that escape act. Still going to require a bit of a mess up there from BetBoom, it feels.
BetBoom ready to look for more blood.
Yeah. Doom, 20 seconds. And Miro now switches the neutral that he has at least. He's got the War Stomp available for that extra stun too. Get that extra lockdown versus Shiro since there's no BKB on the Terror Blade. Smoke coming up. Doom's at the ready. BetBoom ready for the fight. And bottom, it seems like they know where he is. They're pinging right on top of Shiro.
See if Shiro, is he going to read this and get out?
Second scan clips him also.
His TP on cooldown. He's got limited ways to get away from this position.
They know exactly where he is, Owen.
They're going to have him.
He's super dead. Don't even need to use the Doom. They can hold it for the next catch.
It's quite a long time. Yeah, 70 seconds. I mean, Pure, he immediately TP's back over here towards the top to keep the kills coming in. Nothing to say, walks up into this. He's got the roll up. Get the angle to hold Pure back for now.
He's got to roll and run.
Should be able to get out of here. The rest of the Rolling Thunder, but a little risky there.
Rolling Thunder cooldown, 70 seconds. BetBoom have the Doom. Waves are being shoved out a little here, but they do have the entry through bottom if they want to look. Pure, waiting if somebody just steps outside. He is sitting outside with the blur. Very close to 25 for him, too. It looks like they're going to knock on bottom. Creep waves coming in.
Who's going to stop him?
There's no roll. No roll. them for some time. 20 seconds, still no Terrorblade either. The banner has been planted.
Might just have to let this set go.
Pops the Satanic, gets rid of the Enfeeble. Yeah, this set looks dead. 6 seconds, he is going to be respawning.
See how scared BetBoom are of that.
Pure will step away.
And GPK wants to finish at the melee. Won't get the chance to do so though. Tidebound. Push the back. Pure wants to get back in.
They're being sensible. They're backing up. Roche going to be respawning soon. BetBoom not taking the risk.
Now if you're Tidebound, you just get straight out on the map and try and catch them split. I mean, what?
You might just have to, but it's just it's a really dangerous and complicated fight to do outside of the base at this point. You need every possible extra benefit that you can at this point with their draft at this disadvantage. But you might just be forced to. Don't want to be giving up that Roche. Just don't know if you have the damage or control versus Pure at this point. Nice hero, he's saying he needs the BKB, so not going to be able to get that MKB either. Almost having that finished up. Does mean his damage is going to be limited though, as we've seen in a couple of these fights. It has been. GPK also building the AC, so yeah, they're buying time to be able to get these next big items. As we said, BetBoom, much more careful approach this time around.
Yeah, there's no need to risk anything right now with the hold they have on the game.
Yep. In a super comfy spot to keep progressing as Miro just keeps doing the Midas trick, keeps scaling super hard. GPK also getting that scaling going since he got the shard from the Tormentor earlier. He actually is about to surpass Shiro on the Tiny as well too. And this is a hero that can absolutely start to dish out some crazy damage too. Once he starts pivoting with this build if he'd like to.
Tidebound tentatively moving out on the map, but
full refresher. All right, Bach makes the call. He's all in.
Okay.
No double roar. They have to get the absolute full control, but there is going to be the save. Unless that nullifier comes out.
It's so difficult. They're going to try and see if they can catch someone with the smoke. Maybe they find one of the players of BetBoom out on their own, but BetBoom, they're playing so safe.
They commit for the items, though. The BKB is done for Shiro, too, so this is their all-in. They feel like they have to be able to contest around this Roche, or they're just going to lose. Pure. Level 25 is hit.
I know it's a rough area, but again, they're just so tightly prepared for this BetBoom.
And did have to point out, he got Mindbreaker also. And the Titanic Mindbreaker, so even more status resistance versus the BKB piercing disables.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to go for the big wraparound.
BetBoom just not letting themselves get caught by this.
They're keeping on that high ground. Full AC for GPK, as we mentioned. A lot of items they've just picked up, Owen. Pure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They know. They're not going to be stepping away from this area anytime soon until they see someone on Tidebound show on the map.
They can start forcing a little on Pure.
Yeah.
So at least start cutting some of these waves. We do see the Terrorblade doing pretty much the exact same thing with his illusions in the mid lane. Eventually they can break the formation though, as Tidebound, their smoke has expired.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
GPK inside the trees, waiting to break a potential another smoke wraparound. They're covering all the access points. Titanic Gunpowder Gauntlet also for nothing to say. And a Timeless Ceremonial, so big damage increases at least for them based off of these neutrals. And extra ways to protect themselves. Doesn't change the tides of the fight much, and yeah, the formation has been broken. Roche gonna start pivoting and moving toward bottom the next 10 seconds, so Tidebound's very aware of that and looking to reset their positioning. They lose their ward though, and yeah, Roche is gonna start shifting down. Do they have another smoke? Don't think they do. Tidebound does not have another smoke, and that's an amp damage.
Yep, it is on the PA. I just keep sort of trying to see if there's any sort of opening to make something happen, but BetBoom are just really not giving it to them. They're just playing so safe and secure.
And that Roche.
Trying for the roar here, but GPK is ready with the counterplay. Bark has to put the BKB and get out of it.
That's the BKB also of Bach. We'll have to back away. Yeah, that's the Roche now given to BetBoom. Unless they want to just go crazy and pop the refresher and go for it. But as I said, do they have a smoke? I think one just came up. They do. So Planet smokes up the team.
They got to try. Who can they find? Who can they jump? Save.
Pops the refresher already on Bach.
Time to blink out in time.
He's ready with that roar.
It is pushing BetBoom away from the pit momentarily.
It's only going to be one roar, though, because he did pop that refresher before this fight all kicked off.
BetBoom themselves ready to smoke up and try and get the longer wrap around, whilst they know that Tidebound's up there waiting on the high ground for an opportunity.
They're also saving... Oh, and they have buyback on a lot of these heroes on BetBoom, too. Pure has 6,000 gold. Charging in.
Ooh, quick blink out from Bach. The meta comes out for Shiro. They'll come in with the Rolling Thunder. The BKB's out from Pure. Looks straight over towards Planet, but the grip's there. They're controlling Pure for now with the full Fiend's grip. Bach has the roar to follow up, but do they have the damage? They don't. Pure barely gets brought down to half HP. He's perfectly fine. Nothing to say has been able to pick off the backlines as he ends the lives of both Save and Mirror, but the buybacks, as you said, are there. Both of them coming back into action, making sure that Tidebound, even though they do find the chance to get those 2 kills, BetBoom will still be able to hold this position.
Doom expires. Shiro has Sunder available.
Shiro trying to finish off the Roach. Nothing to say, with the jump. Trying to look for save a second time round and try and get the Beast Sphere onto Pure. They use the Sunder aggressively. Pure brought down low. He'll jump over towards GPK, back off to the high ground.
Miro gets the blink out. Nothing to say.
He's going to get taken down.
He's gone.
He's got the buyback as well. Immediately uses it to return to the area.
Pure, 5 seconds on Satanic.
That's not a bad pushback there from Tidebound.
Pure.
Planet.
He's going back in.
He's also got buyback available. Planet uses it straight away. They make the jump over towards YY. He'll turn, get the brain sap off, but he gets critted. He also has buyback available if he wants to return to the action, and he will. Bach turns, gets the roar to Pure. Nothing to say, moves in with the swashbuckle. They're trying to do the damage, but they can't kill Pure. Pure's perfectly fine. GPK's in with the avalanche onto the 2 of them. BetBoom clean up the fight there with a huge crit from Pure, getting the triple kill. They're throwing in all the buybacks here. Can they end Pure's life? They can.
Miro.
Finally, they'll get him. Miro as well to fall. It cost them what the fight for 4 buybacks. Everybody, bar Shiro, buying back for that fight there on Tidebound.
But they can get the Roche. With all these buybacks, BetBoom commits a little too far, and now that Roche is actually going to go the way the Tidebound with those buyouts.
Really giving it their all here, Tidebound.
Holy crap.
Putting everything into that fight.
I mean, nothing to say again. It does feel like he is being that difference, but Shiro does get locked down. Just give nothing to say, the Sages. They give it a Bach. Okay.
All right. I mean, they want him to be the one to go in first, get these roars off.
That is interesting. I guess he's only died the once on Nothing to Say, but he feels so important. See this replay.
Yeah, because we see at this point now, BetBoom, they're ready to start chasing them down. You know, Pure feels strong. The buybacks are coming in already from Tidebound.
But they don't respect those buybacks, though. They don't especially respect Nothing to Say's buyback that comes in here.
And at this point, they still get the angle. You know, Pure cleaning up the 2 of them. But the fact, at this stage, he's got no other tools to sort of protect himself. The missile connects into the roll. They lock him down. Pure's not able to get out that time round at the end of the fight.
It's a scrappy fight that Tidebound will take. Even though they're at this deficit, the fact that they're able to take away that Aegis away from BetBoom, away from that PA,
it's something.
Massive. It's pretty massive. Shiro now might be able to actually get the MKB finished up to do damage, because that was the issue in the fight last time. They did have the control for the PA once or twice, but they did 0 damage to him during it. Once BetBoom overcommits, then they can actually focus him.
See how much they can do now. They do have to be careful even with that Aegis. As I said, they used the 4 buybacks, whereas BetBoom only having to use the 2.
It's the right call, though. I mean, it's beautiful fights. Beautiful fight from Tidebound after that extension. Octarine now for Nothing to Say. He's hit level 25. That Rolling Thunder is going to be... He could even get 2 off in the team fight if the fight lasts long enough. The potential is absolutely there. Pure. Gonna commit for the Bloodthorn, so he's gonna have that damage just to bring Shiro down in an instant. And as you said, you know, this game could just explode in a heartbeat because they did use all those buybacks.
I mean, because I'd imagine BetBoom will try and find or make a move, even though that Aegis is there, right? Because of the buyback situation.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if what their smoke scenario is. I don't think they have one at the moment. Keep clicking around, but I don't see it just yet. Neither side having one available, it seems. BetBoom gathered up. They spent their gold. Pure will sell an item away, so he'll have the buyback available.
Yeah, gets rid of the Battle Fury.
Yep. Now just about that full-out commit and blow up a single target since they did use those buys. Shiro also is short on the buyback, right? So 1,800 gold for him to be able to have that. So he does commit for the MKB. These moments are tense. Double roar at the ready. Double roar and double roll. So they will be able to do quite a bit in this next fight if they are not controlled. Tensest point in the game. Full refresher from Miero too. Gotta keep tabs of who's gonna get these controls off. Is he gonna just be able to prevent it if he gets these Dooms off? It's definitely possible. It's also close to 25 on the Doom.
How close do they want to get to the high ground here? Tidebound.
Miero doesn't have mana for the refresher. Actually, no, I look at it. All right, he's bringing mangoes. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Could be a little awkward. Keeping eyes on those buybacks. Pure has his at the ready. Queuing up the boots of travel, so if he does get gone on first, he can bots back into the fight.
The wraparound's coming in from Tidebound.
Tidebound, they see the back.
They've got eyes on Katomi. Straining with the Rolling Thunder, Katomi to full. He has buyback available. Roll comes out over towards him. Bart trying with the setup, but the escape pack will buy time for Miro to reset potentially. The second roll comes in though, and Shiro's in position with the damage. They've killed him off. 90. There's no buyback available on Miro. Pure Thunder now for Nothing to Say, the Nightmare to momentarily control Pure. Nothing to Say continues to look for the backlines. He wants the Ringmaster.
They got the
wants to
feed
make sure
script.
there's no save potential. That
and they got
the feed script into the damage from the meta.
Tidebound, they're doing it.
I mean, the buyback's going to come in from GPK, but again, the buyback's not there for Miro.
No.
It's not there for save.
And they only have one way to save a target. We see the escape acting come out once, but there's double roars. The Fiend's Grip as well afterwards. Double Rolling Thunders as well. Yeah, I mean, they catch the backline perfectly.
Yeah, Nothing to Say played the end of that fight fantastic. He just makes sure that nobody could get anywhere close to Pure to try and bail him out.
And I have to give Y a bunch of credit too in these last 3 fights as the Bane. He's just keeping Pure completely controlled. Sleep and then a follow-up Fiend's Grip. And Tidebound.
They're going to get a lot of damage done here. Up to the high ground, onto the tier 3 mid.
They're going for tier 4.
They've got to try and at least force out the buyback from Pure.
They know that Miero doesn't have it.
There it is. Jump forward with the Avalanche Bugs, pretty low. That's the Aegis got. Pure, he's going to go full aggression here. Jumps into the 4 of them with a BKB, trying to focus down Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say is able to roll up. He'll turn back up towards GPK. They get the toss combo onto Bark. Bark bounces back to safety. Bark will survive, and GPK, he goes down. He's out for 2 minutes.
Miero's up in 12 seconds. He's got the double Dooms at the ready. He got none of them off in that last fight.
See how much more they can find. 2 minutes without the Tiny.
Planet now at this point also has an E-Blade, so extra ways to bail his teammates out also if that Nullifier doesn't catch at the right moment. Tidebound.
They're playing careful. They're, as you said, respecting what the Doom potential, even though they do have the numbers.
Hey, that blast play, that wraparound in particular, just so damn good. The way that they control the heroes. That was execution at its finest.
Yeah, they've clutched it up here, Tidebound, in a game that, for the first half or so, looked very much to be in the hands of BetBoom.
Absolutely. Just shot calling, right? That shot calling, being able to do those buybacks, allow BetBoom to overcommit and then get that Roche. Now they have a 15k lead. Buybacks are going to start coming back up. Full items also being delivered, if I'm not mistaken. I think a full Shiva's now also for Bach. Has hit 25. For BetBoom. Now it's an pretty uphill battle for them.
It certainly is.
Even without the buybacks on the side of Tidebound, you're seeing Pure. He cannot kill targets in the BKB. They don't have the same type of control that we're seeing coming out from Tidebound.
Yeah.
From double rolls, double roars, Fiend's Grips. They just have a Doom and then just got to completely commit for that kill.
45 seconds still without their mid. Tidebound. Ready to try and finish up these mid racks whilst they have the chance.
They die so fast.
Can they force for any more? Still 30 seconds.
They can. And amp damage is also spawned bottom. They don't see it, but they've got refresher up. They've got everything at the ready.
Fortification comes out.
All being pumped. GPK, 15 more seconds.
Yes, they don't want to fight until the Tiny's up, BetBoom.
Refresher for Pure. He's all in.
Comes in, but they've got to let this top set go. They can't fight without GPK. 2 sets of racks taken by Tidebound.
Are they going to look to chase out? I mean, BetBoom might feel forced to just smoke and look for a fight out here because the last few have just not been on their terms. The amp damage, Nothing to Say, is going to be scouting in this second here too. He will be able to pick that up. Now he can just kill the supports in literally in one roll with that.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunders have been absolutely terrifying for BetBoom in these fights.
Hell of a series. Planet.
They'll find a freebie. Planet.
Feels like one of the few actual small pickoffs we've
where
had
someone's just completely away from the rest of the team. Yeah.
Feels like it's been team fight after team fight after team fight for the last 20 minutes or so. But
I mean, these little things can matter. Yeah, it's a long time he's dead. He does have buyback, but it's still 2 minutes of play where they're going to have to hold a man down.
And he had the gem too, right? So they were able to take that one away from him. Yeah, definitely. These kills definitely do matter. Smoke being passed over. Shiro, he's going to pop it. He commits also for Refresher. He has buyback. Lots of numbers coming in. Yeah, they can have the... Yeah, they can have the massive numbers.
They could catch them by surprise because obviously the buyback is available on Planet and he's got bots. Yeah. So he's more than happy for the rest of the team to look to try and set up a play. They're going to find Pure. They remember the jump. They got the Rolling Thunder into the Roy's. Then he's safe from the escape pack's not going to bail him out with another fight coming into play. Pure dead for 2 minutes. They'll push on for more. Rolling Thunder for nothing to say over towards Save and Captomi. GPK turns with the burst towards Y. Will kill off the Bane. Save getting low. Miro does find the Doom down under nothing to say. They've caught the Pango. Should be able to finish him off, but Miro will die for it.
There's no PA.
Cleaning up the supports into the high ground, into the base, up to the tier 4 Shiro. It's 3 versus 5 now for BetBoom.
Tidebound, they've done it.
Can they hold 3 versus 5?
Tier 4s.
They're going down.
What a team fight again. The second they see Pure, just hundreds of zero. There's no save.
They get the roar off. They've caught GPK. They're ready to close this up. He's out. No buyback. Miro will drop the Doom down onto Shiro. He's falling pretty quick here, Shiro. But Miro on his own cannot do this, surely. Shiro may die, but the rest of the team is alive to close it up, force out the GG, take the win, take the series. Tidebound will be moving on today.
What a beautiful team game coming out from Tidebound. That's what you call that one, a team win. I have to highlight again, the Bane in particular, some of these control, but nothing to say. Having one of the most insane series I've seen from him in such a long time. 28 of the 30 kills in a 52-minute game, and he truly is the X Factor. A beautiful game from him.
Just given these heroes that he can get to the backlines on, right? The Embers, the Pangos, it just seemed to be impossible for BetBoom to ever kind of get together in the same fashion they could in the mid-game in those last few fights because of how much he was doing. A tough one there for BetBoom. It looked like they had the hold on this game, but it slips away from them. Tidebound coming in with the outplays, using buybacks perfectly to close up the game, close up the series. 2-1 here for Tidebound.
Congratulations to Tidebound moving forward here in Wallachia Season 4. And we'll see them again in action in the lower bracket tomorrow. But here to break the game down and the series, of course, Lizard and Jenkins. Jenkins, this was a great showing from Tidebound here.
Yeah, that was amazing. I feel like BetBoom is probably going to look at that game and feel really bad about it just because I know they're very self-critical. They've had some rough series lately. But honestly, this game was just Tidebound completely dominating. I completely agree with what Fogg said, where they played very well as a team. We were questioning the unconventional gyro pick, but it was doing a ton of damage in fights. He was building utility items. Like, he did a lot. They did decently in lane. Block on Beastmaster, BKB piercing disable, the right target in every single fight.
Yeah, it was a gorgeous draft, and also just the playstyle was fitting too. Like the Beastmaster, the Pango, they're bringing, and the Bane as well. They're all control, right? Like there's some damage, but mostly control. And then on top of that, of course, the Gyro and the Terrorblade is where they slot right in. But I feel like what they did so well in most of these fights is they made sure that this absolutely massive PA in the mid game just didn't have any ways of fighting.
He was getting so kited.
It's like this fight, right? Like you have a sleep, you have a roar, then another sleep, then she's just sleepwalking around, and by the time she's awake, it's a worse nightmare than when she was sleeping. So a really, really great performance from Tidebound. A lot of us did not expect them to go through in this series, but they are starting to perform the way that all of us could have expected out of a team that's this star-studded.
Against any team, it feels like Tidebound has a chance. But there's also a chance that they just bomb out, for whatever reason. Maybe it's drafting, maybe it's like Faith Beyond said in an interview at Raleigh that, sometimes they're just not feeling like the current meta. And I think they have a great grip, no pun intended, on the meta with the heroes that they're picking. Bane is a new meta hero that some teams are experimenting with. Spirit is picking it. Pangolier, this is another hero that like Paravision is playing mid, and the Nullifier build looks amazing, by the way. And then Gyro as a 4. I mean, this is completely new stuff on this patch.
It kind of puts the Gyrocopter first pick that they did on day 1 and 2 in perspective a little bit.
They're playing the long game, Shiver. I mean, that's a long con if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely, and it did work out in the end, so why not?
That's true. I think that's very clear who the MVP is of the game, and some might say the series here as well, with nothing to say. I mean, these last 2 games has been phenomenal, but honorable mention for why. Because his Bane definitely caught the right target every single time, and I think that was definitely something for that which Pure was very unhappy about.
Yeah, it has to be said, Bach as well, right? Like Beastmaster and Bane making sure that all the right targets are controlled, nothing to say, rolling in behind. And I feel like this Pango, the Pango as a hero overall, is maybe a tiny bit underrated in this tournament, especially with how the meta is progressing, where there aren't too many counters to him. Bloodseeker isn't picked as often, and if you can snatch pick the Beastmaster early on, Pango becomes even stronger. And the matchup versus Tiny, I feel like almost every single time so far Tiny has been not looking that great into Pango.
I completely agree with this take. And I think the Nullifier build is a big part of it. Like, people were not going for this before just because it's like, oh, Nullifier is a right-click item, right? Well, no, it's a utility item for some people. And then also, Pango's doing all physical damage. The way you avoid dying to the hero is Ghost Scepter.
Ghost Scepter, Yule Scepter, Force Staff.
All things which can be purged.
Yeah, and then, the way that we know BetBoom wanted to play in fights, it kind of happened here, but this was a fight where we saw what Tidebound was trying to do to the PA. In the end, in this one, it didn't end up working out. It worked out, obviously, in later fights.
Yeah, it didn't work out because I feel like TB started running away a little bit too early. And instead of fighting the PA and maybe trading his death for the death of PA, he thought that his team will be able to clean up the fight while he runs away with Doom and maybe survives. Obviously, that didn't work out.
Yeah, make some space with the Doom on him or something.
Yeah, unfortunately, Satanic clicks in and PA just heals to full HP.
It was so close, you could see that glimmer of like, maybe they have something here. Like, maybe they can actually kill this PA. If they press the buttons in the right way.
Tiny bit. At the end of the day, they do manage to figure it out, and they do end up taking the victory. And because of that, we have a winner's interview with Bach, with Nomad as well.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, I'm here with Bach from Team Tidebound. So how was that series, and how was that final game?
It was very close. We were at a very dangerous place, and I'm very happy we can win this.
Is there someone who's like positive, who's, telling you guys it's okay, we got this? Who is that in the team?
I think in this series, everyone is very positive. We are trying to figure out how to win next team fight or how to do in the map. Yeah.
That's good, and I think that was a key part of your success because it was looking a little bit dangerous there at times. But, you had the puzzle pieces. They came together. What do you feel like your role was specifically in this game and what you did to make the comeback happen?
Actually, my role, last game, I played Beastmaster. We lost the lane, and it made the game, really hard. And, yeah, I just farm my items and try to find timing with BKB, Refresher. I would say if we can win the top lane, this game will be easier. Yeah.
Okay, well, something to improve on for next time then. And the general game length of these playoffs has been really, really long. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, in every playoff, teams will try their best to survive. So. Yeah.
And what's your comments on BetBoom? Because they really put in a good effort there, but couldn't quite pull it out at the end.
Sorry?
What's your comments on BetBoom, your opponents?
I mean, BetBoom just play their own style all the time. The heroes they pick is not a surprise to us. So they are they. So maybe they just play better next time, then they can win. Yeah.
Absolutely. A very, very close series. Very entertaining series as well. Bach, thank you so much for talking to me, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. And indeed, congratulations to Tidebound. We'll be seeing them again tomorrow, but let's close the book on BetBoom that end the tournament the same way it began, with a 1-2 against Tidebound. And potentially also something to keep in mind is that next time they play, they will be, I'm hoping for them anyway, joined again by their coach who was not able to make it to this Wallachia, Jenkins.
Just melts my heart to see Bach in an interview. You know,
Right.
he was Talon for a while. He's our boy, and I think when he went back into competitive Dota, people didn't. It's like, you know, he's old news. He's not gonna come back. He's washed. Look at him
There's
now.
No way.
Look at him now.
Yeah.
He carried.
The whole squad has so much talent. Like, there is no way that man is going to be washed until he retires for like 4 years straight.
He's washed if he wants to be washed.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't want to be washed just yet.
Okay, don't take that out of context.
It's all good. Again, we'll see them tomorrow. BetBoom, we'll see them at another event. I'm sure that they will not let this sit and easily with them. We know that they will come back with a vengeance. But enough eliminations for today. It is time for us to move towards the upper bracket semi-finals. We got 2 of those coming your way. The first up will be Spirit versus Liquid. It will, of course, be Richard, Tigov, and Fear that will lead you through the second half of the day. So have a great one and enjoy some Dota 2 here for Wallachia Season 4.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Dota 1, like when I just played casually for a while, and then I started like seeing like the pro matches. I think the people that I used to watch like the replays a bunch back then, or live matches. I used to love watching a Russian player called Vigos, like old player, Light of Heaven, Puppy, like Kuroki, like so all these guys like I like used to idolize in like my high school days, which is like literally 2005. I feel so old. So 2005, 2006, I think 2009 is when I graduated. So like, I think I first started playing like 2006. So yeah, those 4.
That was wave 0 for sure. Like the very first wave. The only player I remember from that time, it is Puppy. He played as long as I did. First time I played against him was, I think, 2007. But yeah, I mean, we were just the very first professionals, whatever that meant back then.
When I did swap over to Dota, which was around TI 6, I thought that Wings was really cool.
Yeah.
And then I think later on, I think I really liked the way Jarex played. Position 4, even though I didn't play post 4 at the time, I really liked the way he played. I think Topson was cool. Me and Topson actually played in a team a really long time ago.
Oh, really?
And I played mid and he played post 4. So, you know, we were cooking. So I don't know. I mean, it was kind of like I liked the way people played, and I liked certain people's play styles. But I wasn't like a big fan of anyone in particular, because I was kind of new to Dota as well.
Yeah.
And I kind of quickly became, like high MMR, high ranked. Before I watched the game, I was like playing the game, if that makes sense.
I started play at a academy team. I was just start play post 3, so at that time, Ice is the best offlaner at that time. So I watched a lot of replay of Ice.
Yeah, the GOAT of offlane, I think.
Yeah.
He's a legend. So yeah, he inspired you to become a pro?
Not become, but to like play better.
What are the players which inspired you before you became a professional?
I would say Dandy the most, and like all the Navi.
I think Sumil. I think he inspired me a lot in terms of Dota, because that time I think he owned very much, like all the tournaments, and he played like incredible, especially TI5. Like he owned a lot, so yeah, I got inspired for him.
Yes, welcome back. We've had some delicious Dota starters today, but now it's time for the main course. We're going to be getting into Team Liquid versus Team Spirit in a moment. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and completing the three amigos, Amogus. I've been playing Amogus.
Oh, have you?
Apparently.
Oh, wow. Incredible.
Got Among Us on the brain. No, completing the three amigos. We have, of course, got T-Governor and Fear. And, guys, I'm super excited about the series that's coming up. But before we get into it, we're going to do our meta update that we like to do as our segment. And that means I have to go over to T-Gov. And, of course, one of the things we've talked about over the course of this tournament is how we've been hoping that the Pro Tracker, kind of it being dissolved into the ether, would maybe lead to a period of innovation. Now, you've crunched the numbers.
I've worked with Limer from Spectral, and basically, if the number is 100, it means that every game is completely unique based on hero pick, draft, item build. So the fact that when we look at Season 3 to Season 4, we aren't really seeing a shift in item builds. The heroes that are getting played are still building the same items, doing the same thing. Skill builds, you can even argue before the loss of Pro Tracker, they were even kind of maybe more creative, but the picks and bans slightly better for Season 4. So I think the TLDR from this graphic is just, we aren't really seeing pro play get crazily changed from the loss of pro pubs. They're still kind of sticking true to themselves, and maybe it's a little bit slower in innovation potentially because they don't have the stats. But yeah, we're not really seeing the creativity just burst into the competitive scene at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just has to do with this kind of happened in the middle of a patch, right? Maybe when we get a brand new patch, everything shifts. We won't have that baseline to rely on. But for now, I think people are still playing a bit safe.
Look, I think after my pretty sus intro, what I can also do is I just think players in general, I think they maybe hold back from innovation more than they should. They look to see, oh, what are the good teams doing? And then we'll maybe just copy that, and maybe they're too afraid to, take a punt on something new. That's always kind of been my read in the MOBA space, at least.
I mean, I pretty much agree. I think when you had access to stats, it was very easy to see, understand, and then do yourself. But now, you have to wait for a player to play it either in a pub that you're in, which is kind of harder to get, or in a pro game. And then when you see it in the pro game, you might then have to take that from one tournament to another. So I think the evolution of meta, if the teams don't really want to be the inventors, we are going to have to wait between tournaments to see it. Like we had Ringmaster in previous tournaments kind of rise up. Brewmaster was picked 4 times at Raleigh, and now it's one of the top heroes at this event, right?
Terrible win rate, of course.
Terrible win rate, right? Sure. But I think I just hope for the team's sake that once we do get the next patch, we get more teams with confidence to try and be the innovator. I think that's why Paravision are such an exceptional team. We're going to watch them later because they are truly one of the few innovators in the space.
Fortune favors the bold. So let's start setting the table for Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Obviously, 2 teams that know each other very intimately. Lots of competition against each other. So let's talk about how that's been going, Clinton.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to show you a bit of their past encounters here. And if you were to look at this right now, I'd definitely say, if you're looking at form, Spirit is in better form right now, for sure. But their past encounters, Liquid has done really well against this team. So you might go into this one and be like, Liquid, they're shaky. Spirit, they're looking the best right now. This might be an easy 2-0. But I think Liquid is very confident against Team Spirit as a whole. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see Liquid 2-0 the series, to be honest with you, because they're just like that good against Spirit as a whole. And Liquid, they show up when they need to show up. I'm not saying they're going to 2-0 the series, but it's something that could happen potentially.
Yeah, the main thing from that is that in 2025, it's been 2 draws to Spirit, 1 win to Spirit.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of Liquid dominance was in 2024, and I just hope for our sake and the fans' sake, it is a 3-game series. Because I think when you get the caliber of these 2 teams, like each game, the draft will develop, the play will change. Like it's not going to be like some of our other series that we've had, where it's like after game 1, you can feel kind of the rhythm of the series going to the victor of the first game. So I just hope for everyone watching, this is going to be like the epic 3-gamer.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, Clinton, what you said there to describe a typical fan's thought process, that Liquid are looking a little bit shaky, maybe they can't, win. That's kind of where I've been at, actually. I think as reigning champions of Wallachia, they haven't looked as polished as I would have liked so far at this tournament.
I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think this is a squad that is having some issues this year in general, and I believe Mickey has really stepped it up. They didn't have Nisha and Raleigh. Of course, Team Spirit is one of the big bosses of this tournament going to this one, but if there's anyone that can just break open a game, it is Nisha. This guy is incredibly good at the game. You never know what hero he gets and what he's going to do in the game, and I think in this particular series, he's going to have to show up.
Well, he's come in refreshed. Obviously, wasn't it Raleigh? He even alluded to that in one of the interviews we did with him, saying that he, had some time off and he's feeling pretty good. So now's the time to step up. But of course, Team Spirit, terrifying opponents on a good day, even if you're as good as Team Liquid.
Yeah, the thing with Spirit is they just have just really strong identity, and they aren't trying to find themselves like they were earlier in the year. Because I think like when you interviewed Baposhka previous tournaments, it was like, yeah, we don't really know exactly what the Spirit thing is yet. We're still kind of finding it. We need a bit more time. But now the phrasing of his interview questions is the other teams just aren't ready. Like he knows that like what they have and what they've crafted has hit its form, and you don't want to say maybe it's too early because there's a couple more events, TIs down the line, but they have hit their stride. They do understand like exactly what they need to do in this patch.
Yeah, I think there's 3 heroes on that graphic that are going to be really critical for this matchup. One of them is going to be the Ember we saw in the last one, Storm, and I think Beastmaster.
Yes.
I think these 3 mids are going to be very highly prioritized. The rest are like kind of whatever.
Is there a chance we don't see Beastmaster? Because
of course,
the way Nisha's been playing it,
they're gonna politely say we just want to pick or ban it.
Yeah,
a gentleman's agreement before the series starts.
I think he meant it'll be banned.
Yeah. I just because what surprised me is even though I think when we were looking at the numbers, Nisha hadn't played a lot of it. He's just looked so good on that hero.
I mean, he's just an amazing mid laner. He's the type of guy that you can give him a hero that he hasn't played very much of, and he'll find a way to make it work for the team. And you always need a player like that if you want to have like flexibility in your draft. And that's what Liquid does. They flex a lot of heroes, a lot of the same heroes, but they can play it on many, many roles.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were going to talk about Tiny. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that hero doesn't look very good, especially versus Ember. So, no. I think Ember, we've seen this Ember versus Tiny matchup so many times now, and the Tiny inevitably just feels like a creep.
But the difference is, I think, when you draft Tiny, you're drafting it kind of openly, where it's like you have time to react to it, and then you flex it once you see heroes, and you then sacrifice it. When you pick an Ember, you're picking it at the end of a phase when you protect it with, different bans. And it's like, I think the draft order of a Tiny naturally makes the hero look worse. It gives more time for the opponents to react. And look at the stats don't look good.
I mean, that's my problem with the hero, though, right now. It's like, it's not even a top 5 carry right now. And the moment it's not really a strong carry, and it's an okay mid, and it's a weak position 4, you're not going to see good stats on the hero.
No, and this is the problem in a way with kind of the flex meta. There's heroes that are desirable to pick that aren't particularly strong, but you can play them in multiple lanes, right?
But that's why I want to see at the tail end of this tournament, Centaur to rise up to be a first phase hero.
100% that's happening.
Because
that's a safe bet.
And like we're
first
seeing,
phase, huh?
Yeah, I think Centaur is that type of offlaner where you can buy any aura that your team needs. Not every offlaner wants to buy auras, so we see series where one team has Centaur, one team has Mars. Centaur gets Pipe Crimson, your Mars might have a Blink BKB. The disparity in what they bring to the fight is like just polar opposites. And not only that, if you do get like, okay, what carries right now will fully shut down a Centaur in laning phase. When you have to factor in a later pick position 4 that can also protect the Centaur, like in my mind, I feel like he is so strong that it could easily change the shape of the drafts as we get to the final 3 days.
Yeah, it could. I mean, Centaur is a strong laner. I mean, TA is one of them, but that hero is very oftentimes in the first phase banned, so we'll see if they go that route. It's always interesting to see the meta evolve as we go further on to these tournaments. You start to reprioritize heroes.
I think as well, you know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, the Centaur having that powerful save option as well. When you're having late scaling carries in the meta, being able to save them, extra value, right?
Yeah, into Doom and whatnot. It's just like you see a big, this is how we win the 40-minute fight. Centaur's like, ha, I'm going to cart you away and off we go. But
well, I talked about the Ember being one of the mids of the, the series.
Fair enough.
Just straight out of the gate. So we have seen some teams play this in the offlane. I don't know if Collapse is willing to do it. So this is very bold. And it's just like, oh, here it is.
It's also like,
counter me.
Like when you think about your draft prep, do you really think Liquid went, okay, they're going to ban Monkey, pick Ember, and obviously you're not really going to insta pick a Huskar here because the Ember could, you know, you don't really see it, but in pubs you might have a support Ember. Again, like Fear mentioned, it go other lanes, so you're not going to overreact to it. But Liquid then takes the Beastmaster, so at least between the mid versus mid, if this is to be the matchup, Ember will have to play for Rune, Beastmaster will just obliterate the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the Beastmaster, so it's a flex, so they still have that option if later in the draft they want to pick these Huskars and other heroes that can just dominate the mid lane. But I would not be surprised to see Nisha just take this mid versus Ember either. It's totally fine. So they're just going to go with their comfort. No point overreacting right now. You get a couple more bans to kind of set the table here for the rest of your draft. And there's still an AA, by the way. This is a hero that has been almost perma-banned, I'd say, for the first 4 days of the tournament. Now just getting ignored for a couple series now.
There, right at the top of the most banned.
The thing with AA is like it's really good when like you're already entering the fights of the mid game, playing for picks. But when I see Spirit with Ember, do I really, if I have like my position 5, like do I want to be the AA that's gonna constantly get slighted, the backline's gonna get jumped? I won't always, like, unless I control the tempo of the game, it can be a bit spooky. I still wouldn't be surprised if Liquid pick it with Beastmaster, the Raw. It's great setup. It's just I think Spirit don't care because if they control the game, the AA is food for the
yeah, that's why you see them ban more to the Silencer, some of the better supports. Because there's not a lot of 5s if you look at the pool that these Tinkers, AAs, they don't have stuns, right? So the pool of position 5s, I don't know if you have any on the top of your head that are good versus Ember, are probably very off meta.
Yeah, with the Jakira already banned and Silencer gone on the side of Spirit, Insania's hard lockdown supports, the only one left is maybe the Ringmaster, but still relying on a Ringmaster to be the stun for you is not the case. So I think we're going to have to, if Insania is the stunning hero, he's going to have to pick away from what he's played so far at the event.
And they just take
the Ringmaster, yeah.
It's just a strong hero as a whole. I think getting this into the game gives you a little more team fight. It gives you a save, which Ember doesn't really care about the save too much, which is another reason why I think Ember has been so popular right now. There's been so much magic damage. There's been so much just centered around this Ringmaster hero in general. And I don't think this hero deals with Ember at all. Are we going to see like besides Shadow Shaman or something potentially come out in a support position?
Yeah, the inspiration from others.
I mean, there are not... So stuns right now on supports is not really very popular. And this is another reason, yet again, like Ember's very popular. And if the meta is going to shift in a situation where Ember can be first pick, you need to adjust with it. And you need to be able to pick things that can kind of like deal with this hero.
I mean, less important too, if you have a beast, that's just going to be blink roaring a target and blowing them up at the start of a fight, right?
Yeah, that's where for Spirit, they need to decide, are they going to find ways to save when Beastmaster gets online, or create that early fight so they're the ones using the smoke, jumping the Beastmaster lineup and not allowing him to feel like he has free access.
And this is Spirit's first Kotl as well at this tournament.
I was having a little look and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've not seen them play Kotl yet, but classic combination that it's getting paired with.
This makes it an interesting pick here because the one thing I have not enjoyed about this Kotl in general is a lot of people are pairing an AA with it, right? Or maybe a Warlock, and it's just like two of these heroes that do very similar things. It's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Normally, I would agree in regards to Kotl being a bit more passive as well as a hero, but this time with the Ember, you actually can explore the enemy jungle really nicely together. I think it does depend on the fight position, Because my issue, like what Firma was mentioning, when you have like AA Coddle as your support duo, you're always just playing onto your side of the map. It's wait for them to run at you. Maybe you go for a stack or two, but
that's more aggression.
That is a lot of aggression. That is.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I was kind of looking at the pool and what's good. I was thinking maybe Maposhi might pick a Bane or something like that, but not good versus Beastmaster. But Disruptor also isn't really good versus Beastmaster. So I think there's a chance that they see this on Spirit and like, okay, we'll pick one of these supports because the Jakiro was obvious, probably one of the better heroes versus Beastmaster. That's gone. We'll pick a hero that's weak in the lane, but Radon will make up for it by picking a PA or something later on in the draft.
And this is where Spirit, because they pick the double support, they're forcing Liquid to reveal the carry, right? Because if you don't reveal the carry here, you're going to show where the Beastmaster is laning, and you give your Toro free access to the best gyro game or the best PA game or any of the carries that just.
Couldn't they hypothetically still pick another flex hero? Potentially.
They could.
Like a DK?
Yeah, they could.
Also good versus Ember. Could be carry, could be mid. Beast could be offlane, could be carry, could be mid. They could do like the double flex.
Yeah, you also want something that doesn't die quickly because it's going to be so oppressive, the Spirit side of the draft. They can just get on top of you, catch you.
It is laning based for sure. Like if their lanes don't go well, then these heroes from behind don't always feel the best. Like Kotal just makes stacks and waits for his team to be good. You might get like an Ags, but it could be too late.
Yeah, because line carry is only Gyro, I think. Like you're not picking Duce, you're not picking Morph here.
No.
Like maybe you could blind pick a Gyro here. That's okay.
But it still opens up for the PA for Spirit, right?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like picking another flex here is probably your best route.
I just don't see that flex here at the moment because I don't like DK carry. Is that? I know it is a thing, but is it really played too much? Yes, yeah.
It's not great.
No.
But I don't know. I feel like unless it's Gyro, they can't really pick their carry here. I would have been like Tiny. They could go for that, but all right, Terrorblade.
He is the flex hero, right? Off lane to carry.
Yeah,
we just kind of forgot about him. To be fair, yeah.
There's a lot of heroes in Dota, and everything technically can be flexed.
There it is. For Liquid, though, I think the main philosophy of their draft is respect that Spirit will run at you, but have the counterplay. You've got Dark Willow with Bramble Maze for area control and Terrorize. Terrorblade with Illusion to scout out and Sunder to save. You've got Ringmaster with the box. You have Beastmaster with the raw turnaround, right? All of the Liquids line up, if in the correct position, can just make punishment on Spirit not doing the clean kill. And they don't actually have insane damage on Spirit at the moment, like burst damage. It's you slight, you chains, you illuminate, you might, thunder. It's like a lot of cheap over time damage.
Yeah, and this just puts a lot of pressure on the draft too, because if you don't pick something strong there, you have the choice of any carry you want, but like now you know this might be a TB carry. And we saw in the last game that this Phantom Assassin versus TB matchup, it's not very simple for the Phantom Assassin. And that 100% is a hero they're looking at because it is one of the Beastmaster counters. They might do it anyway, though.
Yeah, can you still not just go like Medusa, though, for Spirit? Sure,
I mean,
you got Reflection, can be annoying, but...
I mean, it's fine. This is a Collapse's answer whenever he typically sees.
Yeah.
Most of these heroes really great versus Dark Willow. Seems probably okay versus the box. Or maybe the box is okay versus Under. That verdict's out on that one. Either way, it's ground damage. And all these heroes kind of like don't like the percentage-based AoE control that this hero offers.
Yeah, it's just the speed of the map, right? You've got Kotal recalling, you've got Underlord gating around, like at any minute.
Auras.
You see one hero in the wrong place, and Spirit, all of their heroes can jump onto that one target just from anywhere on the map.
Yeah. And now they finally decided, okay.
Now we ban the Huskar.
Now it's a good Huskar game. Fair enough.
Just imagine a draft where Spirit do the first pick Ember and Liquid goes, you know what, Huskar. Like that could have easily been a narrative for this entire draft, but that would have taken so much confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were definitely prepared for that. And as we've seen, I mean, we'll keep bringing up 9 class or something. I could see Boxy being like, you know what, just give me the Ember. You know, I'll make something work. I'll stack, and it's just not worth it. And then Gyro will get banned out versus the Beast. I think they kind of want to put this Beast in the offlane most likely, but they do have the last pick. Still think PA's on the table. Not a really bad ban at all here. In fact, it's probably a very good one.
It is a very good one. Because already, like, picking Terrorblade in this game, you're now playing into the Underlord. That's natural counter. You buy Crimson, you have your Atrophy Aura. Then you have Ember, who likes to buy Shivas, which hurts Illusion heroes really nicely. You can just get on top of heroes and just force a quick Sunder, then you jump out, reset.
I mean, you could Medusa, as you said. It is a decent lane.
And they do ban it, yeah. I feel like for Spirit, it's like if they don't pick the Underlord there, the Medusa to me feels like Liquid have to play everything right. Otherwise, Yatori will just 1v9 the game. Because Disruptor, Kotal, Ember, they will be so active on the map that Liquid has to react for a long time. Like, this is the draft that whatever carry you pick for Spirit, he will have free access to decide, am I joining a fight or not? And that's the scariest, type of game for Yatori to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this situation. Is it going to be PA or is Yatori going to cook?
Ooh.
Those are our two options, essentially. Like, PA is the obvious choice here. Or maybe he has one of those heroes he's been practicing a bit that we haven't been able to see. They banned PA themselves, so he's cooking right now.
He's cooking. Hold.
He's cooking. All right, the Baden carry.
Stole it.
All right, that's a Nightfall classic. Didn't cook too hard for that one.
No.
Marv took a page out of Nightfall's book on that, but good versus the Beastmaster. I don't really enjoy it versus TB carry too much, but they're kind of calling the bluff here.
I don't think it even matters about like the carry carry, right? We've already said how Underlord helps against Terrorblade if you keep the farm up. Ember can as well.
Yeah.
Now you throw an Abaddon, you disjoint the Beastmaster Raw, or you save from anything Willow based, right? It's like the Abaddon, just pushing the rest of your team forward. So I honestly, I like it. My concern now for Liquid is, do they actually have enough damage when Spirit comes online? The healing from Kotal, the disengage and re-entry to a fight from Ember.
Two choices, I think, here.
Okay.
It's either, I think they pick a Doom or something in the offlane and just Doom the Baden, and he just dies.
Yep, no, I like that, yeah.
Or you try to punish this Ember mid with the last pick.
Yeah, we saw NAVI Junior pick up a Doom carry earlier today.
I wouldn't Doom offlane.
Oh, Doom offlane.
And then Ember.
Oh, I see.
Then, sorry.
So you're not
carry,
moving right. Okay.
And then we'd have the Beast mid. So, but they're going to go another offlaner. So we're still going to see the Beast mid. And people really love this bad hero.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. I don't think I've
Especially
ever
versus,
seen...
like, what does Brew do against a Baden? Isn't the shield, like, incredibly good?
We just said, like, we think Liquid has damage problems and that they might want to get a little bit more into the mix. And it's like, Brewmaster does not do quick damage. It's you better Radiance, you send your pandas around, you control, you set other people up. And for Liquid, Nisha has to pop off from mid lane, and then Mickey just needs to find such incredible farm to create these, the natural Terrorblade moments of, oh, he hits Lysandra, like he needs one of those. But Liquid really going to have to play really good with their draft to win this one.
I will say this, though.
Okay.
The more I hate Liquid's draft, the more they win.
That has been a trend. That has been a trend.
So they're on par to winning this game.
Yeah, fair.
Like, everything, like, if you look at it logically, there's lots of holes in it and where things can go wrong. Things don't make sense. But there's also these small moments that Liquid make in games where Nisha just gets incredibly farmed, takes over the game on this Beastmaster. This, for whatever reason, Saberlight will get a couple kills on this Brewmaster. Now Mickey gets a clutch Sunder, as you mentioned, and then the game's just over. So they have the tools to win the game, but I don't think they have the better draft.
All right, final thought.
I would say it's just the execution for Liquid to win this game will be exceptional. If they do it, it will be one of those like, damn type of moments.
Well, very excited to get into the action. But first we go backstage with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, I'm here with Jabs from Team Liquid. So how are you feeling this draft went? You feeling like you got the better of them?
I think draft went nicely. I think Spirit is always nice to play against because they play honest Dota. I think usually we get you don't really get cheesed, you just get good matchups into each other. So it leads to nicer games. So I'm kind of excited to watch the games.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, nice gentlemanly game between you. So this last pick, Brewmaster, actually hasn't had a very good win rate at this event. So can you explain why you've picked it up and why do you think people have been misusing it maybe?
I mean, it's just win rate I don't think matters much to me because I'm basing our picks based on how we feel about it. And the reason why we want to play it is because we weren't sure how we're going to put the course necessarily until we saw their last pick because we could flex all of them. And then we felt like Brew was kind of nice for our team fights to finish out our drafts. That's the only reason why.
Excellent stuff, Jabs. Yeah, so hopefully that works out for you. And of course, you're here by yourself, aren't you? There's no other coaches around this time. Are you having to double or triple up the workload compared to normal?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Jabs. We'll send it over to Beacop and Lacoste for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Nomad, coming into the first of 2 upper bracket semifinals here, Liquid against Spirit. I love a nice little fun chuckle to an interview right there.
Yeah. Always. What is that guy Blitz doing? What is he up to? Haven't seen him in a while. Definitely helping the team.
They got
Probably
like 8
online,
coaches on
you know.
that team.
Yeah, it gets very difficult when you have too many cooks in the kitchen. But so far, it's been working out for Liquid and Spirit. Honest Dota, honest draft. This is how they play. We've seen this combination between Keeper of the Light and Underlord play by Tidebound. It didn't work out for them, and it was exactly the same lane that they were playing when Paravision ran Terrorblade plus Ringmaster. So we are having kind of a 4 heroes, and we already know the outcome. But I think this time around, Team Spirit will be playing better because you're playing as Underlord. Your hero doesn't really do much at these early stages. You're also going to be playing into a lot of slow, and they're going to swap things around because of that. They're going to put Miposhka so that he can remove Terrorblade with Glimpse, make sure that he's not going to be chasing that Underlord compared to Keeper of the Light, who doesn't have that much defense. Sure, you can put a point in Blinding Light, but you also want to be having something different. So it's going to be swapping between position 4 and 5, and I want to see how that one's going to be working out.
It's definitely interesting to see, of course, with the Impalement arts as well as the Reflection. That does a decent amount of damage, and you can see it right here. Miposhka, he gets low, he's dead. Mickey getting first blood from the side of Liquid, so Disruptor or Coddle, at least for the moment, doesn't seem to matter.
That's the downside of Underlord. This hero, a lot of the times, it does feel like he's good for the game, but he does struggle. Even though Collapse did play it, and I really like the itemization that he was going for, and also to point out, Underlords nowadays are going for different facets, so going for Demon's Reach compared to going for the summons, going for the Necro Books. So you will have AoE, you will have that extra bit of a cleave, which is going to come in handy against Brewmaster, against TB and his illusions, even Beastmaster and his summons.
You have ways to deal with their illusions, and you know, if you had Ringmaster, maybe you would have the access to Spotlight, of course, but not in a situation like this. Mid lane, it's Beastmaster against Ember.
Not a fun one.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dealing with those extra units.
Yeah. I was gonna say, why isn't it fun though? Is it just the extra units?
It is quite a lot. You have 2 boars, extra 50 damage. You also have more damage than him, so kind of gets difficult. Ember Spirit, one of the heroes that a lot of the times, especially because he's first phase, so you can choose the matchups. A lot of the times there are a lot of options available for you to counter the hero. But this is the hero that can recover, I would say. And I think this time around as well, Spirit will be playing a lot on stacks. You have Keeper of the Light, you have Underlord as well, even Ember Spirit. These are the heroes that love to abuse the stacks. But you can see that Collapse, he is struggling, as expected.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise. And at level 2 in the Reflection already doing work here in the bottom lane. But top, haven't talked too much about it. The Abaddon with the Coddle against the Dark Willow Brewmaster.
Not the lanes that we see, especially Abba plus Keeper of the Light. This is something that Nightfall really likes to play. Carry Abba. Usually you need Null Talisman on Carry Abba because mana has been nerfed pretty heavily on the hero, so you need some kind of mana regen. When you're playing with Coddle, you can skip that, so you're basically saving 500 gold. One of the reasons why he's going to be going for Orb of Corrosion, extra bit of slow immediately, into phase, into Radiance Manta style.
See how quickly he gets into the Radiance Manta style. Mid lane, Nisha putting some damage here on Laurel. Just a little bit of a back and forth. We'll see if any of the supports come over. Dark Willow, always a good candidate to come through and try and make a play over mid, especially pre-6, when you have to avoid that Bramble Maze. Nobody making the move just yet. Maybe expected around the 6-minute mark. Firestorm down into Mickey, but collapses low. Glimpse back into the pit of Malice. But Insania on here with the Reflection, and they should be able to get another kill on a Collapse. Miposhka doesn't have a lot of health, but he won't die. However, getting that second kill for Mickey and this one on Collapse feels really good for Liquid.
It really does. Something so satisfying about killing the Underlord. For me, throughout the history of Dota, Pit Lord back then, Shadow Fiend and Luna, especially Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend was my first one. You just go on top of him, you kill him. Underlord kind of feels the same way.
Just giving him nowhere to kind of stretch his multitude of legs.
Maybe I'm a little bit of a hater knowing that Underlord's model compared to like when he was Pit Lord, I think this model kind of looks wonky. I think we should definitely do something with Morphling, definitely do something with Underlord.
So you're kind of hoping for like the Razor treatment, right? Get that Arcana that makes it look like the older model. Collapse again, in some trouble. Tame the Beast with the Firestorm doing some decent damage. One shot from dead, and all of a sudden, Mickey, he's going to die here to Miposhka, and Collapse survives.
All these tanky items, Bracer, Double Gauntlet, which is going to turn into Soul Ring, and Magic Wand, manages them to get the kill. This is exactly what you need. Even if you trade your support to get some extra bit of levels on your Underlord, definitely worth it. But yeah, pretty big kill for Team Spirit.
Definitely a big kill to get. Oof, gosh. Both Impalement Arts and the Tame the Beast 202 build, and that is some big damage numbers from Insania early.
Keeping Nisha. Nisha is the one who did use his Beast to put it in the bottom. And then a Circus Master is the one who's controlling the Beast, and Nisha is going to get a double kill. This is the move that I don't know if I've seen it in quite some time.
Collapse is just dead here. Mickey runs him down, and Insania throws an Impalement Arts over at Miposhka. Yeah, they get the kill with the Primal Roar. They had the Bramble Maze from the Dark Will, like I said, looking to come over towards mid. And so far, mid and bottom looks really good. Yeah, the tempo is so fast. Into the Shadow Realm and paused for a moment.
A bit of Kale.
Yeah. I thought we just
might be going to Shadow Realm.
Zerworldoed, and we were stuck in time.
Level 3 Keeper of the Light. If you get a boar on top of him, he's definitely dead. This is exactly what they need. They need the Nisha to be able to explode, to get his Aghanim Scepter timing, which also opens up the Roche for you. You have TB, so you have more than enough damage. And also, it does relieve some of the pressure. It's not like they're pressuring Brewmaster with Coddle as position 5. You can always run away. There's not enough damage to kill you. So all 3 lanes going pretty well for Team Liquid.
They're TPing over the Underlord for this. But Collapse commits to the TP, and there's really not much.
He's not coming to help. He was there to be able to get some extra farm in the mid lane. And
well, maybe he should have been there to help, because Laurel's just dead.
Everybody's trying to get some farm. 2k gold lead. This has to be almost like 3k gold lead for Team Liquid. 7 kills. Also, in terms of playmaking potential, there isn't really that much on side of Spirit. You need to have your Ember Spirit who's going to be able to make stuff happen. But he's also level 5. Nisha is getting closer to level 8, so pretty big difference already.
And he's off to the races, and so is Mickey, who had a couple of kills over bottom. He's 3-1 on this Terrorblade. I mean, that just makes it so much more of an open game overall for Saberlight as well, who wants this Radiance. And life just gets so much easier for Liquid when we've got this abusive pressure. See how quickly they can get into the Ags.
I like what Saberlight is doing. He knows that he's 1 CS from level 6, trying to play a bit more aggressive, maybe even use that Primal Split.
Uses it knowing there's no borrowed time for the moment on Radon. But can he get the kill? Miposhka's here, they'll throw the rock, they'll get the stun, the Bramble Maze connects. And Abaddon in some trouble with the Shadow Realm strike from Boxy. It's big damage, and the Void Panda pulls him back out of the hands of his former self. Combined, and they get the kill on Radon.
That was such a good play from Saberlight. He was definitely also thinking...
Collapse again.
Oof, another dead.
He's dead once more. 9-1 in favor of Liquid.
And Rue is in trouble.
He showed up, he wanted to help out, and Abaddon ended up dying anyway, so now you're back into the Shadow Realm, you'll throw big damage onto Rue, and this kinetic field is not going to do anything. Miposhka shows up, they'll have another TP, Radon's back into the fight. You don't have Primal Split, but do you have the damage? Saberlight doesn't want to go under the tower, so he'll go north. But can he avoid... He's dying in this situation. Kinetic fields again. Saberlight locked up for a moment, but the Bramble Maze gives him a moment to kind of collect himself, and he does, like you said, have that Lotus. Radon's also not level 6 again, so maybe if there's a +1, they can get a big turnaround, but instead the +1's coming for Spirit, where they've used this ulti from the Underlord, and they should eventually get Saberlight, but this is amounts of space almost unheard of. And I say he got Saberlight, but now he's so quick that he just runs away. I thought he was dead. TP attempt.
He's hexed.
Oh my God.
Saberlight, he's out of there. I really like the fact that Brewmasters from the offlane, they don't buy Boots of Speed. And because of his items, he definitely survives. He buys so much time. You saw that Nisha, he's farming in the triangle. He has 2 components for his Aghanim Scepter, breaking the ankles. All right, all the Saberlight haters, where you at right now?
A track star. I mean, he ran a country mile to escape that. They even go as far as to using the Fiend's Gate to try and cut him off, and he just turns around. That is
Drunken Master.
So much space.
Using Drunken Brawler, getting Brewed up as well. Everything was perfect from Brewmaster there.
Man. Really making loads of space. Kinds of space you'd see only in the trunk of a truck.
He was fighting for so long.
He's got Primal Split again. He got level 6 on Radon, but do you survive? He got some help this time. They think about the Terrorize. They've also got Rue here. They'll glimpse back at least the Dark Willow. Boxy's dead. This time, not as good, but there was a lot more rotations from Spirit. Close to this Axe for Nisha already. He's putting pressure on the tier 1 tower. This is a 4,000 net worth lead, and look at this. Just the ending, hitting him with the bing bong.
And he missed him. He missed him there as well. I don't think it would be enough. Like, wow, who is this guy? This guy's pretty good. I thought he wanted to clap for himself.
Yeah. But that's a little hand rub. It's the excitement coming out of the fingertips. Space and time. Some may understand it. And all that space and time, you look at the net worth difference between the Terrorblade, the Beastmaster, and everybody else. It's a huge lead.
They know he doesn't have ulti. Immediately playing aggressive on him.
18 seconds till he's got it.
Meke's here.
Paleman Arts, Reflection used, Radon in trouble, the Roar committed, and that's another kill for the side of Liquid. It's 11-2, and climbing towards a 5,000 net worth lead. Man, looking so far perfect. I mean, a lot done here by Liquid. I mean, Spirit coming in were huge favorites for so many people, but Liquid say, don't disrespect us with those numbers.
They're playing it so crisp, moving across the map so quickly. They managed to kill Laurel 2 times in a row. He needs to be the one, like, playing with the supports, playing with that chakra magic to be able to do stuff. Maybe there's going to be, like, a recall, twin gate rotation. So they wanted to try to outnumber Team Liquid, but Team Liquid is also very good at reading the map movement, knowing that Miposhka was there, so Boxy's going to continue to stack up one more time for his Beastmaster. Nisha.
Here comes the money when you're able to get that. And once you got that Ags on Nisha, you're probably getting a lot more gold out of it. Miposhka still level 5. He would love Static Storm. 400, 300 gold away from this Ags. And then just look at all this gold to come.
Yeah, that's even before clearing those stacks.
Yeah, and they'll probably, like, what, clear the big camp, get the Ags, clear the Ancient stack?
Yeah, they could also go for Roche relatively early on. Once they pick up that Aghanim Scepter, this is also going to be a good amount of XP for Boxy. And look what Boxy's doing. He is disassembling his Tranquil Boots, so still has that available. It's a lot of work, but he is a professional e-athlete that gets paid money to play the video game, so is investing a couple of extra clicks per minute.
So Ags is on the courier. Nisha, he's ready to become the little drummer boy. Drums of Salam just feel so good. I mean, this hero has felt like one of the strongest throughout the tournament. Especially given a faster than average Hags by about 2 minutes, you know you're rolling. And the thing about that is, like, usually it's just Beastmaster, right? Yeah. Having a good game like this. Terrorblade's right there.
Timing, this is also right before 15 minutes, so they can take Roshan on Radiant's side. And you could see Team Spirit also using Scan in the middle of Roche Pit. Boxy initiated on.
And the Static Storm with the kinetic field, but they've got the Escape Act, and now you've used that first ult from the Disruptor for no kills.
So he assembled his Tranquil Boots again. We'll have that ready. We'll go back to half HP immediately. And now without Static Storm, Liquid, they want to play aggressive.
Can finally get this tower. And Nisha, who already got himself the Ags, is already up at 1,300 more gold. He is just farming out of control. So is Mickey. I mean, he had a perfect start. He was 3-1 in lane. Now he's 4-1-1. Doing quite a bit. Fiend's Gate was used to collect both shrines for Collapse. I mean, that's one of the ways to get back into it, to slow the XP lead here for the side of Liquid. Or, yeah, for Liquid.
However, their high ground defense is very good. Keeper of the Light, Underlord. It's all about stalling the game as much as they can. They managed to cement this for 5k gold lead in the last 5, maybe even 6-7 minutes. So Spirit didn't lose too much. They've been heavy on the stacking duty in the triangle. Keeper of the Light keeping to Collapse just to give him extra bit of mana so he can start to scale as well. And he is still more farmed than Brewmaster, who didn't die a single time, and Collapse did die 3 times.
To be fair, Saberlight did spend about 2 minutes running away. And just forcing rotations. You don't really get to farm when you're in that situation. Probably the most significant difference between the two. Yeah, Collapse with the Firestorm getting a lot under his belt. Now they're starting to extend that lead a little bit. They've got this Manta style. They're looking for the Shard on Terrorblade. They did just get themselves a Tormentor, so Shard for Insania.
Nisha, he's so farmed. 16 minutes. Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter treads, and you can see
4
timings.
minutes faster. Not a record. I mean, I guess you're going Blink first on some builds. Oxy again. He was searing chains, but nothing really doing.
Finally, he's not going to be able to disassemble them anymore. Now bringing in the numbers, Saberlight is very close to his Radiance. Would definitely love to have this one for the fight.
Insania gonna deny that amplify damage. McKay's got the Demon Zeal, he's got the Manta style, he should be ready to fight. Nisha's got Blink Primal Roar ready to rumble with. They've got a smoke on Boxy, so they should be looking to smoke, and that is going to be happening at the same time as 3 heroes on the side of Spirit. They've also smoked up. They do have Fiend's Gate to join the fight on, and maybe they go up towards Abaddon, who would maybe join them. But while the smoke breaks, Boxy goes up onto the high ground side of Fist Searing Chains. Nisha blinks forward, but can't find the Roar. Fiend's Gate even thought about Spotlight down, Primal Roar, Static Storm. It's going to be on Anisha. He's in some trouble, but the Wheel of Wonder is there for a little bit of a defense. The Terrorize thrown out as well. But this is Nisha trying to run with the Escape Act. He can't get far enough away. They go to the Sunder. Can they get the kill to Collapse? The Cursed Crown won't even be needed to pop, but they've used this Primal Split. They're going to chase some of these targets. The Void Panda pulls him back, but the Slight is there. They hit the Fear with the Tame the Beast and get the kill on a Laurel. Double kill for Mickey, but they do lose Nisha for that exchange.
That was overall a good fight for Spirit, showing that they can still fight back. With this Mage Slayer and Pipe combination, the amount of damage that you do reduce is pretty nuts, and there's a lot of magic damage coming out from the Beastmaster, coming out from the Radiance as well, but Terrorblade, he gets the Sunder. He's the killer of these tanky boys. We saw it so many times throughout the tournament. The Bristleback, he gets close, he gets Sundered, immediately dies afterwards. So something to be careful about. But he's also building into all of the auras, it seems. Underlord going for Crimson Guard next.
Poshka gonna take over this Watcher. Saberlight immediately shuts its eyes.
Yatra was also, his Radiance timing is also a bit delayed, so would definitely love to have that in the previous fight. Good against Terrorblade, of course, even though you can use it against you, but still, you do have Radiance on Brewmaster, which doesn't stack. Saberlight. He's a tanky boy.
Yeah, very tanky. Currently in the Earth Brawler. Hold back with the Glimpse. The Pit of Malice is there. The Firestorm, how tanky is he? They'll TP out on Boxy. They know they're going to lose Saberlight, but it is 5 heroes and a lot of time to kill one.
This is something that Spirit needs to use. Go for these recall plays, Fiend's Gate, to try to get something done on the map, and I think overall Spirit is in a relatively good spot, even though they're 6k, 7k gold down. As soon as they get the hands on the next item, fights are going to be so much easier. You can see Laurel going for his BKB, Keeper of the Light, 1700 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. 40% win probability. I would give it even slightly more. I would give it like 45-55 for Liquid. Even though there's a massive gold lead right now, they still weren't able to really capitalize on that. They managed to kill all the tier 1 towers. They killed Tormentor. Roshan still up to be grabbed.
If they do get that Roche, though, probably an Aegis on the Beastmaster. We usually see that first Aegis for them. See if that's the case. We were shown some of the items across the board, and Rue is only 1,400 gold away from having his axe on this Keeper of the Light. This time around, they find Boxy, look for the Terrorize that lands on Alaro. The Bramble Maze, the Bedlam, not doing a lot of damage, but the Primal Split's going to be committed. Remnant, Saberlight sticking
again.
with, has the stun. Void Panda pulls Alaro back, but don't really have enough to get this, and Collapse waiting for a moment that maybe they come back and make a Pit of Alice and start to Firestorm. So a little bit of a delay. It's still opening up space and time for Nisha and Mickey to continue to farm. But is that going to be enough?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yatoro is starting to make his way back with the Radiance going into the Manta style. Needs a lot of gold for that, but they do have Glimpse ready to go. Escape Act, and out of the box you come right in front of the side of Team Spirit. So another kill there for Yatoro, getting the kill onto Insane.
They have good amount of sustain. Yeah, Mickey is farming. Mickey is sitting at 13,000 gold, 3k gold ahead of Yatoro, but still Yatoro is recovering nicely. Level 14 on his ABAP, even though he died 3 times. Still relatively keeping up.
Never got that roar off. Trying to jump in with the blink roar, but now TPing towards top. I mean, that was definitely not the plan with Metamorphosis getting committed there. Not as much of a matter as they could just farm with it, but you'd see slowly but surely Spirit, they are starting to take more of the map. They're starting to farm up quite a bit and cut into this net worth lead with a pick off here or there and some farm around the map.
Recalls himself to Collapse, so everybody is farming. They're stealing some of the ancient stacks.
Or drums a Slam, and
a solo kill.
That is a solo kill for Nisha. Takes the back end of that stack, and then we'll take this big camp stack as well. And he is closing in on that BKB. Aposhka going into a hand of Midas, knowing that this game's gonna go, or thinking that this game's gonna go pretty long.
He knows. The high ground defense is pretty damn insane. You're trying to go through, you're gonna get Kinetic Field, Pit of Malice, very difficult, slight Chakra Magic, Firestorm. Probably one of the better high ground defenses we've seen in some time. Tidebound did have pretty similar lineup, but we didn't really see them defending the high ground. It was more like, we're gonna lose the fight, and then the game is pretty much over. And this is what I want to see from Liquid. I want to see this Roshan. I think they maybe had a chance to take it slightly earlier, considering the timing on that Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster, but Beastmaster now has BKB available.
Should feel relatively safe, and Liquid gonna move forward. Cinder Brew, Bramble Maze, and Impalement Arts onto Maposhka. There's a second dagger flying his way. Getting quite low, but ends up hewing up a little bit.
Still alive.
Away and back in and back away from Laurel. They do find in this corner, though. They find Maposhka.
Blinding Light.
Primal Roar is going to be used on Laurel. The Blinding Light keeps Maposhka alive for a little bit longer, but he ends up dying. The Terrorized Throne. They've got the Fear. It's on Laurel. The chase is on. The damage is there. They'll take it a second. But do they have enough to turn this around? Yatoro trying to think if he can stand forward, but the blink in from Saberlighter. This is Brewmaster starting to do quite a bit to Collapse. Yatoro, he wants to come, he wants to help, but he actually walks forward now with a Mephonic Shield and the Borrowed Time.
He's ready.
He'll at least try to commit to this, but they have the Sunder. Rue, he recalled right next to this Abaddon, and that's a big problem. They'll get the kill on this Abaddon and look for Rue, who's going to be hit with the Cursed Crown.
Another Will-O-Wisp, but it's not enough. They don't have enough damage. I want to see damage dealt by Mickey in the previous fight. Him and Saberlight, damage numbers have to be pretty high. And Rue will finish off Saberlight. Yeah, that's 5,000 damage from Brewmaster. They invested pretty heavily onto Disruptor. Maposhka cornered himself, and with his innate ability, he's pushing them away. They were unable to kill him instantly. Still, that Radiance Burn is dealing quite a lot of damage on multiple heroes. And it does feel like if Mickey's having a free cast in terms of like attacking people, using multiple reflections, it's going to be way too much damage. And in terms of control, if there's no Static Storm, he's going to be fine.
Recalling Laurel over. Escape acting and Will-O-Wisp for the sleep. Insania can't quite get away, and Laurel's going to have an easy kill there. seen this a couple times where these Coddles, they jump in with the recall next to their allies, and it's a tough position to be in. Roche still alive after that big fight. They didn't back up, go for Roche. They didn't have Saberlight still up. They were kind of low coming out of it, but they didn't commit for that Aegis. So that objective's still there, and the net worth lead only expanding by about 2K. However, it's a lot of gold on Mickey as well as Nisha.
Every single time nothing's happening, Team Spirit, they're gaining a little bit of gold compared to Team Liquid. Because Liquid, they're moving together, while on the other side, Spirit, they're not trying to get as much farm as possible. And look at this, almost like perfect square. 90-degree angles. Who was that? That was yellow. So Boxy, I assume.
I don't know how people draw so well on the map. My hand is too shaky for that. They are gonna meet, it looks like. 4-man smoke. Nisha nearby, he's got a boar. Yatoro moving forward, and he's reflected on immediately. They go to the Primal
Ravage,
Split.
of course.
Croaker with the Ravage. Primal Roar comes through. They're trying to get the kill here onto the Disruptor. They've got the kill on Aru. They're taking the Coddle. Down goes Baboshka, but the damage from Nisha is going to be enough with BKB. Borrowed time is popped from Yatoro. Collapses in and collapses dead. He takes so much damage here. They're slamming. They're right-clicking away with the Metamorphosis as well. And all this Abaddon can do is run. Saberlight's right there. Put the spotlight on him because they want to get this kill. But with no stun, no lockdown, he just TPs away.
Spirit definitely needs their supports, especially Coddle to be alive. We saw double Will-O-Wisp at the previous fight. They need Chakra Magic to be used on Laurel multiple times. Even if we talk about Chakra Magic on Underlord, could come in pretty handy. These are relatively long, short cooldown abilities. 13 second on Firestorm, 15 on Pit of Malice, but also this Bloodthorn is causing quite a lot of issues dealing with the supports if one of them gets initiated on. There really isn't a save whatsoever, because you have Hand of Midas and you also have Aghanim Scepter. So no Force Staff, Glimmer, Crimson is available on Underlord, but that doesn't seem to be enough.
Went for the supports, and they rip through Collapse. I mean, this Bloodthorn feels so strong. Liquid have a 12,000 net worth lead. They've got an Aegis under their belt. They still give it to Nisha, despite the fact that maybe they wanted it on Terrorblade, but Laurel, all of a sudden, he needs to remnant further away. Nisha's pressuring the tier 2 tower now. What do you do against this Aegis on Nisha? This is tough. Gets that Manta style. They're looking to at least get an objective out of the map. Look at the Tormentor. So Spirit finding something. It'll be Shard for Laurel. Maposhka is hoping this game goes along with that Midas. But with the pressure and the pace that Liquid have put on, they might just have one and a half fights left.
It's a lot of damage between Nisha and Mickey, and they're ready to take the fight again.
Saberlight's using those boots of travel to come into the fight. They use that Terrorize, they get the kill on Aru. They do not have a Coddle for 40 seconds. There's no recall, there's no Will-O-Wisp, no Chakra Magic. Big parts of this fight for the side of Spirit.
Ooh, not the
gone
best
for
glyph.
30 seconds.
That didn't block too much of a damage. Laurel is sitting on 3,000 gold. Can finish off his SNY. That status resistance could come in handy. Team Liquid, after dealing some of the damage to tier 3 tower in the top lane, they're gonna finish off the second tier 2 tower. There's also amplified damage on Nisha. This could be pretty massive. They don't have to rush anything. They're still holding that Aegis for another 3 minutes, so they're gonna have another meta available. They're also taking the outpost, so they have something to TP to.
Usually without the amplified damage, you're drumming at a 4-4 speed. But with the amplified damage, if I knew music a little bit better, I believe it's 1/8 speed. Quarter notes instead of half notes. All right, guys? That's all I remember.
Yeah, I'm not really good at it. I know how to listen to music, but that's about it.
Put the headphones in and press play. Lotus Sword being built for Collapse. They are trying to find anything. They find something. They've got the Static Storm, but do they have the damage to get the kill before it's over? They do. A good job there by Spirit to at least get something out of the map, while they feel as though they are on the back heels of this game. They find the Roar, they look over at Rue, and they will get another kill on the Keeper of the Light. Nisha now unstoppable, but Mickey is low Sunders. They'll survive for a little bit longer, but nobody is here from the side of Liquid. They will get this kill onto the Terrorblade, and they got the Brewmaster as well, and all of a sudden, Spirit with 2 big kills, they put some life support into this game.
Ooh, they stretch them real nicely. They did go for the bottom kill. Everybody kind of except Mickey did go to the bottom to try to help out. Sure, you got a kill in Rue, but this was a pretty massive kill, and also delaying the high ground push that could potentially come out from Team Liquid. Minute and 40 seconds left on that Aegis.
Bottom tier 2 pressured a little bit, but no Terrorblade, no Brewmaster. Won't have a lot of time with the Aegis, so you gotta farm up to find maybe an item or 2 that seals the deal. When you have 2 kills that kind of go that way, pressure's on where it feels like it might slip completely away. And now they go to the Prime Aurora, they find themselves Nisha. He's got an Aegis, so that's just the first life, but can they help him out?
Look at collapse immediately.
Again, nobody is
making
here.
sure that nobody can get through. And Nisha, with the BKB, is going to be able to TP out. Maybe they needed that extra bit of a damage from under.
Croaker?
He showed himself. Ooh.
That was almost the Croaker Tendrils grief right there. They Fiend's Gate, they knew maybe the Croaker's on our side. Stringing again kills together that really are making Liquid a bit uneasy.
Now, you really don't feel that much of a difference in Network, the way Team Spirit is taking the fights. And there's a lot of damage over time on their heroes. You have a Photic Shield, you have Flame Guard as well, Radiance Burn, level 20, so borrowed time, Immolation DPS, and also Shard picked up on Underlord, so he can use that on one of his allies. He can use that on Radahn, who's going to be running in. And Radahn also finishing Harpoon. He feels like he needs to be able to close the gap, be able to go on the heroes. There's a lot of control as well inside of Liquid, so wants to have some kind of a gap closing item. Usually we see Blink Dagger, but he also feels in this game that he needs a little bit more damage. So compared to the Blink Dagger, it gives you that double hit.
That Blink Dagger, one of the last items for Abaddon, right?
Seems like he doesn't want to even get it. He's running out of slots. He has 2 more slots available, and that's going to be Abyssal Blade and Orchid/Bloodthorn.
Right.
Spirit, they're in a pretty good spot. Their heroes are getting tankier and tankier. You don't have that break plus silence mechanic that can kill Abaddon. You have Underlord, who is super tanky, now with Lotus Orb, relatively elusive, with Ember Spirit, who also finished off BKB, has a Shield Rune in bottle. They're making the same play again in the bottom lane. Saberlight.
He got greedy, went for the creep
BKB
wave
this time around.
BKB on the run, Glimpse was used, and Saberlight helped by Croakers.
Immediately, you can see the teams are figuring it out, and on another side, you're also seeing Croakers getting the stuns, but immediately run in. The face of a griefer again.
Yeah, the face of a griefer. It reminds me of Star Wars Episode 1, the guy who sells the parts to Anakin. You seen Star Wars?
Never.
Never
Actually,
seen Episode 1?
I'm big on movies, but never seen Star Wars.
I love the pod racers aspect. He's just there. He's trying to, sell some pod racer parts. Annie, why you no buy? You come, but you no buy. Annie. That's what I feel like the Croakers are saying. Something along those lines.
Maybe I need to watch it.
It's a good movie. I know a lot of people hate on Episode 1, but banger. Should play pod racers for the N64 as well. Switch 2 too expensive. Nintendo 64 still there for me.
That's the guy?
That's the guy! Emil! You come, you no buy! Voila! His name is Watto, I think. Laurel? What's he coming into next? He's going for the Shivas. And then, Radahn, he wants this Bloodthorn, but they've got the Primal Roar. It's on Laurel. Do they have enough for it? You'll wonder, BKB.
They're not even through the Shield Rune yet.
Gosh. Hit Alice is down, and now the BKB still working for Laurel. He'll try to get away. Does he? He throws a Remnant back, so he'll be safe with BKB being popped by Nisha now. He'll start to walk out of the fight.
BKB also
Sleight of
used
fist,
the
searing
CP.
chains not connecting. Glimpse though on a Mickey.
Spirit, they want to take this fight
Bit of
right
a bad
now.
way under the static storm, but the impalement arts hits on a collapse is going to do enough for him. Primal split and a pause from Abaddon.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of Kale. There's a lot of stuff that we do have on the ground. TB with the illusion, spotlights, a lot of circles.
Spells are never squares. They're always circles.
They have very good control area. You have Kinetic Field, you have Pit of Malice. They're also fighting in the high ground. Will-O-Wisp has been used. They want to chase.
They've got the Primal split, they'll Cyclone up Laurel. Collapse still moving forward. So is the rest of Team Spirit. They haven't gotten their hands on anybody on Liquid, but another remnant forward from Laurel looking for an option with a Sleight of Fist Searing Chain. Saberlight's got some time left on this Primal split. So the Earth Panda goes back, and they want to get out of the range of the glimpse. They'll Void Panda pull the Earth Panda towards safety. Nisha immediately towards top.
Shield Rune really making the difference there. Shield Rune, he gets his Flame Guard. They throw Solar Crest on top of him. So all of these barriers, you're not going to be able to go through them. Roshan, he'd be alive in the bottom pit. Guaranteed to respawn within 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Only the second Roche coming up, which is a little bit of a surprise. We talked about the delay that Liquid had in that first Aegis. Shrine's up at 35 minutes. Nisha wants level 25, so he's going to take the one on the side of Liquid. The last one had gotten stolen by Collapse. He had used that Fiend's Gate, which is on cooldown, so he's unable to do that. They have a lot of control already for Team Spirit. You get to a point where Collapse gets that Ags and has that Pit of Malice on Fiend's Gate. You get that extra control. You don't use the Fiend's Gate to go all that far. You line up the Venn diagram and just have all this control point.
Even more circles that are going to come out. Poshka sitting on 2,000 gold for now, just keeping the buyback, but his next item is going to be Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't have anything queued up yet, but this is the item that can give you that kill threat on the heroes who have BKB available, but with Hand of Midas, a couple of extra minutes. They take one good fight, 2 extra Hand of Midas usages. It's going to give him that Axe.
He doesn't have it queued up, so I don't know if he's going for it. I can't commit.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a bigger item that he can buy.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's why he decided to go for Midas.
BKB out of Saberlight. His net worth has been dropping at a steady pace for Liquid. Roche is going to be up right now. So second Roche available, no BKB on Saberlight.
Down to half HP, can definitely be killed.
Does have Primal split if they want to start the fight with that. They'll look for the spotlight. Laurel and Yatoro towards the front. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains both hitting onto the illusions. The Bramble Maze is there. Locks him up for a moment, and they also throw over that silence from the Terrorblade with the Bloodthorn onto Laurel for a moment too. Double Lotus Orb for the side of Spirit. They've got Ruhu's got one now. Fiend's Gate, Pit of Malice. And now that'll force the Primal split out of Saberlight. Kind of putting a position where Liquid need to fight. They're up on the high ground for Spirit with a Pit of Malice on the steps, so it's almost impossible for them to get up there cleanly.
This has been Team Spirit tactic. Hold the high ground, not allow them to get through it. Meta has been used. This is the opportunity for Team Spirit to go inside of pit. They have more than enough sustain coming out from Keeper of the Light. Their heroes are super tanky. Bloodthorn also available, so can use that, get that extra bit of a damage.
Looks like they're just conceding it. This Roche going to Team Spirit. Aegis, a banner. Not what Liquid was expecting with the advantage that they had early on.
Liquid is in a lot of trouble. This 6k gold lead at this point of the game doesn't mean anything. He's gonna get pulled in, but no basher yet.
Surviving and thriving. Nisha halfway to that level 25. Abaddon going into the Bloodthorn for the first time on this hero. Where's Mickey at? He's 23, about a fourth of the way through that level. He's looking into the data list, which he's just about to have if he wants to buy out. But you can see things pretty close overall. About a 2,000 net worth difference between the heroes. Abaddon, though, with his team and all smoked up. Underlord's going to show in lane, but he's got that Fiend's Gate ready to go. Don't have to worry about having him joining the fight. They want him farming, and he's got that Ags. So they'll have that Fiend's Gate to drop on fights immediately, force the BKBs with the Fiend's Gate Pit of Malice around it. And that's going to make these fights so much harder for Liquid.
And I also like that he's going back the road of Atos/Gleipnir to make the AoE of his spells bigger by 75, which really means a lot. There's a good amount of AoE damage to deal with the Brolings, to deal with DB illusions. Tier 2 tower has been killed for a very long time in the bottom lane, but this Underlord is now online. When you look at his score, it doesn't really say much how the game has been going, 1-6 and 4, but overall, he is more farmed. Like the top 3, in terms of net worth, are so far ahead than the middle pack.
They're over on the bottom side of these trees. They go to the Primal Roar with the drums. Saw him going. He's trying to drum to victory. They've got the Tame the Beast, the Fear on the 2. They get the kill on a Rue. He's going to be out with no buyback. BKB still going. Pit of Malice down. Collapse in some trouble with the right-click damage coming up from Mickey. They get the kill there. They'll at least take out the Underlord. Glimpse back, though, on Anisha. They'll take out the first life from this Abaddon, and they might be able to control him again for a second.
Borrow time, 1 second.
Yatoro. So much trouble for him, but he can borrow time. He's cycloned up into the air. The Bramble Maze is placed perfectly, and they will kill him a second time with no buyback. Liquid with a great fight to hold on to this lead.
Nisha, he blinks in. Him and Terrorblade being paired up together, getting their Ravage, getting those right clicks in, because they were also buying all of the items pretty much. So you had TB with Daedalus available, with Bloodthorn. This is the pretty much most damage items you can get. And I'm looking at Boxy's items. He is going for Aghanim Scepter. Boxy is also one of the guys that wants to be able to scale, but yeah, catching Rue off guard immediately is going to make a lot of difference because he wants that Chakra Magic multiple times. And this time around, Spirit, they're not holding the high ground, which makes a lot of difference in the fights.
Yeah, these pits are able to pinch areas, pinch the steps. You can't cleanly get into the fights, but there's a lot of space there that allows them to wrap around or go around and find entry points to win a fight like that. Saberlight, he's also level 24 here with Mickey. You've got Nisha, who did hit that level 25 and goes to the minus 30-second Primal Roar cooldown. He could be slamming, he could be drumming, he could be looking like Ringo Starr. They take the tier 3 over mid. Saberlight. Use that Primal Split, we'll have it on cooldown for another 45 seconds or so. Saberlight almost baiting them, wanting them to jump him in the middle of this lane. If they can get him off the high ground, that's their opportunity, the way that they've been winning these fights.
Octarine Core.
Box
very high level on him as well.
Doing a lot of damage here with this Ags now. Refresher for Nisha.
There's a lot of items on Team Liquid that just came out. Terrorblade also level 25, so Sundra cooldown, which brings it down to 10 seconds. This is the big one. This is the massive one. Allows you to get multiple kills, survive most of the time. But yeah, wanted to think about Boxy back in the Alliance days when he was carrying, when they were Alliance squad. He was carrying the game on Dark Willow so many times, going for this Aghanim Scepter. He also feels that the game might be longer, so opting to go for the big item. Niposhka, he's ready to go. Aghanim Scepter completed on him. Level 18. 7.5 seconds of that Static Storm.
Throws it immediately. They'll try to get the kill on Anisha. He doesn't have a Aegis, so I mean, it's that easy. They get this kill, they'll look for Insania. He's gonna try and jump away, but they stick with him. A Remnant forward, that's 2 kills. You've given up 2. You do not have buyback available on Nisha, and you're gonna lose a third. Boxy falls, no buyback, and Spirit again, just kind of searching the map and finding what they need, especially with this Ags coming through from this disruptor.
This Aghanim Scepter. This is probably one of the best Aghanim Scepters upgrades in the game. It does allow you to mute the items, AoE, and also we talk about circles a lot. There's so many that they can throw on the ground. Like Pit of Malice can also be your setup for your ulti so that they can't get out of it. Saberlight has BKB. He does have Ogre Seal Totem as well.
If they could stick with him for 20 seconds and get the Disruptor there, they could Static Storm him, but they force the Primal Split once again. So that'll be on cooldown for 85 seconds. The 25 Cinder Brew applies fear when ignited.
Yeah, Clinton Loomis mechanic is very strong. We had that on Queen of Pain when she was level 25. Saberlight will TP out. Abba, not close enough. He does have Basher available.
Swift Blink next for Mickey. You get the Swift Blink, you got to think about like straight Ag's Blessing, right? Have that Terra Wave and have that ability to throw fear out there, maybe giving yourself a split second to react.
Right now he wants to keep the buyback.
Right.
Once he finishes off his big item, and that's that Swift Blink that you mentioned, so he doesn't have buyback available.
The only one who does is the Ringmaster on Liquid. So precarious position for Liquid on a fight that without buyback could end the game. If they get the second glyph back where they can glyph the tier 3 and then glyph after the melee racks, I would say they'd hold on after a fight, and I don't think this fight's going to happen without an Aegis, so they should be okay to hold that time off. Be okay. However, they need to get the next Aegis. The game has gone from that 11K lead that they just had back down to 5,000 after giving up 3. And they are starting to hit some critical mass here on Spirit. Look at all these Ogre Seal Totems on Liquid. 4 out of 5.
It is my favorite item. It allows you to go in, get out of the fight when nothing else works. Great against Nullifier as well. And we saw also Saberlight, Collapse toying with the idea what he wants to buy, whether he needs Nullifier, whether he wants to pick up bigger AoE on his spells. Seems like Nullifier is going to be idea, so there's not going to be box available. So if they are trying to focus down the target during Static Storm, he wants to make sure that there's not going to be a save.
Yeah, so no boxing.
Yeah.
We'll go continue to farm, waiting for this Aegis. How long is the timer? About a minute and a half-ish, if I had to guess off the clock. They're grouping up here for Spirit, knowing that Roche is potentially up. Can they find anybody? As Liquid, they set up for Roche, but just don't really know when the timing is, and kind of need to protect this area for the entirety of the time. Shield Rune in the bottle for Nisha. That's going to be quite a bit of extra effective HP for him in a fight. Ninja Gear used by Maposhka. Trying to place some vision, maybe catch somebody on Liquid out the way they have time and time again. They actually take the vision away from the side of Liquid, and Laurel. Sleight of Fist spots Saberlight. He's closing in on 25 too.
They don't have that in like insta lockdown other than Basher, or they need to land Static Storm like they did in the previous fight to be able to kill the hero, lock him down with Nullifier. Team Spirit, they want to play slightly longer fights. They know that if these roars, if Primal Split is used meta as well, maybe if they can disengage and then take the fight, because their heroes are difficult to kill, at least cores. Supports, they don't have many defense items. There's Poshka, who has Solar Crest, there's Lotus Orb on Keeper of the Light, but if he's the one getting jumped, he's definitely gonna die.
We've seen that be the target for Nisha a lot. Go for Rue. Take out this Coddle. There's just so much circular control. Will-O-Wisp, the Pit of Malice is not only with the ability, but with the Ags now. Kinetic Field, Static Storm, that you said is 7+ seconds with the Ags upgrade to it. It's so difficult to fight. You only have BKB for so long here for Liquid. The fights have to be fast. You have to take these supports out early. That's what they're going to do. They'll go here for the Disruptor. They'll get the kill on Miposhka. They see themselves as Toro, but there's the Abyssal Blade. They've got the lockdown on Anisha for a moment. There's the Nullifier used on him with the BKB, but he's trying to run away. They try and find themselves Rue. The damage coming out from mid-game. Both supports are going to be dead on the side of Spirit. They both have buyback. Miposhka already used his. He's got Static Storm at the ready, but with those 2 kills, are Liquid looking for more, or will they back up towards Roche immediately?
Liquid realizing what the problem is. Take out these 2 supports. Next fight, they're going to be able to kill Miposhka, maybe get that jump. If he doesn't get the Static Storm off, that's a lot of control that they do have, a lot of damage that they want to pump in, especially because he also has that level 20 talent. So Kinetic Field, lower cooldown. They're in. Mickey in. Going to pick it up.
Aegis picked up by Mickey. Buyback used here by the Kato. They're going to find their hands around Saberlight. He pops that BKB early. Uses that Ogre Seal Totem to get away. He doesn't have the Primal Split. The Nullifier thrown on him by Collapse. Ogre Seal Totem to catch up to Saberlight, but he's just too quick. They had that glimpse, but they just don't find anybody to pull back. Ura calling and bring in Collapse as they look potentially for Mickey, who is not going immediately back to base. And there it is. There's the TP back all the way home. He's now looking for that Hag's Blessing. He's probably going to need the whole Blessing to really be able to purchase his items. He's no slots left, really. And he's got BKB with an Aegis that he'd have to swap in. They'll find themselves Laurel. He remnants away, but Mickey's on Miposhka, who doesn't have buyback. He needs to be careful, but the silence is on the Mickey. He's in trouble. He'll end up dead. The first one's going to be out of his hands. Ogre Seal Totem collapse up onto the high ground. There's the Pit of Malice. Saberlight, though, up here with Nisha. They've got the fear. They'll get the kill to take a collapse, and they don't have Rue. That's 2 heroes without buyback.
Ooh, collapse with no buyback. That's a big one. Team Liquid, they should try to go and check what's going to happen on the high ground. Miposhka managing to survive. That's pretty big. Static Storm is going to be available in 15 seconds, but Team Liquid, knowing that there is no buyback available on Keeper of the Light, they're going to poke and see what's going to happen. Underlord doesn't has his, but it's only one time when we're smarter than the players, than these e-gamers that are playing the video game, where we can actually see the buyback status and Roche respawn timer. Okay, gotta go for the high ground.
Gets the tier 3. There's still that bottom tier 3, tier 2, and the Ceterax there.
Heard a BKB.
BKB from
40 seconds. Both heroes on Spirit. This is 3 versus 5. Liquid realizing that they don't have to go through the bottom lane. 30 seconds.
Not at all. They're going tier 4s.
Left is ready for Spirit.
They got to make a move here on Spirit. They just don't have the Underlord. Eventually, they're going to have to go. But they'll use this terribly to try and go in. They've got Static Storm on him. The Remnant away. Do they have Laurel enough time to get out? He Sleight of Fist once more. But getting control. Toro, he's in. The fear, though, it connects on a Laurel. They've got the Wheel of Wonder. They get the kill on a Laurel. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 99. There's the Sunder on a Radon. They get the kill there, too. The Glyph. But it's not looking like it's enough time. Just Miposhka is alive. The damage will overwhelm the throne, and game 1 will go to Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, very crisp start of this series. This is Team Spirit's first loss in the tournament, so showing that they can bleed. And Team Liquid, they drafted themselves a very good draft and very, very good execution of it.
Yeah, they had great execution, and we'll hear the panel talk about that execution as they take it away.
I'm now not going to say the word execution. What now, B-Cop? But anyway, it was a great game. It felt like for a moment we were on the precipice of something magical. And we did get, 15 minutes of magic. Some incredible cut and thrust. Team Liquid started out really good. Spirit started coming back into it. But then in the end, Team Liquid were able to close it out. And it was quite anticlimactic. But for a period of time, what an amazing game.
I mean, yeah, I've got no complaints for this, right? Like, when we look at the early game, Liquid just demolishing all the lanes. You've got Nisha popping off on the Beastmaster. You've got Saberlight living on a sliver of HP. Spirit, trying to kill him, but not killing him. He keeps running around in circles, TP's out, and then, yeah, it's like Liquid's early game was exceptional. Spirit's map play, if you were to put any other team in Spirit's place to find the pickoffs they did, sure, you could argue Liquid might have been a little complacent in the mid game, not respecting the pickoff potential, but Spirit kept chasing for the kills. It had everything. It was, just an incredible game between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful game to watch. I think Liquid in general, we sometimes disregard how good this team is at laning. Specifically, Nisha and Mickey had amazing laning stage, and we thought that was going to be the strong suit here of Team Spirit. It's like, okay, you have this Ember. In theory, versus a Beastmaster, you should be fine, right? Nope, Nisha just destroyed him, and then also destroyed Bot, but at the same time, Bot was already destroyed. This Terrorblade is one of the more popular heroes of the meta right now because of that too. His laning is incredibly strong.
It's also another game where we've seen Underlord lose the lane to a Terrorblade, but like traditionally, like Underlord is meant to be the you out CS the Terrorblade, you stand your ground, you buy auras, but it's now a couple games. I can't remember the previous game that had the Underlord and Terrorblade, but it's now at least 2 Wallachia games that it isn't as, you know, cut and dry as Underlord must win lane. It really isn't the case. As the stats from Liquid, sure, the game lasted a little bit of time, but because of how dominating their laning phase was, every little bit of comeback from Spirit, it was just one misplay and then Liquid straight back into it.
Yeah, very hard to kind of get back into it, but they did give it a good try, and for a moment I was a believer. I was watching that gold league start whittling away, and I thought they might do it, but no, Liquid, of course, this Nisha Beastmaster just powering to victory in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest game from Liquid ever, right? They definitely made quite a few mistakes. Nisha, there was a fight where he tried to go on the Ember, who was in the triangle, right? But he had a shield root on. Didn't really work out. His team suffered because of that. And that's just late game Dota. If you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you find yourself in a situation where you have to find your footing again and get back into the game. So, yeah, but either way, Nisha, just his laning, his early game prowess made this game incredibly difficult. It probably shouldn't have been this way. I'm not entirely sure about this Ember Beast matchup, but I know Spirit's going to rethink this matchup going into this next game for sure, because you cannot give Nisha that good of a laning.
Well, let's stay on that note. I think we've got some clips to kind of back up just how dominant it actually was.
Yeah, I just wanted to show here. This boar, this is a mid Beastmaster. Oftentimes you would see a safe lane Beastmaster
Look at them
doing this,
here.
but he's ganking bot with his boars, and because he gets it, I think he gets the global EXP from that too, right? So then he gets Roar, and now he solo kills the mid lane. And this is a devastating experience, because if you check the CS2 on that, he had more denies than Ember had CS.
Yes,
maybe double the denies.
I think it was about 25 at that point.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know. It was an insane game by Nisha there, and this is what I said in the pregame. Like, you can't count Nisha out. He just will pop off every once in a while and get you a free map win.
Yeah, which is why I was talking about, you know, Beastmaster may be worthy of a respect ban. He hasn't lost with it yet.
I mean, when you're playing from first pick, there's just not enough bans, right? You've got 3 bans and Spirit Band, Tinker, Tiny, and Monkey King. Maybe you don't give him the Tiny. Again, that's a whole other conversation for maybe the next draft, but yeah, it was just such a great laning phase from Nisha. Like, I think normally with the boars, they have like a proximity of deny runes and make stacks. I personally am yet to see the player where they really send the boar to the other side, to a whole other lane. And again, maybe I've missed another player doing it, but for at least for Nisha, I'm like, I gotta be scared now. These boars can go anywhere.
Yeah. Well, let's jump ahead to 28 minutes. Spirit, this is when they were kind of in and around the comeback land.
Yeah, so this is where I think Spirit was able to utilize their heroes very well, because when they knew how strong Liquid were, they kind of held each other's hands really nicely in the mid game, and they kept finding individual heroes, utilizing a hero that just doesn't really see much play, the Disruptor, getting static storms on the Brewmaster. Sure, a couple heroes die, but it's the kill into bottom, then sweep into the map top, keep applying that pressure, and eventually later on we then had like a Disruptor with Aghanims. He could kill the Beastmaster. So I think it's like a nod to what Disruptor was able to bring in the game. But if your lanes just were a little bit more even, maybe that tempo could have overwhelmed Liquid. But because of how well the lanes went, they already had the items to deal with it, unless Spirit found like that insane like 5v1 pickoff that they did a couple times.
Yeah, and I think we've got another clip.
Oh yes, this is my favorite clip.
Is this your favorite?
Yeah,
I think I know what this is. Actually.
Yeah, I couldn't be, but all the other stuff was just, you know, me talking. But right here, this is so cool, right from Spirit. So they're jumping onto the Beastmaster, but if you look at slow motion, look at the Beastmaster. His angle of the TP, because you face the direction where you're going, they know that he's actually going to the tier 2. But there's a little bit of ping, a little bit of like waiting, and then they go, wait a second, he's gone to the tier 2, and then they gate and they try to kill him. So for some teams in that moment, they see the teleport out and it's like, you know what? He's gone to safety. He's left. But they, in the moment of him TPing, they go, wait a second. He's not angled for the base. He's angled for that tower. Sure, it took a couple seconds to discuss it as a team and then go. But imagine if that was a second quicker. They're TPing on his TP with the Fiend's Gate to then get the kill. It was like seconds away from such an epic play, but they're still thinking
a perfectionist though. What he said was, they should have gone the second they saw them like TP.
I mean, they were 1.5 seconds away from greatness there.
It was so like,
but It's not great unless it actually
know, it
works.
wasn't. No.
Unfortunately, but the thought process was there.
How
So I'll-
dare they take 2 seconds to think about it?
And
That's the issue.
I'm just going to say before we go to break, the Maposhka's play where he managed to static storm a blinked Beastmaster before he could even press raw. That's Nisha we're talking about.
Yeah.
That was insane too. Like, there were so many great moments in this game. Such a cool game.
And the fact that Spirit are making these cool plays under Liquid making such like we're talking about Spirit making good plays and they lost the game. That also means Liquid made so many better plays to win it out. So fair play to Liquid, of course. I just want 3 games. I said that before.
Yep.
Please, Richard Lewis, do everything in your power to make this a 3-game.
I'll try and manifest it for you.
Thank you very much.
But for now, I must manifest the break. But when we come back, we're going to have more excellent Dota. So make sure you join us.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for another round of Guess the Voice Lines. This time here with Saberlight from Team Liquid. Saberlight, how are you feeling about some voice lines?
Amazing.
Excellent.
I can't wait.
Excellent. That's the kind of enthusiasm I like to hear. How are you feeling? Do you, when you listen to the game, do you listen in English or?
Yeah, sometimes I do when someone spam voice lines.
You feeling confident?
Not really.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Yatoro, you ready to guess some voice lines?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, pop on your headset and let's listen to the first one. So, do you know who this is?
Not bad.
What?
What kind of hero do you think it is?
Maybe X?
Not bad.
That is Ursa.
Who is it?
Ursa.
Ah, okay, I see.
It's Ursa.
Straight off the bat, and absolutely correct. Yes, that is indeed Ursa.
Ah, Ursa. I see. Yeah.
We only lost because my whole team are noobs.
Wait. I know this. It's Tidehunter?
No, not Tidehunter.
We only lost because my whole team are noobs.
It's Troll Warlord.
It's not Troll, right?
Yeah, it's Troll Warlord.
What?
Troll Warlord. I don't even need to hear the whole thing.
No idea.
No idea. Okay, it's Troll Warlord. That one. Yeah. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, I see.
I drink your milkshake.
It's Gunka.
No, not quite.
It's Tidehunter. No.
Not Tidehunter.
Wait.
I drink your milkshake.
Oh. Razor. Is Razor?
Razor. Okay, that is a Razor.
Yes, it is indeed a Razor. His level 30 line, which I imagine you've heard plenty of times from certain players.
Yeah. It's always Crystallis and Amar spamming those, so it's a bit cringe at this point. But...
Blink dagger.
I think it's Techies.
Techies?
Blink dagger.
Okay. It's Tinker? Ringmeister?
No, not Ringmaster, no.
Someone is screaming clearly. So that's Bane. When he gets Blink Dagger, I would assume.
Ogre? No, not quite. No. all right, I'm gonna give it to you. It's Bane.
Bane?
Yeah.
Bane.
Bane, straight away. How did you know? Don't think I've ever seen you play Bane.
I'm just playing a lot of Dota with a lot of heroes, so I know, guess, every single voice line.
Every single voice line. All right, let's challenge you then.
Check it. Yeah, let's check it.
It is in fact Bane.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I see.
I need gummy vitamins.
I'm dying?
Yeah, there we go. All right, good stuff.
No, I'm so bad.
Maybe, but you were fun. We enjoyed playing with you a lot. Thank you very much, Whiteman. Thanks for playing, and yeah, good job.
I'm dying.
I mean, what can you do? Well, he's just too good. Yotaro, 5 out of 5.
Easy.
All right, we'll have to come back with some harder ones for you in the future then. But yeah, 5 out of 5 straight away. Well played, and yeah.
Thank you.
Gummy was a lot like the gummy worms you get in Halloween. This is different, though. It's healthy.
I don't know.
No, can you think of any hero which might enjoy gummy vitamins? Can you think of any hero which would enjoy gummy vitamins? No, that's fair enough. That's very fair enough. It is in fact Undying. That's all right. I mean, this was a tricky one for you, obviously. It's a hard one. So yeah, well done either way, and thanks for playing.
Okay, this is my signature hero, Undying. So that one I would know from a mile away.
Absolutely. I mean, why is Undying your signature? I haven't seen you play it on Liquid yet.
Yeah, because they don't want to let me, because it's like too free. I tell them let's go Undying, and they're like, no, we need to make it like at least a little bit fair. But don't worry, it's coming one day.
I'm looking forward to it. Saberlight, thank you very much for playing Guess the Voice Lines, and yeah, congratulations, 5 out of 5.
Thank you. What can I say? I'm just goated with the juice.
All right, welcome back. Spirit and Liquid already delivering a great series for that game 1. We're going into game 2. Draft has started. We said right at the top of the pre-show when we were setting the table, we said that you will not see drafts that go, meh, slight adjustment, meh, little change. We're going to see something drastically different, right, T-Guff?
I hope so. And but if we look at the interview, so I just want to reference the interview real quick.
Oh yeah.
Saberlight said that Undying's a free win for him. It's free, that's why I don't get to play it. I just double checked his stats. Liquid have allowed him to play it twice. He's lost both times.
Well.
So he just want to fact check his interview.
I know, you're going to join the Washington Post now.
A little bit. I can't wait. I'm going to write an article.
Yeah, live fact
yeah,
checking
exactly.
by T-Guff.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
I guess.
But maybe we do see the Undying. No.
I wish he was in the meta. I love that hero.
Better question is, are we going to see the Ember first phase again?
True, the first pick. It
wasn't even first phase. Yeah, it was first pick.
But Liquid's first pick now. How? Imagine if they just go, you know what? If you can do it, we can do it too.
If there is a player that could do it, though, it is Nisha.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like
there we go. It happened.
Oh, the
Beastman. I'm just sitting in like awe a little bit. That like, you could first phase an Ember, give the Beast, and it can go that poorly. So I think you definitely do have to ban that Beastmaster. Nisha is kind of like showing us new things that can be done with this mid beast, even though we've seen it a lot. So he's very comfortable on it. Get it out of the game.
That does mean we're going to see Tiny potentially get through the phase. I'm trying to think what else is super high value. For me, that's the one that really holds the
I'm calling
one.
this a 2-0 if assuming Spirit takes Tiny mid versus an Ember late pick.
But,
that's like...
But Liquid has first pick, so I'm saying like Liquid first pick Tiny. So we got.
Yeah, I'm calling a 1-1 if Liquid first pick Tiny.
There we go. Okay, cool. I mean, they might. It is what they first picked so far. They first picked Tinker, that's gone. Beastmaster, gone. I mean, we might be getting the 1-1. Based on fear.
Based on my predictions, yeah. Well, it's specifically Tiny versus Ember mid. So I'll put that caveat in there.
Okay.
But they're thinking about it. Do they want to maybe AA?
Is there any value in a Sand King?
Yeah.
There's always value in a Sand King.
Always is.
The value of Sand King is he always gets his farm. It doesn't matter, and they're gonna go with the 1-1.
Hold.
Just kidding.
Hold for the Ember. Hold.
Yeah, hold.
I think the main thing for Spirit though is the adjustment in draft will be maybe 1 or 2 like concept tweaks to change the pacing, but your lanes just have to go better. Like,
yeah, for sure.
I think the heroes that they had, they probably played a better laning phase. I think it was just how Liquid overlapped their heroes nicely to make early twin gate moves, the balls. Like these are things that you do expect, but when they happen, it's like you just lose track of how quick the game's going. They go for the Monkey King.
This is a Laurel special. Very good versus Tiny mid as well, so more of a punishing route. But very volatile too. Like Monkey King is always a volatile hero. Radon can also play it, also known as Yatoro.
Yeah, very good hero, but I would like Liquid now to ban out Centaur and offlaners that you can pick blind. I think if Spirit can hold the Monkey King flex to the end of the draft, it will put pressure on Liquid to go, is our Tiny mid? If it is mid, then we are going to put it into a potentially somewhat losing matchup where, sure, Tiny of all the melee heroes can at least play it, but they do just instantly ban the Centaur. So they do identify the fact that Spirit would like to get an offlane pick here.
And there's that Tiny win rate that we were talking about earlier as well.
Yeah. I mean, they showed it earlier as well. Mickey's 2-1 on the hero, and Nisha's 0-1. So they found some success so far on Mickey playing it. So it could very likely be in that position. And yeah, Collapse, he has not had the biggest hero pool this tournament. Like, lots of Bristleback, lots of Centaur. Bolters are banned out. I mean, he liked playing the Underlord as well. I think the other picks that he has, such as like the Viper, probably are very situational, as well as Darkseer. Also Medusa ban. Very scary hero for Spirit to play because they do play it on 2 roles. I mean, Yatoro is the best carry Medusa right now at the tournament. Him and Satanic maybe.
It feels like they are protecting the Tiny going to the carry role, right? Because when you think about the flex of Monkey King, I think putting Tiny in carry and just picking a different mid, it kind of takes away a bit of that draft value from Spirit. So, okay, congratulations, you maybe are moving this hero around, but we just don't care because we're forcing it on you. We're kind of forcing that flex.
Yeah.
And they ban the Darkseer from Spirit.
Yeah, they're really targeting Collapse here. A lot of these bans. I mean, I guess this is a Saberlight hero, but Collapse's hero pool is diminishing very quickly as this draft is going on. So with that ban, it makes me think, I don't think you just ban a random Darkseer if you plan on Monkey carrying. I think later on the little bit later, maybe not this pick. The next 2 picks, they're going to consider getting a Yatoro hero. I'm just curious on why they Darkseer ban just this early on, if you don't have a plan.
I hope they have a plan, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to see what the plan is. Clearly, they do have a plan, but I'm trying to, like, decode it.
I mean, right now, Spirit's just showing nothing, right? Like, we can talk about Monkey in multiple places, Ringmaster at strength, but, you know, fundamentally, like, they have good lanes, they can play the map, they're aggressive. We want them to have better lanes because they struggled in game 1. And for Liquid, they now have access to a lot of the 5s that they've been utilizing so far in their run. There's Silencers still available. They've
got Tiny.
Sure, they can still put the position for Kotl in play. Like, it really depends on which type of game Liquid want to play, but if they want to play quick on the map, they'll go Kotl. If they want to secure the team fight, they go Silencer. And if you want to counter the Monkey King, you can also pick a Phoenix, which Insania has played already. One of the harder counters to a right-clicking hero. Like, there's so many options for Liquid to go down, but because Spirit have only shown, like, you could argue the more stable picks that have life in any lane, Liquid, by presenting those counters, will showcase, like, this is how we're going to play it. So they are opting for the team fight route with the Silencer. Again, already listed that there were multiple paths. And now for Boxy, if you are to put the Tiny flex alive, we pick the position 4.
He's been playing a bit of Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Wind is fine, Dark Willow's fine. Additional control, I think, is the main thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think when you're playing versus heroes like Monkey King as well, and you're a support like Dark Willow or Wind Ranger, it could be nice, but they're going to go more aggressive. I think this is going to make the Monkey go mid now. I feel like there's no reason to not put Monkey mid the moment you see a Storm. Storm is pretty good in game against Monkey, but the lane is pretty Monkey favored.
I like how often on a draft you talk about like flexibility, trying to hide things, but here Liquid's like, our Tiny is the carry, our Storm is the mid.
Yeah.
Silencer, of course, is an excellent combination with both of these heroes. When they enter the fight, they want that additional layer of protection to ensure they do the damage. Iconic combination. So the first reflex are very good, but it just tells Spirit exactly what the draft's going to do.
Yeah, I think you pick an offlaner here, right? It's you see the safe lane. Tide comes to mind, right? You're playing versus Tiny Silencer. That could be really good. If they want to go back for the Underlord,
I'm fine with the Underlord, yeah. Silencer is a relatively low damage laning hero because if you get Glaive level 1, you can bully a little bit, but then if you go for your Arcane Curse, you're hoping for more levels, and the lane isn't great compared to how easy Jakiro or Warlock or Ringmaster, how they play the lane. And now Spirit with the Tusk, if that is your position 4. Silencer steps up.
Saving heroes.
Yeah, 2 saving heroes, correct, but also it's just strong, aggressive. You can get kills. A Ringmaster kills in lane. Tusk gets kills in lane.
Yeah, I definitely think it's more for the kill aspect than the save aspect, because currently you're not saving from anything. In fact, the save is not good versus Silencer either, so they want this in a more aggressive approach for sure. So do they give Radon the overall last pick, or does he gobble up a Terrorblade or a Morphling right now?
Yeah, part of me actually enjoys the idea of just picking your carry. Right, you already see the carry matchup, and it then gives you more time to give Collapse the 1v9 offlane.
Yeah. I think they made an adjustment from the last game and be like, you picked a really early TB. We quote unquote countered it. It still carried the game. Some of these carries are just so good that you're not going to find that niche last pick that's going to out carry just an early phase Terrorblade. So they're going to take it now. It is now up to them to try and counter this hero. It just does leave some potentially interesting options. I mean, you have to get them from your offlane now, right? And we saw last game, maybe they just take the Underlord this game. But they're going to go with the Brewmaster. This hero does dispel illusions, which is okay. But it isn't a hero that's like deletes Terrorblade from the game by any means.
No, but I think at least how we saw Saberlight play the Brewmaster last time was he pushes the hero to the limits, he forces TPs, he's like baiting people out, and in that time, your Tiny can get his farm, Storm can farm the extra jungle camp. There's no expectation of we have to play around the Brew because he's going to be so chaotic by himself. The difference though is Liquid, they aren't as aggressive. Like when you think about the last game, they were killing it every lane, they were twin gating, getting kills. Silencer needs a bit more time to do that, I think.
Yeah. I know it's probably not a good game for it, but the Magnus is still there.
It is.
The classic.
I mean, I gave up hope on that one. They just don't want to play it.
You always just want to see a run back a bit, though. Like,
it would be
Collapse
nice.
Magnus,
At least once per tournament, of course.
Yeah.
We're yet to have it at this tournament, so I can see why you're hoping.
Yeah, and Liquid determined that they're respecting the flex of Terrorblade going to Collapse in this game.
Seriously, is there an offlane that just doesn't really care about global that they could take here on Spirit?
I think Tide looks pretty good.
Any tanky aura buying type offlaner, the Tide, the Underlords,
What about Sand King?
For what team?
For Spirit? Because like most games I've seen this Brewmaster, when you get this Ags on Sand King, it just deletes every single brew. You're gonna lose the lane for sure, but I mean it's either Tide, Underlord. I'm throwing Sand King out there just because I've seen so many games now of this brew using split into Sandstorm and just it dies. So potential option, but lane is very, very weak.
Yep. It does give it like explosive damage into a Silencer because like if you jump a Storm, like Tusk plus 1 offlane hero, you put that hero to half HP. Even if you global, it doesn't really matter because you've done your kind of initiating factor and now you're surviving with global rather than killing. So maybe it could be an option.
I mean, I just think if you have a Monkey mid and a Terrorblade offlane and you have another carry.
Yeah. It's a bit of farm, yeah.
How do you play the game?
I would like to see Liquid go for Snapfire in the 4 position. Like Mortimer Kisses into Monkey and Terrorblade is absolutely devastating. And you've already lost your Willow and you've lost your Kotl. Kotl would have loved to buff up their heroes, so great bans from Spirit, but high damage 4 position that brings a little bit more life to the early game is what I want to see from Liquid. Hence why Snapfire. But maybe Windrunner for the
What's
power shot.
how's Snap been doing at the tournament?
Ooh, not very well.
Because we've seen it in mid, Malrine.
Oh, yeah. This is not a mid one.
Yeah, I know.
think
So
the-
discount that, obviously.
Yeah, the mid snap is a little too adventurous for me.
Yeah.
But
Like 40% win rate, but
this is a stable pick.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as a support, you're playing versus Terrorblade Monkey. A lot of the times you like to feed off supports. This hero doesn't die very much, just because you do have that ability. Execute is always going to be good. And a little extra control never hurt.
Just down with the bans. Liquid have been banning carries.
Yeah, I mean, because they want this Brewmaster versus a Terrorblade match.
Yeah, they
right?
so you're okay.
Yeah, so they think they ban the carries that are good versus Brewmaster.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm afraid if Liquid are going that route, though, and Spirit are going to go ahead and throw this Terrorblade into offlane, if this TB has a bad game, Monkey gets rotated on once or twice, the game's just over because Radon is just going to farm, and then he's going to have no playmakers on his team. So it'll be very lane focused if they go this route, which I'm not really a big fan of. Sure, it's a good Lifestealer game, but just shut down the mid and the offlane, and Lifestealer's just going to walk around and be like, what do I do in this game, guys?
We might see a repeat of the last game where it's like Liquid have that laning edge because their heroes naturally like to be a bit more aggressive. Brewmaster of Split, Windrunner and Tiny in tandem with Power Shot, Avalanche Toss, you get kills, even the tree because you're a carry. But Liquid could be the winners of the early game, control the map, but then have to deal with the eventual scaling of a Spirit. I'm expecting Spirit, even if, yes, they're farm heavy, I still expect them to have a couple fights in them to then turn the game around. But early game feels Liquid, mid to late game feels Spirit.
Bold claim here. I said it could be a 2-0. It's going to be a 2-0. I think Liquid's taking this one. Nisha, I think he just has way too free of a game on a Storm Spirit. We've seen this hero pop off. It's looked too good. Team fights. You've got the lockdown. You have the global to lock down the lifesteal in the early game. The Sunders will be a hard time coming out. You need Mantas to get that. When do you buy your Mantas? Late game.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be a little too late until you get these items.
But we must also invoke Fear's Law, which is when you don't like Liquid drafts. So that's when they win.
That's true, and he likes.
Was that part of it?
You like?
No, yeah, you did say you
I
did
said
say
when
that.
when I hate them, they always win.
Okay.
I didn't say when I like them, they lose.
Oh, okay. Oh, so the inverse of Fear's Law isn't true.
And not always, no.
Good to know.
I also would have to agree with Fear that the Storm Spirit can very easily pop off in this game. We saw Kiyotaka showcase the strengths of Storm Spirit. Nisha easily as capable, if not better, on Storm Spirit. It could just be the Nisha show surrounded by a ball of aggression of great laning from Liquid once again. I'm afraid for Spirit a little bit that this could just be a 2-0, even though I wanted 3 games. The caliber
the
of
thing
these
is,
teams.
if Laurel does win mid, shuts down Nisha, you get an Orchid on the TB or something.
Yeah.
It could be a reverse snowball as well, but I think it's much more difficult to pull off Team Spirit's draft, that's all.
I fully agree. I mean, there's not much to say. Can Spirit survive the lanes this time around? Can they find the items to deal with what Liquid has? Like, their lanes were so bad in game 1 that if they copy-paste the laning phase, and we see it this time, the game could even be worse for them. That's why their coach, Silent, he's going to have to give a really good chat to make sure that they have better lanes.
Right, well, we're going over to Nomad, who's backstage right now.
Indeed we are, yeah. So, Silent, game number 1, a little bit tough. I think the early game didn't go too well. Have you adjusted for that in game 2?
Yes, first game was really rough lane stage. If we could do better, game would be much better for us, but we didn't. At least we couldn't do better at lane stage. I think very big lanes was second game stronger lanes but a lack of early game also. I feeling like we need some farm this here also too.
Yeah, do you think Liquid's going to give you that? Do you think you're going to be able to get there?
I don't know. I hope so.
Oh, that's a little concerning. Well, what about the Storm Spirit here then? What answers do you have for the Storm in this game? Because the analysts are a little worried.
Storm good hero. I think we will pick it a little bit later, but we pick it early and we could get better heroes, I think. Not sure we did the right choice.
Okay. Well, I've just been informed Miposhka just got first blood. Anything to say about that?
Miposhka got it or the...
Yeah.
Oh, what nice one.
Nice, excellent. All right, let's go watch the game. We'll throw it to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much.
Immediately a smile. It's like, you really got it? You sure?
You can confirm this? Yes, I can. Oh,
do
nice,
confirm.
nice.
Reacting about the same way I react to when teams I'm rooting for get first blood. That was a fun interview.
And look at this. They needed stronger lanes. This is how you're going to make stronger lanes. Both of the supports are smoked up, but the lane is not in a good position. So immediately, they're going to run to the top lane. Smoke is going to run out. Maybe they can grab a kill here on Insania, knowing that there's no stun. He also showed that he has Glaives of Wisdom. Mickey starting, of course, with free throw. So immediately, they're going to try to break the lanes.
Should be able to get another couple kills here.
Mickey here.
Mickey's in trouble, and Mickey is dead to rights. It's just giving it up to Collapse to get this kill. I don't even care about Insania in that position. Just getting the second kill.
Yeah, these are the type of moves that you want to see. Seeing that Leicester is left alone in the bottom lane. He's still CSing nicely. He got 2 of the CS, got extra bit of XP. But very nice move from Team Spirit.
Yeah, I could just imagine Nomad still standing next to Silent. He's like, and they just got a second kill. Collapse got the second kill. Nice, 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 nice. That's what I need, actually. Just a cam of Nomad giving all the information to Silent. Bottom lane. We're done here with Miposhka up against Saberlight, who gave up that first blood. He had a great game number 1 with this Brewmaster.
He did. Also to point out, Spirit, even Silent was talking about how their lanes are not going to be strong, so they're trying something different. And also, all of their heroes, they have very good scaling. This is a type of a lineup that can definitely outscale what Liquid have. I think Liquid will need to try to speed things up at least. Panel also talked about Nisha having a good game on Storm Spirit. Relatively limited amount of lockdown. Your 3 cores, you have 1 stun coming out from Monkey King. Maybe someone's going to be able to buy into Orchid. Maybe Terrorblade in this one. It should be a very good pipe into Orchid type of a game for Collapse, where you're going to be tanking up, making everybody else tanky, but also something to point out is the amount of saves that Team Spirit does have. Sure, there is Global Silence on the other side, but every single hero, except for Monkey King, has some kind of a save. Whether we're talking about Infest, Sunder, Snowball, or Escaped Act, there's so many things. So, and also, I would say that Team Spirit is a team that loves... They're one of the most clutch teams. We saw in the previous game as well in some of these mid-game fights how well they're playing.
Yeah, you know, when you have that many saves, you only have so many options for Liquid. You got to burst these heroes down.
Yeah.
What they did in game number 1 was really, focus the supports. I think that was really well done in their fights, that Rue and Miposhka were those guys who were being annoying in the fights. But at this point, like, there are so many choices for a save, you got to figure out who to go for pretty early on.
As we said, there's some counters. Global Silence. There is Ground Dispel from Brewmaster that's going to be dealing with TB Illusions. That's going to be dealing with Escaped Act as well. So I want to see how much they're going to be able to do. Tiny is also a little on the slower side. This is not the hero that's going to rotate through the Twin Gates. A lot of the times you see Tiny 15 minutes in, sitting at 0-0-0. Mickey already did die once, so it's going to be a bit different, but not an active hero by any means.
Don't expect him to get active, but maybe we see Boxy get active, rotate over if Saberlight can hold the lane alone. A couple of shackles, maybe a kill shot here or there would be quite nice to obtain, especially if you could also stack in the meantime. They're coming over mid for the 4-minute water runes. And Boxy getting hit by those impalement arts is actually taking quite a bit of damage. Needs to be careful because Miposhka, he's ready to throw another one in just 6 seconds.
Miposhka has Boots of Speed and Whoopee Cushion, so could maybe try to chase him down. 2 points and Tame the Beast is also quite a lot of damage. Saberlight going for a different item build this time around. He wants to get Vanguard, knowing that all the damage is physical, coming out from all 3 cores, and even Tusk. Ooh, this is pretty big.
Yeah, dead again here, and Saberlight, like you said, he wants that, and maybe he feels way better once you get that Vanguard, but
still, he needs to farm another 500 gold. I think itemization for him this time around, because he had double bracer, he had magic one, he had boots of speed in the previous game, managed to break some ankles. But this time, I think Vanguard into Radiance and then go back to Crimson Guard, because again, there is a lot of physical damage coming out. Collapse is going to drop in the top lane. And
Miposhka dying to a kill shot.
Liquid finally using their heroes.
Okay, ends up falling with a rotation from Laro at level 5, and they're also going to get Insania here. Double kill for Laro, doing quite a bit of damage, and coming through from mid, something that Storm really isn't able to do until level 6, if he wants to move at level 6. But when you've got Tree Dance and you can kind of make the moves over towards top, and if you can buy a lot of time, you can
still gonna stick around, it seems. They have so much slow.
Ready.
You get a Reflection, there is also Tag Team, plus he also has Orb of Frost, and now Mickey.
He's in trouble again.
If they can get him again, his game is gonna be so bad. He needs some kind of a help.
He's getting help with the TP coming over, but is it gonna be quick enough? Balance Strike is there. They stop the TP, they'll go for Insania instead. And that's another 2 kills for Spirit.
Nisha tried a TP, but also a very nice play from Miposhka. He gets to tame the beast in the mid lane, stops the TP. Even though Storm Spirit was not level 6, maybe he could have gotten it from the wave, maybe get an extra kill out of it, but just didn't happen. And it seems like Team Spirit, they managed to break Liquid's laning phase.
This is something we saw Liquid do game number 1. They were very strong at just beating down Spirit. They had an early lead as they now are back 1,000 net worth, but maybe they can kind of maintain. Nisha's got some decent CS. Last game, Nisha had a roaring start.
And still not invested heavily. Definitely needs some of the runes as well. We saw Storm Spirit that he has quite a lot of mana when he starts digging with, for example, Trusty Shovel and Boxy. He seems in trouble again. Rue's also making a move. Insania doesn't get blocked off.
Ping out that obs immediately. Sentry will see it.
Eventually.
Yeah, they just need to get there. But Nisha, top of the CS, he's okay, but we'll see if he wants to move. 7 minutes, Saberlight picks up that Shrine. He's also got this Vanguard, but they want to go bottom. They want to continue to shut down these side lanes.
Still level 5 on Brewmaster.
No split. Snowball, Tame the Beast, Wukongs, and the Shard. Saberlight nowhere to go. Power shot flies through. They've even got Yatoro here to help out for this kill, and it's already a 3,000 net worth lead for Spirit.
Mickey doesn't have a game. He died 3 times in 7 minutes. His net worth is still okay-ish considering what happened. He doesn't have a tower as well, so there's going to be another entrance to his jungle.
Snowball, Boxy gets hit, and Pelmenarts are also there. Shackle not going to connect to anything in the back. But Spirit not afraid to just play pretty far forward.
Nice dodge.
Miposhka, easy dodge, never a question. They just can't get any kills. They can't get it started. I will say, you know, Spirit were able to bring it back. What's the game plan here for Liquid if they lose this early game? Because they were talking about how Spirit, on the panel at least, we're talking about how mid-game, late game feels very Spirit favored. But if you lose the early game this hard,
it needs to be Nisha.
Yeah.
It needs to be him paired up with Boxy, going for the kills, pull into Power Shot, which is only level 2 right now. And we can see also on the other side of the map, Rue is going to be picking up that XP rune, push him closer to level 6. Brewmaster is also level 6, so they're trying to make something happen.
Lightning. Laurel would be a really big target to catch. Shackle doesn't connect, but they go to the Primal Split. They get the kill on Laurel. Don't commit the TP. That was ambitious to show. But they get the tower with it, and that's a big move from Liquid to open up the map a little bit more, alleviate that pressure.
I feel like at this point of the game, Nisha needs to be involved in every single kill if they want to get it. Because 2 supports didn't really do that much together. Maybe they can be paired up with the Brewmaster, but also I feel Nisha needs to be there. Saberlight gets the deny. Some good amount of gold taken out from Rodan.
He doesn't have a TP.
Of a game. He TP'd to the mid lane, has Infest ready, so he's going to be fine.
Yeah. If they had maybe Storm come over for that extra layer of control, they could have gotten that kill, but he's just able to rage and go away. Sunder was used on the Tiny. Nothing really doing with both supports sitting mid anyway. Static Remnant on the high ground. Throwing another one in the steps. Wukong's committed here. All to get the rune wrong.
Not the easiest kill to get there, even if they land the spells. Maybe if they, like, get to tame the beast. Tusk is still level 5. Snowball level 1 is not that long of a stun, 0.6 seconds. I think it shouldn't be enough to be able to get that kill. And we also talked about itemization. Panel did mention maybe there's going to be some earlier Orchid coming out from Terrorblade. Seems like it's going to be early Orchid from both of the mid laners. We see that Laurel wants to pick it up, and it seems like Nisha, he's changing his mind. He's like, do I want to go for it? It's going to be a good game for it, but yeah, this Witchblade damage is very, very good. It gives you True Strike against Radiance on the Lifestealer.
See if he fully commits to that, right? He's still got a lot of gold needed for either item. Binding over, and there's the Arcane Curse in the last word. Rue snowballs, and eventually he will die here. It's going to be to Nisha. That'll be some brain drain. Saberlight hit with the Impalement. Arts moving forward. Maposhka now in trouble. Escape acting. Strongman's tonic and infested into. Tame the Beast. They've got the fear. It's on to Saberlight for a moment, but he gets under the tower, and Nisha's still here, but doesn't have a lot of mana. Ball Lightning slowing him down. Popping out on the infest. Maposhka and avoiding the power shot, but still gonna die. Using all those souvenirs really well.
Saberlight used Void Stance so that he has extra bit of status resistance. Tame the Beast didn't last for like 0.2 seconds. Immediately he's coming back into the fight. Liquid is also very limited on the tower damage until Tiny comes online, and we said that Tiny is very slow. Echo Saber, he wants to pick up his shard, get his Shadow Blade, and then starts to be more active. There's a lot of stacks in the triangle for Mickey. Mickey managed to recover real nicely, considering everything that he died 3 times in first like 6-7 minutes. He's still in a pretty good spot.
Eating these stacks, manja. Trying to get towards the top of the net worth.
I got hungry from all of that.
does make me want to go get some food. They'll try to get the tier 1 tower over mid. They've got Collapse, Laurel, and Yatoro here. So it's
another deny. That's the second deny.
2 for 3, I believe.
Radan is not too happy about this one.
One of the small things that'll keep you close in a game. Taking away that gold, you know? Laurel had pretty significant impact early on, and more impact than Nisha had coming out of the lane initially. The net worth, though, is starting to go Nisha's way, and he has recovered well. We're going to come in here and potentially look to pressure. He's got Walrus Punch now available, and he's doing what we've seen a lot of these Tusks do. Go for an early Blink Dagger. We saw Mira like to do that. Blink into a Walrus Punch Snowball combo and shards right on them is a lot of lockdown that can make things very difficult for Team Liquid. Saberlight's going to get that tower. The way really against those shards for most of the is a Ball Lightning over the shards or the Void Panda pull.
Limited amount of control until that Orchid comes online, and it is ready on Laurel. So if they can find Nisha, that's going to be pretty big. But Nisha, he's baiting. Seems like they know. Smoke didn't break.
Nobody moved.
If Nisha zips in, luckily for him, Rune is on the other side.
Again. It was a regen rune. Could have been big, honestly. Yeah, I was curious about this. This Orchid built for the first time on Monkey King.
Wanted to hit an earlier timing. We'll see how much value he's going to get out of it.
Because if you're dominating, you're going lane to lane, you've got this Orchid, you really, it just makes you snowball, but they slowed it down so well on Liquid to kind of ease the bleeding. And now they even think about going on Laurel instead. Power shot in, Global Silence used, they go to the Primal Split, they'll get the kill on Laurel, the TP in for Collapse. They've got the Shackle, it's always the one in the back, and Yatoro's here too. So Radan finds Insania, should get a kill on a Silencer. So he's slowed up and taken out by Collapse, but that is a trade that Liquid are willing to make every day of the week. They just need to not lose Saberlight. And again, he's on one of these travels where Can he juke out the entire side of Spirit? All he needs to do is try to TP, but the Tame the Beast fear is there, and they will get another kill. So that works out okay for Spirit. The whole time, though, Mickey, you know, he's top of the net worth again here, right with Yatoro.
Shard is getting delivered on Mickey, so that's going to be his farming tool. It's not like he has been active, but once he picks up Shadowblade, this is going to be go time. Mickey, we saw during previous Wallachia him having a lot of success on the hero. I think his win rate was something like 90%. It's insane how well Team Liquid plays with Tiny. He's going to zip in one more time. And something that we did talk about, that in every single kill, pretty much it needs to be Nisha. And ever since the laning stage ended, he's been pretty active, zipping in. First usage of the Global Silence. They get that Monkey King. Sure, you get a return kill, but still very good overall from Liquid.
Give me those galvanized stacks. Global Silence on cooldown for another 30 seconds, but it's not stopping the side of Liquid for looking for kills. Kaya Yasha after this Witchblade for Nisha. They're going to work on taking this Tormentor. And they will get a shard for Miposhka, so he'll have Spotlight now. See how this Spotlight works out for them as the game kind of progresses. Other shard, I mean, the Tusk shard early has felt very strong.
It's very good for farming up your Blink Dagger, for dealing more damage in the team fights.
Because you'd like to have that. That shard...
Extra bit of a slow. You have shards, you put down Reflection. They're not getting out of it. Madan, so far, pretty much having a perfect game, but Mickey did take over. Didn't die a single time on Lifestealer. They don't have abilities that go through debuff immunity other than Global Silence, so they might need to try to surprise him once, try to grab that kill during the Global before he can get the Manta Style off. Sure, there's a second round of Silence, but it's not that long. I also think that we're going to get rid of this facet. The next patch, I think this facet is gone.
I think they'll make it Silence 3 times. I'll go the other way. Static Remnant will pop on Laurel as they look for Nisha. No mana remaining, but fills it up with the water nearby in the river and sips on some fresh water bottle.
Kaya now completed. He has Mystical. Enchantment did change it up a little bit. Did go for tough, so extra bit of armor, which is nice. I mean, you are playing into 3 physical damage cores. Saberlight is the one who's struggling a lot. Like, he's very close to Miposhka in terms of net worth. Sure, Miposhka got the shard for free, but still, you would want to have that Radiance online slightly faster.
So Tiny this time going into this Shadow Blade. They're gonna look. Shackle, but rages and is able to escape. Laurel's here. But the Shadow Blade, they've got the Avalanche. Snowball comes in, the toss up into the air, and Laurel's just dead. Enough. Roof follows him into the grave too. Maybe not expecting the extra help, but Mickey is here with a Shadow Blade. And he does have that Gossamer Cape with the alert extra, so the 17 attack speed and the extra bonus night vision.
Bonus night vision is sometimes very underrated as an enchantment on certain heroes, because you are the one who's seeing them first, especially if they're not smoked up. And now Team Liquid, for the first time, taking the lead in this game.
Feeling pretty all right. Radiance for Yatoro and Radiance soon for Saberlight. He's closing in on his. He's only 400 gold away. And he's been farming for free over bottom. He was close to Miposhka, but now he's doing all right. They've got Silence, though. The Shackle connects. There's going to be some Orchid burn, but Nisha not dying means he'll easily just ball lightning away. And immediately off that, buys a Ghost Scepter.
I said this is something that I do say quite a lot during some of these games where you have all 3 cores dealing same type of damage. Sure, there is Radiance, so that's a bit of magic damage coming out, but it's very easy to itemize. We're going to be seeing Crimson Guard most likely on Brewmaster as his next item. We're going to be seeing Solar Crest on the supports as well, Force Staff to push you out of the trouble. And this Ghost Scepter could be a very valuable item on Nisha. This has to be the fastest Ghost Scepter. Maybe not This tournament, for sure, we haven't really seen it. We saw quite a lot of Ghost Scepter on supports, but on Storm Spirit, I don't think this happened. I think this is one of the few times, because you want to opt to go for different items, pick up some kind of a Dispel mechanic, Eul Scepter, BKB in certain situations, but Nisha figuring out that he doesn't need to go for these expensive items. Ghost Scepter is going to do the trick.
Shadow Blade from Mickey with Saberlight showing bottom, and over in the Croaker camp, Collapse gets under the tower, but Avalanche, Global Silence tossed up, Primal Split, they've got some control, they need to get the kill before he's able to get the Sunder off, they will. Collapse is dead, Walrus Punch though, only on one of the Pandas. They're trying to get this Earth Panda away, Power Shot stops through, and now all of a sudden...
And the Radiance burn.
Ooh, it is burning, but do they have another Power Shot here?
Saberlight.
Ooh, they do!
Foxy actually sniped him. Team Liquid, they're playing so well. Saberlight is like, I'll return the favor, and there's also going to be stealing the XP rune on the other side of the map. Nisha, level 14.
Boxy has had such big impact in this series. Ooh. What a view of the shrine.
I didn't even know that angle exists.
In Dota, yeah, it's always from this one top-down view. Okay, buying time, ball lightning into the vortex, the turnaround. Now, Yatoro's in trouble. He'll have Collapse to infest into, but can they get the control to Collapse? The look over as Laurel goes to the Boundless Strike. They'll look for the damage out of the Storm.
Ghost
He's
Scepter,
silenced.
he's burning.
Ghost Scepter tossed out of the Wukongs, but the Orchid Burn still kills him. Shackle not going to do anything. The shards are in front of Saberlight, who doesn't have the Primal Split. But they've got the Power Shot once again. Insignia off to the side. Mickey coming with a Shadow Blade. The Boundless Strike hits him, though. Avalanche thrown out. They've got the Sunder. It's on a Radon now. Into the fight is Boxy. He's silenced up, but the right click's coming in from Insignia. He'll get +1. He's starting to brain. He's starting to drain. But they want this amplified damage on a Mickey.
Another combo.
Oh,
No mana,
toss.
Radon.
The Avalanche, the kill. Laurel, Boundless Strike. Can they at least get Insignia? No, they can't. Oh, dear. Saberlight into the face of this Terra Blade. But there's the Wheel of Wonder with the fear of the Tame the Beast. That's enough control to get the kill.
Okay, still wants to take that fight.
It hit onto this Insania silencer, but he's not going to get caught right. Collapse. Mickey low, Mickey gone, and it is a full team fight that just goes back and forth with so many deaths.
If that amplified damage didn't spawn, like 3-4 heroes wouldn't die, because they would definitely go back. But I want to see damage from Mickey. Almost 8,000 damage coming out from him in the previous fight. Good Sunder that he used on Lifestealer, but Lifestealer, unfortunately, considering that fight was so long, ran out of mana. And Mickey, he carried that fight heavily. Almost saved Storm Spirit as well.
They did find Yatora at the end of the day. Spicy fight. A little prickly.
Everybody's itemizing the same way. Nisha was thinking about finishing Yashakaya, but instead he's going for Manta. This has to be pretty much the only time. Maybe somebody in some like Herald bracket did do it, not knowing what the items do, but Manta style on Storm Spirit plus a Ghost Scepter, this is not something that you see every day. In the end, he's gonna opt to go for that Yashakaya.
He still wants a Manta, though.
Yeah, he can't get it. Like, for now, he got it, and he's going to disassemble it and then go back to Manta style. Because Orchid is pretty big, this Orchid pickup. We were wondering how much value they're going to get from it, and they definitely did. And even Tiny picking up Manta style, he's going for the Ghost Step. Everybody's buying the same items. There needs to be a nullifier.
It's a group project. Everybody's copying each other's homework. Saberlight. He was moving forward, looking for Collapse. They find him with the Boundless Strike. They go to the Primal Split. The Global Silence comes through. They've got the Orchid on Anisha, who pops that Ghost Scepter. They've infested into this
Shackle
Tusk.
on TB.
The Shackle after the Void Panda pull. So that lined up quite nicely. Power Shot comes in. There's the Escape Act out of the Tusk. He's able to walk away for a moment, but the toss, the dunk, the shot, he scores. Rue. The first one dead on the side of Team Spirit. The reflection, but the Shackle connects once again. Power Shot in, as well as the Avalanche. They go to the Wheel of Wonder. They've got the Tame the Beast that'll lock down Mickey for a moment. The Impalement Arts lands. The damage being taken by Mickey, but he's going to be able to soak it up with the Crimson Guard on him. Sunder on Aurora to try and keep him alive, but the damage coming in from Nisha as well. Saberlight is too much for him to handle. Avalanche lands on a 2. Rue's on the run, and now they'll get the kill to Collapse.
They take him out, but Yatoro, he at least wants Insania. They get the kill on Aru.
That's a dieback from him.
This is a big problem for Spirit. Shackle connects, but he's raged. And he'll get the kill onto Insania. Can they continue for any more? Nisha's a little bit low. He needs to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of mana. And the Tame the Beast lands. Maposhka gets the kill. And here comes Yatoro.
Here comes
A
Croaker.
little bit of a Croaker grief. As Boxy comes back in. Shackle again defended with the rage. But they thunderclap. And they look for Maposhka. But the Infest save. Maposhka's got no mana, but now he's got enough life to walk away from the fight, and Saberlight's gonna walk away as he's realized he's had too much.
Another really big fight. You can see that they're really pushing the limits. Again, Mickey surviving in a fight, Manta style, removing that Orchid, and again, he opted to go for a Ghost Scepter. 7,000 damage, almost 8,000 damage this time around from Brewmaster. He is not afraid. He knows that in terms of lockdown, he's always gonna be able to get his split off. And the boys. These are the new boys.
Voila. They just talk about griefing all game. They wait for somebody to step into the camp. 4,000 net worth lead, but the game is feeling super back and forth, super close between these two teams. Laurel needs this BKB. He has struggled to have major impact in the fights.
Yeah, I said that they need a nullifier. I see two queued up on Team Spirit. One on Laurel, one on Collapse. Still very far away from it, but yeah, this is gonna be Manta style completed for Nisha Storm Spirit. In 1,000 gold, he's gonna have it.
Manta's on all three cores. You don't see this all day.
Oh.
And the Silver Edge next. Then the Harpoon. Has been a really good game from Yatoro, though. He has weaved through these fights quite well. 4-1 and 6. Done what he can, or has done what he can to try and, salvage some of these fights. The TP to the tier 2, he wasn't that far away, but a little bit quicker than being able to walk down there where he's able to infest, save Maposhka, get a couple of kills. He's knocking out Insania away from the fight while he's at least grabbing something here and there. And it's led him into a decent position so far.
Our Obs already knows which item is going to be chosen. Galeguard, too valuable of an item. He did go for Mystical. Panda does need to have some kind of extra mana regen, and something to point out is that Brewmaster did go for Thunderclap. He did put multiple points into it. It's 60% slow, attack slow, and movement speed slow. A lot of the times you see people skipping it completely, sometimes having 1 point in it, and the boys that we're seeing on the screen...
The Boglets!
Yeah, they're gonna start to grow as time progresses.
I have a dream. When I get older, I'm going to be a croaker.
Oh, I thought it was one of the other dreams that you told me about the other day. Nisha's in.
Yeah, Laurel's in trouble. The tree got taken out, but they've got the escape act, and now they've got Yatoro in the face of Mickey, but everybody's got a Ghost Scepter. They're looking to tell you the story of the Ghost Scepter, and now they look for the Thunderclap. The BKB's going to be popped. They go to the Global Silence. They've used the Primal Split. Yatoro's in, trying to help out Laurel, but there's the Snowball charged up. Nisha all the way over to Laurel, who's going to be infested into. He's back to half health. Collapse, though. He's looking for a target to sunder. The toss-up into the air. They get the kill on Aru as well as Laurel. Now Yatoro going in for Insania with a Force Staff onto the low ground, and now he's in trouble. The Void Panda pulls him back. They get the kill on Maposhka. They land the Shackle. It's onto Yatoro, and now he's trying to run. He has that Manta, but he doesn't have the life. 4 heroes dead. Collapse in trouble. Mickey
same HP,
chasing him down, and he gets the kill. Full team wipe for Liquid.
This is one of the few deaths of Radon, but they're playing the fight so well, not dying on a single hero.
How? I mean, it's
just the difference between him and Brewmaster. They're swapping every single fight. It seems like they're competing who's going to be dealing more damage, and they're kiting the fight nicely. Again, Brewmaster with his itemization, knowing that he can run in and just deal the damage, provide vision for his team. Nisha, at this point, he does have Shield Rune available, so he's going to pop that. And the Ghost Scepters are causing massive issues. I think... I know it's not the most common thing to do, especially early on, but considering that these nullifiers are still very far away, Leisler might disassemble his Radiance and get the nullifier.
I think you need it. You have to have... I would almost say you need more than one, but I don't know.
He's queuing it up as we're saying it. It's a massive issue. They definitely need to do something because we see these 3 Manta styles, we see multiple Ghost Scepters. All 3 cores on Spirit are actually trying to pick up Nullifiers.
You guys get Ghost Scepter, I tap 2 mana and play Nullifier.
Pickup was trying to teach me Magic the Gathering, and he's just making shit up. Whenever he starts losing, we have a different set of rules. But back to the game, because this game is pretty hyped. That Manta style and Storm Spirit, Kaya has been disassembled with Kaya Yasha. Ooh, he wants to plant some deep vision. Poshka trying to TP out.
Got him.
That last tick.
23 Galvanized stacks. Also, I will say, we talked about how much save is there for Spirit built in, and then everybody on Liquid bought save. They were like, all right, Ghost Scepters, we know it. They find Collapse, and they're through the Twin Gate. They've got the Harpoon, the toss into the air, and that is Mickey getting another.
Throughout the whole game, not allowing him to get those Thunders off. Nisha has Ghost Scepter, has Manta style, and they lock it down from 100 to 0. Global Silence, he's fine. Gale Guard as well. There's a lot of buttons to be clicked.
He wants to go back in. He's waiting for this. He wants to go in because the rest of his team is coming through the Twin Gate. Dust used, Mickey walking through with that Silver Edge dusted up so they know that he's coming. And Laurel, he's here at a bird's eye view, but can't really find a target to swoop down on. You can see immediately Nisha was just like, all right, they're up there. They just killed Collapse. We're gonna.
If you showed someone this item build, this would be very hard to guess on Storm Spirit who actually bought those items.
I saw it in an episode of Jenkins Herald Review for sure.
I'm sure there was one.
Toss, Shackle.
The Shackle combo.
Little alley-oop. But the Boundless Strike from Morrow with the BKB. They try to go to the Wukong's command, get the damage out. They get the kill to Insania, so they don't have the silencer, but they end up losing Laurel. It's a trade. Well worth it for Liquid. The Primal split the toss, and now Yatoro, he's in trouble. He has to infest into a creep to try and run, but he's going to pop out. He goes into the BKB, but how long will it last? Is it long enough? The Cyclone now, Maposhka gone. 3 years dead. They're going to buy back on Laurel to try and turn this one around. Mickey's got about half health, but he stands his ground there with Nisha, the Boundless Strike. He jumps on the other side. They get the Kona Collapse, and now they've got the Avalanche. Down goes Yatoro and Laurel. Another team wipe for Liquid.
That's a buyback from Collapse as well. This might just be it. The control that they do have on the HUD. Coming up from the Brewmaster.
It's so much, and the damage from Mickey's is huge.
And look at Saberlight turning off his Radiance. He does not want to burn his team just in case Reflection comes through. And seems like they want to go for an end. Mickey, he's still holding that Aegis. Gets the full Butterfly. This is what I'm talking about, the easy itemization. All of these Ghost Scepters, Manta styles that they do have, even Vlad's on Wind Ranger. And now Butterfly. How many items you need to counter all of that they do have? MKB, Nullifier, way too much. 35 seconds, no Laurel.
The spotlight is on Liquid, both in the game and from the viewers in the chat as they look as Liquid are trying to seal up this 2-0 over Spirit. The throne is exposed and it is low. They've got the shackle, they'll call GG, they lock it down, and they confirm it. 2-0 for Liquid over Team Spirit in this upper bracket semifinal.
From Team Liquid. This has to be one of the craziest game I've seen from them. They're the defending champions of Wallachia, and they're really stepping it up. Managing to beat Team Spirit. Nobody managed to beat Team Spirit, not even take the game off Team Spirit so far, but Team Liquid, they made it look so crisp in this game too.
They looked so good, and Team Liquid get the 2-0 over Team Spirit. We're going to throw it over to Richard Lewis and the crew. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Fantastic performance from Team Liquid, you absolutely have to say, in this series. Pretty much everything they attempted just went their way, and it was predicated on not just really thoughtful, intelligent drafting, but also the execution of their strategies. Really showed today why they're the reigning champions.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, you're just confidently locking in the Tiny to carry so early. You're not trying to hide it. You're picking the Storm Spirit. You're having to deal with a lot of problems that Spirit are presenting, but then once you overcome them, you control the game. There was a very brief point where, oh, maybe Spirit, they've got enough farm from the lanes. They can quickly get to the items to deal with Liquid's aggression, but no. Liquid, they brought the aggression. They reminded Spirit that you've drafted 3 farm-heavy cores that don't really want to fight so much as Liquid in the mid game.
And remember, Spirit, they got off to a good start. We were sat there watching the game. We were like, okay,
maybe.
Yeah, we were like, Liquid. They had to get the early game. That was the thought process. It didn't happen, and Spirit just couldn't convert.
Yeah, it turns out it didn't matter because Laurel, he played a crazy game. Like, he did well mid. It was like even. I think he should have won mid a little bit harder, but Nisha showing that his laning at this turn was too good. But either way, he went top, killed the Tiny once, stayed there, Tiny TP back, killed him again, went back mid, pushed out a wave, went bottom, then killed Saberlight again. Like, he was all over the place. But unfortunately, if you just looked at this draft as a whole, you have a Terrorblade offlane, you have a Lifestealer carry, you have a Monkey King mid. He was kind of forced to go into this early Orchid to have some type of control for the Storm Spirit, but you're 1,000 HP on this Monkey King. You just get initiated on, you're dead every single fight. And we kind of saw the longer these fights went on, the less Team Spirit could do because Terrorblade offlane doesn't offer a lot. Once you drop the Wukongs on Monkey King, you're done. And yeah, it's just longer these fights went, the harder it got and more
Can
inevitable
we
it became.
quickly talk about the Orchid pickup? Because it's like, I understand they had to have one in that game, or Storm's game was even freer than it already was. But building it first item on a Monkey King, if you then don't get a bunch of kills, if you die, you fall behind, you can't get back into the game. And that's what ended up happening.
But that is the issue for any hero that buys the Orchid in this game, right? Like, if the Terrorblade in the offlane buys Orchid but doesn't get kills, then your Terrorblade doesn't have, let's say, like a pipe from the offlane. If your Monkey from the mid lane buys the Orchid, doesn't get kills, now he's not got a Mage Slayer and a BKB, right? It's like every hero that could buy it struggles if they don't. But then now, when you look at Saberlight, the Brewmaster, this is really like the key to the second game as well, right? Like, he's playing with so much confidence. There's 16 games played so far of Brewmaster in the tournament, and it's got 25% win rate. All the people that have lost of it, they need to look at how Saberlight plays. He's playing, like, he's utilizing every stance of Brewmaster to tank the correct spells, to take the correct hits. He's buying Radiance and Crimson Guard so he can buff his team up with Mischance and then the damage block. And he's like pump faking his ult, going, you know what, I don't need to do it right now. He's dispelling, like, everything he's doing in the fight further makes the skirmish of Liquid look so strong.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much to say other than, like, yes, his Brewmaster is really good. The Crimson kind of showed they're all in on one damage type. It's physical damage. To the point where the Tiny carry, he bought a Ghost Scepter. He's like, well, if I just survive the meta pop, the Wukongs, I walk out of it, the fight's won. Storm bought it as well. So if you just buy one Ghost Scepter and it counters your whole lineup, that's a problem.
That's certainly a problem. Let's take a look at the head-to-head in the mid lane. I think we've got some numbers about this.
Yeah, I mean, Fear was just mentioning it now, right? The fact that obviously we had, and like you said with the Orchid on the Monkey King, it's like you've got Lao going a little bit creative to try and deal with problems, and you got Nisha identifying the same problems that, you know what, if I get Orchided, I can die, so he gets Ghost Scepter, and then after the Ghost Scepter, and I think he went Sanj, Kai, I can't remember which one he actually went for, but he then thinks about Manta as well. So it's like he's constantly thinking of how to survive, how to dispel. There is only one big fight that they can take. It is the Wukong, it is the meta. So survive those spells, disengage, then break your opponent. So it just was just really impressive itemization and play from Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. They read the game impeccably so. And I think as well, I'm always happy when Saberlight has like one of those important games, you know?
Yeah.
He had some incredible, like, nice moments in team fights.
Yeah, I wanted to show this team fight. The Monkey King gets initiated immediately. There was a great escape act, but you have to run now at this point.
Yeah.
And there's a Centaur. He just stomped two heroes in the middle of that fight, and that Monkey King now, he just has to run away. So a little bit of help from the neutrals there. But I think as a whole, this game, you don't win if you don't kill a hero in the first Wukong. And once those Ghost Scepters come out, it's lights out. I really think that Liquid did a good job at, like, picking this brew to dissuade the Terrorblade, but I think if Spear wanted to win this game or make it easier, they just had to man up and play it on carry and pick a bit more control, because that was the big issue with this entire lineup is if you don't burst on right away, it's over, and you're just way too tanky. There's too many cheap items in Dota that can keep you alive.
All right, well, just quickly, we're going to go over to Nomad, who I believe is with Insania right now.
I certainly am, yes. I mean, really, really successful series from you guys. That looked absolutely dominant. Is this how you were expecting it to go?
Not, I mean, every series against Spirit, I just expect to have fun Dota, and I think it was fun Dota. I mean, their games were, I think game one was very competitive. I think at some point, like, I was not sure we were going to clutch that game out. So, yeah, no, I had a good time. Always fun to play Spirit.
Absolutely. I mean, two really strong early game in game one. Game number two, you sort of took over in the early mid as well. Is that something you were kind of planning to do against them? Is that an idea you had?
I think, I mean, generally speaking, you play against Spirit, you don't want to let the game just like slowly farm out and let them like creep their way up over the map. They're like, you know, if you play StarCraft 2, they're like Zerg. They will like slowly take over your map. And then, yeah, so you kind of have to fight them. And it's just the only way to do it, because if you don't, you're going to lose. So, yeah.
And it's interesting that second game because the analysts sort of felt like it was a really free Storm game. They felt like it was a very, very good Storm game. But then it was actually Mickey who ended up kind of popping off and carrying you guys. Was that kind of your take on it as well?
Not really. To be honest, Mickey had like some poor sleep tonight going into the series. So he kept like, I think he felt like he made mistakes that he normally wouldn't make. So that was kind of like the energy I got off of him. And Nish felt very confident. Like very rarely do we pick his hero so early. So I guess, yeah, he also saw the Storm, and I think the Storm played out quite well. But to be honest, I think the Saberlight Brewmaster was, for me, like the biggest unexpected how good it is. So very happy with that.
And what do you mean unexpected? Is this something you haven't really played with so much, or like, you know, you were just picking and going, well, we'll see how it goes?
I mean, for me, at least a little bit. It's unknown territory. We haven't really scrimmed going into this event that much in true Liquid fashion, I guess. And so a little bit of our ideas are like untested or unknown. And for me, the Brewmaster is kind of that too. But he's been owning in his pubs and he's been playing brew. So we were like, all right, let's run it.
All right, well, good stuff for you guys. And now, of course, looking forward in the bracket, it's either Paravision or Aurora. How do you feel about both of these teams and which do you think is going to win?
To be honest, last time we were here, so last Wallachia, Aurora was like by far our toughest opponent. They were like, they should have 2-0'd us like twice, if I remember correctly. And Paravision has like throughout this year been like probably our kryptonite or like our downfall in most events. So down to get revenge on either of them. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Prove the records wrong. That's what I like to hear. Good confidence. All right. Insania, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. Good luck tomorrow. And congratulations on your win today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks to both of them. Yes, I love that they're talking about testing ideas, you know, innovation. That's been a big, part of what we're wanting to see happen here at Wallachia. And in the spirit of innovation, we're now going to do an innovative desk segment before break, because we're going to do analysis of the analysis via way of an apology about the analysis, aren't we, T-Gov?
Yes. I'm very sorry to everyone in Twitch chat who had to watch me get excited about a TP from a Beastmaster. I didn't see the Thunderstrike, and I respected Team Spirit too much. I thought they were looking at his angle. I was big braining it, and I just missed a Thunderstrike like a rookie. I'm meant to be, 12.7k MMR. I'm clearly just a fraud, and I'm sorry that I made this mistake to all of you in chat. It's unacceptable. The pros don't make mistakes. We shouldn't make mistakes, and I just, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We forgive you.
And
I don't forgive myself.
We will be docking him a day's pay and donating that to a charity of Twitch chat's choice. But for now, we go to a break, and when we come back, Paravision versus Aurora.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. It is the last series of the day, Paravision versus Aurora. I'm sure it's going to be a banger. And as we're about to break down on the panel now, I'm also certain it's going to be played at a pretty up-tempo rate. Both of these teams like to come out, swing for the fences, very aggressive, and look to establish early leads, don't they, T?
Yeah, no, they do. There's aggression on both sides. I am a little worried, though, for Aurora, because I think the way in which they do it is just not as clean as Paravision, right? That is why Paravision have won tournaments, whilst Aurora are yet to do that. And it all comes down to like the averages of the first 10 minutes. Like, how efficient are they truly, right? When they want to be aggressive. And I had a look at the games played so far at Wallachia, and the key tell for me is just look at the camp stat for Paravision versus Aurora. You're averaging 8 in the 10 minutes to the 5. And on the towers taken, the 0.4, that means that they've taken, on average, a tower-ish across multiple games. But for Aurora, out of 14 games, they've only taken 2 towers total at 10 minutes. Like, they literally never take a tier 1 tower on average. So it's like, I'm a little worried for Aurora that even though they kill more heroes, they fight more, they just never take the tier 1 towers. They're not as efficient in the jungle. So it's kind of like empty aggression, because once you kill, you're not like capitalizing elsewhere.
Is that maybe because of the heroes they like to play? You know, we've talked about how Nightfall's been playing a lot of Abaddon carry, obviously quite famous in the PA. Maybe they can't take towers as early?
Well, I wonder how much of that stat is just a DM running by and taking over a tower with Medusa.
Oh,
because
true.
He does like doing that on those type of heroes.
That did help Pad a little bit, yeah.
Sure.
But,
and I think Kiyotaka, if you look at him as a player, or sorry, Toronto Tokyo, don't know what I said, but him as an offlaner, he is the type of player that he's still figuring out his playstyle. I can't even explain his playstyle because he probably can't either, but he likes playing heroes that likes farming jungle one game. Other game, he's going to be super aggressive, but he isn't typically playing a lot of heroes that just run up to towers and take them. He might play the Medusa every once in a while, has yet to play like the Beastmaster type heroes. He likes more of like these Doom, Darkseer, Tidehunter, Sand King type of heroes that generally aren't going to be hitting a lot of towers.
I've got to say as well, compared to the previous season of Wallachia, he's not playing as many heroes. I mean, he had the most heroes played at that tournament, I believe. His hero pool was crazy. Just locked in anything he wanted that he thought might be good for the game state. Certainly been a lot more disciplined with his selection now.
He's forced to, because I think 9 class has stepped up into that 4 position to be more creative, right? Like, he is playing, again, as much as there's a bit of a meme like the Venom answer and he's playing Slark and stuff, but Paravision understand these heroes so much that they have mastered that in the 4 role. And if your offlaner also wants to be creative, you're just going to have, what, 2 creative players both picking like a Slark 4 and you've got like a Terrorblade offlane. Like, you're kind of griefing your draft so much if you do this, right? So for 9 class to be one of the best 4s in the world right now at showing how deep the pool can be, it's because you have a 3 player that doesn't care if he's only playing 2 heroes in a tournament, 3 heroes in a tournament. So I think there's the natural synergy between the two enables them both to look so good.
And while BetBoom Team might have the quickest win at 16 minutes, Paravision, I think, are the next. They have certainly had some very quick wins by the current meta standards, and some of it.
This comparison. I'm just like, I'm looking at Mirror, and it's like, this is traditional, you know, like good playmaking 4-player, hoodwink, toss, lion, snap. If I see you on the wrong part of the map, I can kill you. The other side, Terrorblade, Coddle, Venom. So it's just such a contradiction. But like coming into this, if you had no information on these teams, you would assume that Mirror's hero pool is the successful one, and that Paravision probably not really finding much success. But it's Paravision who are the ones who are dominating.
It's 2025 now.
Yeah.
You know, like the hero pools have changed.
Well, what I love about 9 class as well is because he is the best Terrorblade support, that it gives them a genuine flex option with that, which I think other teams maybe don't benefit from currently.
Oh, yeah. I think his Slark as well, right? Like, there's definitely this guy. He's playing a lot of unique heroes, and he's the type of player that will stick to a small, like 5 maybe heroes, and he'll try to master them and make them really good. And a lot of people try to copy what he does, but you just can't, because the way he thinks about the game is just so much different than you. Like, his itemization every game may change. He'll adapt to the game. He doesn't do cookie cutter.
But it's also when you have support Terrorblade, he's making, what, 8-9 stacks on average. in the early game, right? Like this is again the 10-minute mark. So he's making so many stacks, but it's not only that. It's you then have a teammate who can farm the stack. It's a Sand King, it's a Beastmaster. Not often it's the carry role, it's the mid or the offlaner that can utilize the efficiency of 9+ in that Terrorblade. So when other teams pick a Terrorblade and go, let's put it support, they lack the stack taker, which is a core concept of the hero. And that is why, having a team like Paravision that kind of invents the strategy, it's going to take time for other teams to really understand why. But it really is just strong laning, stack efficiency, and bringing life to anyone who can take them.
I do have to say, Paravision might be the best team I've watched at this tournament, and obviously winners at Raleigh. But I will say, Aurora yesterday, that was the best I've seen Aurora at any Wallachia. I thought, I don't know what they did. I don't know if it was just because their opponents weren't quite as good, as they were, but they looked like a different Aurora, and I loved the way they played the game.
Yeah, I mean, they are getting better and better, and they may have just overcome like being the maybe third best team in the region. BetBoom, we saw them go out earlier today. It didn't look super clean, but that's the team they beat yesterday too, BetBoom. So they've got a whole new beast here to go against in Paravision, but the important thing is they are getting better.
I mean, the main hero of the hour is the Storm Spirit, right? We saw Nisha pop off of it, Kiyotaka 3-4 games in a row, maybe not in a row specifically, but for Storm, undefeated in the last 4 Storm games. Yep, it's incredible performance, and I was going to say, maybe even Aurora would first pick it. If they have the ability to take it, and if I'm Aurora's coach, I'm like, you know what, lads, Kiyotaka was so good, why do we care? Just pick it, but Paravision...
You know what they left, though?
What have they left?
The tanker.
True.
This is also a Kiyotaka classic.
Yeah.
Do they want it?
But they are first pick, so yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, they'd probably pick it anyways. But
they'll take the
Ringmaster instead.
So, all right, I mean, Tinker's in the pool, but I think I agree. Like, Kiyotaka is the type of player where he'll have a couple heroes in which he'll pop off with, and you're like, wow, this guy is insanely good. And then the rest of his hero pool, he'll play at a normal level, right? Nothing super special, just he'll do his job. And I think if you're a Paravision, the one thing you have to be afraid of going against Aurora is, Kiyotaka popping off. So get rid of that immediately. Don't dislike that at all.
But that could also be an argument for why some teams are yet to make the big break into the kind of top 3, right? When you think about Tidebound, with nothing to say, I feel like the same argument is for him, right?
Sure.
Some heroes he gets exceptional, others average. And for Aurora, I think Kiyotaka, he's kind of suffering from the same thing. And hopefully for their sake, to make this series competitive, they have found like a couple more to throw into the mix.
So yeah, standard support picks. We've talked about these being pretty much the go-to supports.
Yeah.
If one goes, you have the other.
Again, the main point from this draft is Nature's Prophet is fully ignored. Tinker is fully ignored. Tiny's fully ignored. Am I missing anything else from like first phase? I think they're the biggest ones. Tempar's
best. Bristleback.
There you go.
Yeah, Bristleback is still in the pool.
So there's a lot of like the big heroes that we often expect to get
Sand
banned.
King sometimes gets banned first phase too. Honorable mention. And I think against Paravision, the Sand King is definitely not even an honorable mention. It's a very strong hero for them. Because I feel like DM on this hero, not only... Well, okay, we've seen this multiple times, right? Sand King goes to offlane. He has a terrible game. He's bottom net worth. Him and 9 class always find a way to make the lane even, on top of having a million stacks. So not only is he just okay, he gets ultra farmed on this hero and creates a lot of tempo. And when you're playing with a player like Satanic, the more space, the better.
Well, on that note, there's still a Nature's available.
Yeah, that was one of the heroes as well. So there's like Tinker, Nature's, Bristleback, Tiny.
I mean, you could go for some mega obnoxious Coddle, Nature's, Tinker, Nightmare.
Yeah, no, that is some Nightmare fuel for sure.
Yeah.
Again, this is a throwback, maybe for the 2 people that remember this, but every time you say DM Sand King, it's like I have flashbacks to the old days, and I had to double check it, but that was his like big break onto the scene, like the old TI qualifiers. He was playing for Archean City Esports, playing up against Liquid, and these guys. It was so cool. Just, I had to double check it because I remember, like, I couldn't remember the team name, but there was like some random team.
Remember the team.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Don't worry, lad.
I've forgotten already.
No, again, there was also some other qualifiers and stuff he played, but it was like 2019. He'd played on some random stack. He joined some like EU stack, plays Sand King constantly. He's beating teams like Liquid and some other. I don't know. It's just for those who remember, I was like, it was eating at me the entire time. Had to triple check it.
Let's talk about this support pairing here. I mean, assuming it is indeed a support pairing.
Yeah, most likely.
Tinker, Jakiro.
I mean, I think for Paravision, this is also a block pick. Like I mentioned, there's 2 heroes on Kiyotaka that I've seen him destroy games with. Storm and Tinker. Maybe Ember sometimes, but he's a signature Tinker player. It's a good support in the meta right now, too, so might as well block pick something Kiyotaka can pop off on and just put on your own roster as well, where Aurora, they're going to do something similar here and take that Bristleback away, but in general, this hero is insanely strong. Can be played on all positions. I would say the mid lane one, you got to be a little careful with, because we've seen a lot of teams pick mid Bristle, and it just hasn't looked great. You're just kind of farming and not really making any rotations.
Keep it on the off lane, right? If you pick Bristleback in this position, take the Snot Rocket, keep it off lane, and push your team forward. I think into Tinker, you need to be able to break the map early, take a couple towers, maybe uncharacteristic to how Aurora's been playing. But if you can do that, now Tinker in that support role, he's marching the camps that you're causing on farm, and it just complicates it a little bit. And we heard in some of the coach interviews from Paravision that no team has truly beaten them in the early game in how efficient they are. Like, they are a stack-making team. They're very, very good at that. And take the map, force Paravision to just do something different. I feel like we've yet to watch a game where they lose lanes and TP reacting to defend towers and stuff. It's always just Paravision win lane, Paravision stack, Paravision farm, Paravision win. Like, someone has to break that.
Obviously, we've talked a lot about this. I won't harp on about it again.
No, do it again.
You want me to do it?
Every day, new viewers.
I agree. Okay, free to harp. But yes, Aurora, obviously with the PA, Nightfall, loves this hero. It's his highest win rate by some considerable distance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mind games going on here. Like, the PA oftentimes...
Into the Tinker, though?
I mean, it's good versus the Bristleback, and they don't want them to have that. So Sanking will come out. I wonder if they're willing to take the Morphling here. This is good versus both of these cores. You're showing 2 cores right away. AA's banned, Terrorblade's out. I wouldn't hate it. If not, there's like,
They do take it.
So I think that makes a lot of sense, because they picked the PA to block Satanic from getting the PA versus Bristle natural break mechanic, but then they put themselves in a situation where PA and Bristle aren't really great versus Morph, and you've shown pretty much your offlane and your carry, so it's a good chance to pick it right now.
I guess the silver lining is at least PA can naturally itemize for Nullifier to then counter the Tinker in the mid to late game. And with 2 more picks, a mid laner and another support, a support with some good lockdown for the Morphling, and then a mid lane with a little bit more damage, they can answer the expected Morphling. But instead, they just go for the win the lane, ensure Nightfall can get to his items. I'm talking about Nullifier, but that's, what, 3rd, 4th item for a PA? So to make sure that happens, they pick, again, win rate atrocious, 16%. But when you think about the best lane for PA to get to Battle Fury by 11, 13 minutes, it is Warlock. There's no hero that comes close to making sure PA can get to her Battle Fury.
Couldn't even pick him for like however many days at a time.
He was that good.
Yeah, that's exactly what
One day, I mean, you couldn't play him, but they still have an issue that is called Morphling right now. I truly think this hero is the strongest carry in Dota with 6 slots. Nobody gets close to this hero, so he also has a lane that is really easy, because you talk about Ringmaster, percentage-based damage, very annoying for a lot of heroes. Not for Morphling, he doesn't really care about this dagger very much. Quill Spray, very slow damage, free wand charges, go always shift to 0 strength, pop your wand, shift back up, very easy lane. So I'm a little worried that Satanic gets to play the game he wants to play, be the ultimate carry of the game, and just Paravision as a whole, that's what they like to do, the supporting cast around this young superstar.
I mean, there's 2 heroes for Kiyotaka he's played so far. There's Puck and there's Ricky, if you want to think about the heroes to bring life to the fight, right?
Interesting.
I mean, okay, first of all, the Puck's the one that I'm leaning on more, right? It's a Burrow Strike and an Ice Path for Paravision to lock down, so you do have free access. You naturally can facilitate the fight for Bristleback in the early game, and Warlock Ringmaster like skirmishing around here, so it's like there are options for him to play into, and in the Ricky, just get a Diffusal, a Shard, don't allow Tinker to save anyone. Early game on Morphling, you find him out in the jungle, your smoke screen, you can kill him by yourself. Like, it's maybe a volatile, right?
I like it more than Puck, because like Puck is, I oftentimes see Morph kill Puck more than Puck kills Morph. because you can also silence the puck, and he can't really deal with that.
I'm thinking less for the game of like killing Morphling, sorry, but more how do you enable Bristle and PA to feel good in the fight? But
sure, I guess the only concern
the
only concern I might have about the puck though is like puck has to drop a Dream Coil into like a Sandstorm, into a Macropire, into a March of the Machines.
Sure.
It might be a little hard to like commit to just one Dream Coil, but they do probably need some sort of initiation. So I guess I don't have the answer to what that might be. Maybe even hero like an Ember Spirit might be in the cards here, just because you are a great Mage Slayer buyer this game. There's tons of magic damage. It can give you that cheap long range initiation, great with Fatal Bonds, not really committal.
Okay, they ban out Pango. Diffuse will buy a backline jumper, quite chaotic. I prefer Pango so much more than Puck. That was, very good ban there from Paravision. But the Paravision are taking the heroes, which bring a bit more fight and chaos, where like you could also entertain, like maybe there's like an OD where you play out some stable lane and then you kind of threaten the burst down the line. But it could also be too greedy, right? A PA needs a Battle Fury, a OD needs farm, a Bristle needs farm.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of the OD yet, just blind pick.
Yeah.
It is interesting. Like, maybe that is something they want, because we saw earlier today, I think GPK played it, he just gets the refresher on that hero and just delete 2 heroes immediately.
I don't know why, but with Kiyotaka, I'm trying to go for not the simple prediction, I'm trying to go a bit more left field. Like, he's a Windrunner player, for example. Do you want a Windrunner mid out of nowhere? But
they go for the puck.
Go for the puck, see? Well, we should have...
I'm a little worried about this one, though. I mean, it's not bad. The lockdown is limited.
Okay, let's think, right? We're 15 minutes into the game. Nightfall has his Battle Fury in one item.
He's pretty farmed.
He's pretty farmed.
Is that a BKB or like what's that
like?
one item? I mean, Battle Fury usually into BKB into SNY.
He's having a very good game. That coil, that's everything for him.
Yeah.
He's a happy lad. He's BKBing to go into the fight.
I like it. Question is, mid laners versus Puck. How creative can you get? Do you want Sniper versus PA? Is it pickable? No one Sniper? Can you ever say no to a no one Sniper?
I mean, you could just say yes, and that's a pretty good idea. You then get Concussive Grenade and Hurricane Pike, and you play on like constantly kiting. Sure, but that's if you really want Puck to hate his lane. If you want to play more,
DK Monkey's gone, the Ricky's gone. Some of the real traditional Puck answers are gone. I mean,
you can still just Ember, right, and just do the whole. I buy
That's
Mage
boring.
Slayer. Yeah, it's boring. I know. I'm sorry.
Nobody wants to see Ember for the 50th game on the last pick.
Oh well, here it is. Yep. Sorry.
Well.
Our job's to bring this. And last pick for no one with the Ember Spirit.
You know, the last time we covered Parivision, no one was last pick.
Yep.
And I kept talking about the Sniper, and he just went Ember and destroyed the game.
Yep.
I think it's pretty similar here. I think Ember is going to be a very stable pick. The chains are going to be nice this game. Lockdown, yet again. Sure, you have some with Puck, which is great. You're going to need to utilize this Puck to full extent here. But this is Parivision, and unfortunately, when I look at a well-rounded Parivision lineup, they can stack. They have the efficiency. They have the late game. They have the scale.
The mid lane is just left.
Well, now they have a much bigger chance now that no one.
It's a 4v5.
That is the only way I would consider this series to be Aurora favored.
No, I got to be honest. I really like Paravision's draft. It seems to have a bit of everything.
It's very Paravision.
Yeah, it's got a bit of everything they need. And as you said, Aurora they've got to get so much value out of this puck. It's actually crazy.
But that's for the entirety of their draft, right? They need to find value in the correct golem, the correct coil, Nightfall using his BKB on the correct jump, right? If any of these small things are incorrect or even overlapped in the wrong way or even just misused and you don't have every resource available, then Paravision, they can take multiple fights. Tinker keeps buffing you up. Morphling can just disengage, let the fight breathe, then take the fight she wants to take, right? So if Aurora are to win this, it will be just really good discipline, strong laning, showing us that they've improved as a team to actually get to a top three. Like,
they did say yesterday they've changed their entire playstyle. They didn't elaborate on what that was. They just said we've changed our entire playstyle.
We'll have to see. On top of what T added, I think there's other things that need to be factored too. One is all the small things, such as camp stacked. Are they keeping up on the efficiency? Are they winning the lane? Are they going to have enough denies in the laning stage? Are they giving up free kills in the lane? Those could also be a big inhibiting factor to this game as well.
I just want to see Kiyotaka show that when not on Storm, he can still make the same explosive plays. Like if he can get a couple kills on Ember, get 6 before Ember gets 6, you call him, get a kill. If you scare no one, make him feel afraid to enter the map, maybe that can buy enough time for Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo to enter the game. So early game puck.
We're still going. We're waiting.
It's all us.
We're waiting. The coach's interview is about to happen.
I mean, that's totally.
Do you have any questions for the coach?
Do they think they win the draft?
Okay, we can go over there now. Backstage with Nomad.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, Fear wants to know, do you think you won the draft?
They were like, I guess Sastini made like some kind of trap for us. He let all imbalanced heroes in the pool and banned like 4 of just our heroes. Just like, so maybe it's kind of smart, maybe it's not. We'll see how it goes. I think I'm pretty proud that we managed to pick like 5 heroes. It's very important because our team consists of 5 players, so everyone get like 1 hero to play. I think it's good.
Yeah, that's very wise. You are a very wise man. What did you say to your team before you left the booth? What words of wisdom did you impart upon them?
Yeah. I asked them don't lose.
That's really good advice.
Yeah, I think so.
Good stuff, G. All right. Last question. Do you have a solution for the Morphling?
Maybe kill Morphling.
That's a really good solution. Thank you very much, G. Good luck in game number 1 as we throw it over to our casters, Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Nomad. I live for a G interview. Oh my God.
Says a lot, but doesn't say much.
Yeah.
Yeah, very sarcastic guy. Love the answers, though. Doesn't want to reveal anything as well. So any strat that they're having, but also giving respect to Astini in terms of the way he's drafting. This is one of the better overall coaches when it comes down to drafting. This guy always have a couple of aces up his sleeve. Very smart about how he also, like in the terms of every single time I watch their drafts, I'm like, this is a good draft. Whether they win or lose, drafts are always pretty much solid. And in this game, they wanted to have something for the last pick. They wanted to have, I think there was a lot of debate whether they want to go with the big 3, I would say, between the sniper. Panel talked about it. I think Tiny was still available, which could be also very good. You're building into Silver Edge potentially as well. So break mechanic would be there. You needed some lockdown for Puck, but in the end they opted to go for Ember Spirit, which is a Mage Slayer buy. You're playing against Bristleback, against Puck. It's a very, very good item, and this is what makes Ember Spirit such a strong hero.
Ember doing all right early on against Kiyotaka over in the mid lane, and it seems like since yesterday's series, Aurora have kind of turned it into the next gear. And Paravision, who have felt like one of, if not the best team of the tournament so far.
Them and Spirit, they did not drop a single game for Spirit, not until previous series versus Liquid, but so far Paravision yet to lose a game.
Let me ask you something about the Jakiro. He was holding on to Twin Terror for a little while. Last second, changes to Icebreaker.
Why he changed it?
Yeah, why would you let, like, you're holding on to Twin Terror, you have the thought, what could have been said, you think, that changes to the
It's overall a better facet. I think this one, the other one is a little bit of a bait, where also thinking that he's playing with Morphling, so he's not going to be winning the lane, doesn't need that extra bit of damage. And a lot of the times you will see Jakiros dealing the most damage when they start to scale, and I'm not talking about the right clicks, rather having that Icebreaker facet. From position 5, Jakiro, there's a couple of games that had so far in the tournament where you see that position 5 being in top 3 at the end of the game.
Yeah, I know we saw Snake King go to the early Ags on this hero. A couple of position 5s like that, early Ags.
It is a lot. Secondary stun, 0.5 seconds, extra 200 damage. Starts to add up.
Definitely can, and that extra lockdown might be the key to it, as they were talking about on the panel, needing to kite out this Phantom Assassin. Looking at the top lane, we have said it time and time again. Sand King seems to be the one who loses the lane. Although, here, doesn't feel that awful, right? You've got repair bots, you should be able to sustain a lane. You don't really get harassed all too much. I mean, a Stifling Dagger, maybe a jump from the Phantom Assassin, but you should be able to stay in lane, right?
Yeah, you should. And we also saw Sand King when was played by DM, that he also was opting to go for stacking, dragging the creep wave as well. And something to point out is that 9 class so far in the tournament is by far the guy that stacks the most. 11.2 cam stack per game, which is pretty insane, considering also the average game time for them is 35 minutes.
Some of the faster games played by Paravision.
So it doesn't have that much chance to stack.
But for right now, Aurora, the CS favoring them a little bit. More so in that top lane where Sand King's down to just 12-1 at least for the moment. Kiyotaka thought maybe we'd see a sniper, but it's not exactly the best.
Initiated on. He can always TP out, and he's gonna do so. Immediately to tier 1 tower.
Jumps back doesn't want to go too far because he knows that he's got this stack available in just a second.
I want to see if he's going to commit with the items that he has in Quick Buy. 9 class is a very creative position for one of my favorite players to watch in the recent year or so. So Kaya has his first item to have that mana cost, mana loss reduction, and also an extra bit of a damage.
Kiyotaka coming all the way over here to get 2 charges on the bottle with the bounty rune. Also going to get his hands on a courier. Takes out Satanic's courier. Coming all the way down and...
Yeah, I want to see which one he's going to upgrade to have that mana cost, mana loss, or he's just going to keep casual Kaya, then go for more teamfight-oriented items, get Holy Locket, get Mech. These are the items that Tinker support usually buys. In this game, I think it's a good Solar Crest game, seeing that you're playing against Bristle and Phantom Assassin.
It's not rocket fasted for Toronto Tokyo. He doesn't really feel like he's in much danger in this bottom lane. It's just about, at least for the side of Paravision, continuing to farm and CS as well as he can. Satanic, though, say that he just wants to farm, but they go for Mira. They want this kill. The Tame the Beast, though, hits the fear on both these heroes, and now they're the ones on the run from Toronto Tokyo.
A lot of
start to stack up. They've got the Impalement Arts that lands. The Blood Grenade is there, and Mira's got the first blood onto the Morphling.
Oh, you shift everything in strength. Max HP per second, 3.5. That's going to be dealing quite a lot of damage. No one. In the mid lane against Puck, doing pretty well. A lot of denies. 13 denies on him. Not afraid to go in aggressively. We saw him multiple times so far in the tournament, playing behind enemy lines.
Speaking of denies, Phantom Assassin's got 15. Fatal Bonds, Burrow Strike. Nightfall playing aggressive. But it's not the easiest kill to get. DM all the while, he's fine. Toronto Tokyo isn't. Talos gets the kill, and Kiyotaka is going to die solo to no one. We have seen no one. I mean, he has been on just an absolute hot streak of mid-games.
Kiyotaka, he's been playing mostly Storm Threat, yet to lose on a hero, but I think whoever's going to be playing against Aurora, we're not going to be seeing teams allowing him to get the hands on Storm Spirit, considering the performances that he did have.
That, and I would say maybe take away Tiny from him, but definitely the Storm is the #1 by a couple ranks over that Tiny.
Ooh, he's level 7.
This is...
Forced to use the coil. Kiyotaka still might die here.
He still might die. They've got a Slight in the Searing Chains. He dies, but the Remnant forward looking to get him after the jaunt. And doesn't quite commit just yet. Fikala is also sitting low. They'll bring the Ringmaster and the Warlock to bot lane. Panto has 14 charges on the wand as well as that Lotus Petal. They're looking to make a move.
Not the best hero to rotate through the Twin Gate to be able to get the kill on Morphling. Sure, you want to be active on Warlock, get those Grimoire charges up, but very difficult kill to get.
9 class grabbing the Shrine, Mira grabs the other one. 9 class still on this Kaya. Still looking
admitting
Kaya first.
Yeah, we'll pick up some of the XP. It was DM, I believe, who picked up. No, it was actually 9 class who picked it up.
Yeah.
The XP rune, Satanic.
Tame the Beast. That'll land. He's fully shifted. Gonna need some help here, but nobody coming over. Now they got the Ice Path reactivated on Mira. Satanic has a waveform in 2 seconds, so he should be able to get some space. But can he get far enough away? Dual Breath slows him down. Tame the Beast is there, and Satanic's dead again. This is a long chase with nobody coming over. TP, there is none on the Ember. Tinker had one, and Sand King had one as well, but they both don't come through.
4%. He was sitting at almost more than 2,000 HP. So that's 80 plus damage per second.
Kiyotaka again, trying to jaunt, throws a remnant where he's gonna go, and that's gonna be another kill here for no one. He's got this haste rune, he refilled that bottle, and he is just dominating the mid lane in this matchup. They talked about Sniper being a brutal matchup for Puck. It's just no one who's a brutal matchup for Puck.
It's really difficult. He was supposed to be the one making the plays because you have two supports who can't really go and do stuff. You have Bristleback as your offlaner, which is a bit of a slower one. You have also Phantom Assassin, so she wants to farm her Battle Fury, continue to farm up. DM.
Short on the Burrow Strike. Nightfall jumps over to Mira. They'll have the Illusory Orb. They have themselves a Dream Coil. With the Waning Rift, they've got the Silence. Mira still ends up dead.
Bots, keeping him alive.
Repair bots keep him alive for a moment, but he ends up dying afterwards. Nightfall gets credit for the kill. The Ice Path on 2. Now Nightfall's in trouble, but the Chaotic Offering from Panto. They'll try to get the kill into the 9 class Tinker, and they will. Panto gets traded by no one. Nightfall chases Ducalis. They've also got this Golem for the Chaotic Offering, chasing this Jakiro. So Nightfall can jump, and Nightfall can kill, but can Nightfall survive against no one on the Ember? They'll go back and forth. The Golem's not hitting no one. They'll still lose Nightfall, but the Golem just stood still.
It wouldn't make a difference, but I'm really liking that he's getting more active on Phantom Assassin. I did say that their heroes are very slow, but we've also seen Phantom Assassin join in some of these fights, especially if things are not going well. So a good chunk of gold coming off Nightfall's bank account. Needs another 1,400 gold to finish off Battle Fury, but also massive amount of gold and XP.
Look at where no one's at. He's level 10.
Level 10 against level 7 on Puck that he
Bring on the stacks. More stacks from 9 class. Is that 9 stacks from 9 class? I think we're up to about 8 or 9. We're up to 7. I don't know how to count. Shocking to nobody. But 9 class...
Not for me. I've spent a good amount of time.
I didn't even look at
time inside and outside of the game.
I was really hoping you just let that fly under the radar. Pipe early for Toronto Tokyo. That's the build that he wants to go for early on. And I'm looking curious to Satanic. You know, he's struggled a little bit, but you look at where he is compared to Kiyotaka, he's certainly happy about where he's at that way. And by the way, DM almost has this Blink deck.
Those 7 stacks that they made for him, really making the difference. It's going to be 11-minute Blink Dagger on Sankey, which is not too bad. You pair him up with Ember Spirit, there's a kill threat pretty much on every single hero on the map.
All things considered, no one at level 10 already. Somehow, Nightfall, top of the net worth by a lot. Burrow Strike, Kiyotaka. Taking a lot of damage from the Sandstorm after the Burrow Strike. Waiting for that Illusory Orb to go out. Tame the Beast, but the Ice Path is there with the repair bots. That's another kill for the side of Paravision.
9 class, keeping it balanced. He does not want no one to have too big of a streak, just in case he dies, to feed away a lot of the gold. I respect that. Can we check the Kaya stats on Tinker? This has to be the fastest Kaya by far. Oh, mid Blink Dagger reveal. Kiyotaka gonna die one more time.
Fastest on this hero by 38 seconds.
I just have this feeling.
You always do. You've named all the records pretty much.
It just looks too quickly. Like some of the items, considering the game that they're having.
My timings are just messed up by the bracket I'm in. Everything takes 5 to 10 minutes longer.
I think you're being very generous to yourself.
I was being generous to my allies, not myself.
There was this one time when he tried...
Oh, no. Yeah, here it comes.
Not gonna say it. I'm not gonna do your dirty.
All right. I'm now curious what it was.
I'll tell you after. It's not for the stream. Nightfall about to finish off his Battle Fury, and he did, going into BKB. So he can TP out and he can blink in. This is the perfect hero for him. So he can, on relatively low cooldown, where he can jump in and get out of the fight, not necessarily needing to use that BKB. But there's a good amount of stuns. You get surprised by one Burrow Strike into Ice Path combination, you can easily die.
What is the post-Kaya world for Tinker? It's Blink Eggs.
Scaling.
So no Holy Locket, no mechanism. It's Blink Eggs, and he's kind of close to this Blink. My question is, does he go Blink first, or does he feel like he's getting enough gold to just go Eggs?
Now, you probably want to pick up that Blink Dagger. Level 9.5. Puck is level 8. That tells you the story about this game.
I don't want to read that book anymore.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is a rough one for Kiyotaka. Building into this Witchblade and struggling to survive. No one. Kind of quieting down the last few minutes, but there is always an option for him to go, especially with this Invis rune. He's looking towards the bottom lane, and he might find somebody. Warlock's the only one who's really close, but now Nightfall's down here, and this might unexpectedly for Aurora turn into a harder fight with no one here. Smoke gets broken, he's invis, they've got to run Sleight of Fist Searing Chains out of the Warlock. Remnant even looking over at that Phantom Assassin. Eventually they'll kill Panto. Ducalis doing the same thing that 9 Class did. Let me get the kill, you don't streak.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It almost feels like they're very aware of that. Because no one could have had the kill. He had plenty of time.
Still searching. It's going to be extra bit of a gold coming their way. Immediately 9 Class on the other side of the map. XP rune is available. Going to start clearing this outer ring. This is why Tinker is also super popular. These two camps in the outer ring. No one is going to blink out.
Ducalis kind of stepped in, and he's now in a dangerous spot because Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo... No, Nightfall by himself will get that kill on Ducalis as no one kind of baited him in with the extra addition of the Ice Path when they went for that kill on Mira.
Dire are scanning.
So Phantom Assassin getting involved aplenty for 1-0. Satanic just trying to farm up, getting into the Manta style. He's 0-2-1, hasn't really been involved in anything just yet, but he's waiting for that timing and waiting for his moment to get involved. No one staying on the high grounds. Roshan crossing. There's no like gates that go down, no bells or anything like when a train comes through. Cross at your own discretion.
Seems like they want to give up on this tier 1 tower. Immediately Satanic TP top wants to make the trade. They do have Vlad, so more than enough damage playing with the catapult. And let's see if Aurora is going to turn this tower into Tormentor as well, because their team fight is still very good. Having Pipe, they have more than enough damage. Sustain with Shadow Word. You have Phantom Assassin, you have Bristleback with maxed out Goo, so that's going to be enough. And they're drawing on a minimap. Satanic is like, maybe we can take the fight, or if somebody needs to push out that wave, because it seems like they are about to forfeit that Tormentor.
Nobody dies for it. It goes to Panto. Has that Shadow Word maxed out. Nothing in the people just yet.
Very good upgrade, especially... This is the old meme from Dota 1 days. Buys Aghanim Scepter, doesn't skill ulti.
Why not? You know? If it works, it works. Satanic starting to get a lot of time to catch up to this Phantom Assassin that has a Battle Fury. Should be pretty happy with where his farm's at, considering a little bit of the struggles that he had in that bottom lane. Does this turn into potential Roche soon for either team?
Yeah, most definitely. If we see a fight, especially for Aurora, they have insane amount of damage, good sustain, minus armor. So if they take a fight near the enemy triangle and win the fight, they turn that into Roche.
Toronto Tokyo, who has had a pretty quiet start himself, has this pipe, has the treads. They might find DM. There's a hairball, the courier coming over, and Mira, well, he's got the Tame the Beast. They even have the Chaotic Offering, and DM has nowhere to go. Easy kill there for Aurora, happening upon this hero and farming a little bit deep. And Aurora not afraid to make this jump. 9 Class continuing to farm, has that Blink Dagger, has the Staff of Wizardry, so he is about 2,700 gold off of that Aghanim Scepter. Now they found Ducalis, so this is going to be another kill here for Aurora. And this is something we saw similar in the Spirit Liquid game. It felt like Spirit
it always
kind of
happens. With Paravision, they stay like 2 to 5k gold lead, 15 minutes into the game, then they
give it
throw
back
away a couple of kills, and then they're like, you know what? We're gonna go for objectives. We're gonna take one good team fight, take that, turn that into Roche. But Nightfall, he's also farming. He's the most farm hero in the game.
For Paravision, it feels like it's every game that they do that lead and have it sink back. It's the law of Paravision, if you will, and maybe it's paralegal. But Satanic, during this time, he's just spent it farming. I mean, there's really no need to get involved. I kind of thought that Paravision were going to be a bit more active, seeing the way that no one was playing the game.
Yeah, they did definitely slow down. It seems like they want to get next round of items. They want to get this Aghanim Scepter on Sankig, which is a big damage increase. They want to get Aghanim Scepter on Tinker, 2 components away, and maybe even get the Butterfly on Satanic. He's going to be able to have that in the next 2.5, 3 minutes.
Nineclass just 2K away, waiting on that Ags, and he's going to have that laser upgrade, so it turns into Shrink Ray. I've seen this in a lot of villain
movies.
Stories. Yeah, a lot of movies. I seem to have caught you, Mr. Bonds. And then they explain the whole thing with the Shrink Ray, and while they're talking, somehow, of course, Sean Connery escapes from the restraints, and the Shrink Ray never gets used. So you never really knew what it did. But you've got Tinker here who will soon have this upgrade.
I'm looking at neutral items. 4 Gossamers, 3 Searing Signets, and 3 Essence Rings. These are the stronger items. So
yes.
Not really surprised there. Aghanim Scepter.
Well, DM caught again. Oof. And he knows he's dead, so he's not going to waste the Epicenter. They'll get yet another kill. Toronto Tokyo getting credit for that. And almost evening up the kill score, but still moving around the map and cleaning up heroes that have just been caught a little bit too far away from safety. Sanjin Yasha for Toronto Tokyo. At least in the build, that is unfortunately not real.
I've got some notes.
Mira immediately using the voice line. And I like this move from Aurora. If you don't want to take the fight, you have all this lead. Ice Pat, shoots out of the box.
Macropyre. They have the escape back. Nightfall jumps into the Macropyre for a second. No one bailing out. He doesn't really have a lot of mana. But meanwhile, Kiyotaka is just solo dead to Satanic in the top lane.
How? What happened there? Like, okay, so he turned into Morphling. Okay, Vanning Rift. Managed to silence him and surprise him.
Oh. I mean, that's
his Butterfly now, 21 minutes in.
That shouldn't happen for Kiyotaka.
All right, you want me to guess another one?
Yeah.
Also should be maybe first, maybe second fastest Butterfly on Morphling, because this is pretty fast. Usually you don't build it, you need 2 items. 55 seconds faster.
What do you got on that second screen? Is that all the items listed there?
No.
No?
And we're going to see that again. So he turns into Puck, and Kiyotaka also got surprised by that one.
Wasn't expecting it at all.
Oh, a little bit of a panic move there.
A little bit of a classic Kiyotaka. Nineclass getting some viscous nasal goo on him. Chaotic offering even committed here. Wheel of Wonder again. They get the kill on Nineclass. They Dream Coil even. No one. But the Burrow Strike, the epicenter, the Sight of Fist. They'll get away with the Remnant, but DM now needs to leave. Ice Path, as well as the Dual Breath coming through on a lot of these heroes on Aurora, but DM doesn't get that far away. They'll take out the Golem. They'll grab some gold on Satanic. They still want more. DM ends up falling. Nightfall gets credit for that, and we're even at 11 and even on the net worth.
Pipe keeping them alive. Dropping the rock. And also getting coil onto Ember Spirit, so he wasn't able to deal much damage in the previous fight. And this was also a fight where Satanic was not involved. Even though he's massive, he actually has quite a lot of farm. He was thinking about getting MKB playing against Phantom Assassin, but I think Silver Edge is of a greater value. You're playing against Bristle, you're playing against Phantom Assassin, so you will have that break available.
They want to go for this.
Roshan is very low.
Very low. Yeah, Age is picked up by Nightfall. They get the kill on Amira, but now Satanic is in. Macropyre laid down. Waiting room for the silence.
But he's fine for the moment. Satanic jumps over to Panto. He turned into the Phantom Assassin. He wants the damage to get the kill here out of the Warlock. The waveform forward and will take him out.
He's in
but
again.
Nightfall kills 9 class. Toronto, Tokyo on the run, putting the Viscous Knees will go into Satanic while Nightfall BKBs and TPs out. I'm sure you've heard it.
Using this opportunity. Seeing that there is no coil, there is no golem, immediately going in. Nightfall TP'd out, saving the Aegis.
Yeah, they wanted to get this Roche for a while. They were disrupted by that fight over mid the first time, and then they came back. But this is a really good move from Aurora. Get this Aegis back out. I know they lose a couple, but it's fine. You get this Aegis, and it gives you time to get some farm on the Phantom Assassin. Satanic still holding the top of the net worth, though, by about 2,000. Saying hi to some Marsh Mages and some Boglets. And he's going into his Silver Edge. He wants to get that break to make sure that he can kill this Phantom Assassin much easier, because Nightfall, he's being ignored by Satanic, and with all that extra space in these fights, he's able to just wipe out these supports.
Ooh, he's level 20 now. Supports need to be careful. He can also, with this Shadow Blade, cut into backlines, pretty much solo kill them in 2 seconds. There's so much attack speed coming up from him. Level 20, extra 20 agility. This is the big timing for Morphling.
A lot of extra Angie. The target surely is always, at this point, become the Phantom Assassin, right? The jump, the evasion.
Maybe they could try to surprise him, kill him once. They don't have that break yet available, but I think killing 2 of the supports who are going to be taking care of each other. He's going to try to TP out.
Yeah, Dream Coil is going to be used, but he's pretty fine. Kiyotaka, thought maybe he might be hit by a burst, right? Enough gold for that. Aghanim's a good spot from Panto to escape, but now the Searing Chains forcing the escape back. Satanic is here, and the Wheel of Wonder won't matter. Getting that kill on Amira. And another game, another Ghost Scepter. This time for no one.
Wants to have some kind of protection. This item has gained a lot of value in this patch. We've seen supports, some of them even rushing it. Most of the cores that we are seeing in meta right now are all of these physical damage cores, these Terrorblades, Phantom Assassins.
Winning Rift, the jump in. Bro Strike lands on a Nightfall, but DM doesn't have a lot of help. Chaotic offering. There is the Hairball. TP attempt, and DM is out. The Ice Path was used. Satanic, though, turns into the puck this time around.
They're going to chase. Coil is ready in a couple of seconds.
Gallus will die to Toronto, Tokyo, at least getting 1. They don't need to search for anything more, but they do have, like you said, the Dream Coil back up and available. Pretty close game overall.
It is. 9 class has the same amount of farm pretty much as Sanking. Kaya, Blink, Aghanim, Scepter. So this is going to become another core. I mean, it already is 26 minutes into the game. But still, it's not going to be easy for Aurora to push the high ground, which means that this Tinker is going to start to scale.
Tinker picks up his own Ghost Scepter. He wants an Aether Lens. He wants to be able to shrink these heroes from a little bit further away. They thought about going in on a no one, but Nightfall not there to make the jump in time. Going for an MKB of his own during this time with the Aegis. And again, they'll go through this Twin Gate to line up and pick up this Tormentor.
Scan does connect, so they know something is going through the Twin Gates.
They just can't get there quick enough,
immediately.
I would say.
He's going to go back. DM has been pretty silent on the Sanking, I would say. He had some really nice performances, especially the last series that he did play. But this time around, couldn't really find that many openings. The game did slow down.
Yeah, very quiet so far. I mean, he's had a couple of good burrow strikes, but the epicenter, at least the few times he's used it, has been in retreat. Hasn't really led to much. Mira will throw in obs up here on the cliff because the shrine's going to be available in 5 seconds.
He'll use that ninja gear. Nobody's here for the side of Paravision, so this will be most likely both shrines taken by the side of Aurora.
Nightfall, he jumped in.
Yeah, he jumped in. There's the first laser. It also kind of
Look
shrinks.
at that damage.
It shrunk the box. See Phantom Assassin immediately get tinier.
Nemesis Curse, Morphling, level 21.
Pushing up to the high ground. Not afraid.
MKB completed on Nightfall. Has BKB available. Let's see if they can get the jump.
For him. They've got the Chaotic Offering. They've got the Dream Coil to go for the jump. They try to get the kill here onto the Morphling, and they will. Satanic just dies. He's got no buyback. Nobody could help him out. 9 Class is going to be able to TP away, but they lose their Morphling, who is confident enough to stand on the high ground, but maybe misplaced that confidence.
Yeah, have been made. They used Dream Coil, immediately dropping the rock. Maybe he was not expecting this MKB, and he was like, I'm going to be fine. Evasion from Butterfly should be good, but he also has Serrated Shiv as his neutral item, so that's going to be extra 20% on dealing with the evasion.
A little bit surprising, the shot call there.
Because there's no real saves other than using Defense Matrix. There's, sure, Solar Crest, but we're talking about some of these bigger saves, like Shadow Demon, the box, Escape Act from Ringmaster. No one playing on the other side of the map, but he's pretty alone.
Radiant's middle tower.
Side of Fist, Searing Chains, and a Remnant back home. Nullifier picked up for Kiyotaka. Tom's getting some vision on no one. You're going to want to be careful.
Love this item from Kiyotaka. All right, we're going to play the game again. The fastest nullifier on puck, Benjamin, yes or no?
Is it the first nullifier on
No,
puck?
I think some pucks have purchased the item.
I'm going to go with no.
I'm going to go with yes. Because this is pretty fast. This is 30 minutes we're talking about. Pucks usually do buy into different items.
Still on the courier.
Yeah, still not delivered.
Doesn't count yet. There it is. Now it counts. And time. Faster than the average, but not the fastest. So I was correct. Somehow. 9 Class almost getting the gold for this Aether Lens. Giving the defense matrix to Satanic, who happens upon Kiyotaka. Turns into this puck. The Dream Coil used. The Ice Path is going to split the fight, but they go into the Wheel of Wonder. They get the kill to Kalis, and now they'll throw this Stifling Dagger onto Satanic, who will use the Illusory Orb to try and get out of the high ground. He'll wave form, he'll Waning Rift and get some distance, but he needs to continue to run. Turns back into the puck, has another Illusory Orb, and he will go to the left while he is looking to jaunt to the back end of this triangle, and will do so to escape.
Toronto Tokyo also managed to recover his game nicely. Now holding on to gems, so they're going to be seeing Morphling. They can see Sanking, see some of the Observer Wards, and this Nullifier and Puck is going to cause quite a lot of problems for Paravision. You have so many Ghost Scepters, you have Solar Crest, Defense Matrix. I think there was a lot of talk between him and Phantom Assassin who wants to get it, because Nightfall wanted to have MKB, which also means that his Nullifier is going to be delayed. Since you also want to have Satanic, it's all about that survivability, so somebody needed to pick it up.
What's going wrong here for Paravision? They were onto a great jump. No one was making a lot happen, but
no one.
He's 5-0-6 still.
Yeah, I think he has the same score since minute 15-ish.
Do we have a...
I don't know if we have stats on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Show it, but it's really been a while since he got involved into any kind of kill. Right now, he's creep skipping, maybe waiting for Morphling to get another item, get to his BKB timing.
Satanic goes into the Silver Edge. BKB's been popped, but they're going to look for the damage. The Chaotic Offering again, and Satanic is dead. Defense Matrix are not. Again, they are just playing aggressive on the side of Aurora, something that they were able to accomplish against BetBoom so well. Let me see if I can find the last Ember kill.
Kiyotaka was pretty silent throughout the whole game. This is the guy that loves spamming voice lines. 2 voice lines immediately after something happens. we're looking.
Yeah, that was what, 9 minutes?
9 minutes in, so.
And then things went radio silent.
Woo, 24 minutes without a single assist on Ember Spirit or a kill involvement.
Kiyotaka's been found. There's the first laser with the shrink ray. There's a second one. They get the kill to Kiyotaka. Ducalis will die, and Nigma will TP out. There's an assist for no one. To be fair to no one as well, I think 2 of those kills should have been his earlier.
It was still
when they didn't want him streaking. Yeah, he got an assist, yeah. But kills-wise, I mean, he had a 3-level lead on Kiyotaka mid. On everybody.
Another Roche. It's going down quickly. I don't know if they can get there in time. 9 classes. I was going to using March, but it's way too late already. So much minus armor from Bristleback.
They still want to go? No one's kind of in. He's not going to really commit to this. Neither is the rest of the team. Wisely. But all things considered right now, it's a 8,000 net worth lead for Aurora. And an Aegis for the next 4.5 minutes for Nightfall. This has been all Aurora, I would say, since about 20 minutes into the game.
Some big items that just came out. Satanic, available on Phantom Assassin. Bristleback, he almost has enough gold to buy full heart. We saw what he could do. This guy is going to go pretty ham. Even though there is Silver Edge, so needs to be careful slightly about that one. But he loves to dive. He wants to really push the limits, knowing that there is Blink on Ringmaster that can save him with the Escape Act. There it is. Heart is available.
We'll see if Toronto Tokyo even dies anymore when he gets this, and there it is. Heart picked up and online. Pumping him full of blood and full of regen. Nightfall level 24. Compare that to where Satanic's at. He's about to be level 24. He's looking for a BKB. And net worth-wise, Nightfall is taken over by quite a bit. Satanic had that lead. He had a couple thousand net worth lead over this Phantom Assassin, but dies a couple of times, and the game gets slowed down, and Nightfall just picks up the pace and then starts to show him the dust.
That early involvement did skyrocket his net worth, getting that triple kill, allowing him to get, what, 12, 13-minute Battle Fury Treads, Orb of Corrosion.
Halfway to this level 25. No one will show for a moment. Net worth-wise, he's actually passed by Kiyotaka. Talking about a guy who hasn't died once, less net worth than the Kiyotaka Puck that's died 6 times. Kiyotaka has done a very good job recovering, making space, pushing out these lanes, and just kind of getting involved a little bit more as the back end of the game has happened.
It's really been a while since we heard Epicenter being fully committed.
On a non-defensive way, too, because the last one he used over in the top area of the map, that was defensively to run.
That was like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Nullify now finished off. These Ghost Scepters aren't going to feel as good. And these big items are coming out for Aurora and kind of putting themselves in a solid position to take over the game completely.
Interesting that he opted to go for BKB in his inventory rather than swapping it out. So now Battle Fury is in backpack for Nightfall. There's another Tormentor to be taken.
Swapped it again.
Takes you too long to kill the creep wave.
Another Tormentor ready to be taken by Aurora.
And he gets it. It was between him and Kiyotaka.
Phantom dives.
max HP as damage against Morphling. This is pretty massive when he starts shifting. You also have percentage-based damage from Ringmaster. We saw how effective it was during the laning stage.
Nightfall has 50 seconds left on this Aegis. But they are smoked up on the side of Paravision. They might find themselves a target to go for. Toronto Tokyo's not a bad one to get. He's within the Silver Edge, needs to attack soon. Won't have that break though. Dream Coil on the backline, it's gonna go onto no one. They've got the initial laser onto Nightfall as well as the Tame the Beast. They get the kill on Nightfall, or onto no one. They get the kill onto Ember. They'll look over to Carlos. They'll find themselves Satanic. AB trying to get away. A big crit from Nightfall, but now Satanic eventually, he might be out of space as he'll try to wave for him and get away by the jump from
crit.
Nightfall and gets the big crit to take out Satanic.
They're in a lot of trouble. This build from Tinker, he went pretty greedy. This is something that you don't see. This Kaya into Aghanim Scepter, into Blink Dagger as well. They kind of stopped playing aggressively, which did allow Aurora to get a couple of kills, which did allow both Bristleback and their Puck to get back into the game. And also, this time around, they wanted to go with the break mechanic onto Bristleback, amplified damage. I don't think it's still enough to be able to grab that kill, considering how tanky he is. He had Gale Guard, he was sitting at 4,000 HP. And now they're in. No buyback.
They will not have Satanic for a while on the jump. Nightfall trying to get a kill here on a 9 class is successful. It also takes out the other supporter, Dakalis. I mean, there's no way. He just throws the fan of knives, hits him with a bread knife, hits him with a paring knife. There's nowhere for them to go. I mean, they just don't have buyback on Satanic or the Jakiro. They're going to give up at least a set of racks.
They're not done. Top lane is also approaching. 25 seconds, but somebody made the call. We're going for the end. We want to go and try to close out this game. We saw Liquid doing the same thing in the last game.
Show that these once undefeated teams can bleed. They were able to do that to Spirit in the last series for Liquid.
Team attack one last time.
Buyback from 9 class. Satanic's going to be back up. Kalis in 5. But can they get anything out of these buybacks? Can they get anything out of these last fights, these respawns, the escape act? Thinking about the epicenter, but it's just Mira. You need to get this kill and maybe hold on to these ultis to look for more. They are down 21,000 net worth, and it is all falling apart for Paravision.
Could have been potentially the game end. They lose a hero or two. Nightfall having a perfect game. 10-1-4. 6 slotted already. Has that shard sitting on 5,000 gold as well.
Also hit that level 25. The -1 attacks to trigger coup de grace. Paravision need to find the perfect fight to really make their way back into it. And it has to come, I would say, at this Roche fight, this next Roche fight, because they can't be giving up Roche for free again.
Definitely not. If Phantom Assassin gets the Aegis, how are you gonna kill her twice? You need to fully commit. You need Break, you need Silver Edge, and you also need Sanking to fully commit with Epicenter to be able to grab the kill. Maybe even Macropyre, which is still far away from that Aghanim Scepter. Dakalis has been trying to get it, but they haven't had much success in the last 20-25 minutes. This is the big item, though.
Hex for 9 class. Was waiting in the base, picks it up. I mean, that... maybe I could have guessed that. I wouldn't have. But I was gonna say that plus the Shrink Ray could be pretty good. You get a couple of Shrink Rays and reducing that maximum health by 13% stacking.
It's a lot. Definitely starts to add up, but you need to be alive.
If you die and...
Good Hex, one more hit. Ooh, gonna do the trick, 800 gold.
Dead for 100 seconds now.
They should know, after seeing this Hex, that he doesn't have enough gold for buyback. This is pretty expensive. We're talking about 1,600 buyback.
He'll be up right
down the mid lane.
Roche respawns.
Roshan. Still needs another minute plus.
Yeah, like 60 seconds or so.
Divine Rapier also queued up on Nightfall. Wondering what he's gonna get rid of.
That's the dangerous one, though.
Battle Fury, I guess.
you don't die, or you don't get the Aegis, and you do die with the Divine Rapier.
He bought out. He wants to go in.
Burrow Strike, Nightfall goes in, wants to end it right now. Phantom Knight, Side of Fist, Searing Chains, that's going to lock up Pantho for a moment, but DM's trying to get away with the BKB. He is in a real bad spot. He's got buyback, but the two supports don't. The Dream Coil is going to be used, but no one going after this Ringmaster. Nullifier onto him. Mira getting away. Waveform out. As this is Satanic running away from Toronto Tokyo, who's doing the 1v1 to just try and keep him occupied. Waning Rift, they've got the silence. It's on to no one with the crits. They'll get the kill. He's dead for 95, no buyback. So it's all up to Satanic to hold on, and they just can't kill anybody on the side of Aurora.
You heard about the BKB TP out on Nightfall. What about the BKB in his backpack? I get Divine Rapier and I end the game. Sanking with the buyback. Nightfall, he's going in.
He's got Epicenter. It's going to have to be now. It's now or never, but the Throne, it does not look healthy. The Burrow Strike's in. Can they get the kill to Nightfall? He pops the Satanic. He's got the Phantom Knives. He's got the break for the Silver Edge. But where's the damage? He life steals through, and Satanic will fall. GG is called, and Aurora take game number 1.
This team, it keeps powering up. When they were playing against BetBoom, this is the best I've seen them ever since they formed. And now, against Paravision, team that was undefeated so far, they do manage to get the first dub.
Yeah, these teams that are undefeated, they can bleed, but our undefeated panel is going to break it down. Let's send it to Richard Lewis and the crew.
I don't know if we're undefeated, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think Clinton's feeling a little bit defeated. Morph doesn't lose, etc. Paravision, great draft. We're feeling pretty bad over here. Pretty defeated.
I'm quite defeated after everything we said about Aurora. They just threw it back in our face there. I mean, Aurora, who could have guessed this, man? Like, Paravision, they looked at
some
so
people
good.
did.
I mean, who? Give me some names. You predicted this?
He's trying to use, the walk home last night when we're going to go to the pub. He's like, yeah, Aurora's going to win tomorrow. I think they're going to win a game, He's using all this.
I mean,
but
the
it's not
words
fair.
came out of my mouth. They count.
But we don't have any proof. Where's the proof, Richard Lewis?
Well, look, I'll tell you. I did say in the pre-show this is the best I've seen of Aurora in any version of Wallachia. They say they've changed their game style. I think they've definitely ironed out some of the problems. And we still have this Nightfall PA, which he just doesn't lose with.
No, it's working out, right? I think, especially in this game, Aurora, identify some of Paravision's lack of pressure onto the map. Because they're trying to, again, they're making the stacks. I think we saw a stat with like 8 or 9 stacks from Tinker. They're farming up, and then you see Toronto Tokyo. He's winning the lane. He's pressuring the Morphling. The fact that Morphling's losing the lane is a bit of a question mark, and he goes straight for a pipe. And then after pipe, it's like, okay, how else can I tank up? He's continuing this path, and I think other players probably aren't getting kills. So I think Toronto Tokyo, very strong lane from him. Him and Mira did a very good job, and then Kiyotaka, the whole early game, you're questioning a little bit, like, what's the purpose of these moves? He doesn't really get kills, but he's forcing a couple of TPs. He's doing all these things that then enable Nightfall to farm behind. So fair play to Aurora. It was a very good game, but yeah, Paravision, finally, they're kind of... Oh, is this the first loss of a game?
First game they've lost. I mean, this is the first time I've seen a team shut down Satanic, actually.
Yes.
This is the... Usually it's just, he's going to farm no matter. There's nothing you can do about it. Wrong. They found a way to actually shut him down. You still didn't shut down no one in the laning stage, but I guess that's too much to ask for. You can deal with them later on. Seems like shutting down Satanic and maybe just having, more advantage on your carry to carry matchup might be a way of going at this Paravision team. So very cool to see they brought a new idea on how to beat Paravision, and it actually worked.
Yeah, for the sake of hype, we will gloss over Kiyotaka getting killed solo by no one in the laning phase, because that doesn't matter. It's about the game, about winning, and of course, standout player, Nightfall again. The PA, I think the reason why we're looking at a Morphling unable to play the game is just natural good itemization from Nightfall, right? The PA likes to buy MKB, likes to buy Nullifier, and sure, we end with Rapier, but I think when you get PA into the game, if she's able to go even if not slightly better net worth, you can kill her off. It's not as if it's like, oh my god, Morphling's like the best. It's all about who can scale the quickest, and in this time, Nightfall did.
And that's the key, right? You looked at the draft. Yes, they took the PA early. We had some concerns about that. It looked like maybe there was going to be a good counter coming in, but they just did what they had to do to enable her. The puck pick was doing that. Yeah. Obviously, you've got the save as well. So I love that they just had confidence in Nightfall to carry this game.
They definitely did, but it wasn't just him only, because Toronto
sure.
Tokyo
Yeah,
had an
great game.
insane game on this Bristleback. So it just became a problem of like, you have the Sand King who wasn't scaling, went 1-6. You have this Ember who tried scaling, but it was okay. It was nowhere near with the impact that Bristleback had. But for the most part, yeah, you were higher net worth on the P8 than the Morphling, but Morph was still up there. It was just, you couldn't deal with the P8 plus the Bristleback. You didn't have enough damage to chew through both these heroes.
Let's take a look at some Satanic stuff, because I think...
Yeah, I hate to do it to him,
yeah.
but this... We didn't see there, but he just waveformed in, right? To harass the Ringmaster. But when you do that versus Bristleback and Ringmaster, you get punished. And that was his first death. He gets first blood. The second death, rotations happen. You see the Warlock make a rotation down here, and they punish him yet again. Normally, when I watch all of these games from Satanic, he's free farming. There's space being created elsewhere on the map, but he gets killed 2 times in the laning stage. Meanwhile, Nightfall, he's free farming the entire time, and that disparity in net worth really is not good for Paravision the way they like to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the fact that Aurora was able to identify how to pressure them, right? Like, they shut down the Sand King, they forced the Tinker to make stacks, and they're killing the Morphling. Like we said, like in the pregame, like no one is yet to punish Paravision that this like greediness of making stacks is hurting them. And they finally did. They found a way to do it. And then we have to talk about the creativity of 9 class. When they're winning, we praise it. But now we have to also analyze it in a way where you lose. Is his itemization on Tinker potentially a reason why they weren't able to convert on an early timing of, you know, Butterfly and the strength of Morphling? Like when you look at your Tinker here, other players, it would be a Locket or a Solar Crest. Sure, you still keep the Blink Dagger, but you're going to buy items to push your Morphling into the game. Like, he has Manta, Butterfly. This is before MKB, before all of the items where Nightfall can truly 1v9 on the PA. So maybe the lack of synergy between your 4 to carry here, you know, just hindered their chance to win out this game.
Yeah, and then I just want to show here as well, like maybe if you have some save items here on the Morphling, you're going high ground, and this is it. This is an Aegis push or anything. I wonder what prompted him to think that we have to go high ground right now. No Aegis, nothing. Throw the Morphling in, and as T mentioned there, there's no save behind him, right? There's no glimmers. There's nothing to really keep him alive. He dies immediately, and that's when this game just completely flips on its head.
Yeah, certainly does. It's all upside down right now. Paravision lost a game for the first time in the tournament. We're going to see if Aurora can close it out after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
For me, it was like my first time basically leaving home. I didn't really get to travel growing up. So we flew to Paris, and I don't know, it was weird, honestly. Like, I wasn't expecting it. Like, I mean, I watched like StarCraft 2 before, and I competed a bit in StarCraft 2. So like the scope was not like overwhelming, but it's just really like you got to meet all these people that you had known online for like years, or like from Dota 1, and then that was really cool, I think.
And was there a crowd?
I don't remember. I think it was like the events there were like more of like convention halls, and then like there'd be people, and like I think there was like a lot of games at that event. It's like sort of like the dream hacks where you have like your bring your own computer section, and like I think that was more like a bunch of games and you're like in a convention hall and everyone. I just remember we got like a free headset. That was good.
Nice.
I think the first LAN I attended, yeah, it was DreamHack in 2008. Yeah, I played there with mouse, and we needed a stand-in, and that was when I asked Poppy to play with us. So that was the first LAN I played. It was anyway one of the first. There was only DreamHack. There weren't many LANs back then, and there was one in Moscow called AVULUS. Yeah, we got third place on that LAN. It was a great time, very different, not being in a nice hotel like that. More like sharing one room with 6 people.
Lovely.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah.
So that was the first LAN, yeah. And the second one, I have to add it because I won that LAN. It was in Hanover. It was also organized by the guys who organized the Dota League back then.
Okay.
That was in February 2009, I think.
Yeah, my very first LAN in Dota, me and Mika, we cheated a little bit. We looked it up. It was a WSOE, it was called, and it was a LAN event in Las Vegas.
Ooh,
and we
very nice.
went there with Alliance to play pretty small tournament, like a 100K tournament, I think. And it was really fun. I was quite jet lagged at the time. I remember during the middle of the day, I was like sleeping at the computer. And it was our first time like traveling really far as a team, and you know, like staying at hotels and all that business in Dota. So that was really fun. Obviously in Hon I played, my first LAN was like maybe 4 or 5 years before that. But then for quite a while, I didn't play competitively, and I didn't, maybe the cameras are over here. I didn't play any LANs in Dota either. So for like a few years I didn't play any LANs. And then it was really fun to go to a LAN with the team again.
It's also a very interesting stuff, because my first LAN event is play as a stand-in for DK. That time DK was like Burning, Mushi, SSS, and Lamb and MMY. Yeah, so they have some like visa issue. They have to back to home to apply some visa, and there is a league in LAN. They play against Titan, so they pick 3 of us, like me, Blink, and JDM for stand-in. So yeah, that was my first time to play in like in LAN. Yeah.
Excellent.
And I stand in for SSS. Yeah.
So the person who inspired you the most, you got to stand in for.
Yeah.
How did it go, and what was the experience like?
We actually won 2-0, and because Burning was too good at that time. Yeah. I remember I play Nyx and center. Actually, I don't know what was I doing there. I just like completely confused and play with instinct, and I don't know. The game just won.
My first LAN was DreamHack 2012. It was like 2 months before TI2, which was my first like Valve tourney. But yeah, it was DreamHack 2012. That was like my first time going and meeting like, and that was like the coolest thing ever because I met all my favorite like players. Like I was like massive fanboy. So yeah.
That's awesome. Who was your favorite player to meet?
I started liking the Chinese teams a lot because they were just like godly at the time. So my favorite Chinese player back then was a player called DK Super. He used to play mid, and Burning, those two. So yeah, I was like big idols of Chinese Dota.
It was TI 2015.
So your very first LAN event was TI5?
Yeah, but I haven't played on stage, but it was my first LAN.
But what was it like for you the very first time being on stage as a professional?
I think it's like a magic. You like, I mean, you don't take it like as something unreal for yourself, but it is because like you need to play, you need to win matches and stuff. But in my mind after, when I start to realize I'm there, it's like a magic. I don't know. You couldn't believe it's there.
I'm not sure if it's Valve tournament, the Dubai Galaxy one. Yeah, I think that's we won against Tundra that time. So yeah, I think that was from what I remember.
I have some pictures for you to look at from when you were younger, actually. So can you have a look at these images and tell me when these were from and what was going on here? Because you look very young indeed.
Oh yeah, that's a tournament like Mineski, like internet cafe back then in my hometown. So yeah.
And did you win this event?
No, I guess we're in just like around top 6, top 8 in that time. I think that's the first time I played in tournament. Yeah, with my friends.
And how old were you in these pictures?
I think 11. Yeah, 11 or 12. Dota one time.
All right, guys, welcome back. Your eyes do not deceive you. Aurora are ahead against Paravision. It's the first game Paravision have lost here at Wallachia. We're about to get into the draft, so we must suspend our surprise and talk about how Paravision can get back into this one.
Do you want to start? Shall I start? I mean, I don't know. I feel like for Paravision, at least, they were trying to, again, experiment a little bit, right? As soon as you praise creative teams, at some point it will come to an end. And I think this game, that creativity hurt them a little bit, but I think that's more towards Aurora just having really good research, understanding what they need to do, itemizing perfectly, playing together, and really taking the fight to them.
I just love it. He's going to take the PA, of course he is.
Yeah. We talked about how this can be good versus the Bristleback. It doesn't really shut them down in the laning stage. It's going to be a lane where both of a lot of small things happen to the point where whoever manages their wand charges better may get a kill in it. Whoever gets the 3-minute Lotus. I think these things all matter for this matchup, but I think what they noticed from the last game was Toronto-Tokyo was out of control on this Bristleback. Of course, he was overshadowed by Nightfall on the PA, but this is one of the better games I've seen from Toronto-Tokyo in a while versus the best team in the world. So like, all right, we're going to take this hero away. It's oftentimes first phase banned, so I don't dislike this. And of course, I also don't dislike Aurora going for the Nightfall PA. It is, in fact, good versus Bristle. So interesting opening from both sides so far. I like them both.
The thing with the Bristle for Paravision, it does force them down a certain path. Like, I'm expecting DM to play the offlane Bristleback, which means for Aurora, they're going to have access to maybe a Doom. They've got the Centaur. There's like plenty of offlaners that Toronto-Tokyo has played that still enable a lineup to feel good against an offlane Bristleback, especially as it is the overall first pick. And especially look at the bans, right?
Your Warlock out.
Warlock ban. But like we said, 16% win rate last before it was picked in the last game. But with the PA, it's so free for the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I also like PA silencer lane, especially versus a Bristleback. Just, it's similar to the Warlock one, but in a completely different way. It's like you throw the curse on them, PA just jumps. Your choice is, do I cast a spell back and re-trigger the curse? Do I run? Both are bad outcomes usually.
I mean, Panto is just playing really fun combinations with PA, right? Like he's played a Grimstroke game. I don't know if it was PA, but that easily is a good lane for PA to try and kill with. He plays Phoenix, a lot of poke, PA likes to play with it. Silencer, like Fear mentioned. So a lot of the Panto hero pool can just enable a PA to be aggressive to actually kill off this Bristleback.
And Tinker, still there.
Fully ignored for now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Aurora just ignoring it. I think Paravision just showed that they didn't perform too well with it in that game. But then again, maybe 9 class, he plays it, he buys auras, and it's a completely different game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think build path might have been an issue there.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to analyze based on how they lost, look at the items, but there's also choices, like we showed in the highlights, where the high ground was a little bit questionable. Doesn't really matter if you have an aura, if your carry's just dying to a good spell combination from Aurora.
Would Tinker be good with the PA as a pairing? Would that work?
I
think it's fine.
It's fine. I want aggression from Aurora. I want like the lanes to get kills and you to really remind Paravision that you're not allowed to scale. Tinker, even though it's exceptional at buffing up your team, it requires you to think backwards. How can I make stacks? How can I enable? And sure, they are picking it up. It's just, I want Aurora to respect that this hero will be needing others to do a lot of work. If you pick passive heroes on the map with a Tinker, it's only farm, it's only scale, and now you're looking to outplay your opponent in the fight and just be the better team rather than building a big enough lead that you can kind of ride that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it again. Kiyotaka Tinker, it's on the table.
Sure, yep.
This is definitely a hero that he can play.
I had forgot about
pop
that.
Off. Yeah, sometimes you do, and then he'll remind you, and we'll see a Pugna come out.
Ooh.
That's an immediate answer.
Have we seen a Pugna?
Has Pugna been picked? Computer?
Yeah. There you go.
50%?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Kinda.
We've seen it twice. I mean, kinda.
Compared to the hundreds of games that we've had.
Pugna's a coin flip.
It is a coin flip. I'm actually surprised we've not seen more Pugna Especially with
it's
support.
a first timer for Paravision, by the way.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
I mean, I'm not that surprised because like the support meta has been so cut and dry. It's been hard to like fit in new heroes, but
the reason is that because it's so cut and dry, a lot of the heroes that we see in support have big spells, have that I need to put this down in this fight. If you put a Never Ward down, let's say you max it quite early on, like Jakiro, you lose half your HP, a third of your HP. If I want a macro pyre, I'm gonna have to like nearly kill myself to get it into the fight.
And that may shut down the mid tinker possibilities for that reason.
I mean, I like the Pugna as well. The Decrepify seems good.
Yeah, the heal for Bristleback to allow him to keep advancing in the fights as well.
I think this
theoretically it's good.
Yeah, I think this is what you're talking about, T. This might be innovation on the fly happening before our eyes right now. How do we shut down the Nightfall PA? Well, maybe Pugna can do it.
Yeah, it's like Pugna got a major nerf where you don't restore mana with your life drain once they're full HP. So now people kind of just fully went, you know what, hero's bad again, don't want to play it. But in very specific scenarios, I think it can do well. But Paravision not drafting any stuns as of yet, really looking for the kind of snowball push each other forward, right? You got the Sunder on a potential support terribly, which I'm expecting it to be. You have the position 5 Pugna with life drain and decrep, Bristle with auras. This is a lineup that with efficiency can just run at you. No stuns still, but very tanky, all three.
Devil's advocate here on Pugna, and why we probably haven't seen it a lot. We see Pucks buying Nullifier. Nullifier is a very popular item right now that counters a lot of things, and unfortunately Pugna is very much vulnerable to the Nullifier build, so...
Fun item, isn't it?
It is a fun item, isn't it?
No. You're a core, I'm a support. You probably enjoy it, I don't.
I mean, I actually don't enjoy it.
Oh, wow, an honest core.
You don't... having to buy an item every game, that is like a nullifier. Like, I want to buy butterflies. I want to buy, you know, like the fun items, bloodthorns. But like, it's a necessity.
Okay, let's compromise. We'll get rid of nullifier.
Okay.
But don't nerf Ghost Scepter, and you can then buy butterfly. So you can buy your item, but do no damage to me because I'm ethereal.
That's smart.
Are we agreeing here?
No, I don't think so.
Because now you want the nullifier. I see. Look at it. Always goes back to the nullifier.
How about we delete nullifier and Ghost Scepter?
And you get butterfly.
And Glimmer Cape, and we have a deal.
Oh, wow.
The art of the negotiation.
The ultimate core.
God, negotiating.
You can have your Yules and Force Staff.
That's all I'm allowed. I want more.
All right. Anyway, Ricky, we've seen it was Team Spirit who ran this actually. The Ricky Darkseer lane. Not to say Ricky is laning with a Darkseer. We don't know for sure, but this could be mid Tinker, could be mid Ricky. Only thing we do know for certain is Nightfall PA, and it's going to be Toronto Tokyo on the Darkseer. Very curious to see if this is a support duo or if one of these guys will be mid, because definitely a possibility.
But Paravision, they have to respect where they fight. If Ricky has free reign of entry, getting the shard smoke, the smoke screen down, Terrorblade can't Sunder, Pugna can't decap, Pugna can't life drain. Like, the hero who thinks he's tanky based on his support duo has no help.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what Satanic's going to cook here, because you're not playing carry Terrorblade. It's just not happening. Versus a Darkseer, Tinker, even we saw the last game, sure, it's good versus PA. However, I think it's unplayable versus Darkseer. I just think it's something you cannot do.
Yeah, the draft from Paravision is Bristle off lane, Pugna, Terrorblade support. The Tiny as well fixes a couple problems for Pugna, where you want purpose in the early game with Pugna, and now it's like simple. I decrypt a hero, and then the Tiny, most likely mid, Avalanche Toss, plenty of damage to get the kill. So the Pugna can sustain the Bristleback, amplify the damage of the Tiny, and it gives them some early kind of life in the game.
Yeah, I mean, with that support duo as well, they're very good at keeping a core alive. You know, you got the Sunder, you got the heal.
Yeah, no, 100%. But again, both teams don't really want any stuns. You've got Warp Flare kinda, and then a Vacuum. And then on Paravision, you've got Avalanche, Toss, and that's it.
I mean, last time we watched the Paravision game, we said the exact same thing. I don't think they had any stuns in that draft, and they ran over their opponents in about 27 minutes.
Yeah, both teams are like kind of scrambling now to ban out these. And again, I don't mind when you don't have stuns. It just means you need to have a very clear identity of what your draft's meant to do. Like, you're trading no stuns for sustainability. And normally you have one pick that kind of ties it together. Tiny is somewhat doing it, but I still like both teams to pick up one hero to simplify. If you smoke and find a hero, like, I can initiate for you.
Do you think Satanic's going to play the Tiny then?
No, Tiny in the mid lane.
I'm worried about Satanic's hero pool. Then
Bristle go to carry?
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course. No, sorry, yeah, no, yeah. If Tiny goes to carry, then you get the playmaker. Yeah, no, that does fix the problem that I'm presenting.
Yeah, because I don't know if the problem is it's Satanic, right? He's a young 16-year-old kid. He has his hero pool, and all the heroes we're mentioning aren't really not part of his hero pool. The only hero that I can see that is somewhat part of his hero pool is like maybe a Monkey King, but you don't want to pick a lot of heroes into Darkseer. Darkseer solves him in a little way.
But
Gyrocopter.
If you're playing on pacing, then maybe you don't care about the scaling and you just go for a profit. It's like, sure, PA will outscale you, the Ricky can.
That is in his hero pool.
But it's like, it's in your hero pool. You already have snowball potential with your Bristle, the Tiny. But they go for a tanking.
So we will see you carry Bristle, most likely, or Tiny carry. So out of those two, I'd say Satanic. I mean, please.
Come on, you're not excited again for another last pick Ember?
Is it Ember mid versus no, it's Sand King mid.
Sand King mid.
I mean, it's the same problem. This is such a good Ember game.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably good.
Little corrosion here, Mage Slayer there, tank up the fight, find the backline.
I hate to say it, but like normally when I look at these drafts, like Paravision feels like they always get what they wanted. I don't know if they got exactly what they wanted here.
For Paravision, I respected the fact that they were going for this identity of play good lane and really push forward the game, right? The Terrorblade, scouting out, the Pugna taking tower, playing behind the Bristle. But as the draft progressed, Aurora, it's like, there could be 15, 20 minutes of complications, but you get a BKB here or Shiva's there, and how can the Tiny really do damage in the fight? It's such tanky, annoying cores to deal with once they get 2-3 items on them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at like what the threats are in this game, and I feel like Ember is going to be a huge threat, and the Nightfall PA, if he gets a free lane, which he should, he's going to carry this game super hard. So I really, really enjoy what Aurora's got going on right now. I think this Darkseer Ricky provides a lot of cool things in this game as well. Like, you have so much playmaking with this Ricky running around, giving vision for Ember to go get kills on the map here. Tinker, when he gets more levels, he's going to be able to join in those fights. PA is going to be free farm. You got the team fight. There's so many good things. Actually, I really love this draft from Aurora here.
But we are looking at the point of which both teams have items, and the fight, Aurora looks better. To get there, the damage, Darkseer Ricky early on, they need a bit of time. PA needs time. Tinker needs time. If Ember doesn't have a good game, maybe he gets solo killed again by Sand King.
Didn't seem to matter last game.
Yeah, it didn't matter. But I think if we have to respect Paravision, the lanes look really good for them. And if they kind of snowball that like Liquid did, it doesn't matter if Aurora has a better fighting lineup. They might not get online to show the fight.
All right, well, we'll get some insight about that now. We're going backstage again with Nomad for a coach's interview.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, I'm here with Astini from Paravision. So, eventually the 9-game win streak comes to an end. In your opinion, what went wrong in that last game?
We didn't really play our game. Feels like we were kind of under pressure to perform something, or just maybe this was our warm-up. But I feel like we forced too much. We go high ground with everyone alive. It's something we're going to laugh tomorrow, like, oh, look, this stupid team playing. Oh, it's us. And it's fine. It's like it happens. Sometimes you cannot win every game. I'm glad we're not losing every game. At least we're winning almost every game. So this is good. I come from SA. I'm used to losing every game. So losing one doesn't hurt. It's just like I feel like we kind of disrespect our own rules on playing the game. And I hope game 2 we show up what we're showing on the other games.
Yeah, and do you kind of prefer it if you can kind of see the issues and immediately just go in and be like, hey, we know what the mistake is. Let's just chin up and move on?
Yeah, we were kind of like talking about the mistakes, and I just said, guys, it's kind of useless talking about the mistakes, because if we play the way we play, those mistakes, they don't happen at all. Let's just forget about this game 1 and play what we know. We don't need to change anything.
Absolutely, get back to winning. So how are you feeling about this second draft then? You feeling like you're back on form?
Hopefully. I feel like we kind of changed too much things on our priorities, but it's like kind of like trying out. Like first picking a core, we used to first pick supports. We're gonna see how it goes. I think it can go really well, and we're gonna learn something. And it can go really bad. We're still gonna learn something. So it's good. We're learning.
Learning is another form of winning. Astini, thank you very much for coming to chat with me. Good luck in game number 2. We'll send it to our casters, B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nomad, and wise words from Steenie, of course. And you can learn from a win, and you can certainly learn from a loss. Your biggest learning lessons are from losses. And we'll see, hopefully, third game. I'm always hoping for 3 games. I'm always hoping for the most Dota ever, but we'll see if it goes that way. They've given up the Phantom Assassin again to Aurora. That's a little bit scary.
They did. Aurora, this time around, they are allergic to stuns. They don't have a single stun available on the team. They can itemize for it, but also I'm looking at the lanes that they have. It's Tiny Pugna. This is good harassment lane, but it's not a killer lane by any means. Tiny, he doesn't put points in toss. He goes for a 4-0-3-1 build, which does allow him to get more farm. Tiny is a bit on the slower side, but again, this is a very good Ember game, and as Steenie said that in the previous game, they had this advantage, but by this advantage, I don't mean disadvantage, I mean this advantage, and they were unable to capitalize on it, where they kind of stopped playing the game. Some mistakes were made going for the high ground, but again, another good Ember game. This time around, you also have Defense Matrix behind you, which is something that they did in the previous game, and you also have Ion Shell, so even more, plus all the auras that you're going to be getting on Toronto, Tokyo.
It'll be interesting to see how it all kind of goes through. I'm interested to see the Tinker build.
You know what I'm most interested about?
Yeah.
I want to see 9 class Terrorblade, position 4, Brewing Rally.
Yeah.
He was blanking in. Random Ion Shell did get the kill on him when he was trying to go with the armlet toggle. He tries to go in and then tries to get the kill. Same thing could happen. There's a lot of this damage that could potentially clip him. Some like Searing Chains, Ion Shell, something from Ricky, March of the Machines. But yeah, the way I see this is I see Aurora winning kind of both off lanes. They're going to start to play slightly more aggressive once they start to get levels. Level 3 is the big one on Darkseer. Ricky deals good amount of damage. You throw in a Blood Grenade. Could definitely grab a kill on Pugna. Tiny's a bit more difficult to kill. He's already sitting at 1000 HP.
Right. Yeah, not easy to get through that rock that quickly, but Panto already has the Holy Locket queued up.
He knows. He's not...
It's not the 9 class build.
No. He wants to be a team fighter. He wants to have that item that's going to give him extra bit of a heal, and also maybe a Glimmer Cape in this game could be a very good one, seeing that there's a ton of magic damage coming out.
Could be a big difference maker. Toronto Tokyo working with this Ion Shell. We'll see what he does in this lane. Rick, what's the build for Ricky on this 4 position?
Depending how much farm you're going to be getting, if he wants to go for the scaling build, of course, the Fusel Blade is going to be his item of a choice. We've seen some like Yule Scepters, and they're going to play aggressive immediately into the top lane. Ducalis does have one more Blink Strike available, but does not want to commit.
20 gold there for Toronto Tokyo off the Nether Ward. Working with a point health, but 2 points in that Ion Shell. Mira 1 in the Blink Strike, and one of the tricks of the trade, he's got an Ion Shell on himself to make this jump and maybe get a kill. Panto was sitting low. Nightfall helping out, has that Stifling Dagger, and there's the tricks of the trade with the Ion Shell. We'll go for Ducalis, and the Vacuum will secure that first blood. Mira's still alive. That last tower shot, though, means Satanic can get a return kill.
They wanted to get this kill for so long. This is the second attempt. And Panto is stacking in the bottom lane already. They have very good heroes to clear the stacks with. Even himself can help out a little bit. You can see that in the bottom lane. They're trying to pull the lane. This is not the strongest lane by any means. 9 class making a move to the mid lane.
Blood Grenade, there's a laser on a DM. Chase, even thinking about going under the tower, but there is quite a bit of quills there and some viscous nasal goo that will stop that. Kiyotaka needs to be very careful. No one had a pretty massive advantage over the mid lane in the last game. A 3-level advantage. He was level 10 at Kiyotaka 7. Thinking about diving under that tower. Doesn't have Sandstorm after the Burrow Strike, though. So Kiyotaka will walk all the way back. 9 class, ready to stack himself and his illusion.
Power of a position 4 Terrorblade. You can stack multiple camps even though you are melee hero.
capturing some images and also reflecting some. This will be a couple of stacks that they'll be able to take. Maybe the Sand King takes. I mean, DM also, big stack taker. Honestly, all 3 cores truthfully could. Currently, though, it's no one at 34-1, and this Nightfall Phantom Assassin, which I was almost certain they weren't going to give back to him at 31-6. Wants to make one more jump on a 9 class, has the Stifling Dagger to get the kill instead. DM comes over to throw that Viscous Nasal Goon on Nightfall, but he'll jump back to the lane and continue to farm there.
No one making a move. At least going for the rune. He's going to refill his bottle. It seems like they are already aware of what's happening. Kiyotaka scouting out the stacks. TV will TP in, maybe try to stack one more time. Sentry Obs placed, and we'll find Observer Ward.
Ricky in some trouble. Mira needs to be very careful with this Nether Ward down. Kiyotaka, though, Remnant forward, gets a trade, kills Ducalis, maybe even thinking about going on to no one, but there's the reflection onto Kiyotaka. Leaving Toronto Tokyo by himself for a moment, which he doesn't mind. He'll get himself into more levels in this Ion Shell and get him to level 6. If he can get some soul experience, that'd be quite nice. But I think that does have to require that this ends up being a 1v1. Instead, though, the vacuum back, the Ion Shell, the burn onto Satanic, tricks of the trade so far, but another blast and an avalanche. Mira has to blink away, and now the Nether Ward's down, but Mira immediately coming back into the lane, and now down to about 1/4 of his health remaining.
Plays very aggressively, brings down Tiny to half HP. Tiny does have some tangos to work with, but they do see him. 9 class, there's not much he can do about it. Can use Reflection, and Panto is here.
Thinking about the epicenter, and looking for a Burrow Strike. Kiyotaka, though, he slighted, dodged it, didn't matter.
This.
Kind of probably expected a lot less damage, that's for sure. And he
I want to see the
exploded.
damage from Stinger. He exploded because he was about to kill all the creeps, and it did seem like it dealt quite a lot. 100 damage coming out from that. Okay, I was expecting slightly more, but still. Kiyotaka also not the one who was expecting that damage. He did have Fairy Fire, he did have Magic Wand charges, and he had treads on Agi, so could definitely survive there.
This is left Nightfall alone in a 1v1. 9 class has been kind of out of the lane for a while. Kiyotaka is level 7, so is no one, so they're even. It's not like that last game. Panto at an early level 5. Maybe he can push no one out of the mid lane, but you're able to clear up these creeps so quickly that it doesn't quite matter at the end of the day. Remnant over, and it'll be a haste rune top. So Kiyotaka, where does he take this? It's not going to be to the top lane because Darkseer is back farming the jungle.
Kiyotaka immediately using that haste rune.
Needs to be careful.
To backstab. Doesn't have point in Searing Chains yet.
So no way to lock down this Sand King at all. We're just cutting this creep wave and maybe hoping to put some damage onto the tower. Tinker goes over towards bottom to join this Phantom Assassin. This is Nightfall with the solo lane. Phantom Assassin was by himself for the moment, but it was 9 class and a couple others down here. Kiyotaka actually showing up. DM's right there, so he's forced to Remnant away. There's not much for him to do in terms of a pickoff.
A lot of stacking for Paravision. I want to see the amount of stacks that they did so far in the game, because I feel like everybody has been stacking. Pugna a little bit. Not sure if Tiny did any stacks, but yeah, already 10 stacks on their side. TB. 6 of those. Toronto Tokyo's not going to take over the triangle, which leaves Mira alone in the top lane. He definitely needs some of that experience. Only level 4.
Wants this pipe as early as he can get it. Kiyotaka's still just cutting the creep wave. Ducalis is going to activate that Watcher. Kiyotaka actually avoiding and looking for a camp to farm. Things pretty quiet overall. It wasn't the same in game number 1. No one was kind of moving around and had a bunch of kills early on. The Sand King this time, you know, they did get that kill onto Kiyotaka. They had that Stinger as well as just the epicenter used in the triangle. They're still farming these stacks. They want to get this Blink Dagger, and that's what they've just got.
Very early Blink Dagger. Pre 10 minutes. No one's gonna get a good amount of gold from clearing this big stack in the triangle. 9 class is level 6, so he has Sunder available. They could go for the play, smoke up and find any kill on the map. With the Blink Dagger, all he needs to do is Sunder, and with a Blink Stun, that should be a kill.
Could end up being Kiyotaka. Burrow Strike. Sunder used. Slight try and leave, and he does have that regen rune and a remnant to go to.
Oh, he had Flame Guard available. 2 points in Flame Guard. An extra bit of barrier did help out. Now Kiyotaka thinking about maybe playing a little bit more aggressive. Problem is, he doesn't really have that hero to play with. Your position 4 and 5 are really not, especially your 5, he wants to farm up. This is Tinker we're talking about. Ricky can get involved. He is going for, this is interesting, Road of Atos, because he knows that they have no stun, so he wants to have some kind of, any kind of a stun.
Right. I'll try to produce something for him and his team. In terms of lockdown, he finally hits level 6. Kiyotaka under a ward, and also had brought the creep wave there anyway. 9 class comes over. Kiyotaka and Mira, they're over towards mid and maybe going to try and put some extra damage onto the tier 1 tower and take it. But the Sleight of Fist, the Searing Chains, the silence is there with the smoke cloud. But Reflection, the vacuum, the silence still on no one, but they're going to need some extra help. One more shot, but the Decrepify from Ducalis isn't enough to stop Kiyotaka from getting this kill onto this Sand King. It looks for more. They got to take care of this Nether Ward. Should be a second kill here and will be, as Kiyotaka really just not afraid, going in pretty deep, and he's been playing, I mean, his heat map is across the tier 1. They don't even have the tower down yet, and it has been there for a majority of the game.
He's really pushing the limits. I love this combination between him and Darkseer. Toronto Tokyo getting involved. He can also dig a rune for his Ember Spirit. Does have Trusty Shovel available on the other side. Mira's gonna pick up a Lotus.
Heat map all over mid, but the fact that it's orange in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 is pretty insane.
Okay, Kiyotaka
treated at all.
Doesn't want to get to last hit there.
Who needs it? Mira throwing that silence out, realizing there is definitely a sentry there. They can put some pressure onto these towers with this Pugna. Nether Blast this early on is level 3. Let's see if they can defend well enough. Another sentry down, they go to the dust. Mira on the run. Does get some distance with that initial blink strike, but this tier 1 tower is gonna die.
He's gonna be fine. Very slow game, as expected, considering that one team doesn't have a single stun. The other team, even though they have Sanking mid lane, first blink reveal, didn't get them to kill, then he died, so the game did slow down a little bit more. Mira is scouting him out.
Ember Spirit at level 10, but a little ways behind no one, who's yet again farming a stack. 9 class has been spending a lot of time stacking for him, and look at what 9 class wants.
Yeah, I see. Shard into Nullifier. It's a very good Nullifier game. Usually Tiny doesn't build into the item. Bristle can. It's not his item as well, but you kind of need it in this game, seeing that you're playing against Defense Matrix, Iron Shell Surge, Ember Spirit Shield. It's a lot.
He remnant back into an Avalanche toss.
Involved.
Viscous Nasal Goo, the Defense Matrix, the turnaround with the Sleight of Fist, but Kiyotaka needs to be careful about how much he's willing to go in there. And Panto gonna TP out, but Mira's ready. He'll get a courier, but that's it.
Mage Slayer is completed. This is the big item. You're playing against Sanking, Tiny, and Bristleback. No one. Channeling the Epi. This is the stun in between.
Wall even.
Wall
down.
did connect, but still managed to blink out afterwards.
So a couple of odd spells here and there. Gallus is gonna throw another blast out, but the tricks of the trade and a Stifling Dagger. Kiyotaka gets the kill and looking for more. But DM's very tanky, a very hard hero to take out, but they're looking for the epicenter. Smoke screen. That's going to be placed onto the Sand King. He couldn't get that extra burrow strike. Now they'll find Mira, but the jump back from Mira, it's going to be through to Kiyotaka. The tricks of the trade trying to leave with the burrow strike. It lands from no one, and they finally get that kill.
This damage from Ember Spirit, Sleight of Fist, and also he applied Mage Slayer, so they didn't have much. 17 wand charges. He needs to be careful.
He wants
this is something that he does
class,
really
but that's
well.
a problem.
Yeah, he baits really well with those magic wand charges into Sunder play.
Oy, that is Kiyotaka again, just trying to test the limits.
Every single time.
He's not afraid. I mean, I respect it. Wing Burrow Strike.
Good Cloud.
And yeah, great Cloud. That stops the Sunder. Good Vacuum, and they've been able to make that combo work a couple of times. Panto, though, a couple of Blood Grenades. Runs away, Burrow Strike from no one to get some distance, and these heroes on the side of Aurora survive, all the while Phantom Assassin still farming mid. They want Kiyotaka to come through those Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, and that's with the Mage Slayer. So can you commit onto Kiyotaka, or do you have to completely bail out of this one? Toronto Tokyo doesn't have a vacuum to work with, so he can't really pull them back. Otherwise, they probably go for more, and they might want to go for this Tormentor when the PA shows up.
They have to sustain. March of the Machines, 20 Locket charges. Even without PA, Nightfall, he's thinking about going in. They do have Observer Ward, so he's got to get the jump. Easy 300 gold for him.
Ooh. Don't leave me. I understand and feel the sentiment, definitely. Panto getting that shard, by the way. So he'll have Warp Flare. Not bad. I've turned over a new leaf on this one. I thought Warp Flare wasn't that great. Kind of all right.
It is good. You see Terrorblade getting closer. You can push him away. Same goes for other 3 melee heroes. 9 class, playing on low HP one more time. Satanic.
They want to sunder him so badly. Instead, they find Panto. Then they go in, and they'll try to make this work. They get the kill in a 9 class, but the life drain on the Mira, the smoke screen, and a wall committed. Again, another not really effective wall, I would say.
No one. He's invis. Channeling
for the epicenter. Burrow Strike lands on a Mira. Will end up dead to Satanic with the right click coming through. But Kiyotaka doesn't have to worry for the epicenter for now. However, there is a life drain. He does Slight. He does Remnant back to the bridge, and he should have enough space anyway.
They have no stuns. Nightfall, he peeked through the gate, see what's happening on the other side of the map, decided to go back to the bottom lane, continue to farm up.
No reason to stay. Haven't felt major impacts yet from Phantom Assassin, but wants that battle, wants that BKB after that Battle Fury. Kiyotaka. He's going.
When you say Kiyotaka, I'm always like, uh-oh, what is he doing right now?
Well, he's building Radiance.
This is fine. It's fine. He wants to stay in the fight as long as possible, even though Bristleback, sure, he deals good amount of physical damage, but it's not all about the right click. Same goes for Tiny, which is a big damage, so Radiance isn't really that good. It's more about sustaining with all these auras, resetting multiple times, knowing that they also don't have that much control. Mira again in the bottom lane.
He does not have tricks of the trade, but he does have a surge and a vacuum to hold them back. Mira staying alive. He is trying to use this invis to really be a nuisance, and is he?
He's playing a minigame. Yeah. Collect the goblins.
Collect enough goblins and you can get to this Radamatos, and it's Radamatos shard, and no diffusal like maybe we thought.
No, it's also pretty late. Usually you have this farming tool, Iron Shell, so you're getting some farm, you're getting extra bit of a gold from the fights, but for now, he's been used as a bait most of the time.
Epicenter, and no one gets Mira. Ducalis gets Panto. Both supports dead on Aurora. Another big move coming through from Paravision. Buying some smokes and buying some time for the Phantom Assassin, and we saw you could buy enough time for the Phantom Assassin, they could really start to clean up. Battle Fury BKB is definitely a timing in where Phantom Assassins feel ready to fight. But is there anything else you'd like to see from Aurora before they involve the Phantom Assassin?
They might be taking it slowly, waiting for this next item on Phantom Assassin, waiting for Radiance on Ember Spirit, another Aura item on Toronto, Tokyo, and then they're going to be ready to go.
He's got Pipe Mech going Guardian Greaves. Want that extra bit of sustain if you don't have that lockdown, and you're still waiting on the lockdown from the Riki.
Riki is not a factor. It does feel...
Not really.
He would definitely love to pick up that shard. Instead, Tinker got it, which is a bit of an odd one, because you can't sunder your allies underneath the cloud. Pagana doesn't do much as well. And now they're gonna go through the gate, trying to find something in the top lane. There's nobody around.
Lights are off, nobody's home. Phantom Assassin and the Riki going into the triangle. They're just trying to kind of mirror the movements of Paravision by avoiding them. They've done a good job. They're over bottom. Maybe they kind of set up for this next Tormentor to hopefully get the shard on the Riki. Otherwise, it would be actually shard on Ember.
9 class. Get that XP.
He almost left. And now the epicenter, have you baited yourself a little bit? This is a shrine actually taken by Kiyotaka. They get the kill on Tamira. Kiyotaka's gonna try and leave. He is Slight, he has Searing Chains, a Remnant off to the side, and then another Remnant, but the Burrow Strike, and he got him. Kiyotaka caught.
They need to make a move on the other side of the map. DM, he's a tanky guy. Nightfall, no shard available yet on him.
He's going Nullifier on Nightfall. At least that's the game plan. Is that still the game plan here for 9 class? It is, and he's actually only 700 gold away from having a Nullifier. And I'm gonna make the guess now, it'll be the record breaker for terribly.
Fastest Nullifier on TB, that's for sure. He doesn't have a single item in between. No shard, nothing. Just straight up Nullifier.
Paravision are in on a Roche, and there is not much Aurora can do to contest this at all.
600 damage on Tiny.
Amplify damage. Making easy work of that Roshanna, and Satanic will grab the Aegis. Mimira really isn't farming. He's not.
No, it's very difficult to farm with Vitality Booster. You're not dealing much. Not much damage to the creeps as well. You also don't want to show in the lanes. That's the problem with Riki.
Congrats on the extra health, though. Guess that is worth it.
I think he needed to go greedy. He didn't get what he wanted from the lane. This is a very poor Riki. 3.2k at 23 minutes in. Usually Darkseer does give you kill threat, does give you partner to play with in the lane. But he was most of the time dying and not getting much. So 23 minutes. Nullifier on TB.
Damn. That is a pretty quick Nullifier for 9 class, and bought for the first time on this hero, so it's a record. That is that's how that goes. Mira's so close. Just has to purchase the components, but it's just gonna, he's gonna hold the Vitality Booster and just go for the shard first. Kiyotaka hit with the Nullifier from 9 class, and the dust is used, but Kiyotaka is in trouble. He'll slide a fist. He's got a Remnant if he can run, but he starts to get away. The Burrow Strike off the mark with the epicenter, and now maybe they've got to turn around the vacuum, putting 2 heroes onto a cliff. Nightfall comes through, tries to get a kill on a no one, but the Life Dream from a distance isn't enough. Now they will go over to Kalis. He's decrepified himself. Toronto, Tokyo's right on him. Yes, they are stuck. There's nowhere for them to go. They get the kill into Kalis, and now the Warp Flare sending him back into the hands of Aurora. This is going to be a very dead Bristleback, and they will get a triple kill onto Nightfall.
Ooh, overextending Nightfall. This is before he got a Nullifier, so immediately, once he picks that up, he's going to have enough money to buy a shard in the previous game, in the next fight, and yeah, all that lead that they were supposed to have. Tiny also bailed relatively early on. Just 500 damage dealt in the previous fight.
Take a look at the replay, and Toronto Tokyo is going to vacuum 2 heroes onto this cliff.
Epicenters are not connecting. Some of these stuns as well, in between the heroes. This is the 3rd time that it did happen.
Dire's top tower.
You'll see this warp flare too. Puts initially, throws the DM Bristle down, and then rearms it and puts him right towards the rest of the team. Really big move there. Mira gonna die
can't
again.
catch a break.
No, he can't, but he does have the shard now. And he's hoping to get that Rod of Atos soon. But he picked up the shard, and now who will get the next Torn?
There's a lot of damage on the ground with this Radiance, Darkshear's Iron Shell, which can be nullified, so a lot of the things can be nullified. Flame Guard and also Trail from the Surge. Did get that shard.
So he's got shard.
They need to survive long enough. As long as they're not getting bursted by Sanking, I think they're going to be fine in the fight.
They'll find Nicholas. This Nether Ward, he is life draining back up pretty high. Oh, Kiyotaka! Never stood a chance. Nightfall now in an odd situation, forced to pop the BKB and TP out. Panto gonna try and TP out as well. Does so in front of all of Paravision.
Keeping him alive there. He did have life drain level 2 in the fight, but also them casting the spells, which did allow him to like have this burst of heal that came out immediately.
This means the Tormentor ends up going to Paravision, in which a shard for Aurora would have been on Ember or PA, which could have unlocked Fan of Knives, which could be brutal in a game like this.
He did buy it.
So just bought it?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
what if he could also shrink Tiny? He breaks Tiny, Tiny goes back to small size.
Small size? I mean, I'll allow it. You know I live for stuff like that. But if you shrink Ray, because they are going Ags on Tinker,
yeah,
it should shrink Ray him into the smaller versions of himself.
Make him a pebble.
Oh, it's not a boulder. It's a rock. It's this tiny little tiny. They still have a 5,000 net worth lead, though. As Satanic will get that MKB. Is that a record for a tiny?
I think it has to be. These are some really, really fast ones. Because he's
so too.
getting insane amount of farm. He is having almost 2,000 gold more than Phantom Assassin, who did have a good game. This Tiny is going to hit like a truck. Nemesis Curse. He also has stuff, extra bit of damage, extra bit of armor. Itemizing everything against PA. His job is pretty much to kill Phantom Assassin. Great against Cloud as well, the mischance, so he doesn't have to care about that one. Radiance as well, forgot about that one.
Radiance now Shivas is the next to be bought, or well, queued up. Nightfall gonna hit level 20 soon enough. And he is looking to build that Satanic. Tiny did hit level 20, and he went to the plus 60 tree grab base damage. You said he was gonna hit like a truck, and it truly is that. I mean, this is why trebuchets are strong, right? You get hit with a rock, it's gonna hurt.
That is true. You were talking about the idea. Ducalis is gonna get jumped, nullified, immediately kill.
No one will really escape that. I mean, the nullifier early, the pickup from Nightfall is really smart. Opening up a kill like that.
Nightfall didn't die a single time. 6-0-1 on him.
He's having a good game. Tiny the same, 3-0-2.
Toronto Tokyo as well. 3 heroes that didn't die a single time.
And it's 13-13 at 30 minutes. However, that's going to change real quick. Panto will die here to 9 class. Burrow Strike Mira. He's got some help with the tricks of the trade. The damage onto no one from Nightfall. This Phantom Assassin, it's really hard if given an opportunity, and you see it right there.
It's also so difficult to itemize, not just as a support, but as a core playing against early Nullifier on both sides. This was some record on TB, never purchased on the hero in this tournament. And on the other side, you have BKB, of course, Battle Fury before that, into Nullifier and your Phantom Assassin. So gets very difficult. Your Ghost Scepters, your Yule Scepters, they're not going to work. There's Glimmer Cape and Bristleback, which they're not going to be getting too much value out of it.
And the Nullifier is a good call. The itemization from both teams has been very top tier, I would say. They do have the Rod of Atos now for Ricky. Lockdown achieved. Panto, though, dead. Satanic finding another one. Now, they've actually got the silence with the Orchid coming through for 9 class, but he's back into the smoke cloud. They've got the Phantom Knives. They'll hit that break. They'll look for the kill, and they'll take him out, but the BKB's been popped by Nightfall, looking for another.
Once more.
Ducalis gets out of the low ground with that Force Staff. TM, though, now moving forward with the Viscous Nasal Goo. Finds Mira, gets a second kill for the side of Paravision. Kiyotaka needs to be very careful. Ducalis is here. There's another blast, and Kiyotaka going to activate that Gale Guard. Be disarmed with that Heaven's Halberd from DM and then back away from the fight. Roche, by the way, is up, and his first one going to Paravision. Nightfall would love to have an Aegis, but it just does not look like it's in the cards.
Definitely not their Roshan. I'm really afraid for supports on Aurora that they're not going to be able to scale. This Ricky is really not doing much. He's basically Cloud, Rod of Atos. That's his job. Maybe try a little bit more time, jump in, try to jump out. Panto is the one who's scaling more. He has doubled net worth of his position 4 right now.
There's another Aegis for Satanic. Damage numbers are close. The damage favoring Aurora, though. By about 7,000, but they're 1 less kill. Satanic now for Nightfall. Hoping to make something happen. Satanic, all things considered, has only killed support so far. Just the Ricky twice and the Tinker twice. Wants to get his hands onto a Phantom Assassins for sure. I mean, he has this MKB.
He wants to get his hands on some buildings as well.
Yeah, he hits very big numbers. You can see this tier 2. Will start to be in some danger, but the backdoor protection kicks in and the smoke cloud doing its thing. Panto is continuing to farm, looking for that axe, but he is still 3,000 gold away from getting that. And another smoke cloud's not going to matter. Satanic hits through it and takes this tier 2 over mid. He's got a lot of time to work with this Aegis too. They've got a 7,000 net worth lead. Paravision playing their game plan pretty much in sync with each other.
We haven't seen these two teams committing to a full team fight.
No, not really.
Not a full-on 5-on-5. Couple of kills, and everybody backs away. Shiva's Guard now about to be completed on Ember. That's going to be good against Satanic as an item, as a player as well. Slowing some of that attack speed. Great against Pugna.
Does the net worth lead feel as high between the teams as it is? Because the fights are pretty even. Nightfall, we get a couple of crits in there, and then all of a sudden, like, it evens out.
For sure does. Problem is this Ricky, he's not scaling. He's not getting any damage items. He's also holding on to Greedy, which means old bad boy Philly. So extra bit of a gold coming his way.
Satanic getting close to level 25 as this Tiny. And he's hitting for 30.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Tiny is hitting for about 10, 20 times that.
30 damage.
That's...
Yeah, but we didn't add backstab, okay?
Sure.
He was thinking about picking up Gleipnir, which increases his AoE. He does have smokescreen radius on 10, smokescreen cooldown on level 15, but he might start thinking about still getting something big, something that's gonna matter.
What would that be?
Well, you can always go back to the Fusel Blade, keep them inside of it.
Epicenter? Toronto Tokyo trying to get away, but a good toss, and now he's on the run. He's used everything.
Gem.
use the pipe, use the Guardian Greaves as he'll surge and get some more distance, and he holds on to that gem.
They do see him. They see the trail from his shard.
Can they catch up to him though? Blink from no one. He's still searching, but eventually he'll TP out. Silence Nullifier now onto the Phantom Assassin. Panto's here with the repair bots. Mira's also coming over. They kind of want to contest this. They go to the Rod of Atos. They've got the smoke cloud down, and they will be able to get this kill onto Terrorblade before he's able to get the Sunder off.
And now Mira getting that kill. 500 gold for him. So sitting on 2,000 gold. Let's see what he ends up going for.
Panto in, and he's trying to use that Morton Flare to put DM in a poor position. They've got the Rod of Atos again. They'll catch Ducalis, and both supports now dead for Paravision, and Night falls on a godlike spree. He's worth a juicy amount of gold, and he is now hit level 24. He's trying to get 25 as quickly as he can.
Nightfall so far combined in 2 of these games has only died once. That was in the previous game.
They found Kiyotaka and tossed and still alive, but the defense matrix now a remnant away, and Nightfall's here. Does he want to turn this? Smoke screen just in case. Kiyotaka TP's out, and Nightfall, he won't commit. He'll back away, and then it's A-okay for Aurora.
It's all about that survivability. This time he doesn't have S and Y, but Tiny hit level 25, so I think he got surprised by 2 toss charges. And also, Nemesis Curse, it's dealing so much extra damage.
614 on those right clicks. Damn. That is heavy. They've got this ward. They see Kiyotaka. They want to get him, or at least try to. Work out the Orchid, the Nullifier.
He's not getting
one
out of this.
Toss. And dead. 9 class getting a kill. Worth a lot of gold for this Terrorblade.
He's going to start to scale. This is Nullifier, Shard, Orchid as well. Once he gets to his Hurricane Pike, has a Ghost Scepter as well for some extra bit of protection. Seems like this is the item for the patch. And to counter it, you go for Nullifier. Divine Rapier queued up on Nightfall. He wants to risk it. Does have actually enough money to buy it. After this camp, he's ready to go.
We'll work on the tier 3. Smoke Cloud will try and slow this down a little bit, but they have this banner. Divine Rapier not connected, coming through on the Courier. They go into the Metamorphosis. They're going to have this Pugna all the way back. They're going to have to kind of start with that. They want to take him out so he can't life drain and keep these heroes alive. But there go the mid-set racks. That's at least one set, and Nightfall now has this Divine, but doesn't have this Divine. Some packet loss. He's willingly dropping it in between the tier 4s. That is a little bit
doesn't want to show it yet.
No.
Wants to have that surprise effect.
I mean, it's definitely an item to have a big surprise with. Hey, here's more damage.
Looking at his neutral item choice, Mindbreaker, 1.5 second of silence, extra attack speed, which he doesn't care too much about, but having that bonus vision. So he could be the one finding Pugna in the back lines. You attack him, 1.5 seconds is enough to get a kill. So he can get, you don't even have to use Nullifier probably. There is a Force Staff. You kind of want to use it, but you could also save it for something different.
Picks it up.
Rapier now picked up again.
So even though he hasn't died, there has been a Rapier drop. Now a second. Not looking to give away this information. And Tormentor. It's available for Paravision to take. This will be another shard for them. Does everybody have their shards?
Pugna doesn't.
So he'll get
it
this.
Does no one.
Last shard. Oh, yeah. It'll be there for no one.
This is one of the few games where for like good 38 minutes, we haven't really seen both teams heavily committing to a team fight.
I don't think we've seen a full 5-on-5.
No one. BKB in backpack.
Near Burrow Strike, trying to escape. Vacuum is not going to land, and they will not be able to get this. Will not find him either. 9 class pretty deep. He's got 2,300 gold held on to. He's got a Ghost Scepter to try and survive enough so he can get a Sunder off at a low health. Parrot Cloak for DM. They've smoked his 5.